This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
No Second Trial by Michael Silver. Newsroom, Cowdery speaking.
Jack, hold up the second edition. You've got a nice juicy murder to play around with.
Murder?
That's right. In the height of the silly season, too. No parliament, no royal garden parties, nothing. Even the United Nations has gone into recess. And who helps you out? Your favourite crime reporter, Bob Palmer.
All right. Stop making with the talk. What have you got?
Dance hostess found strangled less than a quarter of an hour ago in the arcade of Harvey and Watson's, Piccadilly.
Great. We'll make the late edition. Miss Reachdale, the crime reporter's on the line. Get ready to type.
At approximately 10 minutes to 1 this morning, Police Constable Watson was on his way to Vine Street Police Station to report off duty. As he entered the arcade belonging to Harvey's, the departmental store, Watson saw in the semi-darkness the body of a sleeping woman. It was only when the constable used his torch he realized the woman was dead. She had been strangled. The arcade serves as a passageway between Regent Street and Piccadilly, but it is little frequented after midnight. Lying near the victim was an expensive fur and a crocodile handbag, containing, among other things, a driving license made out in the name of Star Reynolds. The constable blew his whistle, and within a matter of seconds, Scotland Yard was alerted.
Busy? Busy, he asks me. Why aren't you out tracking the killer? Well, anything new?
He just come from the mortuary. Poor kid. Recognized her from the Gargoyle Club. Sang with the orchestra. Being Saturday, the band finished at midnight. Her friends say the girl used to cut through the arcade to catch the last 19 bus to Fulham.
Doesn't seem possible. Piccadilly, the crossroads of the world, teeming with nocturnal revelers.
Okay, Chief. If that's the way you want me to write it. The killer in our midst.
Ah, what have you learned at Scotland Yard?
Nothing much. They don't like crime reporters lounging around at the start of a murder investigation. I'll tell you this, though. She was a nice kid. Not the sort of female one associates with Piccadilly in the early hours of the morning.
But that can't be her real name. Star Reynolds.
No, of course not. It's her show business now. The police are trying to trace her next of kin. She's been living alone for over 6 years, and no signs of assault other than marks of strangulation. It seems so senseless.
Well, let's forget the why, and let's concentrate on the who. Now, this is what you do, Bob. Run a series of articles on the Who Killed Star Reynolds theme. Then suggest that there must be something wrong with the Metropolitan Police Force if innocent women can't walk through the streets of London without the fear of death or worse. You know.
Yes, I know. Our great warm-hearted public like a nice hate campaign. But the girl was murdered less than 2 days ago.
So what? This is the 6th killing this month.
I hate to mention it, Chief, but all the other killers were found. You can't expect me to write a story suggesting there's a modern Jack the Ripper lurking somewhere. Besides, Inspector Barkley is in charge of the case, and he's a friend of mine. What about that tip-off he gave us about the Majestic safe deposit vaults were robbed?
You know the answer to that one. You said it yourself. Parliament isn't sitting. The Vietnam War's been going on for so long it's become boring. There hasn't even been a student riot for... Now, stop arguing and write that story. And don't forget, we demand that the police look to their efficiency. We demand protection for our wives and daughters and all the other malarkey.
Okay. Let's hope they don't find the murderer too soon. We don't want the campaign to end before it gets underway. Has Chicago come to London? By crime reporter Bob Palmer. It is now 6 days since Star Reynolds drew her last agonized, tortured breath as the killer's hands tightened relentlessly around the girl's throat. Has London taken over the reputation of Chicago? Cannot our decent, law-abiding citizens roam the streets without... Newsroom?
Commissioner, yes, sir. Is that Mr. Palmer?
Yes, old boy.
Well, sir, look, I can't speak too loudly because he's standing by the door, but we've got a real nutcase here, sir.
Nutcase? What do you mean?
Well, sir, he's got a copy of the newspaper in his hand, and he pointed to your article and said, I want to speak to your crime reporter. And I said to him, well, what's it all about then? And he said, he can stop writing his articles because I'm the one who killed Star Reynolds. So I thought I'd better tell you, sir.
What?
Well, I know he's just another of those nuts, sir, but I thought you might want to see him.
Well, of course he's a nut. Wondrous glamour of the press. But it might make a news story. Okay, bring him up.
Right, sir, right away.
Hey, Millie, get hold of a cameraman. There's a nut coming up. Wants his moment of glory, confessing to a murder he didn't commit.
Right, Bob. But do you think we ought to...
No, don't let's think, my sweet. We'll take this story and hand him over to the mental home if he looks fierce. Or just send him away if he's just plain lost, lonely or psycho. On your way, girl.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Is Mr. Palmer there?
Go through.
Well, this way, if you don't mind, sir. Oh, there you are, Mr. Palmer.
Oh, thanks, Rogers. You may go.
Oh, right, sir.
Oh, sit down, would you?
I'm not mad, if that's what you think.
Mad? Who said anything about anyone being mad? Oh, go on, make yourself comfortable. That's better. Cigarette?
No, thank you. The commissioner thinks I'm mad. You think I'm mad? Perhaps I am. Perhaps that's why I killed him.
Now, just a minute. You know, it's a funny thing, but every time I get a pencil from the store, someone whips it. Here we are. No, old chap, can I have your name? I mean, you're sure you didn't
I know
want
exactly what I'm doing. My name's Henry Tapsell. I've come to you because of those articles you wrote about a mysterious killer. It's the first time I've ever lifted my hand to anyone in my life. I don't know why I did it. I don't know. My hands were around her throat.
Now, have you ever had your name in the newspapers before?
Me? No, of course not.
Have you ever written letters to the editor?
Look here, Mr. Palmer, I thought you'd be grateful. I'm giving you, what's it called, a scoop. Instead of which you ask me silly questions about writing to newspapers.
Bob, Fred's out in a story. Do you want me
No, go away. I'm sorry, Millie. Leave it for the moment, will you? Close the door.
Oh, that's all right.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm sorry if I seem to be asking silly questions, but it's not every day that someone walks into a newspaper office and says to a crime reporter, I'm the murderer.
No, I don't suppose it is. And I wish you wouldn't use the word murderer.
But you yourself...
Yes. Yeah, I killed Star Reynolds. But I'm not a murderer. I won't say I didn't mean to do it, because that isn't true. I wanted her dead. When I had my hands around her throat, I hated her, do you hear? I hated her and I wanted to kill her.
And why have you come to tell me this?
Because I can't live with her anymore. Not alone. Not by myself, I mean. I had to tell someone who... You don't believe me, do you? You think I'm mad.
Tell me, Mr... Tapsell, why me? Why have you come to confess to me? Just because I wrote about it? So did the other newspapers.
I can't answer that. I knew I'd have to give myself up sooner or later. I've never been involved with the police before. Well, you read in books about men walking into a police station and saying, arrest me, I've committed a crime. I couldn't. I haven't the courage. I read your article this morning and I thought it'd be easier this way. Does that make sense to you, or do you still think I'm mad?
You know, Mr. Tapsell, there are a number of people who confess to crimes they didn't commit just for the publicity, or to feel important, or a neurotic desire to draw attention to them.
Yeah, I see I'm wasting my time. I suppose I'll have to go to the police.
No, I'm only trying to protect myself. You'll be surprised the number of people who come into newspaper offices every day. I believe you, Mr. Tapsell. Why did you kill her?
I don't know. Yes, I do. I hated her.
I'm writing all this down. It'll appear in tomorrow's edition. Do you mind?
What do I care what you write? Aren't you going to ring the police? That's why I came to you. Don't you understand? I want you to...
Yes, I understand. Why did you hate Star Reynolds? Had you known her long?
Long? I'd never seen her before in my life.
Yet you say you hated her.
Are you going to turn me over to the police, or aren't you?
Yes, of course. I'd like to get some background material first.
You can get that when the police come.
Well, as you say.
Hello?
I want you to get through to Vine Street Police Station and ask for Inspector Barkley. It's very urgent indeed. Keep Mr. Cardew informed.
Right.
Oh, and another thing. I need a cameraman to come up here as soon as possible. See what you can do.
Okay.
Are you married, Mr. Tapsell?
No. Would I go around strangling women if I was married?
Have you strangled more than one woman?
You're trying to be funny.
No, I'm assure you I'm not. You talked about going round strangling women.
It's a figure of speech.
Yes. Yes?
Inspector Barclay on the phone. Mr. Cardew's listening in.
Oh, good. Hello, Inspector Barclay.
Hello, Mr. Palmer. I got a message to say you wanted me urgently.
Yes, Inspector. I have someone here, Mr. Henry Tapsell. He wants to confess.
Confess? Confess what?
To killing Star Reynolds.
What is this? Newspaper stunt? Because if it is...
No, Inspector. I promise you. I advise you to come over.
All right. But I warn you, if this is another psychopath seeking cheap publicity or a stunt, you'll live to regret it.
Perhaps you'd like to talk to Mr. Tapsell.
Why not? Put him on.
All right. The Inspector would like a word with you.
No. No, I wouldn't know what to say to him.
He can't bite your head off over the telephone. You'll have to talk to him sometime. Now, go on, talk.
All right. Hello?
I understand your name is Henry Tapsell. You are volunteering some information concerning the death of Star Reynolds.
I killed her. I strangled her.
I see, Mr. Tapsell. Would you please just wait in Mr. Palmer's office? We'll be right over.
All right.
Could you put Mr. Palmer back on the line?
He wants to talk to you.
Thanks. Yes, Inspector?
Can he hear me?
No.
What do you think?
Look, Inspector, I don't want to be inhospitable to Mr. Tapsell, and I've got a story to get out. And the sooner you come over, the better for all concerned. Goodbye. He won't be long.
I'm afraid. Suppose I'd better get myself a lawyer.
Yes, I suppose you had. How are you off, financially, I mean?
What's all this I heard about? Oh, good evening.
This is our news editor, Jack Cardew, Mr. Henry Tapsell. We're waiting for Inspector Barclay.
Yes, I understand. Now, Mr. Tapsell, I don't know how you're fixed financially, but you're going to need help.
Help?
All right, so you strangled the girl and you want to confess. I'm sure you didn't mean to.
Mean it?
Well, what I'm trying to say is this. We'll provide you with the best defense counsel money can buy. Now, all you have to do is to promise to give us an exclusive story. You've got to promise not to talk to any newspapers other than this one.
Once Inspector Barclay gets here, he won't have the opportunity.
You leave this to me. Are you prepared to sign a series of articles while you're awaiting trial? Of course, they'll have to appear under your signature. You know, I did not mean to kill by Henry Tapsell, that sort of thing. You are confessing to the murder, aren't you?
Yes.
Good. We can do an article on your home background, how it led you to... did you have an overpossessive mother?
I was brought up in an orphanage.
Oh, better still, better still. Bob, I want you to see that Mr. Tapsell gets £100 straight away. He'll need some small change.
Right, Chief.
Inspector Barclay.
Hello, Inspector. Here's your man.
You say your name is Henry Tapsell?
Yes.
And you're here to confess to the crime of the murder of the young woman known as Star Reynolds?
Yeah. You see, I'm
taking you into custody, and I must warn you that anything you might say will be taken down and may be used in evidence against you.
My lord, gentlemen of the jury, it is common cause that on the 21st of June, in the early hours of the morning, 26-year-old Star Reynolds, a decent, law-abiding young lady, was found dead. The body was still warm, and there was little doubt that the unfortunate young lady had been murdered within a matter of minutes of the discovery. Now, despite a most intensive investigation by the police, the identity of the perpetrator of this foul and abominable deed was not revealed. Now, you may think it strange that it should be possible for someone to assault and kill in the very heart of a London metropolis. Yet the murder was committed in an arcade which, although it links Regent Street with Piccadilly, an area known as the heart of the universe, is seldom used after midnight. Now, the Crown states quite frankly, and I think the police authorities would concur, that had the murderer himself not confessed to the crime, it might have taken months before the culprit was found and apprehended. That eventually the prisoner at the bar came forward and confessed to this atrocious crime cannot and should not be a mitigating point in his favor. Henry Tapsell has confessed to killing Star Reynolds, who was a complete stranger to him. The Crown asks, nay demands, my lord, gentlemen of the jury, that this man pays the full penalty for his crime. I now call Inspector Nigel Barclay. Inspector Barclay, I understand that you were at the scene of the crime within minutes of Constable Watson discovering the body.
Yes. I got the call at Vine Street at 10 minutes to 1 in the morning. I went to the arcade accompanied by Police Sergeant Jackson. After inspecting the body and the surrounding area, the corpse was removed to the police mortuary.
Were you able to establish any sort of motive for the murder?
No, none whatsoever. We questioned everyone concerned at the Gargoyle Club, and we were reasonably certain that Miss Reynolds had not been robbed. And equally, our police surgeon was of the opinion that the girl must have been attacked from behind and strangled.
You could find no motive, neither psychological or mercenary?
No motive at all. We were stumped. Although the young lady was known as Star Reynolds, that was her professional name as a singer with the dance band. However, between the time she was found dead and the confession of the accused, we'd not been able to trace her family nor her next of kin. All we know is that she arrived in this country on a British passport from India. She was a young widow, and that her employers and her landlady held her in the highest esteem. However, Mr. Robert Palmer and I, accompanied by 2 police sergeants, went to the editorial offices of the Evening Courier, where Tapsell had gone to make his confession. The prisoner was duly warned and charged.
Have you his statement here in court?
Yes, sir, I have. He said, "My name is Henry Tapsell. I live at the Daybrook boarding house,
39 Ramsworth Avenue, Clapham Common. At about 11:45 on the 21st of June, I was strolling along Regent Street and decided to walk through Harvey's Arcade. In front of me was a young woman. I called after her, and she began to walk faster. Then some evil spirit took possession of me. I ran after her, caught her, and pressed my hands around her throat. She went limp and fell to the ground. She was dead. I don't know why I wanted her to die, but I had to kill her. I've read this statement over,
and it is exactly as I have dictated it. It's duly signed by the prisoner and witnessed by myself and Sergeant Baxter.
Thank you, Inspector. That is all.
Sir.
You know, Inspector, my client has pleaded not guilty, because although he has confessed fully and frankly, we shall endeavour to prove diminished responsibility because of his mental state at the time.
He was examined by Professor Henderson, the Home Office alienist. The report says that there is no question as to the prisoner's sanity.
I didn't ask you to pass expert opinion on my client's mental state, Inspector. We are not putting forward a plea of insanity. It is our case that Tapsell acted on a strange impulse that was...
I want to put a stop to this fuss. I never saw the woman in my life. I didn't kill her. And I wish to withdraw my confession. I never killed her, and no one can prove that I did.
I pray the indulgence of this court. In view of Henry Tapsell's surprising outburst, I seek an adjournment so that I might consult with him.
So you see, members of the jury, that the entire case for the Crown rests upon the confession voluntarily vouchsafed by the prisoner. It is not for you to attempt to seek motive for his reprehensible conduct in creating such a public mischief. The papers relating to this trial will be forwarded to the public prosecutor for him to take suitable action. My duty is to direct you as to your actions in view of this new and startling development. You can do no other but render a verdict of not guilty.
But this is nonsense, I tell you, Inspector. That man is as guilty as all get out.
If you're right, there's nothing any of us can do about it now.
Oh, yes, there is. I'm going
now,
to...
you take it easy. You know the law as well as I do. Even if you did kill the girl, you couldn't charge him again.
No person can be tried for the same crime twice, whatever evidence might come up later. Yes, I know all that. But what about you? How do you feel about all this?
Feel? You ask me that after wasting time and money? You of all people.
Me? Why me?
Oh, I should have known better. As if anyone would commit a murder and walk into a newspaper office to confess. A police station, yes. I should have realized that he went to see you because he was just another neurotic publicity-seeking nut. Oh, well, we'll go on looking for the real murderer. We'll find him yet.
If you take my advice, you won't let that swine out of your sight. A man that kills an innocent girl who he's never met before...
He didn't. We haven't a shred of evidence that he did kill the girl. What's more, he's now provided us with a cast-iron alibi. You know that.
I know nothing of the sort. His landlady says he returned to the boarding house at 11 o'clock, said good night, and he was going to go to bed. It's less than 10 minutes from Clapham Common to Piccadilly on the Underground.
Nobody saw him.
Oh, come off it, Inspector. 11 o'clock on a Saturday night. Who would notice a nondescript-looking character like that?
You believe he confessed because he wanted publicity.
What other explanation can there be?
The jury's verdict. That's my explanation. He's nutty, all right. Not in the way you think. I was the first person to whom he made his confession. There's an icy cold logic about this Tapsell. He banked on you not doing your homework.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I'll tell you. Had he not confessed, there was always the possibility the CID would catch up with him.
That is, if he committed the crime.
Supposing he did strangle that girl.
Yes.
No. Hear me out for a moment. Supposing by some miraculous chance evidence is produced proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Henry Tapsell did kill Star Reynolds, what would you do about it?
There's nothing I can do now. You're talking nonsense.
Am I? There's nothing you can do now. This psychopathic killer has outwitted us all. This is the perfect crime, all right. You kill your victim, confess to the crime, get yourself charged with murder, withdraw the confession during the trial, forcing the jury to find you not guilty.
Balderdash. I can understand you being angry at Tapsell taking you for a ride. How much did it cost your newspaper?
Let me ask you something. Are you going to close the file on the mystery of the murder of Star Reynolds?
No, of course not.
What happens if your investigations lead you to Tapsell? You can't do anything about it, can you?
Now, look, old boy. You tried to do us a good turn, and I'm grateful. I don't want to be rude, but I've got a lot of work to do.
All right, I'm going. But I'll tell you this, Inspector Barclay. You better put a tail on that man. The type that goes around killing a young woman he's never met in his life before is likely to kill again.
Look at it, Bob. This has just come in from Neville. Public prosecutor decides not to proceed against Henry Tapsell on a charge of causing a public mischief. Now, what does this make us? What about that story we ran? The boy who never had a mother, the smouldering resentment against being left in a wicker basket outside a church, the ever-growing hate against all women culminating in the murder of Star Reynolds.
A good story. What's got into you, Chief?
Are you crazy? Right up until the trial, we ran banner headlines. Background to murder, why Tapsell had to kill. Exclusive to Evening Courier. And all the time the joke was on us. £2,000 we paid him.
Think what it did to the circulation.
Circulation? What do you think it's done to my reputation as a news editor? And you're to blame.
Now, wait a minute.
You convinced us all that he was telling the truth.
He was telling the truth. Henry Tapsell is a psychopathic killer.
Oh, stop that nonsense, Bob. He's a psychopathic publicity seeker. The least they could have done would be put him in prison for sending us all up the garden path.
Look, what do you want? Do you want my resignation? All right, you've got it.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. Take it easy. No one's blaming you. At least not much.
Oh, thanks for that, anyway.
There's a lead coming about Ronnie the Carver. It looks as though the Razor Boys are at it again. Can you cover it?
Oh, what a funny bloke you are, Jack. Okay, I withdraw my resignation. I'll attend to Ronnie the Carver. But first, I need a drink.
Evening, Mr. Palmer. Usual?
Yes, please.
Don't look round now, sir, but, that bloke over there, sitting with that young lady, isn't he the one who was had up for murdering Star Reynolds?
What? Where? Well, I'll have the drink over there.
Well, look who's here. Come and join us for a drink.
Yes, I've ordered mine. I didn't expect to see you here, Millie.
Well, why not? My private life's my own. Or don't you approve of the young ladies drinking in pubs?
Don't be silly. Just a little surprised at... Oh, how do you two know each other?
I wrote to Mr. Tapsell.
What?
Well, I asked you what we could do with those pictures of Mr. Tapsell taken at his trial outside the court. You said I could do what I liked with them. So I wrote to Mr. Tapsell and asked him if he'd like to have them.
Now, look here, Millie. If the editor hears about this, he'll boil you in oil.
Oh, yeah, they are. You can have them back if that's your attitude.
Your drink's coming over. Why don't you sit down and relax?
Here's a drink, sir.
Thank you. Here you are.
No. No, this one's on me.
I don't get you, Henry Tapsell. I don't get you at all.
Don't look around now, but our friend is waiting to be paid.
Sorry. There you are. Give a change.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, what don't you get? Bob?
You made a fool of the law, a fool of the police. You got £2,000 for a series of articles that weren't worth twopence if you didn't commit the murder. And most important of all, you made a fool of me.
How can you say that, Bob? The way Mr. Tapsell withdrew his confession suddenly, it's the most fabulous story we've ever printed.
Do you think so? Charming. How do you think I look in the eyes of Jack Cardew?
Oh, you don't worry about that, do you?
Would you like me to tell you what I'm really worried about, Tapsell?
Hey, look. I've called you Bob.
Why don't you call me?
What really worries me, Henry Tapsell, is the fact that there are only two people in the whole wide world now living who are convinced that you killed Star Reynolds. You and me.
Bob.
You see, Miss Gurney, here's a frustrated journalist. He's disappointed that I've not been convicted. Had I paid the penalty for a crime I didn't commit, he'd have been able to write a lot of nonsense. The Confessions of Henry Tapsell. I suppose you'd have written about how I wept on your shoulder and was cruel to cats when I was a boy.
Do you want to know something else? I'm a little worried about Millicent Gurney here. I'm a little worried that you might start getting itchy fingers again, Henry Tapsell. Millie has a nice swan-like neck, hasn't she?
Oh, stop it, Bob. You've gone too far.
Mr. Palmer, I didn't invite you over here. You walked over. I was prepared to be pleasant. I bought you a drink.
Ah, so you did. You paid for my drink. Here. You can grin that psychopathic smirk of yours, but if there's any justice left in the world, you'll get your deserts yet. I can only pray that I'm there to see it.
Here's the pull on the editorial you asked for.
Oh, thank you. Well, why don't you say it?
Oh, look, Bob, let's forget it.
No, I'm sorry, I really am. Your private life is your own, as you correctly pointed out. I did blow my top. I was so shocked to see you two together. You're a nice kid, Millie.
Really, Bob Palmer?
No, it's not funny. I'm a happily married man with 3 delightful children, as you well know, but seeing you sitting there laughing and drinking with a man who strangled a girl much older than you...
Look, let's leave it, shall we? You've got a bee in your bonnet. He was pretty smart. Confesses to a murder, becomes famous overnight.
Famous?
Well, all right, infamous. Gets £2,000 out of the Courier. He's a smart cookie, is Henry Tapsell.
You think so?
Yes, I do.
You haven't told me how you two came to be in the pub.
I did tell you. I wrote asking him if he'd like the photographs. He telephoned, and I suggested we went for a drink.
You suggested it?
Yes, I did. Don't be so old-fashioned, Bob. It would save me having to post them.
Well, at least you're still alive.
Oh, that's not funny.
I'm not trying to be funny. Once that sort of psychopath breaks through his emotional barrier and kills, he has to do it again and again and again until he's found out.
Oh, really, Bob?
You've given him the pictures. You're not planning to see him again, or are you?
Well, since you've asked, yes. He's taking me to dinner tonight.
Oh, Millie.
Oh, Bob, stop looking like an outraged parent. I'm free, white, and 24. No one's asked me out to dinner in a fortnight. Now, if you weren't married...
Can't you see I'm deadly serious?
Are you afraid for my virtue?
No, Millicent Gurney. I'm afraid for your life.
You're a very persuasive man, Bob Palmer, and that's why you're here. But as I told you over the telephone, I want nothing to do with this man, Tapsell. He's made a fool of us all once, and I don't want it to happen again.
Yes, I know, Inspector. Were I in your shoes, I'd kick me from here to Nicaragua. Oh, thanks for seeing me.
Well, that wasn't your fault. You thought you were doing your duty. But you're not still on the job, are you? I mean, as a crime reporter, Henry Tapsell must be a dead duck as far as you're concerned.
I wish he were. I feel the world would be a little safer without him.
What is it, Bob? You asked for the DOS, and you said you've got a vital piece of information. But I warn you before you start, he's been found not guilty, and that's that.
Is it, Inspector? Is it? Supposing I tell you that I can prove that Tapsell left his lodgings again that night after saying goodnight to his landlady.
Are you sure?
Positive. You're not going to take kindly to what I'm going to tell you now. I reasoned that as Tapsell's lodgings were a couple of minutes from Clapham Underground, his quickest way to Piccadilly would be from there. I took a press photograph.
Mind the doors, please!
Excuse me. Excuse me. Huh? What time's the next train to Piccadilly Circus?
You stayed on that train, sure, they're taking you there.
Was that the last train?
No, it's now 11:15. No, there are two more. There's one at 11:40 and the other at 12:05, and that's a lot.
You don't get many passengers at this time of night, do you?
Not this side of the station, no. We don't get many people going up to the West End at this hour.
Are you always on night duty?
3 months on, 3 months off. Why do you up?
Look.
Hey, you're not...
Take a look at this picture.
Huh?
Recognize it?
Oh, of course I do. He's that fool who confessed to a murder he didn't commit. Lucky he didn't go to jail, he is. We use the same pub.
You do?
Oh, I'll say I do. I recognised him as soon as I saw the picture in the paper. Who'd have thought it, I said to my missus. This quiet-looking chap, a strangler? Oh, no, of course, that was before he withdrew his confession. But it's all over now, isn't it? Here. What do you want to know about him?
He did board a train the night this girl was killed, didn't he?
Oh, yes. Now, I was expecting to be called to give evidence, but no one questioned me. I said to my missus, Mother, I said, this chap what confessed, well, they'll say, how did he get to Piccadilly? And he'll say, I caught a 11:15 from Clapham. And they'll say, have you any witnesses, eh? I saw myself as being cross-examined by the prosecuting counsel, just like you see on the films. Between you and me, I was sorry the old thing fizzled out.
Are you prepared to swear, after all this time, that you saw Tapsell board the 11:15 to Piccadilly Circus?
Yeah, of course I am. Hey, you don't mean to tell me...
I'm sorry to forget this conversation until and unless you're questioned by the police.
But aren't you, dear?
Good night. Thank you very much. Well, what do you think of that, Inspector?
I've a good mind to run you in for masquerading as a police officer.
Oh, come off it. I never once pretended to be a member of the force. The fact that he leapt to that conclusion isn't my fault.
Well, don't you see what you're doing? Do you understand the spot we are in? If this Porter's statement holds up, we know he's a killer, and there's nothing we can do about it.
He's done it once, and he's got away with it. Maybe twice, for all we know. We've got to stop him from killing again. You've got to put a tail on him.
I'm sorry, Bob, I can't. We still don't know that he killed. He may have lied about his alibi because of his confession. That Porter might be mistaken. Bob, don't you see? We can't shadow the man for the rest of his life.
Not for the rest of his life. I pray that ends soon. He's been going around with Millicent Gurney from our newsroom. I'm scared for her sake. How are you going to feel if one morning a flash comes through that this sweet kid has been strangled and you could have stopped it?
All right. I'll put a tail on him. For the time being, anyway.
Well, thanks, Inspector. Thanks very much.
This is strictly between you and me. If you print as much as a single...
I give you my word. I couldn't run a story on it anyway. Just mention the name Tapsell and my poor editor almost burst a blood vessel.
Now look at this, Bob. Muswell Green Literary and Debating Society. Could you please let us have the home address of Mr. Henry Tapsell? We would very much like him to lecture our members on the psychological motivation which caused him to confess to a murder he did not commit. Naturally, in our local publicity, we shall give full credit to the Evening Courier for all the assistance you've given this gentleman during his weeks of travail. Our society meets bi-monthly, and we shall be happy to fix a date convenient to Mr. Tapsell. Can you beat it? If anyone else mentions the name Tapsell to me, I shall go stark staring bonkers.
You haven't called me in to show me that.
No, I haven't. Look, Bob, I don't want you to put on another outraged prima donna act, but you haven't turned in a decent story for 3 days. What's more, we've had neither sight nor sound of you since the day before yesterday.
I'm sorry, Jack. I get the message. From now on, I'll be the busiest little bee in the outfit. Now that I persuaded Barclay to take over.
Don't tell me that you're still onto that.
Well, we promised to drop the matter. I hear whispers in certain quarters that Slapsy Hart has started his racket again. If he trespasses into Verotti's territory, the sparks will fly, and I think he will.
That's more like the Bob Palmer I know. Get to it.
Aye, Skipper. I need some stuff from the morgue. I'll get Millie Gurney on the job.
You won't, you know.
What? Why? Well, what do you mean?
Nothing, except as she pointed out, she'd a few days coming to her, so she'd gone off with a friend.
Off with a friend? Who? Which friend?
Yeah, what's come over you? Don't tell me you're smitten.
Was she on duty yesterday?
Yes, of course. Now what's the matter?
It's nothing. Nothing. I'd better get back to my desk.
Miss Gurney you want? Oh, you won't be able to see her till next Monday.
Next Monday?
Well, what's the matter? Is it something urgent?
Yes, I'm afraid it is rather. Is she away?
She's gone on a motoring holiday to the Lake District. Left this morning about 9 o'clock.
Well, do you know where? Did you leave an address?
Oh, no. I remember you. You're the gentleman from... You're an Evening Courier, aren't you? Oh, dear, she wanted back at work. Millie told me that her boss gave her a few days off because of all the overtime she put in.
You say motoring holiday? Millie hasn't got a car.
Oh, no. A young gentleman came for her. Nice young man, too. Face was familiar. Is he on the paper, too?
Did he give his name?
No. But as I was talking to him on the doorstep, Millie put her head out of the window and shouted, "I'm ready, Henry." Look, there isn't anything wrong, is there?
No, thank you. At least, I hope not.
Barclay?
Palmer of the Courier on the line, sir. Says it's very urgent.
I put him on.
You're going through. Speak up, please.
Hello, Inspector. Tapsell, is he being tailed?
What? Now, come on, old chap. We only talked about it last night. I set the ball rolling this morning.
But it may be too late. He's gone off to the Lake District with Millicent Gurney.
He has he? Now, look, it doesn't necessarily follow...
I know, but please, Inspector, he's taken his car. They left about 9 this morning.
What make of car? Do you know the number?
No, but bless you.
I never said. All right. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I'll separate them.
I can't thank you enough.
All right, goodbye. Richard?
Sir?
Get through to X-Branch. Henry Tapsell. He's driving a car. Find out the make and the colour. Then send out a general warning signal.
Right, sir. Is he to be pulled in?
Yes. No, he's believed to be driving northwards, heading for the Lake District. He has a female companion, Millicent Gurney. I want them separated. Tell X-Branch to throw the book away. He can be pulled in for dangerous driving, mistaken identity, anything they like. Now, wait a minute. I think I've got the answer. Send out a general call that he's wanted for questioning in relation to the death of Star Reynolds.
But sir...
Don't argue! Bring him in. Notify all county constabularies.
Right, sir.
Control calling. All cars, general warning. Watch out for maroon-coloured 10-horsepower Broderick, number MNY 468. Car believed to be travelling from London in a northwesterly direction. Driver believed to be Henry Tapsell, age 28, 5 foot 9 inches in height, fair hair, blue eyes, slightly built. Has slight scar on left cheek. It must be emphasised that this Henry Tapsell is not to be placed under arrest, but is required urgently at Scotland Yard. It is believed that Tapsell has with him a woman companion named Millicent Gurney. Should this car be seen, notify control immediately. Over and out.
Would there be anything else, sir?
No, thanks.
Super lunch. I enjoyed it enormously.
Yeah. As I tell this. Millie?
Yes?
There's no point in driving like mad to try and get to Macclesfield. Why don't we book in here? We can spend the afternoon walking around the city. Tell you what, I'll take you for a row. We can hire boats. I've always wanted to row on the ices. Then we can have a look at one of the colleges.
Now, darling, you did say that we would go as far as Macclesfield tonight. Otherwise, we'll never get to Westmoreland tomorrow night.
Oh, no, my darling. But what's the hurry? We're together. That's all that matters. Do you realise that we've never been alone together once? Not once.
Oh, Henry, how can you say that? We're alone now, aren't we?
Yeah, no, you don't understand. I mean, just the two of us. And no one else. Just you and I together. Alone. All alone.
Henry?
Yeah?
You frighten me.
Frighten you?
When you look like that and the way you spoke.
You're a funny little female. There am I trying to tell you how much I want you all to myself. Away from all these stupid people because I want to hold you in my arms and tell you how much I love you. You say I'll frighten you. Seems I'll never make a Casanova.
Sorry. It suddenly hit me that I don't really know you, do I? I mean, Henry, is it really true? Do you want to hold me in your arms?
You know I do. I want to... Let's get out of here.
Oh, no, Henry. A girl likes to be told these things.
Yeah?
Do you really love me that much? Supposing we were alone, Henry, just you and I.
Yeah.
You would be kind to me, wouldn't you? Kind and gentle.
Shall we stay here? We could book into this hotel. And don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting anything wrong, but we've only got a few precious days together.
No, let's get back into the car.
Yep.
I love driving with you. You're such a skillful driver.
Calling squad car 28. Calling squad car 28. Can you hear me, 28? Over.
Hello, Control. Squad car 28 reporting. I'm patrolling Main Road between Leamington and Warwick. Over.
Hello, squad car 28. Watch out for maroon-coloured 10-horsepower Broderick, number MNY 468. Believed heading in your direction. Driver believed to be Henry Tapsell. Wanted at New Scotland Yard for assistance. Extend every courtesy, but take him to nearest police station. Very important, over.
Hello, Control. Message received and understood. Hello, Control. A car just passed us. In pursuit of...
There it is, Bill. Come on, step on it.
Don't panic, George. We're getting on them rapidly.
Tapsell? Wasn't that the fellow confessed to murdering that girl in London and then withdrew his confession?
Yes, can't be that. Found not guilty. Wonder what they want him for. Extend every courtesy. Means he's not to be arrested. Supposing he doesn't play ball.
We'll have to pull him in for dangerous driving, I suppose.
Here we go. Wave him down. Make him stop.
Right.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Tapsell. Mr. Henry Tapsell.
Yeah? Yeah? What is it? I wasn't speeding.
I wonder if I could have a word with you, sir.
What's it all about?
Oh, if you don't mind, sir.
All right.
I'm sorry to have to pull you up, sir, but I've just had a radio call from our headquarters. It seems they need you back in London, sir. It's most urgent.
Me back in London? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but that's all we've been told. A message I got was that you're wanted at New Scotland Yard for assistance.
What assistance? What on earth are you talking about? I'm here with my friend. We're on holiday. You're proposing to take me back to London?
Oh, no, sir. I shall take you to Leamington Police Station. No doubt there'll be someone there to drive you to London, sir.
Am I under arrest?
Now, who mentioned arrest?
And supposing I refuse to accompany you?
Then I'm afraid you will be, sir. Under arrest, I mean.
Yeah? What charge?
Jump in!
Yeah, right.
Well, I'll be... Come on, after him.
Well, never live this down if they get away.
Well, you should have noticed her sidling over to the driver's seat.
Come on, Sergeant. I was watching friend Tapsell in case he'd tried something funny. Well, don't worry, we'll get him. We must be mad. They're sure to catch us.
What did they do? You haven't done anything wrong, Henry. Or have you?
No, of course not. I just don't know what they want me for.
Oh, they've got to catch you first.
Be careful!
Look back. How far away are they?
No, I can't see them. We've just turned the bend. Here, you slow up, Millie. It's no good. We're only making things worse for ourselves.
Oh, Henry, isn't this exciting?
Slow down. Slow down. This is a dangerous road.
With all these rotten corners and bends, you can't see more than about 10 yards in front of you.
Well, what are we going to do when we do catch up with them? Arrest them?
Of course. We've got a perfect excuse now. Failing to obey an officer of the law whilst in the execution of his duty.
Oh, look, there they are. Well, they must be mad going at that speed. What are they trying to do? Trying to commit suicide? Hey, what are you trying to do? Kill us both? Slow down, I tell you!
Oh, don't be such a scaredy cat. You weren't afraid when you killed Star Reynolds?
No.
This is exciting. Was it exciting when you put your fingers round Star Reynolds' neck? Was it as exciting as this?
No. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Slow down! Slow down, all right?
Yes? Yes, Henry, what'll you do?
I'll kill you. That's what I'll do. I'll kill you. Like I killed her! Poor girl, it's all my fault. Persuading you to go after them. If anything happens to her, I'll never forgive myself.
Oh, stop it, Palmer. Stop anticipating the worst. Oh, here comes the doctor now.
Ah, Inspector Barclay. I see you got my message. Is this one of your colleagues?
Yes, that's right. This is Mr. Palmer.
How do you do, Mr. Palmer?
bad business, I'm afraid. Dead. Died on the way to hospital.
Oh, no. Millie. Oh, poor Millie, I warned her.
No, just a minute, Mr. Palmer. I was referring to the passenger. A police patrolman identified him as a Mr. Tapsell. There was nothing anyone could do.
What about the girl?
Multiple fractures. She's in a serious condition, but not desperately so. She'll recover in time.
Thank heavens.
Yes, you asked that I come round as soon as possible.
Yes, she'd like to talk to you, or to someone. The last time you were here, Inspector, there was no point in waiting. She was unconscious. There's something very much on her mind. Her actual words were, I must talk to someone. The police, Bob, anyone.
See. Can we go through now?
Yeah, please. I am in two minds about this. If I don't let her talk, she'll fret, and that won't help. On the other hand, please don't excite her in any way. Not more than a couple of minutes. This way. I've brought you some visitors, Miss Gurney.
Hello, Millie.
He tried to strangle me. He told me he'd kill me like he killed Star Reynolds. That's what I wanted. I wanted him to attack me. Bob, get the police. They can charge him with attempted murder. He got away with killing my sister, but he won't get away with this. You did know that, didn't you? You should know that Elizabeth, she called herself Star, was my sister. They must arrest him and punish him.
You can rest now, Millie. He's been punished already.
What do you know? What a story. How is the girl?
She's fine. She'll have to stay in hospital for at least another month. There's fractured ribs, fractured pelvis. The X-ray shows no permanent damage. She'll be as right as Ray when she comes out.
I still can't understand it.
Oh, it's clear enough. Apparently her father, Mr. Gurney, was a widower. He went out to the Indian Civil Service when the two sisters were still infants. When he died, the elder sister, Elizabeth, returned to England, went into show business. Millicent lost track of her. It was only later, during the trial of Henry Tapsell, that she discovered that Star Reynolds was, in fact, Elizabeth Gurney.
You'd have thought she'd mentioned something to you or to me.
She went out of her way to excite Tapsell's interest. She heard me say that Tapsell was a psychopathic strangler. He strangled once, he'd do it again. And that's what gave her the idea. She took a terrible chance.
Yeah, you can say that again. He could have caught her unawares. Foolish girl. Didn't she realize the risk she was taking?
Yes, I think so. She made quite sure that they were never together in circumstances that might spoil her plan. She hoped to gather sufficient evidence to prefer a charge of attempted murder. That would have put him behind bars for a long time.
As it is, Millie succeeded better than she knew.
She did. Once she realized that the police were on their trail, she knew that she had to work fast to goad him into attacking her in the car with the police as witnesses. The car going over the side was more than she bargained for.
More than the killer bargained for, too. They had to find him not guilty, but a second trial wasn't necessary after all. The murder of Star Reynolds has been revenged. I want a banner headline. Justice has...
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8, and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment, brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week, then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
In today's edition of Castle Playhouse, we present the story Open Verdict, written by Lester Powell and produced by Brian O'Shaughnessy.
Come in. The door isn't locked.
Well, these stairs certainly do test out the old bellows. Hello, old boy. What can I do for you then, huh? Does he want to go out?
Well, that's the general idea. He usually does at this time.
Good hunting, then.
And does most of his hunting in the bishop's dustbins, I'm afraid. No sense of reverence.
I saw your car outside, so I thought I'd wander up.
Nice to see you.
And how are things with you? Busy?
So.
Belongs to another age, doesn't it, the cathedral? Those old lawns. Even the rooks don't look contemporary. Are they rooks?
Ravens.
I didn't realize there were private dwellings in the close. How did you find it?
Through my boss. It's cathedral property, and he plays the organ.
Does he? I didn't know that.
Yes, Mr. Earle is a man of parts.
He's a fine photographer.
Best in these parts, or so they say.
I didn't see you at the inquest.
I wasn't called.
I thought you would have been.
The other detective I talked to, chap with sandy hair...
Roy Shields.
He said I wouldn't be needed.
That was before the autopsy. The autopsy shed a different light on things. You see, there's barely 4 foot of water at low tide below Stevens's Bridge, where she was found. And so the injuries to her head could have been caused by a submerged rock if she threw herself off. On the other hand, she could have been coshed on the bank and thrown in.
Is that what they think?
There was a certain amount of water in the lungs, but not enough, apparently, to prove drowning. Hammer, how old are you?
How old? 32. 33 in November. Why?
You've been in Ashminster how long?
Just over a year.
Working for Graham Earle all this time?
More or less.
You take pictures, too?
No, I do the selling. Postcards, calendars, the occasional illustrated guidebook.
And how much does that bring in?
About 17 a week, after tax.
Not much, is it?
I work the thin end, mostly, the country area. Village stores, sub-post offices, itsy-bitsy gift shops.
Did Joan Kendall pay you?
What for?
The tuition.
It wasn't tuition. I was helping her prepare for an exam.
In what?
Modern history, her subject.
Ah, you have an Oxford degree, haven't you?
Cambridge, actually.
Now, talk about it. Give me a picture, something to bite on.
Do I get to ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Are you here officially?
Am I wearing my CID hat?
Yes.
Now, I'll tell you. I had this case thrown at me unexpectedly. Less than 2 hours ago, as a matter of fact.
Well, there are people in this town and the university who knew her a whole lot better.
I know that.
Well, then why start with me?
I've got to kick off somewhere, haven't I?
Thanks.
You're a bright lad. You're good with words.
Look, Sergeant Piper...
Inspector Piper, the hoist came through yesterday.
Congratulations.
Thanks. You were saying?
I'm not completely stupid.
My dear chap.
An open verdict means that the whole thing, circumstances of her dying, happenings leading up to it, are all open to suspicion.
Investigation.
By definition, then, everyone connected with her is open to suspicion.
If you prefer it formal, we could wander down to the station.
But what I mean, there's method in this, isn't there? Dropping in like casually in the quiet of a summer's evening. I mean, there's technique to it, isn't there?
You'd feel happier, more relaxed in an interrogation room?
No.
Wise choice. They've just redecorated it. Mustard yellow, like fever. Shall we talk?
Go ahead.
How did you meet her?
Arnold Rowland's shop.
Ashminster Gifties.
He's a customer of mine. She works for him. Full-time out of term, part-time in. I asked her to a symphony concert in the cathedral.
Good. I want to make the distinction clear.
What distinction?
That you saw her first as a girl, a woman, afterwards as a student, eh?
Oh, wait. You're going at these fences too fast. You're saying there was a physical attraction?
Wasn't there?
I don't quite see the relevance.
What I'm looking for in point of relevance. She didn't die in that river for no reason at all. Put it this way. She has cross eyes and knock knees. You still ask her to a concert.
I can't answer that.
Because she didn't have cross eyes and knock knees?
Right.
What happened at the concert?
They played Berlioz, Saint-Saëns, Frederick the Great.
Who?
He found time to write music between building Potsdam and fighting wars. Afterwards, we had coffee, and I told her I'd once been a lecturer in modern history, and she told me about this exam and how worried she was about it, and I offered to help her.
The university provides an adequate tutorial system, would you say?
I believe it does, yes.
Did you need your help? What made you think she did?
I made the offer because I wanted to see more of her.
Didn't that enter into it?
Could have done. I liked her. I enjoyed her company.
In that case...
Hold on. There is, believe it or not, something else in this beside physical attraction. I have a passion for history. What she offered was an opportunity to indulge it.
Just that one passion.
If you're asking was I her lover, the answer is no.
She wasn't an innocent. And that, at least, emerged clearly with the autopsy.
Is that your point of relevance, her deflowered state?
It could be. This, tuition, coaching, whatever. Where did it take place?
Here.
At night?
It had to be at night. I'm out of the city most of the day.
How many nights a week?
2, 3. Varied.
She arrived at what time?
9, sometimes later.
You'd work with her till when?
That, too, varied.
Hammer, she was seen and more than once leaving your flat at 2 o'clock in the morning. All right. Tell me something. Was her death a surprise?
Surprise? It was a kick in the guts.
Knowing her as well as you did.
Slow down. There you go again. My relationship with her wasn't intimate in any sense. She wasn't a girl to talk about herself or about her relationships with other people. The things that happened to her.
Unusual girl.
Now, that's where your point of relevance is, so far as it concerned me. What I liked about her, why I enjoyed her company, up to and beyond the horribly immoral hour of 2 o'clock in the morning, was the fact that she wasn't like everyone else, dye-stamping in a miniskirt and long hair.
Was she a happy girl?
Not exactly. Not constantly.
Well, who is, even at 19?
Especially at 19.
Right.
I'd say she was a mercurial person.
Up 1 minute, down the next.
Of course, at 19, stamina, consistency isn't a common factor.
So we come out with this, do we? She was given to fits of depression.
Not depression, exactly. Boredom. She was given to great gaping fits of being bored.
And that's a common factor at 19.
Very much so.
But few of them wind up in a river because of it.
If you're asking, did I see her as a suicide, I didn't. Couldn't have been that, I suppose, on a sudden impulse. If suicide is a thing of sudden impulse, which I doubt.
I don't go along with suicide myself. Your serious suicide doesn't cart herself into only 4 feet of water. If serious, she'd do homework on that. Besides, where's the motive? She was a good student. No emotional entanglements, no money problems.
Well, she wasn't all that well off. She had to have a job to make her grant stretch.
She had £300 saved up, found in a room in crisp new fivers.
Oh, that does surprise me. She often complained about being short of cash.
So, what do you think?
About the £300.
Why she died.
An accident?
She was standing on Stevens's bridge in the middle of the night when she came over all faint and toppled off.
Possibility, isn't it?
Hardly. The parapet on that bridge is 5 feet high.
Not something you could just trip over.
How much did Arnold Rowland pay her?
I don't know, but not enough, I should imagine, to account for her having £300. Rowland's a tight man with a pound.
Well, thanks. We'll talk again. Nothing to eat since breakfast, and I'm starving. If anything occurs to you, something you've forgotten, you can contact me through the East Street station.
Who the... Oh, it's you. Hang on a minute. Hey. Lovely night.
Unlike velvet.
I've got to say this about Ashminster. It'll never make you rich, but it offers you a beauty you won't easily find in this sprawling world.
True. Lived here all your life, haven't you?
Oh, except for a year in London. My father's idea, to learn the business. That year in London dehydrated me. Felt I couldn't breathe properly. I wasn't living, just scurrying about like some frantic little insect, you know.
Coming across the close?
Oh, yes. To the Lion. Care to join me?
I won't, thanks, all the same. I'm on my way to the cathedral.
Oh, they don't have services at this time of the night, do they?
Organ practice. I have to see my boss.
Oh, yes. That reminds me. I could do with some more postcards. The cathedral series, huh? Sell a flock over the holiday.
I'll drop you some in the morning. 10 dozen?
Better make it 12.
Will do. You heard the verdict?
On the radio. They suspect foul play, then?
Presumably.
Violent time, these. Even Ashminster offers no protection. When I first heard about it, I said, suicide. Poor girl drowned herself. High rate of suicide among students. They worry. Not like in my day.
Have the police been on to you, Arnold, since the inquest?
No.
The chap from the CID called on me this evening. Inspector Piper.
Harry Piper?
I don't know his first name.
Oh, about my age, thick-set, dark, Cornish-looking, with a cleft chin.
That's him.
Well, small world. Harry Piper and I used to play in the county rugger team together. One of the best block forwards we ever had.
He may be calling on you, too.
Oh, be glad to see him. Not that I can tell him much about the girl. Didn't know her all that well. Outside the shop, I mean. Never even saw her outside the shop. It's rather funny, really. Ashminster isn't all that big.
By the way, they know about the £300.
Oh, do they?
I thought you'd be interested.
Yes.
Well, I'd better be going. See you in the morning.
Yeah, come and have a pint when you're through with the organ.
I don't think I will, Arnold. Had a hard day.
you spare me a moment?
Oh, of course, Harry. Come along in. Oh, you look frazzled, don't you?
I talked to Hammer.
Oh, I didn't find him all that wearing, personally. Rather restful, as a matter of fact.
I hope I'm not turning into a dirty old man with the advancing years, but... Roy, that girl was a doll.
She was, even in the mortuary.
Our boy is 32, 33 in November. He's good-looking, personable in his way, all that. So what's he doing poring over history books with her far into the night? Is that all he was doing? Another thing, he has a good degree. He's bright, quick-witted. No mental handicap as far as anyone can see. So why is he peddling picture postcards for a pittance?
I can tell you the way he tells it, the way he told it to me. He got married in his last year at Cambridge and got a job in Canada when he came down. History lectureship at a university in Ontario. 2 years ago, his wife and child, a boy of 7, were killed when their car was hit by a train at a level crossing. Broke him up. Packed in his job, drifted, got on the bottle. Last year, when his money ran out, he turned up in Ashminster.
Why Ashminster? He's not a Devonian, is he?
No, he comes from somewhere over on the East Coast. Why? Well, Ashminster to him is the cathedral.
A religious retreat, spiritual sanctuary, that kind of thing?
To rebuild his life.
Not coming on very fast, is he? 1 year and he's earning £17 a week after tax.
The rebuilding wasn't economic, Harry.
Yes, obviously not.
Well, that's the way he tells it. You don't have to believe him.
Roy, the girl was a doll, a real doll. I keep coming back to that. And Hammer's interest in her being purely academic.
Oh, it's feasible.
Anything's feasible if you try hard enough. Tell me something. Do you think this life we lead, the daily exposure to villainy, thuggery, kinkery, the dirt of human nature, you think this makes us hard-boiled, over-cynical?
Oh, I shouldn't wonder. I never analyze it. Oh, excuse me. I have to answer that.
Some climb up here, isn't it? Well, the last thing an organist needs in this cathedral is a tendency to vertigo. One fell out of this loft in the 1840s and broke his neck there on a choir stall. You should get danger money, Graham. I'll talk to the dean about it. The reason I wanted to see you, James, how would you feel about leaving here? Ashminster? I'll tell you the position. I've just bought a business up in Dudley. Going to give me more scope to do the things I want to do, more worthwhile things, rewarding things. I need someone to take over the paperwork, administration, sales, promotion, and so forth. You're the ideal man for the job. Thanks. Naturally, there'll be an adjustment in salary. Also, there's a roomy flat for you, much better than the one you have now. I can't quite take this in. You're leaving Ashminster? Oh, I'm going to hate it in some ways. So is Mary. But needs must. The boy's education's costing more and more every year. I have to expand, James. No choice. What sort of business is it? Photography? A small publishing company. Small, but well established. Art books, brochures, good class publicity material. Happened very quickly, didn't it? Very. But it had to happen like that. You see, the present owner is off to the Bahamas. Quick sale, nothing. So I had to move with speed. When would you want me to go up there? The day after tomorrow. You did move with speed. I can't leave Ashminster myself for a week or two. Lots of things to be wound up. The flat's fully furnished, James, even down to bed linen. You'd only have your clothes to pack, that's all. It isn't quite so simple as that, Graham. You have no ties here? No. But a commitment. I'll be frank with you, James. I'm relying on you. After all, I have helped you out in the past. When I needed a roof over my head. That's not what it's about, return for favours received. This is good for you, James. It's your chance to rehabilitate yourself, take your proper place in the world. I can tell you now, but it's often bothered me seeing a man of your caliber hawking postcards. Dudley could be your way back, James. And you're handing it to me on a plate? Well, there's no sentiment. I want you to have the job because I'm convinced you can make a success of it, thereby benefiting me. I can't go, Graham. But why not? What's the commitment? Joan Kendall. Well, who's she? You met her. Did I? When?
6, 7 weeks ago. I brought her to the office. She wanted to change her job.
Oh, I remember. A pretty little thing. Isn't she at the university?
She's dead. Found in the river last Tuesday.
She's the girl... the inquest?
That's right.
But I don't follow. Why are you committed if she drowned herself?
She didn't drown herself.
I see. Well, that explains the police car. Happened to notice it outside your flat while I was talking to the dean. Are you under suspicion, James? Is that what it is?
I'm probably under suspicion, almost certainly. But that isn't the reason for the feeling of commitment. I'm committed because I have to find out whether or not I had a hand in her death, however it happened.
Don't you know?
I gave her a certain piece of advice which she followed. If I hadn't given her that advice, if she hadn't done what I suggested, she might be alive today.
What do you mean you might have had a hand in her death? James, I don't see that you can say that with any certainty.
I can't. That's why I have to stay here until I'm certain, one way or the other.
Well, if you say so.
I'm sorry, Graham.
What was the advice, may I ask?
After we talked to you and there was no job going till the end of the summer, I advised you to stay on with Arnold Rowland for then.
And what does Rowland say about it? Have you talked to him?
He isn't a man I know well. He might not understand my reason for wanting to know. I'm not sure I understand it myself.
It goes deeper than just the girl, awful though it was, doesn't it?
Yes. This is the second time in 2 years that I've had close connections with violent death.
You weren't culpable. Not the first time. You were driving that car, yes, but that was all.
Why did I escape then? Why wasn't I smashed to death along with them?
Providence.
And was it Providence that Joan Kendall should wind up in the river?
Of course. Look, James, I know how you feel. In your place, I'd feel pretty much the same. But with this difference. I should feel that I must do something, not just sit and search myself for flaws and weaknesses.
I might be able to do something for you.
Oh, what?
I don't know yet.
Will you do something for me?
If I can.
Well then, think it over. Sleep on it.
All right.
Come and see me at lunchtime tomorrow.
I'll do that.
Well, aren't you going to stay? I've got a piece of Monteverdi I thought you might like.
I want to talk to the detective again. Good night, Graham.
Good night.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
I always live on the job at the start of a case. The first 48 hours are vital, given that the thing has complications. If you don't crack it in the first 2 days, your chances diminish sharply. Now, what have you got for me?
I'm not sure that it will help.
Try it.
After you left me, I talked to Arnold Rowland.
What did he have to say?
It was more what he didn't say. I mentioned the £300 you found in her room, and he didn't seem the least surprised. He knew about it, in other words.
Maybe he gave it to her.
Maybe he did, but why? What for?
You said he was a hard man with a pound.
I expect you can bear that out. You played rugby with him, didn't you?
So if she went to him and asked him to lend her...
She wouldn't do that.
Why not? She's in financial difficulties. She works for him. What's more natural?
If she was in money difficulties, had a pressing debt to settle, would she stuff the money in a drawer and leave it there?
Who said it was in a drawer?
Well, I assumed.
You can leave the assumptions to me. That's what I'm here for.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do your job for you, but you said if anything...
All right. You're doing your best, but don't shove so hard.
I'm sorry.
A detail, we found the money under the mattress, not in a drawer. Now tell me, what makes you so sure she didn't ask Rowland for money?
The circumstances.
What circumstances?
Well, about 6 weeks ago, she told me she was having trouble with him and asked me to help her find another job. I took her along to Graham Earl, but he didn't have a vacancy. Not before the end of summer.
What kind of trouble? Did she specify?
No, she didn't have to. Rowland's a single man. It's obvious what the trouble was.
Not necessarily. Still, let's assume that. Rowland makes a play for her. She doesn't fancy him. You can't find another job, so she goes on working for him.
On my advice. She needed the money coming.
She could have found another job without your help. Why didn't she?
I told you. I advised her not to.
So she takes your advice, then runs into difficulties. She has to have £300 in a hurry, so she does a deal with Rowland.
No.
Why? Why no?
I knew her well enough for that.
To you, she was honest, straight, pure.
Yes.
Wouldn't sell herself?
No.
Not in any circumstances?
Not in any circumstances.
Mm-hmm. You're an intelligent man, Hammer. You bristle with brains.
Thank you.
In this job, you wouldn't last 5 minutes.
You're saying I'm naive?
I'm saying you assume a consistency of behavior in people that they do not as a rule have. Especially girls of 19.
That's saying I'm naive.
Possibly. No, excuse me. 5-0. Keep him down there for 3 or 4. No, wait. Show him into the interrogation room. That's funny. You know who's there?
Roland.
You must have turned a scare into him, and he's come to throw suspicion on you. Rather funny, don't you think?
Hilarious.
Another thing you need in this work, Hammer, is a sense of humor.
I thought I'd come along and have a chat, without it being official, if you follow me.
I'm glad you did, Arnold. It's nice to see you again.
It's been a long time, Harry. One loses touch. You know how it is.
About its not being official, Arnold, you know, don't you, that there could be foul play behind all this?
Of course. An open verdict.
So anything you have to tell me, touching on the girl, is... well, it has to be official.
Well, if you say so.
Well, as long as it's understood.
If it's how you want it, Harry.
It's how I want it. It's how it has to be. Of course, if you want to chew over old times, we can go around the corner and do it over a pint.
No. It's about the girl.
Okay, shoot.
I have to explain first my own opinion, why I didn't come forward with this before.
Take your time. There's no rush.
When I first heard about it, I assumed it was suicide. Same as everyone else. It was the natural assumption.
Why?
Well, she was a moody sort of girl, temperamental.
I've heard several different accounts of this girl, and they all vary. That's to be expected, of course. Everyone sees things, other people, in his own individual way. What's strange here is that the more I have her explained to me, the more of a shadow she becomes.
Not, mark you, that I knew her well. Not outside the shop.
How was she in the shop?
Well, she wasn't rude to people, customers.
Is that all?
Well, she didn't have a lot of airs and graces like some of the young ladies I've employed. No, she was aloof. I think that's the word. She lived by herself, if you see what I mean.
A loner.
Exactly. She didn't need people.
Self-assured?
Yes, very.
This doesn't square with a girl who's driven to end it all in the river, does it? Which is what you thought she did. What changed your mind, Arnold?
Changed my mind.
I take it you don't still think she killed herself. Otherwise you wouldn't be here.
No, I don't.
Why not?
Well, firstly, there's the verdict. Now, the coroner isn't a fool. He must have had good reason for presuming foul play. When I heard the verdict, I began to think again, as one would.
Of course.
So I started to ask myself questions. Who would want to kill her? And why? Of course, it would have been a chance encounter. Lonely place, late at night.
It wasn't a sex killing.
So then I thought, it must have been someone she knew. Someone she trusted. Of course, as I say, I didn't know much about her private life. Hardly anything. But I did know about James Hammer.
What about him?
Well, she spent several nights a week in his flat.
All night?
Oh, I don't know that. Not for sure. My shop's just off the close, as you know, and I often saw her on her way through to him. And then if I was up late for any reason, I'd see her coming back. Usually around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
You weren't watching her, were you?
Spying on her? No, nothing like that. I just happened to see her, that's all. I didn't care what she did with her spare time.
He was coaching her for an exam.
I didn't think that had any particular significance, her visiting him at night, any connection with what happened. Well, that is, until earlier on tonight, when Hammer came round to the shop.
Why did that assume significance?
Well, Hammer isn't a friend of mine. He calls on me once every 2 months or so to send me postcards. Tonight was the very first time he called privately.
What did he want?
What happened was this. He was on his way to the cathedral, or so he said. So we walked across the close together. And I was on my way to the Lion for a noggin. Been working late, dressing out, checking stock for the holiday weekend. We talked of this and that. And then, just before we parted, he asked me whether I'd heard the verdict at the inquest. I said I had. And he asked me whether the police had been to see me. I said, no. And he said, they know about the £300.
Is that all?
He said it as though he thought I knew about it.
Do you?
No. No, it was double Dutch to me.
We found £300 in her room in fivers.
You think Hammer thought I'd given it to her?
Did you?
What? I can't afford to make presents of that size to young ladies.
Neither can Hammer, that's for sure.
No, I find it most peculiar. He's assuming that I knew.
Didn't you ask him to explain?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, he said it just before we parted.
But your not asking for an explanation could be considered peculiar, too. I mean, if it's rather subtle oddities we're looking for.
You're saying I'm making a mountain out of a molehill?
There's not much, is it, to build a case on against Hammer?
Oh, I'm not trying to cast suspicion on Hammer, Harry. That happened. It puzzled me. Well, it didn't seem to add up, and I felt it was my duty to tell you.
Oh, I'm grateful. If more people took their civic obligations so seriously, our job would be a whole lot easier.
There is one other thing.
Yes?
Did you know he was thrown out of a college in America for assaulting a girl student?
No, I didn't know that.
Not what you would call a subtle little oddity, is it?
If it's true.
Oh, it's true, all right. I found out in a rather curious way. Shortly after he came to Ashminster and started to work for Graham Earl, he came into the shop and introduced himself. We got chatting, and he happened to mention that he'd taught history in a woman's college in Utica, New York, after he left the university in Canada. It so happened that a friend of mine, a Dr. Faber, an antiquarian, lives in Utica. So in my next letter to him, I mentioned this. And he wrote back and said there'd been a big scandal about Hammer. He'd attacked one of the students and been heaved out on his ear. I brought the letter with me. Yes,
yeah. Can you leave this with me, Arnold?
No, of course, Harry. Keep it as long as you like. As I say, I ought to have come forward with this before, but until I heard the verdict, I really didn't see the point.
Is he in?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hammer. He's expecting you. He's on the phone at the moment.
Well, Rose, we shan't be seeing much more of one another, more's the pity.
It is rather sad, yes.
Did you think of coming to Dudley?
Well, Mr. Earl wanted me to, yes. I talked it over with Mum and Dad, and they were all for it. But I knew they were only thinking of me. Mum's still having trouble with that leg, and I feel I can't leave her, you know?
Have you got another job?
Not yet, but something will turn up. Oh, you can go in now. He's off the phone.
I'm very glad, James. More than I can say.
I don't think I was myself last night. Probably thrown by the detective. He's a very agile questioner. I'm afraid I talked a lot of nonsense.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. What you said about feeling yourself committed made a certain amount of sense in the spiritual way.
One of my troubles, the only one, is an acute inability to make up my mind, take a decision. Ever since that happened in Canada, in the simplest decisions, like what to have for breakfast.
That's very often a post-shock symptom.
So they tell me. But sometimes, when it's very bad, when something's sprung on me, like last night, and I have to say yes or no there and then, I start scurrying about inside my head like a blind mouse, and I have the sensation that I'm going out of my mind.
No, you're not going out of your mind. You've made the right decision. I'm sure of it. Dudley's the right thing for you. The way out of all your difficulties. I'm convinced of it.
When shall I take off?
When you like, as soon as maybe. How long will it take you to pack?
Oh, I'm already packed. My worldly possessions don't go beyond a couple of suitcases. All I have to do now is get a travelling basket for the cat.
You could leave this afternoon, then.
There's only the lease of the flat.
Oh, I'll take care of that.
Oh, thanks. That's a great help.
Do you need any money?
Well, by the time I've paid for the basket and fed myself on the way and at the other end...
Tell Rose to give you 25 out of petty cash. Now, I'd better fill you in on some of the details. What to look for when you're checking through the inventory.
Morning, Roy.
Boy, you look rough.
I didn't get to bed till 3:30.
Well, this should wake you up. The first real breakthrough.
When did this come in?
Half an hour ago.
Oh, Bristol are really on their toes. You sure there's no mistake this is the girl, Joan Kendall?
It's Joan Kendall, all right. I circulated her picture last Tuesday afternoon.
And when can we see it?
15, 20 minutes. They're getting set up now. Come on, I'll buy you a cup of coffee to wake you up.
So now we know where she got the 300.
There's big money in pornography.
Bigger than I thought. He presented her as some sort of purity symbol.
Hammer?
Your dedicated scholar. Knows it all, but can't apply any of it to real life.
Where are you going? Where are you going with this?
Keep it real. I wanted to call tonight for Hammer. On the way to Dudley by road, driving a 63 Carter station wagon. Colour blue, registration 63 BRB.
I have a right to call a lawyer.
Certainly, if you think you need one.
Obviously I need one if I'm going to be charged.
Who said anything about a charge?
Well, that's what I'm here for. What is all this? Why have you brought me back here? Why have you had me arrested on the road?
Not arrested, old son.
The police car almost rammed me into a ditch.
We just want you to sit down nice and quiet and watch a film.
What sort of film?
A blue film.
Is this one of your funnies, the Bob Hope bit?
No, far from it. That's why she was murdered. How's it coming, Roy?
Oh, just a few seconds.
Hammer, what did you do when you left the university in Canada?
I got a job in America, upstate New York.
Doing the same thing, lecturing in history?
That's right, in a woman's college.
How long did it last?
Half a term.
What happened?
I quit.
Why?
There was this girl, a student in my class, emotionally unbalanced. A sort of love-hate thing fixed on me. She came into my room one night, put it all out on me, how unhappy she was, how it would be all right if only I could care for her a little. When I tried to get her out, she raised the roof, accused me of trying to assault her. The dean said there'd be a full inquiry. I told her in that case what she could do with the job.
You were afraid of the inquiry?
If the dean wasn't prepared to accept my word before that of a girl obviously unbalanced, then I didn't want to know.
You're proud.
I was short of time then. Or so I thought.
All set to go.
Good. Run it. What do you think of that?
I think that, without any doubt at all, it was the most revolting thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
You saw nothing artistic in it?
Is that what the creep from Wilkins claims?
We don't know who the creep is. We thought you might, being in the business.
Now, look, I serve picture postcards and calendars. Nothing to do with pornography. Where did you get it?
Oh, one of those ironic little quirks I was telling you about. Bristol had a tip-off that a kinky party was coming up at a private club. They raided it and found this movie instead.
Oh, someone saw it and knocked her off.
You know that?
You have a better idea?
Well, no. Not offhand.
So we start from square one.
The creep who made the film.
It shouldn't be too difficult to find him, should it?
You'd say it was a professional job, would you? The camera work?
Oh, for sure. There was no mud behind that camera.
It narrows the field, but not all that much. There must be hundreds of professional photographers even in this neck of the woods. Also, it could have been shot anywhere, so that adds up.
It was shot down here on the moor. In the exterior sequences, you get a clear view of Craig Tor.
How about the cottage? You recognize that, too?
No, I didn't.
You sure?
Certain. Look, can't the people in Bristol help? The people who run the club?
All they get is a phone number to call, and that's changed each time.
And there's a code. And the film is delivered and collected after dark, so no one gets a good look at the carrier. Emma, are you sure? You work around photography. Doesn't a cameraman, a director, leave his handwriting on a film so that the initiated at least can spot it?
I don't know who made it. I told you. But I do know this. He doesn't deserve to be alive.
Oh, I don't know. Is he any more to blame than the people who pay for it?
This load of filth resulted in someone's murder.
The girl didn't have to be in it.
All right, you made that point. I'm naive. She was nothing but a little tramp after all. Can I go now?
Where were you in the early hours of Monday morning?
Asleep. I can't prove it, though. You see, my cat doesn't speak English.
Harry, I can't help feeling a bit sorry for Hammer, can you?
No, I don't know. Maybe he thought less about his own soul and more about... I don't know. I'm only a policeman, not a darn philosopher.
Well, what do we do now?
The long, tedious haul again. Start checking, as he says, all the photographers in the area. Get a blow for that cottage and trace the owner. Plod, plod, plod. I'll get there in the end.
Oh, he isn't here. He's over at the cathedral rehearsing for Tuesday's recital.
When do you expect him back?
He's not coming back. I thought you were in Dudley.
Rose, you have charge of all the accounts, don't you?
Well, not all of them. I do the daybook and the petty cash.
How about the models? How are they paid?
We don't use many. When it's an advertising or publicity job, the agency send their own models.
But when we do use them, who pays them?
Well, I do as a rule.
By check or cash?
However they want it. Cash more often.
Suppose Mr. Earl wanted to make an exceptionally large payment by cash. Would you go to the bank and draw it for him?
Like as not, I would.
And there's a record of it?
Oh, yes. We have to keep records for the tax.
Rose, do you recall drawing out £300 for him?
£300? Oh, I don't think so. When exactly?
6 or 7 weeks ago.
No. No, I'd remember a sum as big as that.
Suppose he drew it out. Would you have a record?
If he drew it on the office account.
And if he drew it on his private account?
He has a separate book for that.
And where's that kept?
In his desk.
Rose, I want you to do something for me. A very special favor.
Piper. All right. I'll go down there. Get the car out. Roy?
Yeah?
You can stop the machine.
Oh, what's happened?
The case just came to an end. Arnold Rowland shot himself.
When?
A few minutes ago. Some kids playing near the rugby ground saw a red coupe drive up and a man go into the changing rooms. Then they heard a shot. They told a milkman he phoned in. The thing that made the kids stop and stare was that all he was tricked out in was football togs. County jersey, boots, the lot. He was even carrying a scrum cap.
Make way, please.
Please. Excuse us.
Excuse me,
please.
Well, I don't see anything.
Over there, on the massage table. I suppose this is what you'd call a ritual suicide.
But why?
Why did he shoot himself?
No, why all the elaboration? Getting into his football gear, laying himself out here like this.
Perhaps that's the saddest part of the whole thing. He wanted at the end to go back to the days when life was good. When he wore that jersey on Saturday afternoons and the crowd roared and he was a hero. A man among men. When life had no more problem than, well, more taxing than how to smuggle the ball back from a ruck. At least he tied it up all nice and neat for us. No doubt he left it all on this tape.
It's funny. These recorded words are the last words I'm going to speak on this earth. And yet now I'm sitting here in front of the mic. None of it seems real, as if it all happened to someone else. How do you begin? You want some facts, don't you? Right. When did I first see her as a woman? I can't give you the exact time, day of the week, even the month. But it was evening, after hours. We were dressing out the window together. For the first time, I noticed what beautiful hands she had. I was gone. Completely gone. I was in love with her. I worked with her every day, yet she remained the original enigma, the smile on the Mona Lisa. I'm going to spare you and myself the details of what happened the next few weeks. She goes on working for me like nothing's happened. I am servilely grateful for any sweet crumb of comfort, a smile, even an acknowledgement of the fact that I'm living and breathing. We come to the night before she died. That night, more to get away from myself and my thoughts, I drove over to a small club outside the city. A little gambling, music, pleasant bar. Chap who runs it, an old mate, says, "I'm glad you showed up tonight, Rowley. We're having a special film show for a select circle. £8 a head, and 12, perhaps 15 guys. Long room over the garage." The man was right. A special film. Very special. She was in it. That nice, rather shy girl. Serious student of history. With those fine hands. The star of a blue movie. And not looking as though it's any great agony that her arm had been twisted. Oh no, just the reverse. She really put her heart into her work. And that was how she got the 300 quid. Next night, I wait for her in the close under that big copper beech. She comes out of Hammers after midnight. I stop her. She's tired. Has an early lecture. Won't it keep till the afternoon? It won't keep till the afternoon. So, we walk through the sleeping streets, and presently we're on Stephen's Meadow. I tell her about the film. I tell her what it does to me. I say, you can imagine how I felt, what I suffered. Seeing the girl you're in love with want to marry doing those things up there on the screen in front of a group of sweaty-faced men. You know what she did? She laughed at me. Like it was the funniest thing she ever heard. She laughed at me. I went berserk. There was a large stone. Afterwards, I dropped her off the bridge. That's it. It's all yours now.
I'd get through the cynical trust, Roy. You can shrug that off, just one of those things.
Easy, Harry. Put me down.
Sorry. I used to take a liberal view of all this. The peddling of porn, striptease, dirty books, blue movies, part of democracy. If people want that stuff and are prepared to pay for it, why not let them have it? What harm does it do? Real harm. Actually, I used to think it was all rather sad. You know, tired businessmen having to get their kicks that way, furtive, in the dark. But criminal, no.
The girl's culpable. You know that. She didn't have to do it.
How culpable? Is the exploited equal in guilt with the exploiter? I doubt that. Besides, who knows what pressure a 19-year-old dolly bird is subjected to by a sex-ridden society?
So, what now?
Well, you get the rotten. You get the man who made the film, of course.
Any ideas?
Ideas? Hunch, perhaps. No, more than a hunch. A growing conviction. I wonder why I didn't think of it before. Graham Earl.
Graham Earl? Pillar of the cathedral, one of Ashminster's leading and most respected citizens.
Oh, Charlie Peace played the organ boy. Dr. Crippen was highly respected. Hammer took her to Earl for a job.
He told her no.
But seeing his chance to up the market value of the product. Fresh-looking young girl, college student, instead of the beat-up old coal ladies they usually use in a porn movie. Oh, yes, I can see it. Earl makes his approach privately, not in the office where no one knows. You know, she's bored. Well, the boredom enters into this, too, if you think about it. He puts it to her. No real harm in it, Ducky. An artistic endeavor. Better to show people making love than making war. And there's 300 big, lovely smackers in it for you.
If he did that, if it was Earl, he's a whole lot better judge of character than Hammer.
And that, my friend, would not be difficult. When it comes to understanding what's happening today, judging the people who haven't been dead 100 years, James Hammer is among the worst. Well, we'll go along and have a little talk with Mr. Earl. It could be revealing. Very revealing indeed.
James, I thought you were in Dudley. I'll get to the point, Earl. For a whole year, I've hated your guts. Sometimes it's been so intense, it's been like a pain. Are you drunk? I've hated you because you're the most loathsome of all things. A hypocrite. Mealy-mouthed but slimy. Serving your church but making it pay off big. Friend of the dean and chapter and taking the old payola. Choir groups, school groups, the plushier weddings. The honest photographer. Look, if you think... You work it on me, too. Chap down on his luck needs a place to live. You can help. Bit of charity. An attic in the close. Cathedral property. You know how to fix it. For me. You get the lease and sublet to me for 30% more than you pay for it.
This is absurd.
I know, Earl. I've known a long time. The hatred I've had all these months is nothing to what I feel now. Since I've seen that load of photographic filth you've no doubt made a packet out of.
What are you talking about?
I have proof, the facts. I recognize your flowing style. You're a darn fine cameraman, I'll give you that. I also recognize that little hideaway of yours on the moor. You got a little careless there, Earl, letting that be seen so clearly.
This is proof?
This is proof.
What are you going to do with it? Give it to the police? James, let's talk this out like rational men. If I had not accepted the commission to make that film...
Someone else would have done it.
Of course.
The standard get-out clause, everyone uses it. The Fifth Amendment.
I had to have the money. Yes, I was pushed. Soaring cost of living, 2 sons at university. I had no room for manoeuvring.
You had to have a new business in Dudley.
The only way I could meet my obligations. Well, what's so wrong, so hypocritical in meeting one's obligations?
Is that what you're getting me into? A pornography factory in Dudley?
No. I bought the business out of the proceeds of the film.
And other films like it.
All right, but that was my last.
From now on, you play it clean?
I have no need to take the risk. The pressure's off. Look at this realistically, James. Lift your head from the history books. People are different today. Their needs are different.
As the young say, better show them making love than war.
Is that how you pitched it to her in those words?
What difference does it make?
The difference it makes, Earl, is that girl is dead. The difference it makes is that girl was murdered.
But not because of the film.
Certainly because of the film. A matter of days after this revolting epic is finished, she's pulled out of the river. Coincidence? We're being rational. Of course she was killed because of the film.
Do you know that for a fact?
I don't know the details. I don't know the person who bashed her head.
You don't even know for sure that it was murder. For all you know, it could have been suicide.
She drowns herself in an access of shame at what she's done. Earl, I saw that film less than an hour ago.
Then you know she wasn't worth bothering about. You know she had no more moral sense than a... What are you doing?
I'm going to throw you out of this loft.
You're out of your mind. Let me go.
It was enough to kill that organist of the 1840s.
There are people down there, witnesses.
Over you go!
Help! Up here, help!
Fitzroy, out of the way!
Don't be a fool!
I tell you...
Sorry about that.
Why the heck couldn't you leave it be? Oh, you pack a punch.
Are you all right?
Winded.
Now, sit down. Mr. Earl, we have certain information about the making and distribution of a pornographic film.
Now, look. You can't believe all Hannah says. And I can explain it in a way. True, it was my cottage.
You shot the film in your cottage, yes.
I'm not saying anything.
You already said a mouthful.
I was unnerved. The man was trying to kill me.
Roy, take Mr. Earl to the office, will you?
I say nothing without my lawyer.
You'll have your lawyer.
Mr. Earl.
All right. But you're making a mistake. You'll hear more about it. I can promise you that.
You're right, Hannah.
Why did you have to butt in?
Butting in is my business.
Why didn't you let me throw him over?
What good would that have done you?
He killed that girl. But for him, she'd be alive now.
That isn't the literal fact of the matter. The literal fact of the matter is that Arnold Rowland killed her.
You know that for a fact?
Positive. He shot himself an hour ago. That's a confession on a tape recording.
Oh, no.
He wanted to marry her. Saw the movie at a stag party. When he taxed her with it, she laughed. That drove him over the edge.
Something else Earl has to answer for.
Yes?
How will he answer for it? You'll charge him under the Obscene Publication Act?
Anna, you had a university education. You know we don't make the laws.
And he'll get what, a few months?
If that.
Okay, I'll get him when he comes out.
Let's have that again.
I'll get him when he comes out.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. I'm not just shooting off my mouth.
You won't do anything like that, Hammer. You're pretty short on common, but you're not a complete net.
All right, you tell me. You're the realist, the one who knows the full score.
All right. He's vermin. But you destroy him and you spend the next 10 years in prison. This proves anything?
Look, I had a hand in this too, you know. I led that girl to her death.
How the blue blazes did you come to work that one?
I took her to his office. I advised her to stay on with Rowland.
You're determined to get in on the act, aren't you? Get a chunk of the action. You have to be guilty, don't you? Maybe you led your wife and child to their death.
I was driving the car.
That's what I mean. You have to hog the action. Listen, boy. I didn't know your lady wife or your little boy. But I do know about Miss Joan Kendall now. Short course but packed, as you might say. I don't suppose Mr. Graham Earl had to use a thumbscrew to get her to be in the film, do you?
Now, look here,
Answer the question.
Oh, no.
As to her modesty being outraged, her virtue embarrassed by the honest, if somewhat bucolic attentions of poor old Rowley. When he told her he had seen her in that movie, she laughed.
There is a moral issue.
Will you listen to me? She laughed at him, Hammer. She laughed in his face.
That doesn't exonerate Earl.
Now,
not in my eyes.
Listen, you're not going to exonerate or unexonerate anyone. But come back to what you really can do, teaching history. You can't do much harm there.
Thanks.
And also, you might have a better influence on the next Joan Kendall you meet. You might be able to stop her selling herself for 300 quid.
You think so?
I wouldn't put my money on it. Go on. I'll buy you a beer. I know how you feel, but it's all in a day's work. Honestly. I promise you.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
Robber and the Priest.
It is often stated by opponents of the Church that she condemns those who innocently and unwittingly commit deeds which she, the Church, regards as sinful. And this is, of course, not so. An action, a word, or thought is only wrong if we know it in the first case to be so. And with this full knowledge, persist in going our own way. Let me conclude by quoting the words that great poet and dramatist of our times puts into the mouth of one of his characters.
Ah, here it comes.
If we were all judged according to the consequences of all our words and deeds, beyond the intention and beyond our limited understanding of ourselves and others, we should all be condemned.
I told you so. £0.5 crown you owe me.
Quiet, Colonel.
So, if in your words, actions, and thoughts you do not intend to defy or ignore what your conscience tells you to be the will of God, then you remain as innocent of evil as a newborn babe. Oh, and one final and personal remark. I should like to say how touched and grateful I am that some of you, with all the calls I have to make on your generosity from time to time, still contribute to the fund for the restoration of our crucifixion stained glass window. Indeed, I am hoping, when I empty the box after the service today, that I shall find we have reached the halfway figure to our target, which is, as you know, £200. And now for our final hymn today, we will sing, Now Thank We All Our God.
Would you like to come back to the vicarage for a cup of coffee, Colonel?
Oh, would I be in the way?
You can help Stephen count the collection.
Oh, very well.
Good morning, Mrs. Slater.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Glossop. How's Mrs. Glossop?
She's gone to Colchester today. I'm afraid the vicar's just a little too much of a spike for her, if you'll forgive me. But I tell her it's the same God, isn't it? Does it matter where you worship him?
Quite.
And this is a beautiful little church. Beautiful little church. I can quite understand the vicar and his stained glass window. In fact, I've got £0.5 crown for him.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Glossop. Thank you.
And how's Mrs. Glossop? Well, she's in Colchester.
Oh, she thinks I'm a bit of a spike, doesn't she? Oh, good morning, Miss Faraday.
Goodbye,
Mrs. Faraday. Goodbye, Colonel.
Oh, before I forget, Colonel, here's your £0.5 crown.
Oh, thank you. Well, is this the place to conduct your financial transaction?
Well, it's your fault, Stephen.
Mine?
The Colonel bet me £0.5 crown you couldn't keep T.S. Eliot out of your sermon.
Yes, yes. However, it's an ill wind.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I've asked the Colonel over for a cup of coffee now.
Oh, right, my dear. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Come along, Colonel. We can read a scandal in the Sunday press. Anything spicy in the news?
No, just a lot more about these train robber fellows and what's happened to all that money.
Will they ever get it back?
Nearly £1 million? Well, most of it's outside the country, I should say.
Well, there must be some of it still about. Sugar?
Thank you. A wonderful bit of organisation. we could do with some of these fellows in the government.
Oh, surely we're robbed enough as it is.
Thank you. Well, yes, but if we've got to be robbed, it might as well be with efficiency.
Now, Colonel, you do sound conventional. Look, if you'll excuse me a moment, I must put the oven on. Will you answer that for me, Colonel?
Yeah, right, yes. Hello? This is the vicarage.
Good morning, Vicar.
I'm not the vicar.
Oh. Are you the curate?
You must be out of your mind.
Thank
so
you,
sorry.
Colonel. Hello?
Hello. Hester Pringle here.
Oh, yes, Miss Pringle. I'm afraid my husband's not back from church yet, but can I give him a message?
Well, I've been expecting to hear from him.
Is it about the stained glass window?
Yes. If he could telephone me, I've got a suggestion for him.
Well, look, he shouldn't be long. I'll tell him as soon as he comes in.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's the artist who's working on the stained glass window.
Oh, I see.
Stephen wrote to the Reigate College of Art and they suggested her.
Well, I must say I admire him over this appeal. He couldn't have been more determined if it had been the Leonardo cartoon.
Oh, if my husband hadn't been a clergyman, I think he'd have been a patron of the arts, or at least if he had money, he'd have been both. Oh, there he is. We're in the front room, Stephen.
Oh, right.
Look, if you want some coffee, bring another cup.
Oh, haven't we any sherry for the Colonel?
Well, if we had, he wouldn't touch it.
Well, I think I will.
All right, well, put the loot down there while I get the sherry.
Oh, that's no way to refer to the Sunday collection. My wife, I fear, persists in relating my approach to the congregation with that of a robber to his victims.
If there's the right reasons, darling.
You can't rob for the right reasons. Huh? Well, if a fellow swindled me out of my money, wouldn't I be justified in employing any means to get it back? Any means within the law.
Don't pursue it, Colonel. My husband's principles are as unswerving as his taste. There, drink your sherry, darling.
Thank you.
Oh, and when you've finished, will you ring Miss Pringle? She's got a suggestion to make.
A suggestion? Oh, I hope she doesn't want any more money.
I thought you'd agreed on the thing.
No, yes, I mean more in advance.
In advance? Do you mean you paid her some already?
No, only towards the purchase of the actual glass.
Wasn't that taking a chance?
I don't think so. I had a glowing account of her work from Reigate, and she seemed an honest enough girl.
Yes, but what if something happened to her before it was finished?
Oh, that's a thought.
Not a very cheerful one.
How would you face your parishioners?
Well, naturally, I should render an account and, well, if necessary, reimburse them.
Oh, what with?
We'd have to pawn my jewellery, dear. Both earrings. Oh, that's another thing my husband could have been, Colonel. A gambler.
One has to take a risk sometimes.
Oh, there you are. Oh, well, you ring her up while we count the filthy lucre raised by your trusting flock.
Oh, very well. Oh, here's the key.
Sweet. Heavens, there's a father. Oh, Mrs. Hasty again, I suppose.
Oh, no, she'd have told me.
Oh, Colonel, it was you.
Oh, well, I know my right hand shouldn't know what my left one's up to, but I can't resist it.
Which one do I shake?
Hello?
Oh, Miss Pringle.
Yes, Vicar. I trust that is the Vicar.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry I wasn't in when you rang.
I've been hoping to hear from you.
Oh, well, I've been waiting till our fund topped the 3-figure mark.
How much do you think you've got now?
Well, I should say £100 odd. A few shillings either way.
That's enough.
I beg your pardon?
Hello? Are you there?
Yes. I'm afraid I don't know what to say.
What's the matter?
It's so very short of our agreement.
That's all right.
You mean you'll complete the job for that sum?
It's completed. That's a surprise I had for you.
Oh, dear me.
You see,
it's completed and she doesn't want any more money.
Well, say thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to bring it down, or would you rather see it first?
Oh, I'll come and collect it.
Okay. Tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Take the cheque with you.
I'll bring the cheque with you. Me.
There's just one point. If it's not terribly inconvenient, I'd rather you paid me in cash.
Yeah, well, yes, I'm sure that's all right.
Nothing shady. It's just that I haven't a bank account.
Oh.
And it's a little easier for tax reasons.
I didn't hear that. I'll draw the money out first thing and come straight up.
Look forward to seeing you.
Yes. And Miss Pringle, I do thank you. Most sincere.
Oh, that's okay. Bye.
Goodbye. Well.
Stephen.
Oh, it's difficult to know what to say.
Yes, hadn't you better take me along as bodyguard?
There is a lot of money to carry about with you.
The good Lord has looked after us very well up to now. I'm sure he'll continue to do so.
Good morning. Oh, hello there, Father.
Oh, I wonder now, would you be kind enough to tell me, have I must have turned into Farm Lane?
Oh, no, it's just there.
I'm down on a visit to my sister and brother-in-law, and I always miss the way. Proctor, the grocer.
Oh, I know them well. Now, are you staying long?
No, I'm going straight back, sir. You're looking at my suitcase. That's for the goodies. They never let me go without a great parcel of eggs and butter. They can say what they like about Bartry hens, but you can't beat real fresh eggs and butter.
I imagine the hens would agree with you.
They would that. Anyway, I mustn't keep you.
Oh, well, we'll talk again when you're down next.
That we will. Good day to you.
Oh, good day to you.
Hello there.
Oh, it's you.
That's a friendly welcome.
I was expecting you last night.
Oh, I had a certain amount of difficulty in encountering your man.
You shouldn't have.
I've only been out 2 days. I wanted a bit of a party. Is Kitty around?
She doesn't even know you're out. I thought it was best not to tell her you were coming. You'd have had difficulty in getting away, and she'd have insisted in preparing a parcel of groceries for you herself.
I'm with you. I take it you've done that already.
A very generous one, including 24 packets of butter, especially packed.
And what?
Roughly £500 each.
That comes to
£12,000, so be careful.
And me, scunt, there's irony for you. I wouldn't say no to a small advance.
Well, I'll let you have a few quid. They'll look after you when you deliver this lot.
So they should. Blowing the town with all their damn stolen currency.
You don't have to do it, you know.
Pat! Oh, how are you, my darling?
A sadder and wiser man. Oh, it's grand to see you, Kitty. Really it is.
Oh, you should have told us you were coming down.
Oh, I've only been out 2 days.
What are you going to do now?
Oh, I'm back at the old job.
Oh, I wish you could get away from these bookie shops and all your gambling friends.
Kitty, if a man's a gambler, he's a gambler, no matter where he works.
It's the occasions of sin you ought to worry about.
Oh, there speaks Mama's daughter.
You'll stay for a few days.
I can't, love. I'm down strictly on business.
What kind of business?
Negotiating.
Who with?
Who for, you mean?
Oh, Pat, you're not up to your tricks again.
Indeed I am. You've heard of a big bank robbery.
You're pulling my leg.
Indeed I'm not. I'm up to my ears in fivers.
Oh, give him a cup of tea.
Well, you see, there was this man on the train. He invited me to play a game of poker, you see. And when I won, we got into a bit of an argument.
What about?
I made certain implications which I was prepared to ignore. And then he called me a damned orangeman. You don't expect me to take that, do you? Imagine what that would have done.
And Mar, too.
Exactly.
Oh, go and have tea.
You're a Sassenach. You won't understand. You live in your own isolated world of chicken and eggs and butter.
That's £5, 7 shillings and sixpence, making a total in the account of 6 and 6 is 1, and we take 1 for it, 11, £102 and 11 shillings.
Oh, it's a little more than I thought.
You probably forgot the interest.
Oh, yes. Now, I'd like to give you a cheque for that sum and draw it out in cash.
You mean mean we can expect to see the new window in the near future?
I'm going to collect it this morning.
Oh, surprise, surprise. You never told us yesterday.
I didn't know until the young lady rang me later.
Oh, yes? Young lady?
The artist. She's very kindly not charging me the full amount.
When one thinks what a lot could be done with that money.
That's what the objectors said to our Lord in the house of Bethania.
I beg your pardon?
John, chapter 12, where Mary poured all that expensive ointment on him, and people complained how much better the money would have been spent on the poor. And you'll remember perhaps how he ticked them off. So I feel I have a suitable precedent. And you may recall, too, the name of the principal objector.
Who?
Judas Iscariot.
Yes. Well, you'd like the money in £5 notes, would you, Vicar?
Yes, sir.
The train arriving at platform 1 is for Chelmsford, Sheffield, Witham and Liverpool Street.
Would you mind giving me a hand with one of these?
Oh, certainly.
Oh, it's you, Father.
Oh.
It's a small world, isn't it?
Oh, here, let me help you with your suitcase.
No. If you could just open the door, I'll shut the door.
Yes.
We'll leave the eggs on the floor. I'll put the case up in the rack.
Your relations have certainly been very generous.
How did... Oh, of course I told you. I've enough butter in here to grease the engines of a liner. I thought I was going to miss the train with all this to carry. Thanks very much for your help.
Not at all. At least we've the carriage to ourselves.
You don't mind me travelling up with you, Father?
On the contrary, I'm happy for the company. Do you come down often?
It's a bit quiet for me. I'm a man of the city. I come from Belfast, Father. That is what I call you.
Not many do. I rather like it.
It's the habit of a lifetime. I'm a Roman Catholic. At last, of course.
Roman Catholic? From Ulster?
Why not?
One always assumes, quite absurdly, of course, that all Ulstermen are automatically...
Automatically what?
Well, Protestants or Orangemen.
Orangemen? Orangemen? You don't know what you're saying.
Quite absurd, of course.
I scarred men for less.
Oh, my.
Those were the Orangemen. They've been the cause of all the trouble ever since Oliver Cromwell. And who is responsible for it in the first place? And who has supported them ever since? You lot, sir. Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah.
We're a minority, a considerable minority. We're treated in the most disgraceful way. There are things happening in the north of Ireland that are a disgrace to any civilized country. What do you do for us? Not a single thing.
Well, perhaps the visit of His Grace the Archbishop to the Pope?
What does the Grace know of what goes on the Shankill Road?
Quite. I'm extremely sorry. I naturally never intended to make a derogatory personal remark. Oh, forgive me, please. It just shows how dangerous it is to discuss the subject of religion.
I suppose it's impossible for you to get away from it.
Good point. Would you care for a sandwich?
No, thanks.
Oh. I have a flask of coffee.
I'm not thirsty.
Oh, dear. Oh, how clumsy of me.
Here, let me hold that. You mop yourself up.
Oh, thank you. All over the contents of my briefcase. Oh, how very stupid of me.
Good heavens, Father. Have you been robbing a poor box?
Does look like it, doesn't it?
I wouldn't fancy to carry all that money about.
No, I never have before. This is a particular responsibility, as it isn't really mine.
Other people's money is a great responsibility.
Look at them all. Soaked with coffee.
Don't worry, Father. A fiver's a fiver, no matter what the flavour. Would it be a rude question to ask who they belong to?
To my parishioners.
Sunday collections.
Oh, dear me, no. A special fund to restore a stained glass window. I'm on my way to pick it up now.
And you've collected all that?
£100 and 2 shillings.
What a wonderful flock you have.
It was an answer to prayer.
Do you really believe in that kind of thing?
Oh, I do. And so should you, even if you are a lapsed Catholic.
We don't pray for material gain, Father.
Touché.
I'll have a cup of coffee now.
Oh. I've still a little coffee left.
No, thank you, Father. How much longer have we?
About half an hour.
Would you have any objection if I brought out the cards, Father? Just a while away the time.
Oh, of course not.
Well, let's pull that up. There we are. Spot the lady.
I beg your pardon?
Don't you know the game, Father? It's a speciality of the boys coming back from the races. See these 3 cards?
Yes.
One of them, the Queen of Clubs. Now, I placed them face downwards on the table. You have to pick out the lady, the Queen of Clubs.
Oh, I see. That shouldn't be difficult.
It's not. Will you have a go?
Oh, well,
I'll do it again. What's carefully? There. Spot the lady.
The middle one.
Wrong, Father. Try again. There. Go on, just for fun.
That one.
You're right. That was very impressive, Father. Hey, you wouldn't be trying it on with me, would you?
I beg your pardon?
You haven't played this before?
Oh, good heavens, no.
I don't suppose by any chance you're a card player.
Oh, not really.
Is that so? I like a game of poker. There it's every man for himself. Have you ever played it?
Not since I left theological college. And then strictly for matchsticks.
Oh, that's good, very good. What about a game now for matchsticks?
Oh, good heavens, I couldn't.
You mean you've forgotten the rules?
Oh, no, but I mean, in my position.
Oh, there's nothing immoral in it, Father.
Oh, I know that, and you know it, but it would scandalize many people.
But there's no one here to scandalize. What the eye doesn't see.
Oh, nevertheless.
You're right, Father. Spot the lady.
What? Oh, I wasn't looking.
Right. There.
Oh, that one.
Well, I'll be... You're right. I'm losing my touch. I'll tell you what. I'll give you £1 if you can do it again.
Oh, well.
No liability on yourself, just to satisfy pride.
Very well.
There.
That one.
You're right again. Oh, here. 1 greenback.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
No, Father, no. No, I'm a man of honour. A debt's a debt.
Oh, but I didn't actually accept it.
I didn't say no.
Well, it's extremely generous of you. I shall put it in the collecting box next Sunday.
That's the idea, Father. How about doubling it?
Oh, now. Get thee behind me.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time I've been compared to all night. Well, at least give me the chance to get it back.
Oh, well, yes.
There.
Oh, that one.
You've done it again.
Oh, dear. Oh, I didn't mean to.
Oh, that's why you did it. When a man's all tensed up and worried, he never succeeds to gamble, you understand?
Oh, I'm not a gambler.
Are you sure? I could have sworn you had that look in your eyes. Gambling. It's a drug. You see a lot of it in my business.
Which is?
I'm a tough accountant.
Nothing to do with horticulture.
That's very good, Father. Horticulture, yeah. Oh, I nearly forgot. Here's your £2.
Oh, no, really, please.
Father, I insist, even if I am nearly skint. But you could give me the chance to recuperate my losses.
Very well.
Oh, don't let me force you.
You want me to nominate this lady again?
Oh, let's give her a break and have a round of poker.
I'm a little rusty.
Look, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll deal us both 5 cards each. If you've got the better hand, you won. If not, I won. No bluffing. Just a straight luck of the hand.
Yes.
We'll have a trial run first. Here, your deal.
Oh, very well. Oh,
What is it?
Do you mind if we just pass through this station?
Of course not, Father. Where are we?
I'm not sure, but there's just the one more stop before we get in.
No. Well, no. Well, I think we're clear. Just one little card different, and I've had a flush.
Oh, that's when all the cards are of the same suit, isn't it?
I see you haven't forgotten your theological training, Father. What about you?
Oh, just a pair of twos.
You won that one. Now for 2 quid. Ideal. 2 for you, 2 for me. 1, 2, 3. I think I got you. 3 kings.
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? You were straight. You know a sequence. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That beats my 3. Making another 2 quid I owe you.
Oh, I am sorry.
Here. You'll be able to buy yourself another one if this goes on.
Oh, no, this is very wrong.
Now, what's wrong about it? You're not walking any fast ones. And even if you were, you wouldn't keep the money for yourself. And that would make it all right.
Indeed, it would not.
Why wouldn't it?
However altruistic my intention, if my action involved breaking one of God's commandments, it would be wrong.
No, I'm sure the Jesuits could go around that one.
They produce some very interesting theology.
Never mind that, Father. Let's get on with the poker. A double or quits.
I beg your pardon?
If you win again, that'll be 8. If I win, we're back to where we started. Are you with me?
But that isn't fair on you.
It's my only chance.
But you can afford it.
You want to see my money? Is that it? Never mind, Father. I can cover anything you can put down.
I didn't mean that.
No, you're right. Just a minute. I have a small sum tucked up way up here. There we are.
Oh.
There. £10. Are you satisfied?
I never meant to imply that
you were justified. 2 for you. For me. 1, 2, 3. What have you got?
A pair of queens.
Nothing. Another 8 quid I owe you.
No, I really don't want to take
You've got to take it.
Even if I tell you, it really distresses me.
We're gamblers, Father.
Oh, please don't say that.
Tell you what. I owe you 8, right? Now put your £2 change in my £10, and we'll play for that.
But I've still got another £2 of your money.
I'll put that on too.
Oh, and if you lose that...
I can pay you. Look.
Good heavens.
Besides, my luck is bound to change.
Very well. And if you win, no more.
You're a gentleman, Father. I think I got you. 3 fours. Another flush!
I told you not to...
I don't know what you're looking so miserable for. That's another 14 I owe you. 5, 10, 15. I take a quid. There. 28 quid.
I really don't know what to do.
Stop your moaning.
No, please, won't
Now,
you
look, if you're going to offer me your money back, I'm warning you. Of course, if we had another deal.
I did say that I wouldn't play anymore.
You only said no more if I won, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, it's up to you. I can't say I wouldn't appreciate it. You see, less money.
Yes?
Nothing. I'll have to explain it to the wife somehow.
It isn't that I don't want to.
You mean that?
I should never feel at ease if I thought that through me you were in trouble.
Well, I am, so what are we waiting for? Let's make it around 30. There. I take 3. Yeah, put down another 5. What do you say?
I'm a little confused.
And if I lose again, I stop.
You give me your word of honor.
That I pay?
No, that you stop.
Yes, that suits you.
Mm-hmm.
Well?
A pair of 2s.
A pair of 3s? I never thought I'd win with a hand like that. Thank you, Father. I could have sworn you had me beat there. Let's have your cards. Yeah, have you are. What's wrong?
Nothing.
I thought you'd been pleased.
I am, but...
But what?
What was your hand?
A pair of 3s. I told you.
Yes, of course you did.
Is there something on your mind?
No.
I think there is.
I assure you, I'm very pleased.
You don't look it. What's worrying you?
Nothing. It's just that you usually...
Usually what?
You usually show your hand, and you didn't.
Are you suggesting that I'm cheating you?
No. No, of course not.
Keep your damn money. The first winning hand I have.
I'm sorry. Please forget it.
No, thank you. And it's not even as if you've lost anything. Take it. Take it.
No, I insist. Oh, please, we're coming to a station.
Oh, well, if you insist. Mind you, I've made nothing.
Please pick it up.
Come to think of it, I could just as easily accuse you of cheating.
I didn't. Now, would you mind putting the money away?
Why? It'd make nice reading in the paper. Poker playing parson accused of cheating.
Oh.
That's my money, sir. Perhaps if we had another game.
All right. Provided no one gets in.
I'll make sure they don't. This is the last stop, isn't it?
Oh, dear.
What are you up to?
I'm having a cup of coffee.
Ah, we're lucky. There's practically no one here.
Oh,
for crying out, mind the cards. Where are they?
I put them in my briefcase.
Give them to me. Well, there's my money. 30 pounds of it.
Could I finish my coffee first?
Certainly. To prove that I'm not a cheat, you can deal the cards. Face upwards. I'll double the stake.
I never said you cheated.
The last man who did ended in hospital.
Sure, you don't mean to threaten me.
Out of respect for your cloth, father.
If you like.
Well, let me tell you this. I've no respect for it. You may consider yourself a priest of God, but to me, you're just an English heretic.
That is the remark of an ignorant Irishman.
What's that? Don't push me, sir. Don't push me. I've not much control of my temper.
Look, you've got your money back. Why do you want to go on?
Because I'm a gambler.
And if I refuse?
I wouldn't go back on your word if I were you. There's my money.
I shouldn't be playing with money that's not my own.
You might win.
You're putting me in an impossible position. I'd no idea that you were...
A rogue? Well, I am. Ask any of my friends. But I'm not a cheat. And that's where you made your big mistake.
I repeat again, I never said you were. And if I gave a wrong impression, I can only ask you to accept my apology.
I do. Your deal. And I wouldn't try pulling a communication cord. Unless you want a broken jaw. I mean it.
You'd be had up for assault.
I know that. And I'd go to prison. That'd make an even better story. I've just come from there. For the same reason.
You haven't a grudge, have you?
I wouldn't bother with a psychology, sir. Or perhaps you'd like to hear my confession. Father, forgive me for I sinned. But you wouldn't know about that.
Don't.
Then stop the gob and let's play. We'll be in Liverpool Street in a few minutes.
You could deal.
All right. Hey, where's your money? On second thoughts, I respect your integrity. Even if you don't respect mine.
You're never going to get over that, are you?
No. 3 of clubs, 5 of hearts. For me, 10 of clubs, 4 of clubs. For you, 5 of spades. Ha! 3 fives. You see, I'm not a cheat. For me, 9 of clubs, jack of clubs. Wait for it. Another club and I have a flush to beat you 3. Queen of clubs! I've done it! The lady herself! Right!
Yes. I hope you realize what you're doing. 30 pounds. There.
Look, I nearly lost that. If I had, I wouldn't have grumbled.
You've not lost somebody else's money.
Oh, I'd never do a thing like that. Well, you'll just have to pay them back, won't you?
But the window.
Well, would you like to win it back?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Well, make up your mind.
All right.
Well. What do we play for?
What's on the table, and I'll cover your money.
Was that so? Real sportsman, aren't you?
£60.
Right. Your deal.
No, I'd rather play the other game.
Stop the lady! You're out of your mind. Look, I'm a bit of an expert on that. You were just lucky before.
Nevertheless...
Well, it's your own funeral. Where's the Queen of Clubs?
There, on the top.
Ah, yes, so she is. The last of the flush. Well, here goes. Go on, spot her.
That one.
You're right.
Thank you. My money.
Just a moment. We've plenty of time for another.
I don't want another. I just want my money back.
So do I.
All right.
Double the stake. Come on, have a go.
I haven't that amount of money.
Around 100 then. You got that? Tell you what, to give you a chance, make it the best out of 3.
All right. And here's my money.
And here's mine. You seem very confident.
I am.
Look, why not make it poker? You'll have a better chance.
No, thank you.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Well, here we go. There.
That one.
You're lucky, aren't you?
You'd better hurry up. We're nearly at the station.
So we are. Now, wait for it.
The middle card.
What?
I'm right, aren't I?
You seem very sure of yourself.
There.
All right. You needn't be so damn greedy about it. You've been having me on. You knew all about this game. You must have. Not one man in 1,000 could have followed the cards therein. Admit it. Admit it.
I admit nothing. I only know that I called right.
Called right nothing. We'll have another one.
We can't. We're coming into the station.
We'll have another. And if you don't agree, I'll yell. Let the whole station know I've been playing poker with a parson who cheats.
It's not I who am the cheat, and I only want my money back.
Keep your hands off that money. Give me this note, you fool. You can have your damn money back when I've sorted them out, but I must have them.
No.
You're not leaving this carriage with them. Get them to me. Get them to me.
Help, Porter!
Shut up! This money's not mine, don't you understand?
Please stop this and let go of me.
I'm trying to tell you that this money's stolen.
I don't believe you. Let me go.
Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, turn it off for a sec.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, don't you talk to me like that.
This man is assaulting me.
He's shitting me out of my money.
What's that?
You are me. All right. We'll just have a little nada and the buffet. I want to explain something to you. I don't want explanation.
Let the gentleman be.
Let me out. Stop him.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on my luggage. Hey, come back, sir. Come back, sir. Come back, miss. Come back.
Excuse me, sir.
Now get out of my way. Can't you see I'm in a hurry?
I'm sorry, sir. Police. Are you Mr. Patrick Mulhoney of 6 Castle Buildings, W14?
What about him?
We'd like a word with you, please.
Look, I have to catch my friend. He's a clergyman.
I'm sorry, sir. If you'd be good enough to come with us to the station, we can talk it
What's all this about? Are you arresting me?
We have reason to believe you could help us with some inquiries we're making.
I've only been out of the neck a couple of days.
We know that, sir. I suggest it would be to your own interest.
I don't suppose I've any choice. All right.
What about your possessions, sir?
Possessions? I don't have any.
You don't mind if we check on that, sir?
But, officer, this is a waste of time.
Now, this was your carriage, wasn't it, sir?
Yeah, I found a couple of fivers on the floor. Am I supposed to look after them too?
Fivers? I haven't seen one in years.
Then what are all these other bleeders doing in this package? Been robbing us back, governor?
I can explain all this, Inspector.
Of course, sir. At the station. We'll see to the rest of your luggage. All of it.
Well, all of it's not there.
What do you mean?
I mean, some of it's disappeared. And if you want to get it back, you better find that reverend gentleman. He's got 100 of his stolen notes. Wouldn't it be fair to try and find him? Just to let him know, like.
And where do you suggest we do that?
After what he's been through, I should think he's need a drop of the hard stuff. You might have a look in the buffet.
All right. Come along, then.
Could I please have a glass of whiskey?
Got a large one, dear?
Thank you.
Not feeling too well, dear?
No, a parochial trouble, sinner.
Oh, I have the same in my stomach. Here, my dear. 5 shillings and 6pence, please.
Thank you.
There he is. There's your man. Forward!
Oh, dear.
Forward! Don't run away. I'm well under control. These 2 good-looking fellas are from the police.
Good heavens.
Good morning, Padre.
Father. He prefers father. He's one of these high-class heretics. Not that you ignorant lad would understand that.
Ah? Detective Inspector O'Sullivan, sir. This gentleman tells me you're in possession of a sum of money which you gained from him on the journey up from Colchester.
If he has any accusations to make, I should be only too happy to come to the police station and answer them there. But not here, please.
I'm not making any accusations yet. Listen, here. You know I told you that money was bent.
Bent?
Stolen, you. I'm telling you, that money you won from me wasn't mine.
Whose was it?
I don't know whose it was.
We have reason to believe, sir, that the money was part of a larger sum stolen in a recent bank robbery.
You see, I was telling you the truth.
You mean that some of this money is not rightfully mine?
I'm afraid not, sir. If you'll come along with me, we'll be able to sort it out.
Look, he's on his way to pay for a holy wonder.
We'll drive you there, sir, as soon as we've finished. It shouldn't take long. Take that man to the station, Sergeant. We'll pick up a taxi, sir.
And don't forget the reward. There's a reward for anyone assisting in the recovery of the money. And without your assistance, they'd never have recovered this lot. 12,000 quid. And if they want any corroboration, I'm prepared to commit myself an oath. As a gentleman. Although I still don't believe you won the money by fair and square.
I'll take him along, then.
And I hope one day you'll give me the chance to get it back again.
Good day to you.
And the same to you, Father.
To say the least.
What happened when you got to the station?
It all took much longer than we thought. I rang Hester Pringle several times. Eventually, she very kindly said she'd bring the thing down tomorrow herself.
And what about this reward?
No, apparently there's something in it. The inspector, who couldn't have been more decent about the whole thing, said he'd ring me this evening. Stella, I shall never forgive myself for being involved in such a mishap.
Oh, why? I mean, you hadn't stolen the money. Oh, look, in a few months we'll be laughing about it.
I don't think so.
Well, at least it was very clever of you to get the better of a crook.
I don't think he was being crooked with me.
You're not being generous, are you, dear?
No, I think that even when he turned nasty and forced me to play, he still intended to get his money back by superior skill.
And you were more skillful than he was.
Hardly.
Well, you picked the right spotted lady, or whatever you call her.
Yes. But that wasn't due to skill.
Oh, well, intuition or luck.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't luck, either. Oh, if it hadn't been for his menacing attitude, I probably shouldn't have done what I did. I was very scared, Stella.
Oh, darling.
No, I've always been rather a physical coward.
Oh, nonsense. Well, go on.
And I only wanted to get back my parishioners' money. I didn't intend to profit myself.
Oh, never mind the extenuating circumstances.
I cheated.
I know. But how?
I happened to know that a certain card was marked.
You mean the spotted lady?
Yes. And I took advantage of my knowledge.
You mean he marked it?
No. I had. Accidentally.
What with?
Coffee.
Coffee?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Stella, please.
Coffee. Oh, no.
Stella.
I'm sorry. Oh, coffee. I honestly don't. When?
Well, it must have been at the last stop, just before we played the final hand of poker. The Queen of Clubs happened to be the last card dealt, and...
Oh, dear.
Well, I noticed the slightest stain on the bottom left-hand corner.
And?
I'm afraid I succumbed to temptation. I quite deliberately suggested changing to the other game because I knew I couldn't lose.
Yeah. Oh, no, darling, you're being too harsh on yourself.
I was guilty of a double deceit. I've no excuse.
The Lord knows how you'll punish yourself for it.
I can only hope he forgives me.
And it'd be wrong if you didn't. Besides, there is a precedent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I seem to remember the second thief on the cross. The one who didn't defy him.
How strange you should say that. Oh, well, that could be the inspector. Hello? Oh, good evening, Inspector. Yes. I see. Well, thank you for the trouble you've taken. Well, I feel this is false pretenses. I see. Well, thank you again, Inspector. Yes. Good evening. Well, that's it.
The reward?
Yes. Well, they're undoubtedly stretching a point, but it seems I shall be receiving a sum of around £300. If I accept it.
Oh, well, I think it would be discourteous if you refused it.
I could at least pay Miss Pringle her full fee.
Yes, quite.
Not only that, I was thinking, on the way back in the train, there's something else I'd like to do.
Yes?
When I commissioned the crucifixion, I always visualized it as a centerpiece of a triptych in glass, so to speak, behind the main altar. I never imagined that such an idea could ever be realized. But with this unexpected windfall, I'm tempted to go ahead with it now.
What is it?
As I said, the crucified Christ on the center panel, and on either side...
Mary and Joseph? Two saints?
I rather thought the two robbers.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
Talk of the Dead.
Kindling the consciousness, stirring the senses, voice tentacles from the darker yesterday, the half-forgotten past, half-remembered, words across a wilderness of nothing vibrating, talk of the dead.
Well, that's the end of the poem. If you feel you must applaud, now is the time.
Put on the lights, Jill. You're nearest.
Right.
Well, it sounds effective enough when you read it, Fedora. When I tried you, I couldn't make head or tail of it.
Oh, does it matter? I thought your only criterion was whether it's sold or not.
Oh, please don't make me into a complete moron. Shall I switch this tape recorder off?
If you would be so kind, Jocelyn.
Anyway, here's to you, Fedora, and to our 7th success.
Yes, rather.
Okay.
Congratulations, Mrs. Grant.
Just as well you made this a weekend party, Fedora. Looks rather as if you're going to be cut off again, and us with you.
That's why I made it a weekend party. Mother takes the weather bulletin as gospel. It usually is.
Well, it was this time, Mrs. Grant.
And is the party complete? Not that anyone could join us now.
No, it isn't. I'm expecting Margaret and Andrew Shentel.
Oh, I don't know them, do I? Husband and wife?
Mother and son.
Well, it doesn't look as if they'll make it.
Look across at the road.
The road?
If it isn't underwater yet, then they've still got a chance to get here.
Oh, well, I'll have a look. Well, no, it isn't, but the water's perilously close.
And what happens when the road is underwater?
Oh, then we're cut off. Don't be alarmed, Mr. Parker. There's no real danger. We're far too high to be affected. As you can see, the road is also raised.
Oh, I'm not alarmed, Mrs. Grant, just interested. I'm not used to being cut off by the sea.
If you live in the British Isles, you must be. Anyway, you're not cut off yet.
I'd say it was only a matter of hours, Fedora, perhaps less.
We live on an island, and when the sea cuts the road, it's a small island, that's all. We have ample supplies of tinned food, quite apart from the extra supplies I ordered for the weekend. Hubert could afford to lose a bit of weight.
I say, that's a bit below the belt.
Well, your trouble, Hubert, is that you've always had too much below the belt.
What do your friends drive?
A car. What do you think, a drosky?
What make of car?
Oh, how on earth should I know? It's a brown coupe.
Well, it could be at that. Well, it looks as if they're going to make it. Who are they, by the way?
Andrew is my doctor, dear boy. Margaret's his mother. Withered, 70-ish, untalented, uninteresting, unprepossessing, and really rather dull.
She sounds enchanting. I'm sure I shall like her. Intelligent people can be a little exhausting.
But they do make you your money, Hilton dear. Something you should always remember.
Something I'm never allowed to forget.
It's these little verbal sallies which make life with the Grants so absolutely fascinating. To some.
A fast decreasing number.
Oh, I don't know.
No, darling, you don't.
I enjoyed your poem very much, Mrs. Grant.
Thank you that you understand it.
Well,
Who was it who said that good poetry could communicate without being fully understood? T.S. Eliot, but that doesn't answer my question. Did you understand it, Mr. Parker?
I enjoyed it.
My mother's always been devoted to the playing of 20 questions, Mr. Parker. Only in her version it resembles something between the Third Degree and the Spanish Inquisition.
Well, personally, I didn't understand it. I make no bones about it. It was quite beyond me. And I don't think I'm a complete fool.
That's been your drawback all through life, Hubert.
What has?
Your refusal to face facts.
Oh, really?
Don't look so hurt, my dear. You're an extremely successful member of Her Majesty's Parliament. If you had brains, you probably wouldn't be. Anyway, your constituency adores you. That's the main thing. They understand you. You don't frighten them.
Honestly, Urs, I don't know what to make of you sometimes. I don't know whether you're insulting me or what.
If I were you, Hubert, I'd remain in delightful ignorance. The dawn can be a little shattering.
Was the title of the poem, Talk of the Dead, inspired by your late husband, Mrs. Grant?
Good gracious, no. James loathes poetry. He loathes anything artistic. I think he may also have loathed me. You're not a reporter by any chance, are you?
No.
He works in a factory, Mother. Doing what, Mr. Parker?
Well,
Working in the laboratory at Grant. In steel.
Well, unless your late husband's enterprise has switched to something else.
Your facetiousness is not the conversationally enriching experience you seem to imagine, Jocelyn.
Yes, it is an old brown coupe.
And the water's lapping over the road. Oh, they just made it.
Oh, yes, that's Andrew's car. They've done the turn-off. Not that I wouldn't know that car a mile off anyway.
And that makes up the party.
It does.
I suppose you have a lightning conductor on this house?
3. James had a positive mania for them.
Oh, good show.
You'll need bulkhead doors if this goes on much longer. Just try the telephone, will you, Gillian? It didn't sound very happy just then.
All right. Oh, you're right. Nothing doing. Dead as a doornail.
Well, really, it's the most tiresome thing. Every time we have the least storm, it packs up.
Well, I wouldn't say this is the least storm, Mother.
If I were to have an attack now, what would happen?
You'd have your doctor by your side within 2 minutes. I can hear the car now.
I'd better go out and meet them.
I'll come with you.
Thanks. Come on.
Who is that rather gauche young man?
You heard what Jill said.
Works in the factory.
That is not what I meant, Hubert.
Oh.
Who is he?
You mean is he listed in Debrett or Burke?
Oh, Hubert, sometimes I wonder why I married you.
Surely it was for his position, Ursula.
I imagine he's Gillian's current boyfriend. The current one? You make the series sound positively extensive. Isn't it about time she took the plunge? She's 29.
Does that seem so old?
To some it might.
You were 32 when you married Hubert.
We had a very long engagement.
Give her time, Ursula. She's not likely to drop dead from old age for a few years yet.
Come in, Mr. My dear Fedora, congratulations.
Thank you. Let me get you both a drink. I'm sure you need it. What will you have, Mrs. Shenfel?
I think a little brandy, if that's possible, Mr. Campbell Davis.
Yes, of course. You, Doctor?
Scotch, please. Quite a lot of soda.
Ice?
Please, yes.
Now, who don't you both know? Oh, my publisher, Hilton Underwood. How do you do?
How do you do?
And Paul Crane, creator of The Scorpion.
How
do you do? I think you've met everyone else.
Yes.
Hello.
Well, it seems you only just made it, Mrs. Shenfel.
Another half hour, and we wouldn't have done. Please forgive me, Mrs. Grant, for being so late. I'm afraid I haven't had a chance to change either.
I'm really quite cross. We were all ready to set out, and inevitably the phone went, and Andrew had to rush out to see a patient. A patient with a bleeding nose.
You can die of a bleeding nose.
So I believe.
But no one ever does, or ever has, as far as I know.
Well, you're cut off now, Doctor, so what happens if someone else has a bleeding nose?
Oh, I've got a locum until Monday morning.
Oh, I'm glad. And I'm glad you're here, Andrew. I'm living on borrowed time. It would be dreadful if I were to have an attack and nobody could get to me.
You're not going to have an attack. So the situation, even if I weren't here, doesn't arise. How are you feeling?
My heartbeat seemed a little on the fast side.
Did you have a phenobarb?
Yes, at 4.
Oh, good.
You did bring your bag with you, just in case.
I won't need it, but I did. Force of habit.
For a doctor, it's a sound habit.
Here you are, Mrs. Shenfel.
Thank you.
Hey, Doctor.
Oh, thanks. Cheers. Here's to talk of the dead.
It's talk of the dead, Andrew. There's a pause.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, here's to its success.
Well, Fedora's slim volumes are always a success.
Nobody else for a drink?
We're not all fishes, darling. Well, I'd love one, Hubert, please. Sherry, dry.
Well, give us your glass.
And let me take yours too, Chris.
Thanks.
Oh, well, if it's going to develop into an orgy, I'd hate to be the only one sober. I'll have the same.
Say the magic word.
Please, Hubert. May I have another drink?
Well, of course, old girl.
And don't call me old girl.
Oh, sorry, old thing.
I wonder if black would suit me.
Oh, what do you mean? Green's your colour.
I think my dear sister would like to kill you, Hubert.
I suppose you don't keep a boat in the garage, do you, Mrs. Grant?
Oh, our isolation is now complete, then?
Well, I suppose a car could get through, a fast car, but it'd leave quite a wake.
When are we going to hear something from the new book, Fedora?
Well, we already have.
Oh. I recorded it on the tape machine and then played it back. I didn't think you'd make it. Or even that you'd be particularly interested if you did. I'd like to have heard something. Is it too much to ask for a repeat performance? Oh, I think so, Margaret. The assembled company seem to find a single performance rather trying on their nerves. A second might do for them altogether.
Well, perhaps later, then.
You know, Paul, it's really quite fascinating watching that road disappear.
Yeah, gives one ideas.
Hmm?
Oh, the usual crime. Now, what an ideal situation for a crime. A robbery, or even murder. Think of it. The police powerless, unable to get through.
The murderer powerless and unable to get out.
Well, that's a good point. But he's foreseen that and made a plan.
Anyway, we're not cut off. There's the phone.
No, Andrew, the phone's dead.
Oh, then we are cut off.
I thought doctors used the word isolated.
All right, isolated. I'm going to enjoy this. The phone is the bane of my existence. As a doctor, I suppose I should regret not being able to go to the aid of suffering humanity. But I don't. I relish it.
If I have another attack, you may have suffering humanity right here.
I don't anticipate a busman's holiday. My services will not be needed, I'm sure.
Well, I don't know so much.
What do you mean?
You don't do feet, do you?
Feet?
I've got the devil of a bunion, putting all my shoes out of shape.
I'll look at it later on. Can you wait?
Oh, yes, of course. Had it for years. 2 hours won't make much difference.
What is the time? My watch has stopped. Getting on for 6. It's quite dark outside. I think the curtains should be closed soon.
Oh, no, please, we'll leave them for a bit. When the moon comes up, it's going to look quite beautiful out there.
Yes, it will. Especially if the water lies for a bit. It's a view I've seen many times. And it's a full moon tonight, isn't it?
I think it is, Mrs. Grant.
If it's not entirely obscured by rain clouds.
Yeah, that's quite a thought.
It's wonderfully peaceful when the water's up. So still, not a sound. Of course, Margaret's been cut off here before, haven't you, Margaret? I have indeed.
I thought sound carried over water.
It does. But the nearest house is 3.5 miles away. Mercifully. Building this particular house in this particular place was one of the few times James knew what he was doing.
That's hardly fair, Fedora. What about steel? What about Grant Enterprise?
That was largely inherited, as you well know, Hubert. James merely developed along certain well-defined lines. He also had a lot of luck.
You know, you should write a book about my dear father sometime, just to get him out of your system.
It's a little late in the day now, Jocelyn. 11 years, isn't it? 11 years.
Well, even I can remember that date. It was 11 years ago that you surprised me by sending me your first collection of poems, Fedora.
11 years? Oh, seems less.
That tape recorder. It was James's, wasn't it?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, it was. How odd that you should remember, Margaret.
Not odd, really. He once recorded my voice. Not many months before he died.
And did you know you were being recorded?
Not at the time, no.
Oh, that was typical of James's sense of humour, if it could be called a sense of humour. He was always doing it to people and embarrassing them.
I wasn't embarrassed.
Then you're very lucky, Margaret. James was positively sadistic with that recorder. As a matter of fact, it was one of the few things closely associated with him that I kept after his death. It proved invaluable to get the sound of my poems. When I speak them, I can't hear them as well.
Surely that recorder is a bit out of date, isn't it?
Oh, it's adequate. Pointless wasting money.
Oh, I quite agree. Still, you can't take it with you.
It would be a disappointment if I could. For my children, I mean.
Really, Mother?
It wasn't only father who had a streak of sadism, apparently.
Do you mean it really was love of me that brought you both so dutifully into the country to celebrate with me the publication of my new book? I thought, in view of my fast declining health, that was merely to remind me of your existence and expectations. Just shows how wrong one can be, doesn't it?
Well, Fedora, I suppose that's one way of killing the conversation stone dead.
Oh, sorry, Hilton, Mr. Crane. Forgive me, Margaret and Andrew. In fact, everybody outside our delightful family circle. We really love each other dearly, the Grants. It's only that as a group of people we're best apart, far apart. Absence has a most beneficial effect on our hearts, those of us who possess them.
You know, there are times when I don't take the Grants very seriously.
Try living with one sometime.
What about it, Joe?
Oh, Andrew.
I think it's a question of mutual stimulation, verbally, and of barks being very much worse than bites.
Could still be quite a nasty bite.
I hope you're using all this, Paul.
What?
Well, you had the locale. Couldn't you also use some of the characters, even some of the dialogue?
Oh, no, not really. I have to know my people and believe in them.
And you don't believe in us?
Oh, it's not that. I don't believe in you in relation to crime. That's all. I'm a crime writer. I don't believe in any of you being capable of evil doing on the scale that interests me. Murder.
I think this is rather a distasteful subject, and that we should not go on with it. Fedora, I should like to hear some of your verse. Surely if the others have already heard an excerpt from your book, we can hear something else from it.
Well, all right, but I've nothing else recorded.
Does it have to be recorded?
Poetry is a personal thing, and I personally can't speak my lines into the faces of people who are probably listening only to be polite.
Please, Fedora.
Oh, I'm not suggesting that that's the case with you, Margaret. But people are very snobbish when it comes to verse. That's why I put my main poem, Talk of the Dead, onto tape. I find I can listen with other people's ears. The people who are actually listening with me. Or supposing that they are listening. But still, well, if you really want to hear something...
Of course. What have we got to lose?
Do you want the curtains drawn again, Mother?
Please, Jocelyn. They can be opened again afterwards. For your full moon, Mr. Crane. Well, now, I hope I can remember it for you.
Will you be on light again, Jill?
All right.
This one's called Flood. I wrote it almost exactly a year ago, when we were in rather a similar situation. In the preceding weeks, we'd had drought, so that the rain, and even the flood itself, came as a relief. And the rain fell, never-ceasing needles of silver, probing the countryside, cooling the hot earth, quenching the yearning trees, slaking the thirst of nature. Summer had brought us brown drought. After the blossoms, the dust. The land crying out...
It's hers. Put the lights on quickly. No. She's dead. She's dead.
I'm rather glad you're here, Margaret. I shouldn't relish being here alone in the dark. Perhaps if you'd open the curtains, we might get a little light until they come on again.
Very well.
I'm very sorry if I frightened you.
What on earth are you doing, Mr. Parker?
Your son, Mrs. Central, wanted this bottle out of your car. I volunteered to get it for him.
But why come in this way?
Because, quite frankly, Mrs. Grant, I was blinded by that last flash. I just dashed for shelter. I thought I was going to be struck. I'm terribly sorry. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go and give it to Andrew.
I can't think what possessed him to ask you to go out in this.
Oh, he didn't. I volunteered. He forgot to bring his raincoat. Anyway, he didn't want to interrupt his analysis.
What is all this about analysis?
Well, Ursula's drink.
What about it?
Andrew thinks that it contained a large amount of cyanide.
When I was advocating crime an hour or so ago, I didn't think we'd be faced with one almost immediately.
You think Ursula's death wasn't, well, from natural causes, say?
I think it was murder. That's why I asked you all to be present. You and not the ladies.
Ursula murdered?
Yes, it seems unlikely. But I said also that I thought quite a number of those present in this house could be capable of murder in a given set of circumstances.
There's absolutely no chance of it being suicide?
You can't rule it out. But I don't think she was behaving characteristically. If there is characteristic behavior for an intending suicide...
And an accident is also out of the question?
I don't think people accidentally carry potassium cyanide around with them.
Potassium cyanide?
I analyzed what was left in the bottom of her glass. Fortunately, although the glass had broken, part of it was still intact on the floor. Even in what was left, there was enough to kill a horse.
Huh. That's rather an apt illusion.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Oh, don't tell me we're suddenly becoming pious about the dead.
Of course not.
Or that you liked her.
No, but...
Or that you really cared whether she's dead or not. Well, I hardly knew her, but you don't have to know that type of woman for long to detest her. She was arrogant, selfish, opinionated. All right, so I'm shocking you by saying what you're all thinking. It also shocks people to hear their own thoughts. But what I'm saying is true, isn't it? Even poor old Hubert, ass that he is, lying down there upstairs, wouldn't deny it.
He loved her.
And if you mean he had a mother complex, then I agree with you. He's weak. She was strong. She organized him. She was the backbone he lacked. But you know, even a jellyfish will turn. He'll learn to do without his backbone. In time, he'll even forgot he needed one. He may even grow one of his own. No, as regards Ursula Campbell-Davies, in the words of W.S. Gilbert, she never would be missed.
But if she didn't commit suicide, if she didn't accidentally take poison, if in fact she was murdered, who did it?
Yeah. It's an interesting question, isn't it? Who did it?
Do you mean that one of us in this room is a murderer?
Oh, not quite. Somebody in this house is a murderer.
Well, that's the same thing.
Oh, very far from it. Also in this house, but not in this room, are three members of the opposite, or should I say gentle sex. Lying down upstairs in a state of actual or simulated collapse is Hubert, husband of the deceased, and, if he ever stopped to think, somebody who must have been heartily sick of her, quite apart from financial considerations.
There are none.
What about any inheritance from your mother, which would have gone to Ursula, and which now maybe goes on your mother's death to Hubert?
Hubert's a rich man. Anyway, you can rule him out. He wouldn't have the guts. You could also rule out the gentle sex, as you call it, as well.
Why?
Well, for goodness...
I must say I agree with Jocelyn.
Only because you're feeling rather foolishly chivalrous. Though why Jocelyn is beats me.
I'm beginning to see what makes you my best-selling crime writer.
Thank you, Hilton. Well, what about you, Dr. Shanto? You haven't jumped on the streetcar named Chivalry yet.
No, I haven't. Because I know what you're saying is both logical and apt.
Well, let's take the ladies first. There's Fedora Grant, also laying down upstairs. Personally, I don't think she's an infanticide, but you never know. She's old enough and life-scarred enough to look at her children dispassionately. I shouldn't think there was very much love lost between her and her daughter.
Matter of fact, Ursula had her eye on the main chance all the time.
The main chance being?
Her inheritance. A sizable sum. She's the oldest surviving child.
And the motive for her mother wanting to do away with her?
That's not so easy. I suppose I could suggest various half-reasons, but not serious ones. If you think that my mother is capable of being lethal with anything but her tongue, especially to her own daughter, then you're out of your mind.
Well, there she is, Fedora Grant. Not really a suspect, except that as there aren't many of us isolated here, we must consider everybody.
All I can say is that she's under enough emotional stress to have had another attack.
Actual or simulated?
Ursula was her daughter, Paul.
Then there's your mother, Dr. Shantle.
Even though I realize she's not a possibility, I'm not going to throw up my hands at the suggestion. As you say, we have to examine every possibility. I would just remind you that she's a woman over 70, in failing health, without a motive, at least that I know of.
Well, thank you, Doctor. That's a sensible attitude. And you put your mother's case well.
Who's next? My dear little sister Gillian? Oh, I suppose I should say my remaining sister Gillian.
Yeah. Well, as you don't appear to be grieving too much, perhaps you'd care to tell us something about her.
Well, oddly enough, and without wishing to do her the dirt, she'd make rather a good suspect. She's as frustrated as anybody can be for a number of reasons. Not the least of them being, of course, that she's been tied down here from the moment she got her degree.
Degree?
BA in physics. But she's never been allowed to use it, or to do any of the things she's really wanted to. You see, from the moment she returned from university, she's been holed up here. An unpaid servant, getting her keep as wages. I don't think she even gets pocket money. If Ursula or I had been more generous with our time, we might have been able to help her. But once having escaped from this house, we were loath to return, even in a helping-out capacity, just in case we got trapped again. I suppose in her own quiet way, she must bear quite a grudge against both of us.
The caged bird is always rather bitter about the one flying around outside.
Yes, you're right, Hilton. Mind you, although I can visualize her committing a sudden act of violence, well, I think we're all capable of that, I can't see her engaging in premeditated crime. And this was premeditated, wasn't it? Still, you never know.
Boyfriends?
She's had a few. She's not unattractive. But I think my mother, either by accident or design, and I suspect the latter, has always managed to kill their interest.
This all sounds like a motive for killing Fedora rather than daughter Ursula.
Oh, Mother hasn't long to live, anyway. With Ursula out of the way, Gillian's inheritance will be that much larger.
Surely the same motive applies to you, Jocelyn?
Yes, it does. I only mentioned it so that our self-appointed detective should be aware of the facts. Oh, incidentally, just in case you think I'm being a bit callous about my own flesh and blood, Gillian isn't my own flesh and blood. Or did you already know that?
You mean you're an adopted son?
I mean Gillian is an adopted daughter. So, there you are. The third and last female suspect. That's the picture.
Not quite the complete picture.
Meaning exactly what?
Meaning that Jill and I are engaged to be married.
You are? Well, since when?
Since yesterday.
Well, congratulations.
Yes, of course.
Congratulations.
We decided to wait for an opportune moment to make the announcement. I realize that this is hardly it, but you might as well have the complete picture. And I'd rather you didn't mention it to Mrs. Grant. Not yet.
Oh, of course, yes.
This is all rather interesting.
Sometimes, Paul, I can read you like one of your own books. You're thinking that all this supplies an additional motive, aren't you?
I'm thinking that it strengthens a motive, that's all.
All right, so we've finished with the ladies. Mrs. Grant, Gillian, and my mother. I think we're all agreed that none of them looks very likely, not just because of their sex and what we know of them, but mostly from the fact that they haven't a strong enough motive.
They haven't a strong enough motive that we know of.
All right, I accept the correction. Let's move on.
Well, we've already given Hubert, in his absence, some thought. He has quite a strong motive, and I've no doubt that it's even stronger than we think it is. But funnily enough, I imagine he's the one person who doesn't realize its strength.
Don't be too sure. He isn't quite as big a fool as he looks. He couldn't be.
There is just one other charming thought, Jocelyn.
Yes?
What's that, Paul?
Is it going to stop at Ursula?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you please come, Andrew? Mother isn't too well. Neither's Hubert.
All right, Jill. Don't deal with me too harshly in my absence. I didn't do it.
Come on, Andrew.
Well, exit the marriage that might have been.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, didn't you know? That's been old Margaret Gentle's dream for many a long year. What a hope. They like each other far too much to get married.
Jill never mentioned it.
Well, why should she? When she's got you. Now you're for the slaughter, she can relax.
I suppose that's meant to be both clever and funny. It seems neither to me.
Oh, don't get upset, Mr. Parker. Oh, Jill's not a bad catch, you know. Well, especially now, when the inheritance is to be divided by 2 instead of 3.
You're just a little bit careless, aren't you, Jocelyn?
I'm not over-devoted to crocodile tears, if that's what you mean. Perhaps the reaction will set in tomorrow. So old Andrew's escaped the net once more. Tough luck, Chris.
If you'll forgive me, I'm going to my room for a bit.
I don't think we'll actually be dressing for dinner tonight.
I can't help feeling that whoever murdered your sister made a mistake in his choice.
I hope you both heard that. Just in case he decides to murder me, too.
Do you think he's our man?
I don't see why not. He's as likely as anybody. He might be trying to increase his future wife's inheritance and consequently his own future pocket money. But I don't think he has that much initiative. Still, if I suddenly do get done in, you'll know who'd done it.
Yes. That would make Gillian something of a scoop, wouldn't it?
What's the weather like now?
Oh, it stopped raining. Has for more than half an hour.
Well, then, barring more rain, how long will it be before the road reappears and we cease to be cut off?
Oh, tomorrow midday, I guess. Why? I thought you were rather enjoying all this.
Oh, yeah. I'll probably use some of it in one of my stories, but just at the moment, I'm intent on saving life.
And what are you getting at, Paul?
What I'm suggesting is for your own safety as well as my own, Jocelyn. I'm suggesting that if we're all in this room until tomorrow, nothing can possibly happen.
Except that we shall all go mad.
At least we shall all be alive.
I really believe you are scared.
The enemy I can see, I can handle. I'll take on anybody in this house. If necessary, any two in this house. An attack made on anybody, and if we're all together, can be handled easily. But I think there's danger as being all over the house.
United we stand, divided we fall.
Could be.
Well, I think that's a sound scheme, Paul.
Well, I suppose we can all get blind, stinking drunk. He said that's what Ursula had in mind, wasn't it? Didn't do her much good. Does that mean we can't have a drink? But if so, I think I'd rather take the chance of being alone in my room with a bottle and the door locked. I don't think I could stand everybody together again for 16 hours non-stop without a drink.
We could open new bottles with everybody looking on and each pour our own drinks. That should preclude everything. Except suicide.
Have I got to sit in this wretched wheelchair all night, then?
Yes, Mother, I'm afraid you have. This is where your delight in making witty conversation can have full reign. Witty conversation will be at an absolute premium in the small hours.
I must tell you, Mr. Crane, that I'm not in favor of your methods. I don't think that my daughter met with anything but a natural death.
It was Dr. Schentel who diagnosed Mrs. Campbell Davies' cause of death, not me.
Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Even a doctor can be wrong.
Of course. But not in this case.
Is it really necessary that I be here?
Well, in order to be absolutely certain of a number of things, I'm afraid it is.
Very well.
Paul, I think you should explain to everybody just what you've planned.
Yeah, very well. Now, I realize that I'm an outsider among you. The only outsider here. The Hilton's almost one of the family. But that, in a way, far from disqualifying me from my self-appointed position, is almost a recommendation. I think that maybe most of you will resent my actions, and that I can appreciate. I can only hope that by the time I finish speaking, you'll at least understand my position and agree with the line I'm taking.
Well, for heaven's sake, get it over, and I can go back to bed.
Oh, I'm afraid not. For my plan to succeed, we've all got to remain together in this room until our enforced isolation ends.
And when will that be?
If the rain doesn't start again, about lunchtime tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Well, as I've already said, I'm an outsider. The way I see it, there could be a repetition of what's happened tonight.
For heaven's sake.
Well, I know it's unlikely, but it's possible.
I don't agree. You see, Ursula wasn't...
You don't agree, Jill, because you can't visualize any one of us here killing your sister.
But the cold, hard fact is that someone did kill her. Now, look, I don't want to upset your mother or you or anybody more than is absolutely necessary. I don't even want to go into all the reasons why now. What I do want is for us all to remain together in this room until we regain contact with the outside world.
But that may not be until tomorrow morning.
I know that. It won't be very comfortable. And not for any of us, but I think it's the only plan.
Well, let me give us all a drink whilst we consider. Everybody's here now, so you can all watch me open a new bottle.
Oh. What the heck's causing the lights to flicker like that?
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Crane. It often happens. It happened an hour or so ago.
Yeah, I know.
But I thought you said we were on batteries now, Jill.
We are, Chris. Oh, are we? They took over whilst you were lying down. The power supply was cut more than half an hour ago.
How long do the batteries last?
Almost indefinitely. They work on more or less the same system as car batteries, except that the takeover, when the mains electricity pegs out, is automatic. But they don't often flicker, do they, Mother? Oh, they do sometimes. Don't worry, any of you. They don't go out and stay out.
Well, what's everybody having? Let's start with scotch.
What about you, Margaret?
Nothing at the moment, thank you.
I'd like a small one with soda.
Small with soda, right. Jill?
Not for me, thank you.
I hope the lights are not going to play up like this all night. Andrew?
Yes, please.
There you are, then. Come and help yourself, will you?
I did.
Just take that one to my mother, would you? With the soda. Mm-hmm. Now, you all saw that it was a new bottle. And just to prove that I'm not trying to kill anyone, I'm going to have one myself.
It was your sister who died tonight, Jocelyn.
I don't think Ursula would have wanted tears from me. I'm not much good at them anyway. I'll cry in private tomorrow.
I suddenly find I don't know you, Jocelyn.
I'm afraid that's our personal tragedy. Mr. Crane?
Not for the moment, thank you.
Oh, I'll have one, Jocelyn, with water, please, no ice.
Right. Water, no ice. Come and get it.
Can I get one for you at the same time, Mr. Parker?
May I have a brandy? Oh, dear, you are difficult. Oh, very well. Please watch, everybody. I am about to open a new bottle of brandy. Do you want anything with it?
No, thanks, neat.
One brandy coming up.
Oh. Lights have stayed out this time. What happens now, Fedora?
I don't know. This has never happened before. Oh, they'll come on again, I'm sure.
All stay where you are, please.
Really, Mr.
All
Green?
stay exactly where you are.
Well, it doesn't look as if they're going to come on.
Which of the men here knows where the batteries are? Which one?
Oh, I do.
All right. What I suggest is this.
What I suggest is that we light the candles in the candelabra on the mantelpiece.
All right. Just a minute. Yeah. Oh, I see them. Well, that's something anyway.
Oh, that won't last all night. I think we should go to the source of the trouble.
You think you can fix it?
Human mechanisms are rather more complicated than man-made ones. I ought to be able to.
It may have been struck.
I rather doubt it. Anyway, I'll go if nobody has any objections.
I have.
Oh? Then what do you suggest?
I suggest that we all come with you. All the men, that is.
Whatever for?
Firstly, one man might not be able to fix it. Then somebody else will have to join him. In that way, our forces will be split. And if one of the men is, dangerous, he may overpower the person he's with. No, it's better if we all go, the 6 of us. Then if one of us is unreliable, the other 5 will be able to cope quite easily.
And if one of the women decide to attack the other 2, what then?
I'm not much help.
Yeah, all right, Hubert. Yeah, 3 men go and 3 stay. That should be pretty safe.
Right. Well, who goes?
No, I suggest Andrew, you, Mr. Parker, and myself.
Nothing doing. I'd rather stay for obvious reasons. Also, I know nothing about batteries.
But you work in the laboratory, Chris.
It's not quite the same thing, I'm afraid.
Well, then you better come with Andrew and me, Hubert.
Oh, very well. That leaves Jocelyn, Mr. Underwood, and myself.
It does. Come on, Andrew. Come on, Hubert. All
right.
I can't think what can be wrong. It's never happened before.
Well, there was a flash immediately before it went out. Well, probably one of the leads has become disconnected. That flash was quite close.
I hope you're right, Hilton.
Well, if that's the case, it should only take a couple of minutes to repair.
Whereabouts is the motor house?
Surely it's a little pointless explaining that, Mr. Parker. You hardly know the house.
I think I know it rather better than you realize, Mrs. Grant.
Oh. Well, it's just behind the double garage.
That little green-painted hut with the thatch?
That's right. That's the powerhouse. How do you know the workings so well?
I have been taking Jill out for some time.
I'm aware of that. I didn't realize that taking Jill out occasionally entails such a knowledge of the geography.
Please, Mother. Are you going to marry Jill, Mr. Parker?
Well,
are you, Mr. Parker?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Forgive my prying, Mr. Parker, but I've known Gillian since she was a child, and I'm naturally interested. Have you proposed?
Yes, I have.
And I've accepted.
I see. I think it might have been common courtesy to mention the fact to me.
Please forgive me, Mrs. Grant, but the opportunity has hardly presented itself.
I see.
But you don't see.
Oh, the lights are on. Thank heaven for that.
Please don't blame Jill, Mrs. Grant.
I'm sure Fedora's not blaming anyone. An engagement is hardly the time to start blaming anybody.
There was a time when parents were consulted about such things.
Mrs. Grant, we were going to tell you, but it only happened yesterday. We didn't want to intrude on your celebrations this weekend.
I quite understand, Mr. Parker. I suppose I'd better start calling you Christopher.
Some water had shot at 2 of the terminals, so Andrew says.
That flash of lightning did it. It apparently released some water somewhere, which poured through the shed.
Well, we've only one reservoir, which was nearly empty anyway, so it shouldn't happen again.
Well, you've earned your drink, Andrew. Here's to you. I suppose it'd be rather macabre to toast Ursula. The Irish do it at wakes.
It seems a little negative, Jocelyn. I'll toast the living. Gillian and Mr. Parker. Oh, Christopher. They're engaged to be married.
Oh, you know.
I do.
Oh, good luck.
Oh, congratulations, Jill.
I think perhaps I will have a drink after all.
All right. Cheers.
That's better. Right, now, what do you want?
Whiskey on the rocks.
Yes. Oh, my drink! Something...
It's strange, isn't it? In another year, we shall probably be able to talk dispassionately about all this. We're too near it at the moment, even to see who the murderer is.
At least two of us won't be able to look back on it dispassionately.
Ursula and Jocelyn?
No, Fedora and myself. Don't look so disbelievingly, Mr. Parker. A year from now, Fedora and I will be dead. We shall be lucky to last half that time.
You're joking.
I wish I were. No, I don't think I do, really. Fedora won't see another year, and neither shall I.
But why?
You're really very naive, Mr. Parker. Both Fedora and I are in our 70s. At least Fedora has just entered them. I have a year or two start. As you know, Fedora is a very sick woman. Her stroke didn't help matters. Andrew has told me she can't possibly live very much longer. He should know. It's only her mind which keeps her going. An ordinary woman in her state of health would have died long since.
Yes, but...
Spare yourself the embarrassment, Mr. Parker. I know what you're going to say. What's the matter with me other than old age? I'll tell you. Or rather, I'll spare you the unpleasant details. I have an incurable disease. Don't look so shocked. If Andrew says it's incurable, then it's incurable. He is an excellent doctor, believe me. I must be philosophical. I've more than achieved my 70 years and 10. It's no good my complaining. Many people don't, you know.
You're a very unusual woman, Mrs. Shentel.
I think I'm very ordinary. That is, in most things. Let's talk about something else. I imagine they won't be very much longer. Still, we may as well fill in the time somehow. You were here for Talk of the Dead, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
What did you think of the excerpt you heard?
I thought it was very good, although I didn't understand it completely.
That sounds suspiciously like snobbery.
No, I promise you it isn't.
Oh, please don't explain. I know exactly what you mean. I've read quite a lot of Fedora's poetry. James didn't understand it either. James was her husband, you know.
I didn't realize that Mr. Grant was even aware that she read poetry.
Oh, yes, he hated it. Mind you, knowing James, he might have had a little more regard for it had he realized it was a saleable commodity. James was first and last a businessman. At best, he humored it. At worst, he tore it up when he found it. There was no love lost there.
Yes, I heard that. But why?
It's a long story.
I'd be interested to know. It really sort of concerns me.
Well, I'll try and make it as short as possible. Gillian is adopted, as of course you know.
Yes, I did know.
Before James married Fedora, he had quite a reputation. There were hints of children in the most unlikely places. Of course, even then, when he hadn't come into the business, he had more than enough money to get him both into and out of trouble. Well, Fedora, who was a very lovely young thing at the time, managed to get a wedding ring out of her association with James. The other competitors were furious, especially a young nurse who had rather thought the whole contract was signed and sealed.
He must have been quite a boy.
Oh, he was. Anyway, he married and settled down.
And now Gillian is the heiress to a large estate.
Yes. And you're going to marry her. You seem to have played your cards rather well, Mr. Parker.
That's not quite fair, Mrs. Shentel.
But one way or another, the deaths of Jocelyn and Ursula have been rather fortuitous, haven't they?
I intend looking after Gillian, whether she has any money or not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. I didn't mean to upset you. Certainly not to make fun of you. I'm afraid at my age one has few illusions left. One sees things as black or white, or not at all. I don't think I'd really blame you if your actions were not quite as disinterested as you say they are. Oh, if that coffee doesn't arrive quickly, we shall lapse into silence and me into sleep. Please forgive me, Mr. Parker. So many subjects seem to have been taboo tonight. Shall we talk about Fedora's writings? That seems pretty safe.
I don't really know anything about it, I'm afraid. We only had the main poem, Talk of the Dead.
I should like to have heard that. I suppose I never shall now.
You'll be able to read it sometime. Well, that's if you haven't already.
No, I haven't. Oh, well, I have my own Talk of the Dead.
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
I have a recording of James Grant, the late lamented. I didn't realize I still had it. However, I haven't a tape recorder. I brought the tape with me tonight. I thought it might interest Fedora to hear it. James has been dead for 11 years now. I thought I could play it with safety. How wrong I was. It's such an interesting tape, too.
Well, maybe there'll be an opportunity for you to hear it before the weekend finishes.
I doubt it.
I could set it up for you now. I know how to work this machine.
Could you? No, better not. If Fedora suddenly heard James' voice coming from this room, it would upset her terribly. I'd better forget about it. I wonder what's happened to that coffee. Watch pot, I suppose. Oh, well.
I work for Grant in the laboratory.
Do you? I didn't know.
I'd be very interested to hear the voice of James Grant. He's always been a sort of legend to me. I can't imagine what he'd sound like.
Perhaps you ought to hear it. Especially as you seem to be in the line for the managing directorship. Oh, dear, I seem to be giving you so many shocks tonight, Mr. Parker. Gillian, presumably, will inherit the whole concern. And you, even before that, will presumably inherit Gillian.
You say that almost as if you disliked the idea of my marrying Gillian.
Why should I have any feelings either way? What I meant was that whereas the Grant inheritance would be split up till 6 or 7 hours ago 3 ways, it now appears that it won't be split at all. Gillian is the sole heir, the sole surviving heir. Ursula had no children and Jocelyn wasn't married. So it all comes to Gillian, to you. Doesn't that worry you at all, Mr. Parker?
How do you mean?
It means that other than Gillian, who would scarcely attack her own family, you have the strongest motive for committing the 2 murders which have occurred in this house tonight.
But you obviously don't think I'm the murderer, do you, Mrs. Shentle?
Why do you say that?
Because of your willingness to be left alone in the room with me when the others left to make coffee.
I'm an old woman, Mr. Parker, and very little now can alter the course of my life. Besides, there could be very little to be gained by your murdering me.
According to Mr. Crane, certain types of murder don't need either motive or opportunity. Their total gain and satisfaction is in the act itself.
I do believe you're trying to frighten me, Mr. Palmer.
No, I'm not. You're quite obviously not frightened, Mrs. Shentle. As I said a moment ago, you didn't mind being left alone with me because you don't think I'm the murderer. Am I right?
Yes, of course you are. Now, let's leave this rather dangerous subject, shall we?
Please. And may I leave this chair? Just the knowledge that I can't is making me rather restive.
Yes, of course. Perhaps you would help me with a recorder after all. Then perhaps, when Fedora is sleeping, we could play it very softly.
All right. Where's the tape?
Oh, in my light traveling bag. In my room, I think.
That's not the bag, is it, down by the side of the bookcase?
Yes, it is. Oh, good.
Ah, here you are.
Do you know how to set it up?
Yes, I set the tape up for Talk of the Dead.
Oh.
This comes off.
I don't think this plugs far enough in. Oh, dear, it won't go.
Oh, here, let me. I think you'd better let me put... Even the going down of the water hasn't released us.
At least it's given us police protection.
It can't be long now, Hubert.
I can't quite see what the delay is in there.
Neither do I. Crane is a Pikestaff. The fellow's a triple murderer. I can't think what possessed him.
I can. Money.
But he must have known that he'd get found out. That he had the strongest motive. The police were onto him in 2 tools. They haven't let him out of there since they arrived.
Poor Gillian.
Poor Ursula. Poor Jocelyn. At least Gillian's alive.
And how long would she have remained so if she had married him?
He's mad, of course.
For a madman, he seems to have had quite a bit of method. Anyway, if we're leveling accusations of madness at anyone, we'd better not omit mention of ourselves.
What do you mean?
Who left my mother alone with him?
We did, Andrew. We went to make coffee.
If that wasn't madness, then I don't know what is.
It's no good thinking like that.
I realize it won't bring her back, but it doesn't mean that those who are to blame shouldn't be made aware of the fact.
There was no indication.
Other than the fact that he had about the strongest motive of anyone.
Other than Gillian.
Oh, for goodness sake. Gillian's a woman. If it was her brother and sister who died...
Her foster brother and her foster sister.
Do you really think that made any difference?
No, I don't, but it could have done.
How did he do it?
Oh, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? He held her hand over the prongs of the plug and forced her to drive it home.
But why?
Why?
Well, surely he ran a considerable risk.
No, not really. If there'd been any water about, he would have, but there wasn't.
But he still must have got a shock.
He may have done. But some people don't mind shocks. They even have a beneficial effect. And this one wouldn't have been very strong.
It was enough to kill your mother, Andrew.
My mother was a woman of 70, in failing health. She hadn't long to live.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, nobody did.
So you think he risked a bad shock in order to kill her? But why? What possible motive could he have for killing her? Ursula and Jocelyn, yes, but her...
That's what's worrying me, Hubert.
She may have discovered something. My mother had a very quick brain, amazingly so for a woman of her age. He silenced her.
Would you all like coffee?
Oh, please, yes.
Good idea.
Thanks. Black and as strong as possible.
What about you, Andrew?
Yes, please, Julia.
How are you feeling, Jill?
Oh, I don't know. Same as you, I suppose.
Very thoughtful of you to go and prepare the coffee.
I didn't have to. It was already done. This was the coffee you all went to prepare last night. I'm sorry, Andrew.
That's all right.
Well, let me help you. And here you are, Paul.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you brought a lot of cups.
I suppose we shall have to give the inspector some in there.
Oh, of course, yes.
I'll take it in just a minute. Here you are, Andrew.
Oh, thanks. Believe me, I'm sorry, Jill.
But why? It's I who should say that to you.
I wasn't thinking of Mother just at that moment. I was thinking of Chris Parker.
I don't understand.
Well, the police keeping him in there.
Oh, only because he was with your mother when she died. You don't mean you think... You don't think that Chris deliberately... Oh, but you can't.
What else can we think, Jill?
Oh, but that's so stupid. It was an accident. She lost her balance. Chris tried to help her. And somehow the plug went into the socket with her finger still on the prongs. Chris himself got a bad shock. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew. This must be very painful for you. You didn't really think that Chris had killed your mother, did you? But you couldn't have done.
We all think he did, Gillian. I'm sorry.
But then you think he killed Ursula and Jocelyn.
Yes, that's true.
That too? Oh, but you can't. You don't know Chris. How can you?
Look, it's reasonable to suppose that if they can prove somebody killed one of the three, then he also killed the other two. Chris Parker killed Andrew's mother. Therefore, it's reasonable.
It's not reasonable. Anyway, Chris did not kill your mother, Andrew. It was an accident. And if it wasn't, then...
You see, Gillian, there is no then.
There could be. Oh.
Don't, Jill, don't.
The inspector would like to see you again, Mr. Crane.
Oh, thanks. How are you feeling now, Mrs. Grant?
I'm alive, which, considering the night, is surprising.
Coffee, Mother?
Thank you.
What's happening in there?
Oh, they're asking the same questions, I imagine, from all of us. Mr. Parker is just sitting there. I presume it's him you want to know about.
Do you think that he killed Mrs. Shentel?
He was surely instrumental in killing her, Gillian. Whether accidentally or willfully remains to be seen.
Do you think it'll ever be seen?
No. Not unless there's a confession.
You all believe that he did it, don't you? You'll be proved wrong.
If the day progresses as the night, then I doubt if there'll be any of us left to be proved wrong. Oh, I'm suddenly very tired of everything. Perhaps I haven't yet fully realized my loss. Perhaps the drugs that Andrew's been giving me have deadened my feelings.
Mother.
Perhaps I have no feelings, or that I'm dead already. I don't know. I'm not really thinking of anything or anybody but myself, and then only to a small degree.
You know, I think we're all being rather hasty in our judgments. Has anyone bothered to listen to Chris Parker's explanations?
I have.
Yes?
He said he had a talk with your mother, Andrew.
and that they decided a number of subjects were taboo. They discussed a lot of things generally. And then your mother said something about a tape recording she had which she wanted to play. And the wall plug was apparently out. And whilst Chris was rigging up the tape, she tried to push the plug into the wall. It was stiff, and the effort of pushing threw her off balance. Chris came up behind her, and she caught his hand, just as the plug went home. There was a blue flash. Chris staggered back.
Yes, the rest we know. I can't think why that plug should have been out of the socket anyway. Unless Jocelyn pulled it out when he switched the recorder off last night. It was Jocelyn who switched it off, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
That's funny.
Oh, do be careful, Hilton.
Nobody's touched this plug since it happened.
No? Oh, the police did. I was here then, but nobody has since. What's wrong?
Well, I was wondering about two things. If this plug was fixed so that whoever touched it got electrocuted anyway, I mean, without touching the prongs.
And is it fixed?
No. Unless, of course, the police unfixed it.
Which I'm practically sure they didn't. They didn't spend enough time on it for that.
Andrew, your turn again.
Oh, right. Thanks.
What are you doing, Hilton?
Trying to outdo the gentleman next door.
And what was the other thing you were worried about, Hilton?
The ease with which this plug goes into and comes out of this socket.
I don't quite understand.
Well, neither do I. Temperature has something to do with it, I suppose. Though I shouldn't think the temperature in this room has changed much. Yeah. This plug is really extremely loose.
So what?
So I don't see why a woman, even as fragile as Mrs. Shentel, couldn't push it in without losing her balance and needing help.
You mean Parker's lying about what happened?
Have you turned against him too, Mr. Underwood?
There is an alternative on the tape recorder, Gillian.
Oh, please, Hilton. I don't think that even I could stand talk of the dead today. According to Chris, this is rather different talk of the dead. What? I think the one on the spool is Mrs. Shentel's one. Chris said he changed them just before it happened. But what tape is this, then? Surely not the one Margaret was talking about last night. The one that James recorded. I think that is the one, Mother.
Would it upset you, Fedora?
Oh, I don't think I could stand...
Then what are you doing over there by the wireless?
I thought a little light music in the background might be...
James is...
Then why didn't you put it on?
Because, my dear Margaret, I suddenly realized that all the services carry sports commentaries at this time on a Saturday afternoon.
Where's Fedora?
In the village, she says.
What do you mean, James?
Well, she could be up to anything, couldn't she?
It's a little late in the day for all of us.
How you've changed.
I think we all have in... How many years is it?
Please, Margaret. You're in a positively sadistic mood this afternoon.
And you're up to something. I don't trust you when you're like this, James. But then I never did trust you, did I? With very good reason.
How is Andrew? Is there any news yet?
Well, that's really what I came to see you about this afternoon.
And there is news?
There is.
Margaret, stop playing with me. It's good news, isn't it? He's passed?
Yes. You can cut the allowance again.
I'm more excited than I can tell you. I think I'm a proud father for almost the first time.
What about Fedora's lovely children?
Ursula and Jocelyn. They mean little or nothing to me.
Gillian?
Oh, she's a good kid, worth 10 of Ursula. But when I think of the other two, I realize they inherited more from Fedora than from me. Andrew proves it.
You weren't his only parent, James. I was also involved, remember? What you're getting so dewy-eyed and paternal about is probably what he inherited from me.
Margaret.
I should have married you, shouldn't I?
As I've already said, it's a little late in the day to start talking like that. However, it would certainly have made a small matter of inheritance a little easier than it is likely to be at present.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'm not thinking of myself.
You mean Andrew?
Who else?
He won't be forgotten. I'll see to that.
It'll look funny in a will, won't it?
I don't care how funny it looks. I'm not ashamed of the boy. For 2 pins, I'd leave him the lot.
As he appears to be your favorite child, would that be so outlandish?
I'm afraid it would, rather. No, don't worry, Margaret. Andrew will have his fair share.
Oh.
If Ursula and Jocelyn should die first, then he'll have even more. But I shouldn't bank on that. They're a couple of years younger.
They are. Instead of helping at their birth, I suppose I should have wrung their pretty little necks.
I believe you would, too. You don't let anything stand in your way, do you?
I usually get what I want, James. You were the exception. Sometimes I have to wait a long time.
Oh, please switch it off.
I get it in the end.
I don't think I can stand any more.
Oh, very well, all right.
I'm afraid we've all misjudged your fiancé, Gillian.
I don't understand, though.
It's really most painfully simple. It was Margaret. She probably decided years ago to do this. She simply waited her opportunity. She always wanted Andrew to marry you. Now I see why. James wasn't as good as his word. He didn't remember his son Andrew in his will. So the way for him to ensure his inheritance was to marry it. At least that's how Margaret saw it. And if there was only one child to inherit instead of 3, it would be that much larger.
She must have been mad, mustn't she?
I think we're all a little mad.
If you don't mind, I'll go in and see the inspector. I want to tell Chris.
Very well. Tell Andrew to come out first, though. It's rather strange, but it seems we have a lot to make up to him.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment, brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week, then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
The Trial of Mary Dugan.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All you who have business draw near. Give attention and ye shall be heard.
You may proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
May it please the court. Gentlemen of the jury, in the matter of the people against Mary Dugan. The people of this state are against the girl, and they have turned on her saying, "You have killed." They've appointed me to represent them. I have been told to investigate this killing, and if, in my opinion, this woman is guilty, to place her on trial. I believe she is guilty, and I have brought her to trial. You, the jury, are here to hear the evidence and to determine whether she is guilty or not. Judge Nash is here to see that she is honestly and fairly tried. The people have placed this girl on trial for her life. We will show that she committed murder. In a jealous rage, she did murder her lover. Edgar Rice was found dead in the apartment of Mary Dugan. He had been stabbed in the back. Before the witnesses of the state lay before you the shameful story in all its detail, let me set you on your guard against this woman's youth and beauty and her terrible charm. Gentlemen, I call the first witness for the state. Doctor, welcome.
Silence! Silence in court!
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Your name?
James Welcome.
You are the medical examiner of the city?
I am.
In the course of your duties, you performed an autopsy on the body of Edgar Rice?
I did.
What was the cause of his death?
An incised wound which penetrated the heart.
Did the man suffer from any organic ailments?
No.
Then, in your opinion, his death was caused by a wound which penetrated his heart?
The man was stabbed through his heart. Naturally, he died.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. West.
No questions. That's all, Doctor.
Inspector Hunt!
Please take the stand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Inspector, just what is your position in the department?
I am the inspector in charge of the Homicide Bureau.
And what, as the head of the Bureau, are your duties?
Solving murder cases.
And in the course of those duties, you were called on to investigate the death of Edgar Rice?
I was.
Tell the jury exactly what occurred in that case, from your own personal knowledge.
At about 3 o'clock in the morning of April the 19th, I got a telephone call at my house. I was instructed to go to the Park Gardens and investigate the murder of Edgar Rice. I went up there at once.
Just a minute, Inspector. You say you were instructed to go there? By whom?
By the commissioner.
You mean that the commissioner of police telephoned you personally about this case?
Yes. Mr. Rice was a prominent citizen, a well-known businessman.
What did the commissioner say?
Objection.
As a police officer, you're about to tell in detail of your orders you received from your superior.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think I'll allow that. Objection overruled.
He informed me that Mr. Edgar Rice had been murdered and told me to report at the Park Gardens immediately.
What did you find on your arrival at the apartment?
There were 3 people in the room, a policeman, the Dugan woman, and Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice was lying on the floor near the center of the room. He was dead.
Where was the defendant?
She was sitting in a chair near the body.
What was she doing?
Nothing. Just sitting there and looking at the dead body.
Did she say anything to you?
No, sir. No, she seemed kind of dazed.
What did you do after that?
I photographed everything.
Before you touched anything in the room?
Yes.
You did this personally?
Yeah, I always do when I can. Nothing gets by my camera.
As I understand, these are the photographs?
Yes, sir.
I offer them in evidence.
No objection.
Admitted in evidence.
Now, this photograph. This is what you saw when you first came into the room? The knife was lying exactly where it is in the photograph?
Yes.
And this one here. Are these bloodstains down the front of the defendant's nightdress?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant make any protest at being photographed?
No, sir. She just sat there looking at the dead man and sort of moaning and muttering to herself.
After taking these photographs, Inspector, what did you do next?
I picked up the knife, being careful, of course, not to touch the handle, and put it on the table. Later on, I had it examined for fingerprints.
And what did it show?
One moment, please, Inspector. Did you develop these fingerprints yourself?
No, sir.
We object. Testimony not competent.
Sustained.
Inspector, under your instructions, however, the fingerprints on the knife were developed and subsequently were compared with the fingerprints of the defendant?
Yes. The fingerprints match.
Silence in court!
Did you ascertain to whom the knife belonged?
Yes, sir. It belonged to the little lady.
The defendant?
Yes, sir.
You said a moment ago that the prisoner was moaning and muttering to herself when you first came into the room. Could you understand what she said?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
She kept saying over and over again, "Oh, my poor Jimmy, my poor Jimmy."
Did you know to whom she was referring?
No, sir.
Did you ask her if this Jimmy was one of her lovers?
Objection.
Objection overruled.
I ask you again, did you ask her if he was one of her lovers?
Naturally.
What did she say?
Don't answer that yet, Inspector. Did you warn the defendant that anything she said could be used in evidence against her?
Oh, yes, we always do that.
Well, Inspector, what did she say?
Nothing.
Did she make any statement at all?
No, sir.
You kept the clothes she was wearing?
Yes, sir. They were turned over to your office later on.
Are these the clothes?
Yes, sir.
This nightgown and these bloodstains, are these the ones that show in your photograph?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Inspector. That's all. Your witness, Mr. West.
Now, Inspector, you see there was no sign of disorder anywhere?
No, sir.
You told us that the defendant said nothing to you when you questioned her.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you ask her why she killed Rice?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said she hadn't.
How many times did you ask her that question?
I don't know, possibly 2 or 3.
Isn't it a fact that you shouted and yelled at this girl and shook your fist in her face for nearly an hour trying to get her to admit that she'd killed this man?
No, sir, I didn't think it necessary. The case was open and shut. It didn't matter what she said.
I move that be stricken out, Your Honor, as unresponsive.
On the contrary, Your Honor, I think it was entirely responsive. Counsel asked the question, and the witness answered to the best of his ability, explaining his reasons.
Objection overruled. The answer shall remain in the evidence.
Were your investigations thorough in this case?
Yes.
Who occupied the apartment next to that in which the defendant lived?
I don't know.
Did you inquire?
No, I didn't think it was necessary.
You didn't think it was necessary to inquire if anyone had heard the girl cry out in her distress?
No, sir.
You didn't think it important to discover if anyone had heard sounds of a quarrel coming from that apartment?
No, sir.
Would it surprise you very much, Inspector, if I told you that I occupied that apartment?
Yes, it would.
And you say that you've exercised your usual thoroughness in making investigations in this case?
Yes.
Well, that's all, Inspector.
Call Mrs. Rice.
Silence! Silence in court! Silence!
Mrs. Rice, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And how many years have you been married to Edgar Rice?
14 years.
Have you any children?
A daughter, 12 years old.
Mrs. Rice, I'm sorry, extremely sorry, but I shall have to go into very intimate details of your married life. At the time of his death, were you living with your husband?
No, sir.
When did you stop living with him?
About a year ago.
Why?
Because of that woman, his mistress.
Until you discovered his illicit relations with the defendant, you had lived a normal, contented, happy life.
Yes.
Let me through, please.
He was a kind, indulgent husband?
Oh, yes.
It was important that I see the defendant.
Jimmy!
Jimmy?
What is the matter?
Jimmy, you must go away. You mustn't stay here.
I can't stay here, my dear. That's why I came.
Silence! Young man, what is the meaning of this interruption?
May it please the court, I ask permission to remain with the defendant.
No, you mustn't. I won't let you.
Will you be quiet, young woman? What is your interest in this case?
I am the defendant's brother.
If there is any more interference, I shall clear the court. Now be seated, young man, and please refrain from causing any more delay in this case.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
You may carry on now, Mr. Prosecutor.
Now, as we were saying, Mrs. Rice, Mr. Rice was a kind, indulgent husband?
Yes.
How did you discover that he had a mistress?
A friend told me.
What did you do then?
I locked the door between our rooms.
Well, what did your husband do then?
He asked me why, and I told him.
Yes, and what did he do then?
Please, Mr. Galway, I'd rather not answer that.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Rice, but I'm afraid I shall have to insist.
He cried. He was terribly upset. He said he couldn't help himself.
Did he say he was in love with this girl?
No, just that he couldn't help himself. There was something about her. He just couldn't keep away.
Did you discuss the matter with your friends or with your lawyer?
No. We decided, on account of my little girl, not to do anything.
Did you make any further effort to get him to break off this illicit relationship?
Yes, sir.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Rice. Take your time before you answer the question.
What was your question, please?
I asked you if you could remember exactly when it was you tried to make your husband give up this woman.
It was the night he was killed, just after dinner.
Your husband dined at home that night?
Yes.
How did the matter happen to come up again?
Something my daughter said at dinner. She looked up at us both in the strangest way and said, "What's the matter? Don't you two love each other anymore?"
Why did you say to that?
Oh, we both laughed, and Edgar got very white and said, "Why, of course we do." And then he looked at me in the queerest way. After dinner, we went up to my sitting room, and then he asked me if I'd ever forgive him. He took me in his arms and cried and said that he'd been a fool and that I was the only woman he'd ever really loved and that he wanted to come home.
And what did you do?
I kissed him and told him that he was home.
Did you know that he was going to this woman's apartment that night?
Yes.
Did he go with your consent?
Oh, help me. I sent him.
You sent him? Why?
Because I wanted the thing ended. I wanted him to go and tell her that he didn't love her, that he didn't want her anymore. He promised he'd tell her I was the only woman he'd ever really loved.
So that when he left the house, you expected his early return and the beginning of a new life together.
Yes. Oh, yes.
That's all. Thank you, Mrs. Rice. Your witness, Mr. West.
No questions, Mr. Galway.
What? You're not going to cross-examine her?
No, I'm not.
What, you're going to let this testimony go unchallenged?
I must conduct this defense in my own way. You must not interfere with me.
Everything she said was a lie. Don't you see, Mr. West?
You must expose her lies.
Gentlemen. Will you stop these personalities? If you wish to address the court,
If
then
Your Honor pleases, I cannot have my carefully planned defense of this young woman interfered with.
May it please the court, I think it is high time that someone did interfere. I regard the failure of counsel to cross-examine this witness as a most outrageous dereliction of duty.
With all allowances for the youth and very natural feelings of the defendant's brother, I must insist on conducting this defense in my own way. And what's more, I cannot be interfered with by a mere boy.
You mean you will not allow me to aid in the defense of my own sister?
Not so long as I am acting for the defendant.
My sister insists that... Your Honor, we both feel that this testimony has been too damaging.
If it please Your Honor, it is perfectly apparent that the defendant is placed in terrible jeopardy by the interference of this boy. Unless I can proceed without further hindrance, I must respectfully ask to be allowed to withdraw from the case.
Your Honor, I am an attorney at law, a member of a reputable firm of attorneys in San Francisco. I ask the permission of the court to act for my sister in this case.
I think, Your Honor, that the prisoner should be thoroughly enlightened as to the serious results which may come from this sudden change of counsel.
Young woman, for your own guidance, the court desires to state that he believes the defense is being conducted most ably, and that he personally can see no justification for the contemplated change of counsel. It would be most unfair of the court not to warn the defendant, and to remind her that she is on trial for her life, and that the entrusting of her defense to a young, comparatively inexperienced attorney is a grave thing to contemplate. With this warning in mind, do you still wish to make this change?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
So be it.
I think, if the court permits it, it is most proper that I should withdraw from the case. And I would like to take this occasion to thank Your Honor for the commendation he has just offered for my efforts on the prisoner's behalf. And may I ask that the court's remarks be embodied in the record of this trial?
They are so embodied, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Dugan.
Mrs. Rice? You seem ill, Mrs. Rice.
Yes, I'm not well.
You seemed well until a few minutes ago. Surely you're not afraid of any questions I could ask you. You seemed perfectly well and strong when Mr. Galway was questioning you. Perhaps you can tell us all the exact moment you became ill.
Oh, what's the use of all that, young man? If Your Honor pleases, I'm willing to make all sorts of allowances for this boy, but really, cross-examination of this sort is childish.
All right, I'll get on with it. Mary, will you please stand up? Now come here. No, closer. Now, Mrs. Rice, just what were your husband's words when he told you about this girl? Tell us right to her face what he said. Well?
Oh, really? Your Honor, the witness is not able at this time to continue. I ask that we adjourn until tomorrow morning.
You're sure that she's ill?
Can't you see that for yourself?
Oh, what's wrong with her, then?
She tells me it's the first time she's been in close contact with a lewd woman.
Oh, that's the way you want it, huh? Your Honor, we object to an adjournment of this time.
Mr. Galway, are you convinced that the witness is in no condition to go on?
Well, it seems perfectly apparent, Your Honor.
I think so, too. We'll adjourn until tomorrow morning.
Is it understood, sir, that the witness will then be ready for cross-examination?
That is my understanding.
Is it yours, Mrs. Rice?
Yes.
Court is now adjourned till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everybody rise.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000, or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, 2 worlds in one.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge: Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Attention, court.
We can proceed with this case, if the spectators deign to remember that this is a court of law and not a fairground. You may proceed now, Mr. Prosecutor.
Your Honor, may it please the court. Mrs. Rice suffered a complete nervous collapse on arriving home last night. Her physician advises me that it will be impossible for her to appear in court for several days. I have here a physician's letter to that effect. Mr. Dugan?
I am, of course, anxious to proceed with the cross-examination of Mrs. Rice,
If
but...
the court pleases, I was about to suggest that we proceed with the trial, postponing the cross-examination of Mrs. Rice until such time as she is able to appear.
Well, I can see no objection to that, provided I am allowed to interpolate and cross-examine Mrs. Rice at any stage of the proceedings I see fit.
That is exactly what I was about to suggest.
It is so understood. Proceed, gentlemen.
That is our case. The people rest.
Move that the case be dismissed for lack of evidence.
Denied.
Exception. May it please the court. Gentlemen of the jury, I have been up all night listening to the stenographer read the evidence in this case. It is pretty terrible, isn't it? Just how terrible it is to me you cannot understand at this moment. But later, you will. After I heard the appalling testimony against my sister, I talked with her. She hasn't any idea who killed Edgar Rice. Neither have I. When questioned by the police, she was quite frank. She told them everything that she could tell them. One thing she did keep a secret from them was the identity of Jimmy. I'm quite sure the district attorney is terribly disappointed in finding that the mysterious Jimmy was only the girl's brother. What defense can I bring forward? My sister has no witness. I have no witness. I have only a certainty in my own heart that my sister didn't do this terrible thing. I have been advised by a brilliant lawyer in this city that the cleverest thing Mr. West did in his conduct of this case was to waive the cross-examination of Mrs. Gertrude Rice. He said to me, "My boy, that woman has the sympathy of the jury. If you put that woman on the stand, handle her with gloves." Gentlemen, I have no gloves. I want the truth. I want you to have the truth. I want to put before you every fact in this case, and I tell you with perfect frankness that at this present time, I have no defense. No defense for my sister. No defense beyond her bare word. I call to the stand Mary Dugan.
If the spectators in this court cannot remain silent, I will have the court cleared.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mary, you understand exactly what the clerk of the court said just now?
Yes.
You have sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You understand that?
Yes.
What are you afraid of, Mary?
I don't know.
Don't you know that if you're innocent, there isn't anything to be afraid of?
Yes.
What is your full name?
Mary Elizabeth Dugan.
How old are you?
Almost 30.
Where were you born?
In a tenement in West 4th Street.
You remember your father?
Yes.
Was he a nice, kindly, indulgent father?
He was a drunken brute.
And your mother?
I don't want to talk about my mother. She died when I was 14.
So, at the age of 14, you were left without a father or a mother?
Yes.
Except for your brother?
Yes.
How old was he at the time?
8.
Did you have any money?
No money.
What did you do with your brother?
I hid him, so the Children's Society wouldn't get him.
And what luck did you have with that?
I didn't have any luck. They took him away from me.
The place they put your brother in, what was it like?
It was terrible. Terrible.
Weren't they kind to him?
Yeah, I guess so, but there were 2,000 boys. Why, Jim, you might as well have been in prison. Can't you remember?
How did that affect you?
I wanted to get you out.
And did you?
Not for 2 years.
I'm very interested in knowing how you got your brother out, so we'll skip the 2 years and come down to that time. What were you doing then to earn a living?
I was working in a departmental store.
How much did they pay you?
$20 a week.
And out of that $20, you paid your rent and your clothes and for food?
Yes.
Hard work, wasn't it?
Kinda.
And all this time, did you see your brother?
Every Sunday.
And was it this time when you were getting $20 a week that you got him away from the home? How did you do that, Mary?
Somebody helped me.
Why?
I had something you wanted.
Oh? In what way did he help you?
He got me a better place and gave me $100 a week.
And what did you do with the money that he gave you?
I paid a lawyer to get you out.
The man who gave you the money, Mary, what did you give him for the money?
I gave him what he wanted.
Did you tell him that you were only 16?
Yes.
What was the name of that man, Mary?
I don't want to answer that. He's a gentleman, and now he's become the president of the bank. Why, if a thing like that came out, it'd ruin him.
You say that the man who seduced you was a gentleman?
Yes, sir.
I don't think the witness need tell the gentleman's name.
Mary, if it hadn't been for your brother, would your life have been what it has been?
I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. If I'd hated every minute of it, last night would have paid me for everything. Because last night was just hell for me. When my brother came to see me in the jail, he just sat there without saying anything. He was just like chalk. And when I got through telling him everything, he didn't say a word. And I said to myself, this is the finish. And what do you think he did? He got up and he came over and he kissed me. I've been kissed 1,000,000 times in my life before, but I've never had a kiss like that.
Mary. Mary, how long have you been living as Rice's mistress?
About a year.
And before Mr. Rice, you lived with other men?
Yes.
How many?
4.
So that from the time you were 16 years old, there'd always been a man in your life. Some man with money.
Yes.
And a good part of that money you spent on your brother?
Yes.
Were your relations with Mr. Rice happy?
He was always kind and thoughtful.
Mrs. Rice has testified that on the night of his death, her husband had gone to see you for the purpose of breaking off his relations with you. Did he say anything to you about that?
No.
When he came to see you, was his manner different in any way?
Yes, he was terribly angry. He made an awful scene.
Had he been drinking?
No, but he was yelling and shouting and making threats.
What about?
He found out that his wife was untrue to him.
What was that? Mary, what did you say?
He'd found out that his wife was untrue to him. He'd only just found out that day.
So he was raging about his wife?
Yes, he yelled at the top of his lungs, and he kept yelling louder and louder and louder.
Could people living on the same floor have heard him?
I don't see how they could have helped it.
Objection. Her opinion is not fact.
Sustained. If the witness knows that anyone heard the noise, she can so state.
Mary, you feared he would be hurt, and you tried to quiet him.
Yes, but I couldn't for a long time. He kept shouting he was going to change his will. He said he was going to kick his wife out of the house.
Did he name the man?
No, he didn't. He was terrible about his wife. He called her names.
And yelled he was going to change his will.
Yes.
And because of something you said, he did not make a new will at that time.
He wanted me to call his lawyer to my apartment. Well, it was late. And I told him it could wait till the morning.
Then what happened?
He got more sensible. I told him he had a nerve to yell about his wife like that. What was he after all? Oh, he loved that. It was just the kind of opposition he wanted. He said he was a law unto himself, and he could do as he liked, and that no woman could do anything to him. I laughed at him and told him that he didn't own me, and that I'd do as I liked always. Well, of course, that took his mind off his troubles. He had me to conquer again. No. Finally, we went to bed. I don't know how long I'd been asleep, but he woke me. He was groaning and crying out that he was going to die. I was terribly frightened. I'd never seen him sick before. I didn't know what to do, but he told me he'd get him something at a drugstore, that it was acute indigestion, and he kept telling me not to call a doctor. And I saw he was really in terrible pain. So I put on my slippers and a fur coat and I ran out.
The elevator boy says that you did not go out all that night.
I used the stairs. I rang the bell for the lift, but he didn't start the elevator and I couldn't wait. I was awfully frightened. I ran down to the corner, but the drugstore was closed. I went back to the apartment, and I'd made up my mind that no matter what he said, I was going to call a doctor. When I got into the foyer, I saw the elevator wasn't on the ground floor, so I ran upstairs.
Go on, Mary. Was the door of your apartment open? Try to remember.
No, I can't remember. I can't. It must have been open.
Objection. The witness has already testified that she can't remember.
Sustained.
You went back to your apartment. What did you find?
He was lying on the floor, on his face, and a knife was sticking out of his back. I stared at him for a second. I didn't know what to think.
Objection.
I didn't know
What the prisoner thought is immaterial.
Sustained.
Tell the jury what you did.
I pulled out the knife. I tried to lift him up, but I couldn't. So I just sat on the floor and held him in my arms. His eyes were open, and he was looking at me. I thought he wanted to say something, but he didn't. He said nothing.
What did you do after that?
I can't remember, not exactly. I must have phoned the police for help. It's awfully hazy. But I know the police came into the room.
When Mr. Rice was talking about a new will, did he say what he was going to do with the money?
He said he was going to leave it to me.
And you told him to wait till the morning?
Yes.
Mary, what was your feeling for this man?
I was fond of him. He was good to me. Oh, I don't mean about money entirely. He was kind and thoughtful.
And you swear you did not kill him?
I did not kill him.
Your witness, Mr. Galway.
You say that at the age of 16, you sold yourself for $100 a week. Well, you did, didn't you?
Yes.
And you have from time to time made what the automobile dealers call a resale, haven't you?
Objection.
I think he can ask that question.
Exception. The district attorney knows that this is not a proper form of cross-examination.
Well, I'll put the question in another way. You understand, of course, that I wouldn't do anything in the world to hurt the sensibilities of a woman like yourself. You have, from time to time, lived as the mistress of other men. 4, I think you said?
Yes.
How did you meet these men?
I don't remember.
Pick up any of them on the street?
Objection. Witness declines to answer on the ground that her reply would tend to degrade and incriminate her.
Your Honor, we can't see how any reply this witness could make could possibly degrade her any more than she has already degraded herself. Mr. Dugan, I think I have the right to know the methods by which she plied her trade.
Very well. We withdraw the objection.
Well?
I have never picked any man off the street.
Then all the men to whom you sold yourself were properly introduced? Is that it?
That's not easy to explain.
Mr. Rice paid you $1,000 a week. What did the others pay you?
I can't remember.
Oh, come now. Surely you can remember business details like that.
It wasn't like that at all. They took care of me, and they gave me things because they wanted to. There were never any business arrangements. That would have been horrible.
Huh. Did you love any of these men?
Yes. Only one.
Did you take money from him?
Yes. And I loved everything he did for me. Every penny he gave me.
What was his name?
I won't tell you.
You know you can be sent to prison for not answering.
I'm in prison now. Your Honor, do I have to answer these questions? What possible difference can it make to anyone but me?
I withdraw the question. Now, as a matter of fact, young woman, Mr. Rice came to you that night. You found he was nervous, upset about something. You cajoled him into going to bed. His conscience wouldn't let him rest. He broke down and confessed to you that he was leaving you forever.
No,
that his wife had forgiven him and he was going back to her. He tore himself out of your arms, left that unholy bed, and started to dress. And you, wild with rage, followed him and stabbed him in the back.
It's a lie! It's a lie!
You ought to know. You're an expert. No more questions.
Mary, will you stand up? Take that Bible in your hand. Do you swear?
Witness has already been sworn.
I want her sworn for me. Mary, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mary, did you kill Edgar Rice?
No, Jimmy.
That's all.
Just a minute. What church do you go to?
I don't go to church.
That's all.
That's all, Mary. Call Gertrude Rice.
Gertrude Rice. You know perfectly well that Mrs. Rice is not able to be here.
Because she's ill?
Certainly, because she is ill.
And will you bring her here the first moment she's able to appear?
Oh, Your Honor. How often do I have to repeat
That's
it?
all I wanted to know. Call Patrick Kearney.
Patrick Kearney?
Patrick Kearney, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name and occupation?
Patrick Kearney. I'm an operative with the Civic Detective Agency.
In pursuance of orders from me, what have you done today?
Followed Mrs. Rice.
And what have her movements been today?
She left her house at 9:30 this morning and drove for the office of the United States Steamship Lines. She purchased a ticket for herself on the Leviathan, leaving tonight.
Do you know this? Do you know this of your own knowledge?
I stood next to her when she did it.
I ask that a warrant be issued for the arrest of Gertrude Rice. The witness is trying to escape the jurisdiction of this court.
I'm sure there is some mistake. Her physician said that...
I don't care what her physician says. This woman is planning to escape to Europe. I want her here. And if the district attorney is conniving with Mrs. Rice to enable her to evade...
Order in court. Order. Mr. Galway, how soon can you have this witness in court?
Within the hour.
Again, I ask for a warrant for the arrest of Gertrude Rice.
I think this young man is unduly excited.
I'm not interested in what the district attorney thinks. I want that woman on the stand.
The court will take a recess for 1 hour.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Splish, splash, the water hog, splashing all day long. Using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help him, this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever you.
Now, to account for this delay, Mrs. Rice assured me that it was a misunderstanding and that she would be here.
I can quite understand that, but at the same time, Your Honor, there are limits.
I think perhaps, Mr. Dugan, we should make some allowance for traffic delays. We will wait a little longer. I believe you have a witness to put on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Marie Ducrot, housekeeper to Mrs. Rice.
Marie Ducrot?
Oui, I'm here. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Marie Ducrot, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Monsieur, is it Jimmy? Oh, my little Jimmy.
Marie.
Oh, mon frère, you have grown. You are so big. Oh, mon petit chou.
I object to conversations in French.
I think, Mr. Dugan, you might translate it.
She called me her little cabbage. I can only apologize to the court most abjectly. Marie was surprised to see me again. She remembers me from France.
Now that the performance is over, perhaps we can continue.
Marie, I want you to forget the days in France. Remember, here, I am an advocate, a lawyer to whom you must always tell the truth. You must speak to me in English, never in French. Understand?
Oh, oui, monsieur.
Marie, what kind of a woman is your mistress?
Oh, tout de cas. What you call her loving?
Was she a happy woman?
Oh, oui.
No quarrels?
Oh, no. How could it be? They love each other so.
They loved each other?
Oh, most beautiful it was. Such tenderness, such kisses. Oh, parfaitement.
Do you mean to tell me that you never saw them quarrel?
Oh, never. No, monsieur. They love too much.
On the night of the murder. You remember that night?
Oh, oui, monsieur.
And there was no quarrel on that night?
How could there be? I myself saw Winnie go away. So tenderly, so sweet, so loving.
Marie, you said that there was such tenderness. Was Monsieur always tender? Was he anything but tender?
Oh, no. It was like a story, shining. Oh, such a wonderful love.
That's all. Your witness.
My compliments, madame. You have been most clear in all you've told us about your mistress and her husband.
Oh, Monsieur Rice. Oh, I have a mistake. I did not know you were speaking of her husband.
You did not think we were talking about Mr. Rice?
No.
Then who... Never mind. That's all.
Marie, who did you think we were talking about?
Why, the other.
So there was another.
Why, of course. Why not?
And this other one had a name?
But certainly. Smith. Jean Smith.
This disorder must stop.
Marie, are you sure that's his name?
Oh, oui. Always Madame call him that when she speak to me.
And are you sure that he was the lover of your mistress?
Objection!
Does the court wish me to ask the witness how she knows the fact?
I think we can take that for granted. Objection overruled.
Marie, do you know where this Mr. Smith lives?
No.
Do you know his telephone number?
I do not know.
Did Mrs. Rice remain home the night of the murder?
No, she go out.
How did she act at the time?
Objection!
Did you see her when she returned?
But of course I was waiting for her.
Did Mrs. Rice tell you where she had been?
No, she just said she was malade, what you call kind of sick. She told me to put her to bed.
And did you think she was ill?
Objection as to the conclusions of the witness.
Sustained.
What signs of illness did she show?
Oh, 1 minute she was hot, the next she was trembling cold, shaking all over.
Which might have been signs of great excitement caused by a quarrel with her husband.
Objection.
Strike that out.
Did you call for a physician?
No, Madame would not let me.
She was sick, but she wouldn't let you send for a doctor.
No.
That's all.
Oh,
Just
merci,
a minute.
monsieur.
Just a minute.
Monsieur?
Can you tell us what this Mr. Smith looks like?
Oh, charming, monsieur. What do you call nice?
Was he short or tall?
No, monsieur.
Neither short nor tall.
No.
Well, that's something. What color hair did he have?
Brown. No, black, I think. I am not sure.
Huh. What about his eyes? I suppose he had eyes.
Oh, oui.
What color were they?
Blue. Dark blue.
That's something, anyway. Now, what about his face? What kind of nose had he?
Oh, one to smell with.
So this is what you asked me to believe. Madam Rice had a lover named John Smith, who lives you don't know where, whose telephone number you don't know what, who is tall or short or thin or fat, you can't remember which, who has brown or black hair, blue eyes, and some sort of nose. Do you expect me to believe that?
Monsieur, I have done my best to tell you what I know.
1 minute, please. I'm not through with you. You have great admiration for young Mr. Dugan here.
Oh, yes, I love him.
And you'd do a great deal for him, wouldn't you?
Anything in the world. Anything.
That's what I thought. Of course, you'd lie for him.
Don't answer that question. I object, Your Honor. This is most
Sustained.
unethical.
I think, Mr. Galway, if you want to impeach the witness, you'll have to take some other method.
If the district attorney feels that my witness has committed perjury, why doesn't he take some action in the matter? This grand gesture of his is, of course, meant to impress the jury.
Madame, did anyone promise you money for your testimony?
No, monsieur.
Did you talk the matter over with anyone before you came into court?
No. If monsieur thinks I have lied, then monsieur is a fool.
That will do. I will ask Your Honor to have the witness detained. I shall presently decide whether or not to have her committed for perjury.
I dare you to have her arrested for perjury. I'll have her out in 10 minutes on a writ, and you...
Nevertheless, I want her detained. One of your men take charge of her, Inspector.
That's all right, Marie. Marie, I'll take care of you. Marie, just sit down quietly. You'll be all right, Marie. Sit down.
All right, Jimmy. If you say so.
Inspector, from your investigations, you have stated here that for various reasons, the wound which caused Mr. Rice's death was inflicted by a knife held in the right hand.
That's right. The only way it could have been done. She was standing in front of him, and she was in his arms when she stabbed him in the back.
Oh, come now, Inspector. Hold this knife in your right hand.
Right.
And stab this dummy in such a manner.
Right.
The knife going from left to right.
Yeah.
Right. Now, if I turn this dummy round, standing behind the dummy, try it again.
Left hand.
Uh-huh.
Left-handed. Oh, good heavens. Left-handed.
That's right, Inspector. That's all. Thank you.
If Your Honor pleases, Mrs. Rice has arrived.
Mr. Dugan?
Please get her on the stand.
Mrs. Rice? Mrs. Rice? You've already been sworn and are still under oath.
Mrs. Rice, why didn't you come to the court as promised?
I've been ill.
And you thought a trip to Europe would do you good?
I didn't understand. I thought I was to stay away until I felt better.
I see. Will you please write your name on this slip of paper?
No, Mr. Dugan, I am not left-handed.
Mrs. Rice, where were you between 8 and past on the night of your husband's murder?
I went for a walk.
With whom?
Alone.
You said that when your husband went out that night, it was with the understanding that he would return shortly, that you had forgiven him and that you anticipated a happy reunion. Is that why you went for a walk?
I was nervous. I thought a walk would do me good.
On the night your husband was murdered, didn't he accuse you of having a lover?
Certainly
and
not.
Having made that accusation, did he not tell you he was going to divorce you?
My husband left the house that night to discard his mistress and for no other purpose.
I asked that the witness be instructed to answer my question.
I think that question has been answered.
Mrs. Rice, I'm afraid you'll have to give direct answers to direct questions.
The direct answer is no. It's a lie.
It has been shown here that you had a lover. A witness has described your kisses and lovemaking.
Whoever told you that is a liar.
And you never had a lover?
No. No, I tell you, no.
I am right now. Just a minute. May it please Your Honor, I've been subpoenaed and I thought...
Oh, yes, Mr. West. There are one or two questions that I want to ask you in a moment. Will you please wait?
Certainly.
Mrs. Rice, isn't it a fact that your husband threatened you with divorce and said he was going to throw you out of the house?
No. He said I was the only woman he'd ever really loved.
Oh. What is it, Marie?
Oh, there he is. Mr. Smith, the charming lover of Madame Rice. It's a lie.
That's all. That's all, Mrs. Rice. Thank you. I call Mr. West.
Mr. West, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Mr. West, you asked the police inspector if he knew that you occupied the apartment next to that in which the defendant lived. Now, as a matter of interest, do you occupy that apartment?
Certainly.
And where were you on the night of the murder?
At home.
How long have you known Mrs. Rice?
I do not know her at all. I never even saw her until she came into this courtroom.
Well, didn't you hear Rice shouting from the defendant's room that he had discovered your relations with his wife?
I heard no sounds of any sort from that room.
Will you swear that you didn't hear Rice threaten to make a new will disinheriting your mistress?
I heard nothing, and I have no mistress.
Isn't it a fact that on the night of the murder, Mrs. Rice telephoned you and told you that her husband had discovered your liaison? Later, you heard Rice tell what you had already known from the defendant. You heard him say he was going to take every penny of his $5 million away from the woman you planned to marry. And you heard later his cries of agony through your half-open door, and you saw Mary run out of the apartment. And then you killed. For $5 million, you killed Rice.
Don't answer that question. May it please the court.
I think I should be allowed to answer that question, Your Honor.
I think so, too.
I did not kill Rice. I don't know Mrs. Rice, and I never saw that woman before.
I hope, Mr. West, you'll forgive my inexperience and my deep anxiety to help my sister. There is only one other question. The element of time enters very largely into the case in point. You say you went to bed about 10 o'clock on that night.
Yes.
And you established that time. How?
By my watch.
May I see it, please?
Certainly. There's no picture in it.
Thank you. I see. Will you look at this knife? Have you ever seen this knife before?
Not until I saw it here in the courtroom.
Are you sure? Here, catch. I offer in evidence the left-handed lover of Gertrude Rice and the knife with which he committed the murder. That's our case, Your Honor. We submit our case on the evidence and ask for a verdict.
The state submits the case to the jury without argument.
Members of the jury, you are the sole judges of the facts, of the guilt or innocence of this woman. You are not here to say who killed Edgar Rice. Your sole function is to determine the guilt or innocence of Mary Dugan. You will now retire and consider your verdict. Have you agreed upon your verdict?
We have.
Just a moment. I'll have no demonstration here. The attendants will place under arrest anyone who causes a disturbance. Prisoner, stand up. The jury will look upon the prisoner. The prisoner will look upon the jury. How say you? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. this is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
The Unguarded Hour by Bernard Merivale. Sir James Dearden, a brilliant prosecuting counsel, has reached a climax in a trial at the Old Bailey, where a young man, Metcalfe, is accused of murdering his wife. Lady Yvonne, Sir James's beautiful wife, has been sitting in on the trial, hating the cruel way in which her husband has been browbeating the prisoner, whom she believes to be innocent. Arriving home, she finds their great friend, Colonel Bill Mason of Scotland Yard, and persuades him to try to get James to be more tolerant and understanding. An hour later, Sir James arrives home with a badly gashed hand. Discussing the trial, Bill tries to convince James that he might be wrong, and lightheartedly puts James on trial, challenging him to account for his movements since leaving the court. While James is struggling to do so, Scotland Yard phones Bill to inform him that a woman has been murdered in the vicinity where James has just been. James cannot produce a witness to corroborate his movements, and realizes that he's reached his unguarded hour. The Unguarded Hour by Bernard Merivale is adapted and produced for radio by Anne Freed.
Silence in court! Silence in court! My lord, before continuing my examination of the accused, there is one matter I wish to mention. In collaboration with the Home Office pathologist, Sir Thomas Granger, we're carrying out an experiment to establish whether the blood found at the foot of Eagle Rock, blood proved to be that of Mrs. Metcalfe, the deceased, came from a wound caused by the prisoner striking his wife prior to her fall from the precipice to the rocks beneath. The result of this experiment, we feel, may have a direct bearing on the case.
You may proceed, Sir James.
Thank you, my lord. Now I shall continue my examination of the accused. Metcalfe, when the court adjourned, I was asking you about your visit to Ambleside in the Lake District. Were you or Mrs. Metcalfe familiar with that part of the country?
I was. I was educated there.
And your wife, the deceased?
No, but her health hadn't been too good, and I hoped the...
You were concerned with your wife's health. Very creditable of you, I'm sure. So you engaged a room at a hotel at Ambleside for the night of the 14th of May?
Yes.
The countryside is very beautiful, I believe. How long do you suppose it would take you to visit all the places of interest?
Well, a week. 10 days, perhaps.
A week or 10 days. Yet you engaged a room for one night only, one single night.
Yes.
Why? Ambleside is 287 miles from London. You took a journey of 287 miles for the purpose of spending one night in the Lake District?
Well, we might have stayed longer if...
What? If your wife had not lost her life the morning after your arrival?
No, I meant...
You had arrived at the hotel the previous night, after a long and tiring journey. Yet, the following morning, you took your wife, a sick woman, walking to the summit of the mountain pass, the Eagle Rock. Who suggested this long and tiring journey? You or your wife?
I did.
You did?
No, she did. I can't remember. It was months ago.
I put it to you, the proposal came from you.
I may have done. I can't remember.
It may have done. Very well, then. On the morning of the 15th, although your wife was in poor health, You chose to devote the whole day to a strenuous sightseeing expedition. I suggest to you that you knew perfectly well that on the evening of the 15th, your visit to Ambleside was likely to be abruptly terminated. Have you anything to say?
No. She wanted to go.
Very well. You climbed the mountain and reached a plateau at the top. Was there room for two people to stand in safety?
Yes.
No accident has been reported from that spot. And yet you say that an accident occurred that day.
I swear it was an accident.
You are on trial for your life, Metcalf. You are giving evidence on oath. Do you still say that your wife's sudden fall from the summit down to the rocks beneath was an accident?
I do. She was in an excited state of mind. She would go too near the edge. I called her back, but she wouldn't come. I caught hold of her to pull her back. We had a sort of a struggle, and over she went. Oh.
Yes, over she went. And only you know what took place between you and the deceased upon the plateau of Eagle Rock that afternoon.
But there was the lady we met.
There's the lady you say you met. Had she been staying at the same hotel?
I don't know. I've never seen her before.
But she came from the direction of Ambleside?
I think so.
You think so? Can you describe the lady?
I can't remember.
Was she fair or dark, short or tall?
I don't know. I can't remember. It's so long ago.
You can tell us nothing about her whatever?
But I've told you before the only thing I can remember about her.
Yes, you've told the court that this indescribable lady was wearing a silver wheat sheaf in her hat. Now, I wonder why you remember that so clearly.
I noticed it when she stopped and chatted with us for a few minutes.
What did you talk about?
Well, my wife would go too near the precipice. So I called her back, and the lady laughed and chaffed me about being over-anxious.
The lady heard you warn your wife of the possible danger of going too close to the edge. She heard you call your wife back?
Yes, she did.
Then it's extremely unfortunate for you that this lady with the silver wheat sheaf in her hat has not come forward to give evidence on your behalf. She has not come forward. Why? Because, I suggest to you, she does not exist.
I can't explain why.
I don't for a moment suppose you can. I've only one other question to ask you. You stated that a month prior to your wife's death, you took out a short-term policy on her life for £3,000.
But I've explained.
I know that she had a premonition that something might happen to her.
Yes. She insisted on my doing it. She had these fancies.
You have told the court a halting and unconvincing story. The only witness who could utter a word on your behalf has failed to put in an appearance. You heard the evidence of the witness McBlain, who states that he saw you and your wife through his binoculars across the valley, standing upon the plateau, that he saw you raise some heavy object in your hands above your head as if to strike.
It was my camera! My camera! I was taking it off my shoulders.
Then he saw a struggle, and a moment later, her fall from the Eagle Rock. It is my painful duty to put this last question to you. Did you or did you not, on the afternoon of the 15th of May, throw your wife to her death?
No, I didn't. It was an accident, I swear. I didn't.
Sir James is not home from court yet, Colonel Mason, but her ladyship will be down in a minute.
Thank you, Pearson. Though, would you ring Scotland Yard and say I shall be here for the next hour? You know the number, extension 42.
Very good. I'll ring through at once, sir. Here's her ladyship now, sir.
Hello, Bill. I'm so glad you've come.
Ah, many happy returns.
Don't remind me it's my birthday.
Why?
I've never spent such a miserable day. Sitting in court and watching James hounding down that wretched man.
Then why did you go?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's because I can't bear not to know how the case is going. I feel so terribly about it. Bill, do you think Metcalf has a chance?
None, I should say. Not if James keeps up his present form. Look how he tied him up this morning.
Yes, it was horrible. Tell me, do you think James really thinks he's guilty?
My dear girl, James hasn't any opinions whatsoever on the subject. He's functioning merely as a sort of machine, a machine for grinding out justice.
Justice?
It's his business to present the case and the evidence against Metcalf. What verdict the jury brings is not his concern.
The evening papers, my lady.
Oh, give them to me, Pewson. Thank you. Yes, here it is on the front page.
Oh.
James' speech for the prosecution. Oh, he's been having a regular gala day.
Oh?
On the rising of the court, the judge informed the jury he hopes it will be possible to finish the case tomorrow. Tomorrow?
It's been 10 days.
Tomorrow. And that'll be the end. Another wretched creature sent to his death by James.
Yvonne, you mustn't take it like
But
that.
he's innocent. I know he's innocent. I've sat and watched him all through the trial. I know he didn't do it.
My dear girl, he's had a scrupulously fair trial. Every care has been taken to give him a fair chance.
What chance does he have against James?
Oh, come, Yvonne. James has only been doing his duty.
Duty? Can it ever be a man's duty to try and destroy a fellow creature?
We've, most of us, got to do what we're told.
Hello, Bill. Hello, darling.
Hello, James. What have you done to your hand?
Nothing. I pinched my finger.
But it's bleeding.
Nothing to worry about.
You sure, James? You look very pale. You look as though you could do with a drink.
Oh, we'll all have one. Drink, Yvonne?
No, thank you. You better put something on your hand.
All right. Stop worrying, Yvonne. I told Pearson to find the iodine. Here, your drink, Bill.
Oh, thanks.
How did you do it?
Got it in the door of the car. Stupid, wasn't it? Oh, I'm tired. Thank heaven tomorrow we'll see the end of this wretched affair.
Wretched?
It's been the most unpleasant business I've ever had to do with. An hysterical public. Stacks of threatening letters. People I've never heard of ringing me up and abusing me on the telephone. What will happen after Metcalf's conviction tomorrow, heaven only knows.
Conviction? After he's convicted? Will he be convicted?
Well, I imagine so. Tomorrow night, Yvonne, we'll fly to the south of France.
Oh, the south of France. Tomorrow. After Metcalf's conviction.
Oh, come. The world's got to go on just the same, you know. Think of Mrs. Metcalf. Well, I'll go and get Pearson to dress my hand.
There, you see, Bill? He's callous. He doesn't care.
It's just as well.
I sometimes feel he could be just as cold and ruthless a criminal as he is in court as the prosecuting counsel.
But you love him, Yvonne.
I did once. I'm not so sure now. Prosecuting one poor wretch after another and always getting convictions. Bill, do something for me.
What?
Help me stop this terrible thing that's going to happen tomorrow. If that man's convicted, I shan't be able to stand it. I'm going to talk to James. You talk to him, too. Try and persuade him that he's wrong about Metcalf.
Do you think he'll listen to us? Either of us?
I'm trying to see the truth. And I know if I can't get him to change his mind tonight, I shall leave him.
Leave him? Yvonne, you can't. All right. I'll have a talk with him, but not now.
Anything in the evening paper?
I'll come back later.
More Diana Lewis, I suppose.
6 weeks ago, nobody had ever heard of her.
Cigarette, Bill?
Ah, thanks.
Try one of these. I found them in a funny little foreign shop near the embankment. They were made in a village in Hungary, and really, they're not bad.
Very interesting. Well, how did you chance to come across this shop?
I was walking home along the embankment. I thought it might be a shortcut.
Hungarian cigarette, eh? I must try one.
And I must go and dress. Are you sure you can't stay for dinner, Bill? Tommy Granger's coming.
No, I'm sorry. Much as I'd like to, I can't.
Well, remember, I'm counting on you, Bill.
What does she mean?
Oh, just that she wants me to come back after dinner.
She doesn't seem herself tonight.
It's this case. It's hit her really hard. Harder than you realize.
Ah, I was afraid so. What a disgusting business it all is.
You feel that?
Of course I do. Do you think I enjoy it?
Oh, my dear fellow, I never thought for a moment.
No, of course you didn't. Nobody does. I'm trying to do an unpleasant job to the best of my ability, and I get no sympathy from anyone.
Why don't you explain that to Yvonne?
Because I can't afford to weaken.
You know, James, you've always seemed to be two different people.
Well, aren't we all? Jekyll and Hyde. And for the present, I've got to be Hydesider. That's what I'm paid for.
Yes, but suppose the man's innocent?
I'm not going to suppose anything of the sort. The chain of evidence is complete. There's not a weak link anywhere.
It might have been a series of coincidences.
Don't you believe it? The only element that might have helped him is this woman wearing the silver wheat sheaf in her hat.
Uh-huh.
Produce her, and I have no case. Without her evidence, it all stands complete.
James, we all have our unguarded hour, when all the stars and their courses are against us, when everything goes wrong.
Oh, that may be.
Suppose it was Metcalfe's unguarded hour, and unfortunately, it synchronized with his wife's accident. He is suspected of a murder he never committed. At a time when he is in the blaze of the limelight, all the ill chances come in full circle against him. There is no door through which he can escape.
You certainly are in a strange mood tonight, Bill, weaving these fantastic theories.
There's just one other aspect of the case I'd like to put to you, and then I've done. A murderer's first line of defense is a consistent story. Now, a real criminal prepares for this in advance.
Well, of course.
But an innocent man? Subject him to unexpected questions as to what he did and where he was at such and such a time, and you'll find he has greatest difficulty in answering you. No one bothers to remember these things.
Not intentionally, perhaps, but they're all subconsciously retained, ready to be released at will.
You think so? I wonder. It might happen to you or me. May I try an experiment?
By all means, if it makes you happier.
All right. Let us assume that a murder was committed somewhere this afternoon between 5 and 6, and you come under suspicion.
I do?
Yes, you do. You see, you are an innocent man. You had no time to prepare an alibi. Now, could you establish one?
Of course I could.
Let's try. Where were you between 5 and 6 this afternoon?
Well...
You're hesitating already.
I'm doing nothing of the kind. Well, 5 o'clock, I should say I was just leaving my chambers.
And then?
Then I came home.
Oh, did you?
What do you mean?
I was here when you came home. It was 6:30. From your chambers to this house would take you at the outside 15 minutes by car. There's more than an hour and a quarter you haven't accounted for.
I didn't come home in the car. I was tired and felt I needed some fresh air, so I sent the chauffeur back and I walked.
What about Atkins?
Atkins?
Sergeant Atkins.
Oh.
The plainclothesman detailed to look after you since we broke up that racecourse gang.
I told my clerk to dismiss him. You know how I hate him following me about.
So, you dismissed Sergeant Atkins and you sent your chauffeur home. That's unfortunate.
Why?
Because you lost the only witness who could have proved where you were at a specified time. Now you're under suspicion.
But there hasn't been a murder.
If there had been, it would have been a suspicious circumstance, doing something you don't usually do.
Well, surely anyone
There you are, you see. You're already trying to defend yourself.
I walked along the embankment. I looked over the parapet and watched the river traffic. Then I turned and came back home.
I see. Just went for a nice walk, eh? Prove it. Have you a single witness?
Of course not. Witnesses don't follow one about the streets like that.
And yet you have always demanded that the prisoner in the dock should produce witnesses of his most trivial action. Otherwise you say he's lying. So, you walked home?
Yes.
And yet you told us when you came in that you'd hurt your finger getting out of the car.
So I did.
Now, what is the truth? Did you come home on foot or by car? You must have lied somewhere.
Oh, nonsense. I walked home, almost to the house. Then I took a taxi because it was getting late.
That's the kind of lame excuse a prisoner makes when counsel is trying to tie him up in knots.
You do believe me, don't you?
My dear James, as your oldest friend, I am willing to believe anything you say. But as a police officer, I consider you an object of gravest suspicion. Furthermore, you have a cut on your finger. Isn't it conceivable that you had a struggle with your victim?
Well, now you're carrying the joke too far.
I don't say that I should apply for a warrant for your arrest, but I should certainly have you watched by two plainclothes men.
Well, then, it's a good thing there wasn't a murder.
Excuse me, Sir James. Colonel Mason is wanted on the telephone. I've switched it through, sir.
Well, James, have I shaken your belief in the value of human evidence? Do you still feel like appearing in court tomorrow and pressing the charge against Metcalfe?
I shall be there.
Yes, Colonel Mason speaking. Is that Wallace? Yes. What's that? Yes. Yes, I'll come at once. Yes, immediately. James, the famous airwoman Diana Lewis has been murdered in her flat near the embankment.
Diana Lewis?
Yes.
Diana Lewis?
Yes. Between 5 and 6 this afternoon.
Pity you missed dinner, Bill. You could have helped me answer all Lady Harrington's questions.
She expected Tommy as Home Office pathologist to provide the answers.
Oh, wish he could answer my latest problem.
What's that?
Unknown woman murdered in Diana Lewis's flat in Mallet Street.
Oh, not Diana Lewis herself, then?
No, that was wrong, apparently. It was a woman to whom she'd let the flat while she was on this fabulous flight.
Oh, what a tragic ending to her world flight. Who was the murdered woman?
No, she hasn't been identified yet. You knew Miss Lewis, didn't you, James?
Well, hardly at all. I met her a few years ago.
Did she live alone in this flat?
Yes, but we have evidence that she was in the habit of receiving visits from a man. A charwoman was in the flat alone this afternoon, and a man phoned to say he was coming to call. She tried to tell him Miss Lewis wasn't there, but he didn't seem to understand. The charwoman returned to the flat, for some reason, about 6. Found the place all upside down and the poor creature lying on the hearth. Strangled.
What a ghastly business.
Ghastly is right. There was a fire in the grate. The poor woman had apparently fallen against the bars, and her face was almost unrecognizable.
Any clues?
Oh, 1 or 2. The most likely one consists of a bottle of Chartreuse.
Chartreuse, eh? Well, usually it's a cheap champagne.
A man named Savarin runs a little foreign shop under the flat, and according to him, a man called this afternoon and bought 2 bottles of Chartreuse. It's unique stuff, and he can only get it occasionally. He had, in fact, only 2 bottles left. Only 2.
And?
One was found in the dead woman's flat. The question is, who's got the other?
Yes. What's the matter with your hand, James? I noticed you had it bandaged.
No, it's nothing.
Come on, let me see it. I'll just take off the bandage. About those bottles of Chartreuse, Bill. They're rather intriguing. Pretty cool to strangle a woman and walk out with a bottle of liquor to drink quietly at home. Am I hurting you, James?
No.
What caused this cut? Knife or a pair of scissors?
I crushed it in the door of the car. What else did you find in the flat, Bill?
Oh, nothing much. No fingerprints.
This doesn't look like a bruise. It's exactly like a cut from a knife or a pair of scissors.
Oh, for goodness sake, Tommy, shut up.
All right. I'll do it up again, but don't think you can humbug me. Caught in the door, my foot. That's a cut from a knife. And if you didn't do it, then somebody else must have done it. And if that someone had been a man, you'd have told me. You won't tell me, so...
So what?
So it must have been a woman.
Oh, hello. Tommy Granger, the Home Office pathologist, putting on his professional manner.
Quite. Tell me, James, is there some little lady?
Oh, don't be a fool.
Oh, I don't mean anything serious.
Remember, they're making me Attorney General. I couldn't take a chance on anything like that.
What you mean is you couldn't take a chance on being found out. You'd take any steps to keep it covered up.
Well, my conscience is perfectly clear.
No, I expect it's for me. May I?
Yes, of course.
Yes, James Dearden's resident. Oh, yes, Wallace, Mason speaking. So you've got a description of the man? Yes. Yes. Excellent. Yes, I'll be along later. Goodbye.
Do we take it that you've got a description of the murderer?
Of the man who was in the habit of visiting Miss Lewis, yes.
What was he like?
Tall, broad-shouldered, distinguished looking.
Well, that would go for James here.
Or half the members of any service club.
On the floor by the dead woman's side, they found a knife with which they think she tried to defend herself. It's smeared with blood. They believe the murderer will be found to have a cut on his hand.
And James has a cut on his hand. And he's certainly distinguished in his bearing. Bill, you're going to make an arrest in record time. There he is, the very picture of guilt.
Oh, look here, Tommy, shut up.
I'm sorry I've been so long. Lady Harrington's gone at last. Oh, I'm glad you've come back, Bill. But I'm going to tell you all one thing. You're not to keep James up late. Have you looked at his hand, Tommy?
Yes, I have. It's nothing to bother about, nothing. Just bandage it twice a day. Peroxide and iodine alternately.
Excuse me, my lady.
What is it, Pewson?
Your ladyship's birthday liqueur. I thought perhaps your ladyship would wish the colonel to drink your health, as he's done all these years.
Oh, yes, of course I must. It's an old family custom, isn't it, Pewson?
Yes, sir. Allow me, sir. Sir James never forgets to bring a new liqueur home each year for her ladyship's birthday. He brought this one this afternoon.
This afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Many happy returns, Yvonne.
Oh, thank you.
Very good stuff, this.
Here, aren't I in on this? I'm very
I'm
fond of it.
sorry, sir.
Leave it, Pewson. Sir Thomas will help himself.
Yes, my lady.
Now, I'm only going to give you men another 15 minutes.
Yvonne, don't be absurd. You can't turn out our guests like this.
Bill, you understand. It's getting late, and I want to talk to James. It's important.
I'm sorry. What we are discussing is important, too.
Bill.
If you could spare him for another half hour.
I am not prepared to discuss the Metcalf case with you, Yvonne, not in half an hour or at any time.
But, James...
That's final.
I see. Then if you'll excuse me, I'll go to bed.
Sorry about that, Tommy. Bill?
Yes, yes, very difficult. Well, Bill, you're very silent.
I'm thinking about that Mallet Street business.
Oh, yes. As we were wondering if James's hand wouldn't provide you with a clue. I'd better have my liqueur.
Help yourself. The bottle's over there.
James, those Hungarian cigarettes you gave me this afternoon, you said you'd bought them in a shop off the embankment. Was it in Mallet Street?
Yes, it was.
In the neighborhood of Miss Lewis's flat?
Yes. I was going to tell you when Yvonne came in.
Good heavens. This bottle.
What's the matter?
Well, here. Read the label.
Oh. Green Chartreuse. Guaranteed 150 years old. Chez Savarin. Mallet Street. And you bought this afternoon, James?
I didn't say so.
But Pewson said that...
What's that you have in your hand, Bill? That paper you've taken from your pocketbook?
Oh, that?
Yes, that bit of that paper.
Well, it's the label from the bottle found in the flat. The bottle of Chartreuse. I had it taken off.
May I see it? Thank you. Green Chartreuse. Guaranteed 150 years old. Chez Savarin, Mallet Street.
Well, don't stand there looking like a stuffed owl. I know what you're thinking, that 2 and 2 make 4. 2 bottles of Chartreuse, 1 in the Mallet Street flat and 1 here. If you really think I'm the murderer, why didn't you say so?
No, the idea's absurd, of course.
You thought it no end of a joke just now, didn't you, pretending I was?
Yes, but we were only joking. All the same, James, it's a little disturbing. But of course you can give us an explanation.
Yes, I can. I did buy that bottle at Savarin, but I got it a month or so ago.
But Pewson said you brought it home today, for Yvonne's birthday.
My dear Bill, I pretended I had. I'm supposed to find a new liqueur for her every birthday. When I saw this Chartreuse, I bought it in case I forgot later. But I said I got it today to prove to Yvonne that I had been thinking of her in spite of my worries. Now do you see?
Oh, quite. Well, that explains it, doesn't it, Bill?
I suppose so, but...
What do you mean, Bill? Out with it.
There's the description that fits you. And you refused to tell me before dinner what you were doing this afternoon between 5 and 6 o'clock. We know you were in Mallet Street, actually in the building where the murder took place. You have a cut on your hand.
Oh, the confounded cut. Well, I can explain that.
Let's hear them.
Well, as I was leaving my chambers this afternoon, I was followed by a man. It was apparently one of that racecourse gang, you know. He caught me up, started shouting and abusing me, and then he struck at me with a knife.
But you told me...
I know I did. But I felt a little guilty at having told Atkins not to shadow me. And I didn't want you to know.
Where did this attack take place?
Oh, in some back alley, just as I was cutting through to the embankment.
Who saw it?
No one. The street was deserted.
What happened to the man?
He got away.
You didn't hold him?
No.
Do you mean to say that you let the man go? That's not like you.
I didn't want to stir up any more mud while this Metcalf case is on. Do you think I've enjoyed the last 10 days? Driving that poor fool into corner after corner and watching his feeble attempts to get out?
James, but surely...
If you'd have to go through all that day after day, you wouldn't want to harass me with all this string of questions. Where have I been this afternoon? What did I do? What on earth does it matter?
Bill, we ought not to keep old James up. I think we ought to be going.
No. We've got to settle it now.
What more is there to say? I've told you everything. It's not my fault if I can't prove it.
You have not told me everything. You have not told me what you were doing between 5 and 6. If you can give me a satisfactory explanation of where you were, that will be an end of the matter.
I'm sorry, I can't give you any explanation. You must think what you like.
You must have been somewhere. So long as you weren't in the flat, let you out. The whole thing becomes just a joke. You must see how important it is.
Oh, yes, you tied me up very nicely indeed. And it all started with your idiotic joke about alibis. I tell you, I've explained everything.
Metcalf explained everything?
Metcalf, so he did. Come on, out with it, Bill. Do you, in your heart of hearts, believe I did it? If you do, say so.
James, you know quite well if it were anyone else, I'd regard it as my duty to arrest him on suspicion, and then I'd look for further evidence.
Well, now we know where we stand. Non-proven, eh? And let's hope more evidence will turn up. But it won't.
Excuse me, Sir James, but there's an inspector of police to see Colonel Mason.
An inspector?
Inspector Wallace, sir.
Show him in here, Pewson.
Very good, sir.
What can he want? There's probably some fresh development which will clear up the whole thing. What a relief.
I wonder.
Well, there must have been.
We shall see.
Inspector Wallace, sir.
Well, Inspector, you want me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is Inspector Wallace, who's in charge of...
Good evening, Inspector.
Evening, gentlemen.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
I believe you have some business with Colonel Mason.
Have you anything fresh to report?
Yes, sir, I have. I've had 2 men raking the flat in Mallet Street, and they found this, sir.
Oh, a button.
And this knife, sir.
You think it was the one used in the struggle?
Oh, undoubtedly, sir. It lay just where the body'd fallen.
And the button?
Well, that's not so easy. It might belong to anyone. But if we catch our man, and he has a button missing from his coat, well...
It seems to have a thread of material attached. What do you make of it, Inspector?
Black coat button. No maker's name. Coat itself, of which we have a single thread. Black broadcloth. That's as far as we can get tonight, sir.
Well, leave this knife with me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, if you want me, I shall be here for the next half hour.
Very well, sir. Good night, sir. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Inspector. Good night, Inspector. So he's found a button. We wanted more evidence, and now we've got it. The button from the murderer's coat. Now then, what are we going to do?
Well, James, may we see your coat?
I've already rung for Pewson to fetch it.
I'm sorry about this, James. But you do realize...
Of course. It'll be in the hall.
You rang, sir?
Oh, Pewson, my jacket, the one I wore this afternoon. Please bring it here.
Your jacket, sir? Yes, sir.
No need to look like that, Tommy. Pour yourself a drink.
No, thank you.
Well, I'll have one. Bill?
No, thanks.
Your jacket, sir.
Ah. Here you are, Bill.
Oh, the buttons are all there.
Well, thank heaven for that.
But one has been put on, and not by a tailor. Whoever did it has left no neck to the thread.
What?
Pewson, was a button off my jacket when I changed this evening?
Yes, sir. I had it replaced at once.
I see.
I hope I did right, sir.
Yes, quite right. You may go.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I think I'll have that drink now. I can do with it.
James, there's one last chance of settling this matter beyond doubt. Shall we take it?
What is it?
I didn't mention it in front of Pewson, but your gloves are in the pocket of your coat. One is blood-stained from the cut on your hand.
Well?
Tommy, If the blood on the knife and the blood on the gloves are not from the same source, it clears James.
Yes, and I might be able to establish that by my new agglutination test.
And how long would it take you?
Oh, about half an hour.
Then get along to the laboratory at the yard at once.
But
Go on. Do as I say. I'll follow you.
All right. I'll do it. But Well, good night, James, old man.
Bill, you don't think...
Think? Good heavens, man. Why did you do it?
But I didn't. I tell you I didn't. I don't know what's happened tonight. It's this Metcalf business. It's driven us all mad, worrying about alibis and circumstantial evidence. If you can prove I killed that woman...
James, you know in your heart of hearts what Tommy Granger's report will be.
Tommy Granger. Ha! Tommy Granger.
It's his evidence they hang them on.
Well, then, let them try to hang me. Try, all of you. I don't care. I'll find a way out yet.
Oh, I can't believe it. It seems impossible, but facts are facts.
Rubbish. It might have happened to anybody who started playing that devil's game of yours. You were tempting fate. You started a silly game of alibis and presupposed murder, and you fastened it on me. Me! I've explained everything. I've answered all your charges. And they're simply a string of coincidences.
Coincidences?
Yes.
James, you've got one chance. One only. And that is to tell the truth. It's a terrible thing to take a fellow creature's life, but there are sometimes excuses or explanations that might justify me in helping you to get away.
Is this the voice of Scotland Yard?
No. Of a friend. I'm leaving Scotland Yard. I'm beginning to see things from a different angle. You must let me help you.
No. Nobody has ever helped me yet. I got to where I am without asking help of anyone. And if my career is finished, it will finish the same way, but I'll finish my job. Well, you'd better get back to Scotland Yard, Bill.
Very well. And you...
I shall wait and see what Tommy Granger has to say. It can't be his report. It can't be against me. That blood on the knife, the blood on the glove, it's impossible.
Yes. Impossible if...
Unless the whole world has gone crazy.
But Tommy Granger...
Tommy's all right. He's never wrong on a chemical analysis. Look at the way he's handled the evidence in the Metcalf case, the marks on the body. He knew that Metcalf...
Yes.
You'd better cut along and come back as soon as you can.
James, do you think...
What?
Suppose the blood test is against you.
Oh, get out, man. Get out! Pearson? Pearson!
You called, sir?
Oh, Pearson, I want my passport.
Your passport, sir?
Yes, it's kept in my dispatch case.
But, sir, the Colonel...
Colonel Mason?
Yes, sir. He asked for it to have it re-stamped or something to do with it being renewed.
I see.
I took it as an instruction from you, sir.
All right, Pearson. And please pack a small suitcase with things for one night. I may have to go away. Leave it in the hall, and you can go to bed.
I hope it's nothing serious, sir.
No, just a little unexpected. You won't forget the small suitcase.
No, sir. Good night, sir.
Oh, heavens.
Have Bill and Tommy gone?
Yvonne, I thought you'd gone to bed. Why are you dressed like that? Your coat and hat.
I'm leaving this house tonight.
Leaving the house?
I can't stand it any longer.
Can't mean what you're saying. Going? Where are you going?
Anywhere. I must get out. There's something awful happening here, or going to happen. I must get away.
Something awful? You feel that?
Yes. They're going to take a man's life, torture him for weeks, and then kill him as a cat does a mouse. And it all starts from here. And I can do nothing. I must get away. I wanted to talk to you tonight, to have one last chance to make you see that...
See what?
That all these horrible things you've been doing were destroying you. Oh, James, you used to be so kind and gentle and considerate, but you've changed. You're a different person altogether. Hard, callous, cruel.
You must be mad. What could have changed me?
No man can go on punishing as you've done year after year without something happening to him.
But it's all over now. I shan't appear in any more murder cases. That finishes when I become Attorney General.
It's too late. For years your life's been spent in torture and cruelty. Oh, it was all in the cause of justice, I know, but it was torture and cruelty just the same.
Yvonne, what are you driving at?
I think you're like a tiger that's tasted blood. Once started, nothing else will satisfy you. You tell me the Attorney General doesn't usually appear in murder cases, then you'll have no more victims unless...
Unless what?
Unless you seek them out for yourself.
Yvonne, you too? You think...
Oh, I don't know what to think.
Yvonne, I'll go over the whole thing again now, tonight.
Oh, Jane.
Oh, darling. Now, let's get down to it. Metcalf's missing witness, that's his sole defense. What do we know about her? Let me think. Where's Kelly's directory of Westmoreland?
It might be on the third shelf. Yes, here it is.
Thanks. Now, what did the fellow say? Came from the direction of Ambleside. Haven't seen her at the hotel. Yvonne, why would a woman wear a silver wheat sheaf in her hat? Yvonne, is it a common ornament?
I've never seen anyone wearing such a thing, but it might be a mascot or a badge or even a crest.
A crest? Give me Cap's heraldry. There, that big red book on the second shelf.
Here.
That's it, thanks. Wheat sheaf. Here we are. Wheat sheaf, often found in conjunction with a pierced arrow, Scottish. Let's have another look at the directory. Who in Ambleside has the right to bear arms? Has anyone the right to wear the wheat sheaf? It's 100 to 1 against still. Lewis. Well, it's a common name. It might be. She might not have heard. Yvonne, I've got it.
You found something.
Diana Lewis, the airwoman.
Diana Lewis? You don't mean...
Yes, I do. I've solved it, and it's all no good. She's gone, vanished. And unless I can produce her in court in 12 hours, Metcalf will die.
Colonel Mason's here, Sir James. He's coming upstairs now.
Bill!
I must see him, but you go before he comes in. He'll wonder why you've got your hat and coat on. We don't want him to think...
Oh, I'd forgotten. But don't let him keep you, promise. I'll go up through the side door. He won't see me.
Well, James, I said I'd be back.
Tommy's made his test, I suppose. Well, what's the result?
I don't know.
Why not?
He's not finished. He'll phone here in about a quarter of an hour.
Why didn't you wait?
I had to bring your passport back. James, you know what the result of this test will be. Oh, for heaven's sake, clear out. Take the early plane tomorrow. Go, it's the only way.
I've got my job to do tomorrow. I've got to be in court.
To hound that man to his death? When you yourself...
I'm going to do my duty whatever happens. That'll be Tommy now.
Don't answer it. Just get out, James. Don't answer.
What's the matter with you, Bill? This is Sir James Dearden's house. Scotland Yard. You want Colonel Mason? Yes, he's here.
Is it Tommy Granger?
No. What's that? Some new evidence regarding the Mallet Street case. What has she got to say? Just heard of the murder and wants to give information. This is Sir James Dearden. Diana Lewis. Put her through to me at once. My lord, a new development has just taken place in this case, which, as counsel for the prosecution, it is my duty to bring to the attention of your lordship.
A new development? At this stage?
A lady is in this court to whom I spoke last night. I think she might be able to throw an entirely new light upon the charge against the prisoner. Your lordship will appreciate it is difficult for me in my position to anticipate in any way what may be said by that witness. And I can only make a very strong suggestion to your lordship
that this witness should be called.
What has the defending counsel to say about this?
My lord, I ask that this witness should be called.
Very well. Call her.
I call Miss Diana Lewis.
Miss Diana Lewis? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name is Diana Lewis?
Yes.
Miss Lewis, you are, I believe, the famous airwoman.
Well, if you put it like that, yes.
You returned from your world flight yesterday.
Yes.
I understand that Sir James got in touch with you last night.
Yes, but I don't know what it's about. He simply said I was to come here this morning.
You were in the Lake District this spring, I believe. Was it in the neighborhood of Ambleside?
Oh, yes, I went to say goodbye to my grandmother before starting on my flight.
And did you go to a place called Eagle Rock on May 15th?
On the 15th? Yes. Yes, it would be the 15th.
Is there anyone in court at this moment whom you met there that afternoon upon the plateau of Eagle Rock? Please, look around.
What? Here, in this place? Yes. Yes, I met that man. That man over there. He was there with his wife.
And can you remember any conversation which took place between you or between the prisoner and his wife?
Oh, it's such a long time ago.
I earnestly beg you to search your memory. This man's life depends on your answer.
Oh, really? Such a lot's happened
Did
since
he
then.
say? Please.
Yes. Yes, I remember now. His wife would go too near the edge and he called her back. He said, for heaven's sake, keep away from the edge. You know you can't stand looking down from a height. Or something like that.
One more question, Miss Lewis. One more. That silver wheat sheath you're wearing, have you had it a long time?
No. In fact, I've only worn it once before, that afternoon. My grandmother gave it to me as a mascot for my flight. It's part of our family crest.
Thank you, Miss Lewis.
My lord, in these circumstances, I submit that there is no longer a case for the prosecution. And I respectfully request that your lordship will consider it right to direct the jury to acquit the prisoner forthwith.
Isn't it marvelous?
Yes, I'm glad Metcalf was acquitted.
Glad? Bill, it's wonderful. It's everything. It's my happiness. It's James. And I haven't even thanked you for helping me.
Please, don't mention it.
But I must. I'm so happy. Well, what's the matter?
I want to see James on a personal matter.
He's not home yet. And don't look so dismal.
I'm sorry, but I'm waiting for important news.
Well, then laugh and be gay. I know it'll be good news. Nothing can go wrong today. Oh, you must stay to lunch. And I must go and see to things. But James won't be long. Help yourself to a drink while you're waiting.
Thanks. I will.
Well, Bill, what have you to say now?
You've got courage, all right, James. Going into court today.
Well?
There's only one thing left. You've still got to prove your alibi.
You hold an unbeatable hand, Bill, but I've decided to make you a present of the ace.
Oh?
I was at Diana Lewis's flat.
You did go to the flat?
You know I was in Mallet Street at Savern's shop. I had an impulse to go and congratulate an old friend on her flight. I knocked but got no answer, so I came away. But what's the use of saying so?
You swear you didn't go in?
I do.
And the Chartreuse?
I told you last night. I bought it a month ago.
Sergeant Atkins would like to see you, sir.
See me? Oh, then show him in.
Yes, he's right here, sir.
What does he want?
Goodness knows.
Good morning, Sir James. Oh, morning, Colonel Mason. I've been looking for you.
Well, Atkins?
We've arrested the man, sir. The man who attacked Sir James last night.
What's that?
Well, sir, acting on routine instructions, I followed Sir James home yesterday and...
You followed me?
Yes, sir. But knowing it was contrary to your wishes, I kept at a safe distance.
Atkins, go on.
Well, Sir James walked along the embankment, sir, leaned over the parapet a bit, and then went into a shop in Mallard Street.
Yes?
Then he went upstairs to where Miss Lewis has her flat.
Now, Atkins, did he go into the flat?
Oh, no, sir. No, he knocked on the door, but the door wasn't opened. I could see clearly. A few minutes afterwards, he came away.
Yes. And afterwards?
Well, Sir James continued his walk when suddenly a man went up to him. The next thing I saw was that he struck at Sir James and then ran off.
Why wasn't I told all this last night?
Because I only arrested him an hour ago, sir.
I see. Well, thank you, Atkins. I'll take charge of Sir James now. You can consider yourself relieved.
Thank you, sir. Oh, excuse me, Sir James. Your button. I picked it up after the attack. Good morning, sir. Morning, Sir James.
Oh, good heavens, James. Oh, my dear fellow. Oh, what a relief.
Let this be a lesson to you not to start inventing parlor games in your old age.
Oh, James, I'm cured.
Sir Thomas Granger.
Ah. Well, Tommy, how goes it?
I'm upset.
Upset? Why?
My new blood test. It doesn't work. I tested the blood on the knife with the blood on the glove and got a positive result. And so far, so good.
Thank you.
And then I worked it out again with a drop of my own blood. And I got a positive result again. I've been up half the night, but there's no getting out of it.
Very disappointing for you.
Disappointing? It's shattering. I might have been responsible for a serious mistake. It might have been very awkward for someone.
It's what I've always said, that you must never believe in circumstantial evidence. And now, if you two will stay for lunch, we might as well finish that confounded chartreuse.
Oh, that's a happy thought.
What's a happy thought?
I was just saying that we'd finish that bottle of chartreuse I bought for you a month ago.
A month?
Oh, no. I mean yesterday, your birthday.
Oh, darling.
Come on, Tommy. You need a wash.
Oh, no, I don't. I see. Yes, yes, I do.
Yes.
Well,
Happy, my darling?
Yes.
And you forgive me?
Of course.
No more prosecuting. No more missing witnesses.
I don't mind how many...
Bernard Merivale was adapted and produced for radio by Anne Freed.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
The Woman with Red Hair.
Kathy Horner's apartment is beautifully situated. Its large windows overlook the park, and it's far enough out of the city to make it both convenient and quiet. Furnished in modern design, it reveals both expensive tastes and excellent judgment. It is close to 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning in autumn, and Kathy has just set a coffee tray for two on the table. Hers is an attractive, vital personality, though at the moment she gives the impression of someone whose emotions are being held under great control.
Oh, Victor, I hope David's not going to spoil things for us.
How do you mean?
He's been sick so long. He'll be all right, won't he, Victor?
Sure, he'll be fine.
Victor, I miss you already.
I haven't gone yet.
Darling, I'm sorry about that. But with David coming back and everything, but he's a Puritan.
Your brother? He was in love with Iris, and Iris used to be a chorus girl.
And his intention was to marry her.
Oh, why didn't he marry her?
Mother was against it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Victor, David won't separate us, will he?
No.
Promise me?
I promise.
Oh, Victor, darling. We can't let David break us up. But when I saw him at the hospital, he said he hated me. I don't know what he'll do.
He was sick.
In a psychiatric ward.
Oh, those people are sick.
Maybe David is still sick. And maybe he still hates me.
Oh, look, Kathy, he's been given a clean bill of health. Army doctors are pretty careful.
But his doctor couldn't tell me what was the matter with him when I was there. I begged Dr. Johnson to tell me. Lapses of memory, that's all he could say. What has David forgotten?
I don't know, Kathy.
He wrote to Iris saying he was coming east on business, and to make sure of something. He said that Dr. Johnson wanted him to leave the hospital to be sure. Sure of what?
Oh, I don't know. The business, maybe, or Iris.
But I could have sent the papers for him to sign, and he must be sure of Iris. She's written him often enough, though he's never answered.
Then I don't know.
Well, why not? You're a doctor. You went there to see him.
You can't tell much about a man when he slams the door in your face.
That's him.
Kathy, do you want me to leave?
No.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I don't know, Victor. I want to hide.
The door is open.
Oh, David.
Nobody answered the bell and the door was open.
David, let me take your bag. Oh, David, darling. Oh, it's so good to have you back.
Oh, you don't have to cry about it.
She's sentimental.
Oh.
It's Victor. Don't you remember Victor Carlton, David?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember.
Oh, it's the grey hair. Older, you know.
And this is a surprise, Doctor. Did Kathy ask you to come?
Of course. Victor wanted to see you.
Oh, I like your apartment, Kathy.
It's yours, too, David, as long as you stay here.
Well, thanks, Kathy, but I won't be staying here. I'll stop at a hotel till I can find an apartment. Perhaps you can help.
Well, I might be able to. I'll speak to Mr. Larson, the superintendent. In any case, you'll stay here tonight. I wanted to rest a while, David.
Well,
Where's your luggage?
Well, there's some of it.
And the rest?
Into the plaza, but I forgot to make a reservation.
Well, I've got my car downstairs. Suppose I go and fetch it for you.
Oh, yes, David, you go with him.
Oh, no, he doesn't have to. Where did I put my car keys, Kathy?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Wouldn't be upstairs. No, it's all right. I got them. Well, it shouldn't take me too long. I'll be right back.
Well, now, let's get settled. You'll be in that bedroom.
No, don't worry about me. All I need is space for my wardrobe trunk, and this place is certainly big enough for two people to live comfortably, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
Kathy, what's between you and Victor?
Why,
Well, take it easy, Kathy. You're my sister, so I'm interested. This is a family affair, and I'm the family now. There's no one else left.
David, this is not your concern.
Victor has always been my concern. But I didn't know he was a family institution.
You've always hated him.
2 years ago, Victor left my mother.
He was her doctor,
After
that was all.
he left, she shot herself. 2 years later, I come back and find him here with you, and I want to know why.
All right. I love Victor, and he loves me. And it's staying that way. Mother may have been in love with him, but you know Mother. She took it for granted that what she wanted was naturally hers because she wanted it. I met Victor again a year after Mother died. He was embarrassed and tried to avoid me, but I wanted to know the truth then, just as you do now, and he told me.
What did he tell you?
That he knew nothing about Mother being in love with him. As a matter of fact, he never did hear anything about how she felt until she told him she wanted to marry him, and that's all. And that's why he left.
And you believed him?
Knowing Mother, yes, I believed him. And knowing Victor now, I still believe him. David, I love him. I believe him, and I love him, David.
When are you getting married?
Not for a while yet.
Well, what are you waiting for? Why hasn't Victor married you?
Because he can't marry me. He's married.
Married?
Yes.
Oh, you silly fool.
They're separated.
We'll be thankful for small mercies.
You don't understand it. It happened long ago, and he can't get out of it. She won't give him a divorce. She's been ill.
And when's she getting better?
I don't know. She's in a sanatorium.
A sanatorium and you don't know? Does he? Suppose she doesn't get well. Suppose she stays this way and you get old and Victor leaves.
That's enough.
Be smart, Kathy. Leave him first.
David.
Oh, I know. He's going to marry you someday. He's going to marry you the way he was going to marry Mother someday. But he didn't, and she shot herself.
Victor had nothing to do with that. Nothing.
How long are you going to wait? When are you going to know enough to get out?
Stop it. You're crazy.
I'd better be going.
No, please, David. I'm sorry for what I said, but you've got to admit that... David, if you stay, you'll see that you're all wrong about Victor.
Will I?
Where are you going, David? Come back! rushed out, Victor. He rushed out without saying where he was going.
Must have been something serious to have brought that on so quickly. I wasn't away long. What did he say to you?
There was a lot we both said.
Did he ask you about me? About us?
David is bright.
Then he did ask about us.
I'll go further. David is very bright.
All right, Kathy. What did you tell him?
I was in love with a man who can't marry me because he's married already.
Oh, I want to, Kathy. You know that.
Then let's... Oh, please, let's...
Of course. As soon as my wife...
That's not good enough.
Kathy, you know I can't be without you.
You can't be without me. All right, you can't. But how long won't you be able to be without me?
Kathy.
No, I want to know. 2 years, Victor? 5, 20? And then once you can be without me, what happens to me then? Have you a pension in mind?
Kathy, we've talked...
Yes, we have. We've talked enough.
All right. Kathy, if you feel that way, if you can't wait for as long as it may take, there's no point in waiting at all. There's nothing more I can say to make you wait. Not even a day. We've a lot to thank your brother for. Well, aren't you going to answer it?
I'm sorry. I buzzed before I remembered you'd given me a key. Oh, you brought my other bag up.
Yes, the trunk is downstairs.
Oh, that's a shame. I just took a hotel room.
David.
Really? I thought you were going to stay here.
Oh, I think I like hotel life. It'll be nice having people do what you tell them after 2 years of being told what to do and when. I'll enjoy it.
Well, that's too bad. Kathy will miss you.
Not too much.
Well, it's been nice seeing you again.
Yes, you'll be around, I suppose.
No, I've just had some unexpected work crop up.
Oh, really? Unexpected, you say?
Yes, I imagine it'll keep me pretty busy, too.
Well, a man in your position has to be ready for just about anything, doesn't he?
Just about anything. Well, goodbye, David.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Kathy.
Goodbye, Victor.
It's over, isn't it, Kathy? I think it's a good thing. He's poison for the family. He was for Mother and for you and for me.
For you?
Yes, when he came to the hospital, he tried to have me sent to an asylum.
What for?
As hopelessly insane. You know, I'm beginning to like it here. I've changed my mind. I think I'll stay after all.
Called Iris yet, have you?
No. How is she?
Oh, she's fine, more beautiful than ever. I know she's expecting you to call, and she's due on stage at 8.
No, some other
So let me call her,
I
David.
don't want to see her yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Didn't you? You're awfully restless, Kathy. Do you want to make another phone call?
What do you mean?
Well, like all the others you've been making all afternoon. Hello, is Dr. Carton there? No, well, be sure to tell him Miss Horner called the minute he gets in.
David?
That's right, I've been listening. What are you so anxious to tell Victor?
I want to tell him to come back.
And he'll stay until someone else comes along. Kathy, don't you see? Victor would have left you eventually. I helped you to leave him first.
If he comes back, he'll never leave again.
All right, go to his house. Sit outside his door, wait for him, beg him to come and take you back. And ask him why he went to the hospital to see your brother when he was ill.
I sent him.
Oh. You sent him?
Yes. He was our doctor and a friend of the family. I thought he might be able to help.
Help? By trying to have me put away?
David, I just can't stand any more of this. I can't stand it.
Kathy, I'm only doing it because I want to help you.
I don't want your help. I want to be left alone. I want you to get out of here. Get out of my house. Get out.
Hello? Why, hello, Victor. How are you? Yes, we were just talking about you. What? Oh, just reminiscing. Yes, he's right here. He wants to speak to you, Kathy.
Hello, Victor. Oh, Victor, where have you been all day? I've been calling. What? What did you say? Oh, darling, I've waited such a long time. Where are you? Come up right away. What? Here's a bottle of champagne, a case of it. Only hurry, Victor. Hurry, darling. Oh, David.
He's getting a divorce.
Yes.
Well, that's what you wanted. Congratulations.
Do you mean that?
Well, of course. I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, David, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry for the way I behaved just now. Why, if it hadn't been for you, Victor might never... Well, I mean, I'd really owe Victor to you.
Yes. Well, you better go upstairs and dress.
Oh, you're a darling. I've got to rush.
Funny her giving in to a divorce so quickly.
Isn't it? Yes. Isn't it?
Have you ever met his wife?
No, but I saw her once at a nightclub bar.
I thought she was in a sanatorium.
Well, she comes up whenever she likes. It's a rest home, really.
And you did see her?
Only her back. Luckily, Victor saw her before she could turn round.
What's she like?
Oh, she's a big woman, broad shoulders. She wears her hair loose. It's bright red, almost cherry-coloured. Oh, there's Victor. Open the door for him, will you?
Yes, all right.
But tell him I'm rushing, David.
Okay.
Oh, good evening.
Come in, Victor. Kathy's dressing. Would you like to sit down?
No, I'm all right, thanks. David, I'm glad we have a moment alone. There's something I want to speak to you about.
Oh?
You know all about Kathy and me, don't you?
Yes.
Including our quarrel this morning. When I rang up a moment ago, it was to tell her I can get the divorce and we're going to be married.
I've already offered Kathy my congratulations.
Hasn't it struck you as odd that all this time I've been unable to do anything, now suddenly it's done?
It never occurred to me.
Has Kathy told you anything about Judith?
Judith?
My wife.
Very little. She's in a sanatorium, isn't she?
Yes, Evergreen at Amityville. David, there's one thing about her that only her doctor and I know. And it's something I want you to know, too.
Really? A cigarette?
No, thanks. David, my wife suffers from delusions of persecution. She's a paranoic.
Oh, you mean she's crazy?
No, I don't like that word.
They didn't at the hospital either. Only the patients used it. Is that the secret about your wife?
In just the beginning. When we separated many years ago, Judith imagined I left her for one of my patients, a girl named Pamela Stewart.
Was she right?
No, David. She wasn't, but funny things began to happen to Pam. The doorbell would ring, and there'd be no one at the door. She'd get letters, open them, and there'd be nothing in them.
Nothing at all?
No. Packages would arrive, beautifully wrapped, and nothing in them. A sort of nothingness coming by mail, by doorbells, by phone. Well, I finally told Pamela that the best thing she could do was to get out of town. She thanked me, left my office, and nobody ever saw her again. She just disappeared.
Well, that doesn't sound like an easy thing to do.
Not unless you're dead.
No. Not unless you're dead.
The day she disappeared, a wreath of funeral flowers arrived at her apartment. From my wife.
I see.
Yes, I think you do. Judith told the police that the flowers were a joke, and Pamela's disappearance was a coincidence.
And the police believed her?
No, but Pamela wasn't found.
Oh.
So, you see why I was afraid of Judith's finding out about Kathy. But after this morning, I was willing to take any risk. I didn't want to lose Kathy.
You went to Evergreen Sanatorium?
I told Judith I was going to divorce her immediately.
And what did she say?
Nothing. She just looked at me.
Did you tell her about Kathy?
No.
Oh, then there's nothing to worry about.
But you'll find out. She's a dangerous woman, David.
You know, Victor, you have an unsettling habit of seeing insanity in everyone.
Really? What other cases are you aware of?
I'm ready, Victor. How do I look?
Oh, you look... Kathy, you look as if you were just invented.
Oh, why, thank you, Victor.
Well, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, are you going out, David?
Yes.
Wouldn't you like to come along with us?
Yes, help us celebrate.
No, thanks. Have a good time. I'm going to see Iris. Where did you say she was singing, Kathy?
At the 44th Street Theatre.
I'll see you later.
Good night, David. Oh, Victor, you're a louse.
Me?
Look what you've put me through. I'm a wreck. Don't know if I want you anymore.
You don't?
Oh, darling, we're going to be married.
That's right. I want to make David happy.
Oh, I'm not worried about him now.
He'll be all right.
And so will we, Victor.
Yes.
What's happened to Judith?
Nothing.
Then why is it now? Why can you marry me now and you couldn't before?
Look, darling, my car's in a no-parking zone. I'll have to go and move it.
Something's wrong, Victor. If it was as simple as this, we could have been married before as easy as now.
Listen, Kathy, I asked you to wait, and now I find I can't wait myself. I love you, Kathy, that's all.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry I didn't mean it. Sometimes I behave like a woman.
Yes, thank heaven for that. Sweetheart, I'll have to go and get the car.
All right. Drive it to the front and wait for me. I'll get my coat.
Fine. Don't be too long.
I won't.
Don't get too chatty on that phone.
Oh. Hello? Iris. Oh, Iris, I'm so pleased you called, but right now I'm in a desperate hurry. Yes, David's arrived. He's pale, but not too thin. Well, listen, I have an idea he might be around backstage after the show, so I wouldn't make any dates if you want to see him. Yes, I know. Be careful, though. He's still nervous.
No, I've got to run now. No, nothing to thank me for. Goodbye, dear. Oh, lost. Hello? 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 Is anybody there? Hello? That's funny.
It is the following morning, Sunday, and Kathy Horner's living room is empty. Suddenly, the front door opens to reveal her brother David. He closes the door carefully and hurries into the room. Under one arm, he carries some newspapers and a package, loosely wrapped in brown paper. He moves to the wardrobe trunk, opens a drawer, and thrusts the package inside. Next, he takes the Sunday papers and scatters them on the couch, when suddenly the sharp sound of the door buzzer startles him.
Who's that?
David, open the door. I can't open it.
Well, just a minute, Kathy. I'm getting dressed.
Hurry, David.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, David. Thank heavens you're here.
Well, Kathy, what's the matter?
It's all right. I'm all right.
Well, what's happened? Your face, it's covered in blood.
Nothing, David. I'll wash it off.
What happened to you, Kathy?
David, someone tried to murder me. Yes, David.
Who was it?
It was Victor's wife.
Judith?
Yes.
Here. Sit down. I'll get you a drink.
Oh, David.
No, wait a minute, Kathy. Here you are.
Thanks.
Feel better?
Yes.
Now, what happened?
It was in the middle of the park at the Duke Street cut-through. No one was
From the
around.
beginning, Kathy.
Please don't shout at me.
Well, I'm sorry. Go.
I was to meet Victor at his office. We were to have breakfast together.
Yes, I know that.
How did you know?
I heard you talking from my room last night.
Well, I went through the park as I always do when I walk it. I was crossing the road to the cut-through when I noticed the car parked with the motor idling. It seemed odd to me so early and no one around. The idling motor, well, you know how you feel.
What kind of car was it?
One of those big black ones, the kind they use for funerals.
It's all right, go on.
It was up the road near the crossover. As I stepped on the curb, it started to move. It came towards me. Picking up speed as it came, I could see the driver, a woman, with long red hair and a veil.
Yes?
She was grinning at me, or so it seemed. And then I knew she wouldn't slow down. I jumped back towards the pavement, and the motor shot past. I could feel the heat of it. I fell. And then the car was past, out of sight. David, she wanted to kill me. Judith must really be insane.
I thought you knew. Victor expects you, doesn't he?
Yes.
And you better call him.
Why?
Tell him what happened. Have him come over here.
Are you going out?
Yes, if I can. I'm supposed to meet Iris.
Oh, yes, all right. Was she glad to see you last night?
And she said so. She's waiting for me now.
Oh, then you'd better go. I'm leaving myself. I'm going to Victor's. And I'm not going to tell him what's happened. Nor are you.
A woman tried to murder you, Kathy.
We'll keep it a secret.
Well, I don't understand you.
If he finds out what's happened, he'll want me to leave town until Judith's been put away.
Well, of course.
I won't do it, David. I've waited too long for Victor as it is.
Wait a minute. You can't ignore a lunatic like that.
Lunatic? She wants to hold on to her husband, and I want to take him away. What's insane about that?
She wants to murder you.
I'd do the same if I were in her place.
You're staying here, Kathy. You're not to leave this house.
David, I'm going.
No, Kathy, you're not.
David, I'm more afraid of you than I am of her. I know what Judith will do. But I don't know how far you'd go to keep me from Victor.
All right. You'd better go.
Thank you.
Answer it, Kathy.
No. No, I'm going to my room.
Hello. 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 Information. Could you give me the number of the Evergreen Sanatorium at Amityville? Come in. It isn't locked. Why, Victor, this is a surprise.
Good morning.
And a pleasure. Well, you're just the man I want to see.
What happened to Kathy? She was to meet me at 9:30.
It's not late, is it? We slept in.
It's nearly 11 o'clock.
Is that so? Well, you know, my watch stopped. Kathy, Victor's here.
Victor?
I know I was to call you at 8:30, but my watch stopped.
Oh, I was just leaving, Victor.
But so late. I was worried. I called, but I was disconnected.
Oh?
Yes. Was anything wrong?
No, nothing.
Your eyes are all red, Kathy.
I didn't sleep very well. Oh, I was hoping you'd come for me.
You should have called me.
As a matter of fact, Victor, I was looking forward to seeing you myself. I went over to your apartment early this morning, but you'd already left.
David, I didn't know you'd been out.
And I didn't know I gave you my address.
Oh, I got it out of Kathy's desk. Oh, Kathy, there was a call for you this morning, and I took it. I hope you don't mind, but you were asleep. I didn't want to disturb you.
Who was it?
The superintendent.
Oh, Larson. What does he want?
Well, he has an apartment. Remember, you asked him for one for me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, you have to go over and see him.
Me?
Yes.
Well, why don't you go over?
He wants you.
Sensitive about taking bribes before strangers. I suppose we'd better go, Victor.
Oh, I wanted Victor to look over some stuff of mine.
What stuff?
Some papers. I'm to sign tomorrow. Oh, there are a couple of things I thought Victor might explain to me. You know, something about the Horner Medical Supplies Company, don't you, Victor?
Well, why don't you ask the lawyer tomorrow?
Well, when a lawyer explains anything to me, I just get confused. I remember you explaining these things to Mother, Victor.
All right. Don't be too long, Kathy.
Oh, must you do this now, David?
Well, it's my only chance to get Victor today. I'm going out in a little while, out of town. I won't be back until tomorrow.
Oh. I'll wait for you, Victor.
Let's not waste time, Dad. I'm hungry.
Yes, go and see Larson and come back here, Kathy.
I think you're imposing on Victor.
Not at all. It's all right, Kathy.
Well, all right. I'll see you later.
Be careful crossing streets.
Yes, of course.
Now, what was it you wanted me to look at?
Oh, let me see. Yes, here it is.
Let me see. Oh. Seems fairly simple.
It isn't simple to me. Oh, you understand these things much better than I do.
The first clause means that although you own the majority of voting stock in the corporation, you're restricted in the designation of your heirs.
Yes, that sounds like that.
The heir must be the nearest next of kin. Your wife and children, logically. Now, I imagine that...
No, but if I have no wife or children?
Oh, you've got plenty of time.
Oh, granted, but suppose I don't marry. Suppose something happens to me before I can.
Oh. Well, then I suppose Kathy takes over.
In the event of my death?
That's right.
Or incapacitation?
Oh. Yes, here it is. Yes. Incapacitation, physical or mental.
My mental incapacitation?
Yes.
You don't think there's any chance of that, do you, Victor?
Of course not.
Well, I'm glad you've changed your mind.
Changed my mind about what?
My mental incapacitation. In the hospital, you thought I was a hopeless case, didn't you?
What do you mean?
Who tried to have me transferred to an insane asylum?
What the devil are you talking about?
Thank you for helping me.
Not at all.
Kathy should be back any minute. She didn't seem very anxious to go, did she?
No, she didn't.
That's not surprising, really. I don't think you'd want to be in the streets alone, either. Not after somebody tried to murder you.
What?
Oh, yes. That business about my watch stopping, it didn't stop. Kathy's been out and back this morning.
You said murder?
Yes, it happened in the park on her way to your office. A woman in a car tried to run her over. A woman with red hair.
Judith.
Kathy said this woman's hair was the same color, was worn the same way as the painting of your wife at your home.
It was Judith. Why didn't Kathy tell me about it?
She didn't want you to postpone the marriage.
Oh, little fool. And now she's back in the streets alone. Larson lives 4 blocks away from here.
Oh, I shouldn't worry if I were you, Victor.
Not worry?
Judith is only trying to frighten Kathy.
What makes you think so?
Well, that's the way Judith operates. You know, Pamela.
Why didn't you call me? Why all the delay? And why did Larson phone on a Sunday?
Oh, well, actually, it wasn't Larson himself. It was his wife who phoned.
His wife?
Uh-huh. Yes, she asked for Kathy, and I said she was asleep, and she said it was very important, and I must have had the apartment on my mind, and I said, well, is it about the apartment? And she said yes.
Go on, go on.
And I said, is this the superintendent's wife? And she said yes, and I said, well, shall I wake her? And she said, oh, no, just have her call at the superintendent's office within the next 2 hours.
Oh, you fool! You pushed Kathy out into Judith's hands.
Really? And what makes you so sure?
The superintendent has no wife.
I know he hasn't.
What? You knew it?
Yes.
But this doesn't make sense.
Well, no. Not until you know that I made up the entire story.
You mean there's been no call? No superintendent? No wife?
That's right. I wanted to talk to you alone.
David, do you know what you're doing?
You're quite an actor, Doctor. I didn't think you were quite this good.
You need help, David.
Oh, of course. In an asylum.
I've no time to discuss it now. I must find Kathy.
There's no danger for Kathy out in the streets. The danger's here.
Now what?
There's no Judith outside. There never was a Judith.
What?
You have no wife, any more than the superintendent has one. I made up a wife for him, and you made up one for yourself years ago.
David, I don't think you're as well as I'd hoped you'd be.
Ah, perhaps I'm suffering from a delusion. Is that it?
What is it, David? Do you think of me as your enemy?
Let's stick to my delusion. The one that you haven't got a wife, that you're married to a carefully built-up lie.
I see. And what gave you this idea, David?
A few facts. I told you I was in your flat this morning.
In it?
I took the key out of Kathy's desk last night, too.
Did you?
Yes, I knew you were going to meet Kathy at your office this morning and have breakfast with her. That meant you'd be out of the way.
Well?
The desk in your flat wasn't locked.
It never is. What were you searching for?
The answer. To you.
I'm an enigma, then.
Yes, there's something wrong about you. There's always been something wrong. Mother wants to marry you, she commits suicide. Later you come down to Creston and try to have me declared insane.
That is a delusion.
Yes, and then I come back and I find that you can't marry my sister because of a wife who's insane. Criminally insane.
And what is the answer?
I found your pistol permit in that desk. On it says you're single.
I see. And, did you notice the date on it?
Well, no, but... the permit was new.
You mean it looked new, don't you, David?
It was new.
Doctors are careful, methodical people. Ever notice that?
A little while ago, I telephoned the Evergreen Sanatorium.
And they told you that they had no such patient as Judith Cullen.
Yes.
Find a private sanatorium that will give patients' names to strangers, especially on the telephone. Anything else?
I found this picture. Here, it's in my wallet.
Picture?
Yes, it's one of Mother, taken a good many years ago.
My heavens, she was beautiful.
For my darling Victor, yours always. When you and Mother met a bit over 2 years ago, it wasn't for the first time then, was it?
What did your mother tell you?
That she loved you, that she always had. That's all the history I ever had from her. Give me that back. Kathy will be surprised to know how old you must be.
I was considerably younger than your mother. Yes, I knew her when I was young.
And she left you for my father, didn't she? Didn't she?
She left me for the Horner Medical Supplies Company.
You waited a long time, didn't you? More than 20 years. You got her to fall in love with you again. It was easy. A sentimental widow. Sounds like a song, doesn't it? A sentimental widow.
Go on.
All right. Something you said or did made her kill herself. I don't know what. And that wasn't enough. There was a son and daughter now. So you tried to have me locked away and Kathy...
Yes, Kathy?
You never wanted to marry her. So you invented a wife who could make you stay free. A wife to murder Kathy with. And the Horner family will be gone.
It's an ingenious story, David. A nicely contrived bit of pulp. But I'm warning you. I'll only stand so much, even from you.
You don't seem so concerned about Kathy now.
You were right. Kathy's safer outside.
Well,
Certainly I loved your mother when I was 19. It darn near broke me when she was married. But does that make me a murderer?
The night she died?
Yes, David, the night she died. Where were you that night, David?
Never mind me.
Where were you, David, the night your mother killed herself?
That's Kathy.
That was just a wild goose chase, David. The place was closed.
Well, maybe you got there too late.
Or maybe David made a mistake.
I made no mistake. I'm leaving now, Kathy.
With Iris?
Yes, until tomorrow.
Oh, why don't you ask Iris to marry you, David?
What's the rush?
I'm not rushing you, but why wait?
I've got some business to finish.
Shall we go, Kathy? I'm hungry.
Oh, just go and get a coat, darling. It's turning quite cold.
All right. I've discovered something this morning, David. You not only hate me, you hate Kathy as well. You'd do anything you could to break us up.
The truth is what I'm after, Victor. If you break up because of it, then that's not my fault.
I expect you to tell her the truth.
About what?
About your wife, that you haven't one.
Oh, but I have.
Oh, you're a smooth man, Victor. And Kathy loves you for it. Mother, too. She always liked men who were smooth and slick.
Why do you want to believe I have no wife, David? Don't you see, if I have no wife, then who tried to run Kathy down?
Well, it could have been anybody. It could have been you. I'm going now. But if you haven't told her by the time I come back, I will.
David.
What?
If it could have been me, it could just as easily have been you.
All right. It could have been me. Just remember, I warned you.
Has David gone, Victor?
Just gone, darling.
I'll be right down.
All right, Kathy.
Victor, what are you doing at David's trunk?
Playing a hunch, Kathy.
What sort of a hunch? You...
And it looks as if it's come off. It was right at the back of that drawer.
A wig. A bright red wig.
You know what this means, don't you? He's homicidal.
It is some 12 hours later, and the living room of the apartment is dark and deserted. The door opens, and Kathy comes in, shutting it behind her, and snapping on the light. She goes straight to her brother's wardrobe trunk, opens a drawer, and begins rummaging among its contents.
Looking for something, Kathy?
David, I didn't expect to see you. You said you were going away till tomorrow.
I was, but I couldn't. I'm glad you came back alone, Kathy. You are alone, aren't you?
Yes. Why didn't you go away? Iris will be disappointed.
She is, and so am I. But there are things to be settled first.
What things, David?
You've been thinking that maybe I was insane. You have, haven't you?
No, David, no, I haven't.
Do you know why I came here, Kathy?
To take over the business?
No. I came here for Iris. I love her, you see. I always have. But I wasn't sure about myself, and I had to know. I had to be sure.
Are you sure now?
Do you think it was my fault that Mother committed suicide?
No, David, it was no one's fault.
For years I thought it was my fault. The night she died, we had a quarrel. She wanted me to settle down. I told her I would if I could have some money to marry Iris, but no, she said if I married Iris, I'd get nothing. I told her I wished she was dead so that I could have the money I needed.
It wasn't your fault, I tell you.
If it wasn't me, who was it?
It was nobody.
You mean I am crazy?
No.
Somebody did it, Kathy. At the hospital, I thought it might be you.
Oh?
Yes, but Victor came and tried to have me sent to an asylum. Then I knew it was he.
That's enough,
He doesn't
David.
want to marry you, Kathy. He could have married you before.
He has a wife.
Oh, no, he hasn't, Kathy.
What are you saying?
You remember, you told me about a painting in Victor's apartment. A painting of his wife.
Yes?
Well, I've got it here. Here it is.
How did you get this?
I stole it this morning from his apartment. It's a fake. Something out of a second-hand store. I took it out of the frame and I saw something which was hidden. And look for yourself. A signature.
Joshua Trilling, 1905.
1905. A portrait painted in 1905. That's what he palmed off on you as a portrait of his wife?
David!
I'll take it, Kathy. Hello? Who did you say? Dr. Carlton? Yes. This is Dr. Carlton speaking. Yes, I'll hold on.
David!
Interesting, Kathy. This is a call from the hospital I just left.
Give me the phone, David.
No, Kathy. Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Carlton. Oh, good evening, Dr. Johnson. What? No, it's just the connection's bad tonight, that's all. What? You can't come, but you're sending the case records. Oh. Well, look, Doctor, don't send them. I've changed my mind. I don't care what I told you this morning. I'm convinced now that David Horner is as sane as I am. What? His sister? Yes. Miss Horner has changed her mind, too. Don't bother with the records. Thank you for your trouble. Good night. I get it now.
We were thinking of your good, David. You need more time to rest, more care.
Kathy.
David, please.
Who put that red wig in my trunk, Kathy? That's what you were looking for when you came in a few minutes ago, isn't it?
David, you're...
Who put it there, Kathy?
Leave me alone, David. Let
You've
me go.
got to answer it. Who's that?
I don't know, and I don't care. I'm going upstairs.
All right, I'm coming.
David.
Hello, Victor. Come in. I suppose you didn't expect to see me here tonight.
No, I thought you were going away.
There were things that stood in the way. The trouble is, if I don't go now, I never will, because Iris won't wait anymore.
Iris?
I want to marry Iris. I don't ever want to leave her again. Do you think that's all right?
Why do you ask me?
I thought you might be interested in the problem.
Oh?
It isn't enough, Victor, just to think one is sane. In an important matter like this, where happiness of one's future wife depends on it, one must be 100% positive. Don't you agree with me?
Yes, but... Well, can you be?
I'm glad you asked, Victor, because I want to tell you. All you have to do to be sure is to prove that the things you believe are true. That's all. Things like you're not having a wife, like you're wanting to send me away. Well, you're not sending me back, Victor. I'm not going back.
Oh, you fool, put that gun down.
No, I won't be sent back.
You're sending yourself back the way you're acting. You're all wrong. They said you were insane at the hospital. I was the one who said no. I was the one who stopped them sending you to an asylum.
You're mixing me up again. But I'm right.
I was the one who got you released.
That's not true.
What did they tell you at the hospital?
I don't remember.
Do you remember buying that red wig and summer?
No, I don't.
You have lapses of memory, don't you, David?
No, What?
Give me that gun.
No. Victor!
That's it. You shouldn't carry guns, David.
Victor, are you all right?
Yes, Kathy. David's not hurt. He's just winded.
Dr. Johnson rang from the hospital and David answered the phone.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry it happened this way. Maybe it's best.
But do you think you should leave that gun on the table like that?
Oh, don't worry. David won't try anything silly again.
David, we want to help you. Don't you trust me?
Why, Dr. Johnson?
It's for your own good.
An asylum? What are you afraid of? I'm sane. Kathy believes I'm sane, don't you, Kathy? Victor, tell Kathy about your wife.
David says I have no wife.
That's right. And I've got proof. That picture painted in 1905, that was a long time ago.
Judith was a young girl then. She's older than I am. Call the sanatorium again, David. Ask for Dr. Spencer. That's the man you should have spoken to. Go on, call.
Call him, David. I'd like to know,
It's a
too.
trick, Kathy. It's a trick. You had this prepared.
And the wig, David, the wig in your trunk.
It was put there to frame me, to get me out of the way.
No one's trying to frame you. This is just a case of...
Of a mental incapacitation, I suppose.
Well, yes, David.
Of course. Straight out of the will. Oh, I've misjudged Victor, Kathy. He's just been waiting till you were sure of inheriting the Horner Medical Supplies Company. That's why he's been trying to get me into an asylum. Then he'll marry you. And how long do you think you'll last after that?
Oh, look, they let you out of the hospital too soon, David.
I've misjudged you, too. You'd do anything for Victor. You'd send me away. You'd murder for him.
No, David. Not me. I wouldn't murder anyone. But you would. You've done it before.
What are you talking about?
About what you did after you quarreled with Mother.
Huh?
What did you do that night, David?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
You don't remember, do you, David?
I was in my room. I slept.
And what did you dream?
Stop it, Kathy.
Isn't that what they were trying to do at the hospital, make you remember?
No.
David.
What?
What did you do this morning after you stole the painting from Victor's office? Do you remember getting a car and trying to run me down?
I didn't. No.
And then parking near here, rushing inside before I came back and hiding the wig.
No.
You don't remember any of that, do you?
No.
And you don't remember murdering Mother and then making it look like suicide either, do you?
No, I didn't.
But, David, it's in your records.
What?
The ones you didn't want sent here. It's all there. Oh, David, don't you see? You're sick.
No, I don't see.
David.
I don't.
We can't protect you much longer.
What do you want, Kathy?
We want you to be taken care of. So there won't be anything else you'll ever have to forget. There are some men coming tomorrow, David, and they'll have papers for you to sign.
You want me to put myself away?
We want to make it easier for you. We don't want to have to open your hospital record, do we? We don't want to commit you, David.
I don't want to go.
No, I don't want you to either, David. But do you want to have what happened to Mother happen to me?
I'm all confused again.
Where are you going?
It's all right, Victor. Let him alone.
I got to think. I'm going out for a while.
Kathy?
He'll sign, Victor. Don't worry. He'll sign. What time is it, Victor?
11:30. It's getting late.
You will stay with me. I don't want to be alone with him.
Of course.
I'll fix a bed for you on the couch. Oh, what should I do with these bullets from his gun? I took them out.
Well, better give them to me.
All right. I left the gun still on the table. Oh, Victor.
Kathy, it'll be over soon.
Yes, that's right. It will. I'm sending him away, my own brother. Do you think I made a mistake, Victor?
You had to, Kathy. The boy's insane.
It was Mother's death he couldn't remember, wasn't it? He went to the hospital because of that.
And he's going now because of us and what he did today.
It was David who tried to run me down.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't your wife.
She doesn't wear a wig, Kathy. Don't make yourself sick with doubt. We've got a time before us that we never had before. David will be safer where he is, and we'll go away. There's nothing to keep us now.
Isn't there, Victor? You do love me, don't you, Victor?
Of course, my darling.
Oh, I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, Iris. What? Oh, I see. Is he there now? Well, what did he say? Well, try to think, Iris. It's important. That's all he said. All right. Thank you very much. No. I know how upset you are, Iris, but please don't call. We'll get in touch with you. Goodbye. David's coming back. He was at Iris's. He suddenly jumped up and said, I've got it now. I'm going back. After just sitting there without saying a word.
That's strange.
I'm going to see to the door.
Are you locking him out?
I don't want him bursting in. If he wasn't out of his mind before, he will be now.
Why?
He knows the truth.
What do you mean?
He knows I couldn't see the hospital records. No one could. The only ones with access to them are his doctors and the court of law. I thought if his memory was gone, he might forget. I lied about those records and sent him off.
I guessed as much.
I thought it was the only way.
It was.
He thought you wanted to put him away. But it wasn't you who sent him. It was me. And I can't blame him for what he'll do when he gets back.
He won't do anything. I'll see to that. You'll have to let me handle this.
I could tell him the truth about those records, Victor.
The truth won't give him sanity now.
But he only drew his gun in self-defense because he thought you were trying to send him back.
You'll have to leave it to me, Kathy. You go to your room. Don't be here when he comes.
Why not?
I want to meet him first. If he finds you here, we won't have time to reason with him anymore. It's you he's after. Oh, go on now, darling.
All right, Victor. I'll stay upstairs until you call me.
And don't worry about anything.
All right.
Hello. Give me the police. Are you in your room, Kathy?
Yes, Victor.
All right. Make sure you stay there. Hello, please. Listen carefully. There's a dangerous man, a murderer who tried to run a woman down today. Yes, the woman's name is Horner. A man is up in her apartment now. He's got to be stopped if I have to do it myself. I'm on my way there now. My name is David Horner. David, the girl's brother. Now, the cartridges, the gun.
Victor?
What? You were to stay in your room, Kathy.
It's no good, Victor. I can't hide. David's my responsibility. I want to know what happens to him.
I thought you were going to let me take care of it. If he sees you, he'll kill you for what you've done to him. Get back to your room.
Oh, all right. Oh, I forgot to put this gun away. I'll take it now.
No, don't.
But why not? Wait a minute. I didn't put the gun on the table.
I put it there. It's my protection, if you like. My blackjack. Just in case.
Oh, I see. You'd scare him with this empty gun.
If he attacked me, yes.
But what if it were loaded?
Kathy.
What were you doing when I came back just now? You had your back turned.
I was just thinking.
Of how to deal with David. Of course, if this gun were loaded, you could solve the problem with a bullet, couldn't you? After all, he's crazy. He left an institution, and he tried to run me down. No one would blame you. He tried to stop our marriage.
Yes, he did.
I never thought you didn't want to marry me until you said you could. Why did you wait until now to tell me you could marry me?
Because I was afraid. Then I left and found I couldn't stay away.
Afraid of what? It wasn't Judith who stopped our marriage plan.
Cassie, believe me. If you love me, believe me.
I believed you once against my own doubts. I even held out against David. You waited for the family business to come to me. And you wouldn't marry me until it was mine. And now that David is mentally incapacitated, and it is mine, there's no more reason to wait, is there?
I don't care about the business.
David says you do.
David is sick, Kathy. I didn't think he was myself until I discovered that he was in the car this morning.
Yes. How lucky for us that you did. But he wasn't in the car. It was the woman in the painting. I've waited a long time because of her. It isn't likely I'd forget her.
And what about the wig, Kathy? Call the sanatorium.
Why?
Ask Dr. Spencer where Judith is, where she's been all day.
No, Victor. I don't have to call. Even if Judith isn't bedridden in the sanatorium, she's an old woman. And the face I saw in the car wasn't old. You haven't got a wife in the sanatorium, Victor. The woman in the painting looks enough like you to be your mother. Judith Carlton is your mother, Victor, not your wife. And you were in that car.
Kathy.
Yes, Victor, it was you.
Kathy, put that gun down.
Why? It's empty, isn't it? You never loved me, did you, Victor? You never had a wife.
We'll be together, Kathy. We'll forget about the rest.
And David?
You wanted to be rid of David, too. You can't blame me for that.
I don't.
I wasn't the one who accused David of murder. I didn't talk him into going to an asylum. You did.
I know.
And it was you who lied about his records to do it.
Yes, I did.
And why?
Because David didn't kill his mother. I did.
You?
Yes. I told her you were in love with me. But all you wanted from any of us was the business, wasn't it? Too bad, Victor.
Kathy.
Oh.
Kathy! Kathy, are you all right?
Hello? Yes? The police?
Kathy!
Yes. Yes, I'm Miss Horner.
Open the door!
No, he hasn't arrived. Yes. Yes, I'll be here. I'll be here. With Victor.
Kathy! Kathy, let me in!
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
All the Way by Giles Cooper is a modern comedy concerning two people as they seek their hotel for an illicit weekend. Sarah Churchill, famous actress daughter of the great British Prime Minister, stars opposite Colin Fish in tonight's play. Listen in a few moments to All the Way, produced by Colin Fish.
Luck.
I'll say.
We're the only ones.
Everyone else got out at the junction.
No need to bother about finding the clock.
No, it's over there.
You'd have to stand on the weighing machine to be absolutely under it.
Oh, I wouldn't dare. I'm far too fat.
Oh, no. I think you're right. Just right.
You'd better.
Well, here we are, anyway. Aren't we?
Yes, here we are.
I booked a room.
Where?
At the Queen's. I don't know it, but it's a 3-star. There isn't a 4-star here.
Oh, I should hope not. I mean, you don't want to waste your money.
Oh, I wouldn't think of that, but there wasn't one. Let me take your case.
Oh, well, just while I turn the ticket. Didn't you get a return?
No, I didn't think.
Silly.
I couldn't be bothered with anything except tonight.
Oh, shh.
Can you tell me where the Queen's Hotel is?
It's in the centre.
Is it far?
A mile or so across the common. Well, you want the junction, really. That would have been best. Get off at the junction for the centre.
Oh, is there a train back there?
Oh, no more trains now.
Taxi?
Well, I don't know if there's one there. He'll be outside, only they don't generally wait. You're late, you see.
Yes, I see.
Night, Fred. Night, Tom. Night.
No taxi.
You wouldn't think they'd shut up so early. It's not 1/2 yet.
Well, perhaps he'll come back.
Oh.
The taxi. A taxi. You know, sometimes to take people, they'll come back to see if there's anyone else.
Oh, we could telephone.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry about this.
Oh, you can't help it, darling.
Hey, taxi!
I'm afraid they've all gone out.
Perhaps if we walk towards the centre, we'll see something.
Oh, give me your case.
Oh, no, I can manage. Really, I can. Oh, it isn't heavy. There's nothing in it. Night dress, slippers, toothbrush, that's all.
Oh, don't.
What?
If we'd stayed at Wheelbridge.
What?
I was just thinking that.
Things you shouldn't be thinking.
Shouldn't I, Una? Shouldn't I?
Oh, darling, dear, it's not here. Oh, let's go on. Only a mile, he said.
Yeah, all right. Let's step out then.
Yeah, but not too fast. I've got the wrong shoes on.
I'm terribly sorry. They're awfully nice.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, I thought you'd like 'em. Rings on my fingers, bells on my toes. Ooh, we shall have music. Hey, just supposing it got back.
Oh, it isn't really any business of the firm's.
No.
Oh, yes, I know. I know.
My position would be impossible. And it wouldn't help you. They're terribly strict about some things.
Well, I suppose they think the next thing we do would be to steal the wages and fly off to South America.
Oh, I'd love to go to South America.
Oh, I wouldn't mind stealing the wages.
Oh, what would you do? Wear a mask and hit Miss Carmichael on the head with an iron bar.
No, wouldn't it? She probably sees it from me and batter me to death.
Oh, that isn't what she'd do to you. Don't worry.
Miss Carmichael?
You'd be surprised.
Well, I can think of a better word than that.
Well, don't use it. The firm disapproves of bad language among its employees.
Well, you're not the firm. If you were, you wouldn't be here.
I wonder where here is.
Well, the road forks.
Hey, there's a signpost.
Cardiff and the west on the right. Oh, that's no good. What's to the left?
The County Fever Hospital.
Ooh, that's a lot of help.
Oh, I think it's to the right.
Unless it leads to the bypass.
But the Fever Hospital can't be in the centre of the town.
Well, there's a common we have to cross. The ticket collector said so. Perhaps the hospital's on the common.
Oh, it couldn't be. They put the miles out.
All right, then we'll try the right.
Then we can't be wrong.
What?
Oh, only a joke. We could ask, of course.
No, we'll take a chance.
Well, it might be better to ask.
Oh, they're all asleep.
Oh, they can't be yet. It's not that late.
It's after 11.
Is it? Oh, Tom, I was in my bed.
Time.
What?
Nothing.
Go on.
Time you were
Tom, I was what?
in my bed.
Oh, you're awful. Really awful. And to me, you look so shy.
I'm like an iceberg.
Oh, no, not an iceberg. Oh, that doesn't sound a bit cozy.
9/10 under the surface. That's what I meant. Come on. I can tell you what this is. It's the Ring Road.
Where did it go?
Round the turn. If we stayed on, we'd walk about 5 miles and end up back here.
Oh, it must have been the other way.
Well, no point in going back. Must be a way into the centre, office.
Couldn't we ask?
Who?
Hey, there's a light over there.
Well, I should think they'll know, living out here.
Well, it's worth asking. It's always worth asking. You don't find out anything if you don't ask.
Yeah. All right. I'll ask him.
Oh, it's chilly.
Standing, yes.
Hey, there's someone coming.
Who is it?
Hello?
Who's that?
We're wanting to ask the way.
Who?
We're lost. We wanted to ask the way to the town centre.
Wait a minute, then.
Oh, I didn't know there was a lady. You know how it is. One can't be too careful at night. Not nowadays with all the crime there is. They ought to bring back the cat of nine tails, I say. Do some of those young thugs good, don't you agree?
It might. It might.
We're trying to find our way to the centre of the town.
Walking? You think you're going to walk there?
We arrived on the last train. There weren't any taxis.
I don't think you're going to walk there. Not the lady, anyway.
We've got to.
I don't think so. You may think so. I don't think so. Come on.
Oh, no, we really must, you know.
Well, it would be nice to sit down for a moment.
Sit down, that's it. Come along in, then.
Only a moment. We'll be off again in a second.
Can't be too careful. Never too careful. Believe me, I know what I'm saying. Living on the Ring Road. In here. There's a chair and there's a chair.
Oh, thank you.
Just for a moment.
A moment, yes. I expect you were going somewhere.
Town centre.
To a hotel.
For the night.
You won't get there walking.
Oh, we must.
The lady won't.
She, my wife will manage.
Oh, yes. But is it really far?
Too far for those little shoes.
Oh.
You know what I think? I always say what I think, straight out. What I think, I say. That's best I always say, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Speak straight out, then folks know where they are with you.
What do you think?
That my upstairs front is where you'd better spend your night.
Oh, really, now?
No, we couldn't.
He thinks I don't mean it. Which shows he doesn't know me. If he did know me, he'd know that what I think, I say. Ask anyone round here, ask them about Mr. Barnes, they'll tell you. And when I say my upstairs front will do, it'll do. Well, there's a bed, a good-sized bed, my wife and I, and a dressing table, and a cupboard with a mirror set in the front. A long mirror, that's what the ladies like. I know. And breakfast in bed?
Oh, we couldn't.
Is it really so very far to the centre?
Too far, and you're tired.
Oh, it's
getting late.
That's it. I knew he was tired. I could tell.
Oh, we couldn't.
He keeps saying that, doesn't he, miss? But when he sees the room, he'll change his mind. Well, this way. I'll show you the way. Follow me.
We can't. It's very late, dear, and kind of him.
There's everything you want here. There's a bath and, well, everything in here. Put the bath in myself. I'm Andy. Always have been, always will be, I dare say.
There's a smell.
Shh. My room's in here, right next door. I sleep in here, so anything you want, you've only got to knock. Just knock, and I'll wake up. This is the front. I haven't used it since my wife passed on, except for a cousin who came for the night from Luton, Bedfordshire.
Oh, it's lovely.
But that...
Oh, a dog.
Stuffed. You'd think he was alive. Wouldn't you think he was alive? A lot of people have said they'd swear he was alive. That was our little doggy. Run over by a motorcyclist.
And you had him stuffed?
I did it myself. I'm Andy, like I told you. He's just as in life. The only thing I couldn't put back was his little bark. Jack, we called him. Good boy, Jack. Oh, those little eyes. They're full of life. Give me a piece. I paid for them.
No, we're going now. We have to. Thank you very much for your kindness, but we have to go to our hotel. Come along, Eunice.
I still don't see.
Oh, that dog.
I could have put him in the cupboard.
I couldn't have touched it.
Oh, you're too fussy.
Well, it wasn't only that.
Oh, I thought it looked a nice little room.
That horrible old man.
But he tried to be kind.
Him kind? Oh, no, I can tell you what he wanted, filthy old devil.
Why do you hate him so? Oh, and where are we going?
Those walls were paper. He could hear. He wanted to listen.
Oh, no.
He guessed about us.
No.
I call you miss.
Well, I am.
Well, I thought... I bought a ring. I should have given it to you before.
A wedding ring?
For the hotel, yes.
Is it a real one?
For us, it will be.
Oh, not that finger, stupid.
Oh, sorry. With this ring...
Oh, darling.
Oh. Let's go back to the station hotel.
Oh, the old man's near us.
Can't you wait?
Not a minute. Not a minute.
Oh, good. Oh, Liv, someone stop it. Someone's coming in.
Good.
Police.
Are you looking for someone?
The town centre.
Oh, yes?
Can you give us a lift, please?
Where to?
To our hotel at the centre.
Which hotel?
Oh, which hotel, darling?
Well, don't you know?
The Queen's.
Oh, staying at the Queen's, are you?
Going to stay there when we find it.
You're walking away from it.
We didn't know. We're lost.
Where do you live?
What's that got to do with it? Can't you just take us to our hotel?
Where do you live, sir?
Don't you tell him. It's nothing to do with him.
We're visitors.
And we don't think much of this town. I can tell you that.
We arrived on the last train. There were no taxis.
There wouldn't be.
This lady your wife, sir?
Mind your own business. It's nothing to do with him. I'll tell him to go catch some of these thugs who beat up old ladies. Probably be afraid to.
All right, darling, all right. We're only looking for our hotel.
Oh, yes. Now then, what's in these two cases?
God blimey, the nerve.
Our things for the night.
Do you mind opening them, please?
Yes, we very well do mind. Tell him to go play policeman somewhere else.
We'd rather not open our cases.
Then I'll have to ask you to come to the station with me. We'll open them there.
Oh, surely that isn't necessary.
Been a lot of burglaries recently. We've got our job to do.
I suppose the burglars pay you to leave them alone, so you've nothing better to do than bother us.
Do you know this lady well, sir?
Of course.
Did you meet her locally?
No, I tell you, we're visitors to the town. We came here together. She's,
Are you sure it was the Queen's Hotel you were going to, sir?
Yeah, I'm certain. I'm sure. I booked a room.
What name?
He's making suggestions.
What name, sir?
Filthy suggestions.
It's booked in the name of, Williams.
Have any means of identifying yourself?
Oh, I don't know I have. Checkbook. Oh, no, that's no good.
No good to him. It's cash he wants. Blackmail, that's what it is.
Well, a letter addressed to you, a visiting card, driving license?
Lord, do you think I'd be walking around this dreary hour at this time of night if I had a driving license?
Yeah. No, you've got something there, sir. Now then, what about these cases?
Don't let him.
Well, if you really want to see my pyjamas, I suppose you can.
Oh, coward, feeble coward.
Here you are. Razor, toothbrush, bedroom slippers.
Oh. Yes.
No swag.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, I suppose you want to see mine. Want a bit of a thrill? All right, go on. But I'll report you. You're a pervert, that's what you are. And I'll tell them so. Out for a cheap thrill, that's all. Well, go on, get it over.
No, that's all right. Thank you very much, sir. Good night.
Well, I'm sorry. What I mean is, if you get angry with them, you're asking for trouble.
You laughed.
It wasn't a laugh.
Well, what was it then?
Well, I was sort of jollying him along.
Oh, very jolly, and all at my expense.
Oh, Lord, do be reasonable, do. No, would it... Now, just think for a moment. Would it have helped if we'd been taken in and charged with insulting behaviour or obstructing the police?
Oh, no danger of that with you. They ought to give you a helmet and a truncheon of your own so you go round and hit people on the head with it.
Oh, Una, please.
Oh, now, let me alone. I don't like being pawed about anyway.
For goodness sake, then what do you come for?
I thought you were a man. I thought you were a gentleman.
Oh, I'm exactly what I am, and you knew when you agreed.
I see why your wife left you now.
Ooh, that's an hateful thing to say.
Ooh, an hateful thing to say.
Well, it isn't it?
Oh, I don't care what it is. My feet hurt. Oh, I'm tired, Ellis.
Oh, there's a bus shelter. Let's have a rest.
Oh, the bus shelter.
Well, it's somewhere to sit. Cigarette? No,
you know I don't.
No, sorry. Funny if a bus came along. Yeah. I met a man once who flew over Germany just after the war ended. He said every railway station was black with people waiting for trains to take them somewhere else, but from the air you could see that there weren't any trains at all.
Why did you wait until the war ended before you flew over Germany?
Well, don't know that he did.
You said he did.
No, I didn't say that. Well, anyhow, it wasn't the point.
The point was that he was afraid.
Now, look, I only met him once for 15 minutes 15 years ago. It was just that what he told me stuck in my head, that's all. That's absolutely all.
And what should I do, laugh?
No.
Good.
It's not warm.
My feet are getting cold.
Do you want to walk on?
No, not yet.
Let me rub them for you. Warm them up.
Okay. Hey, Mama's talking.
Yeah, now, lean back. Yeah. Ooh. Better?
Well, it's warmer.
Ooh. I like your feet. I always did.
They're the best part of me.
Oh, no, not by any means. No, they're not. But I like them as much as all the rest.
Yeah. No, not. Oh, you are a caution, really, now. You can't get sentimental in a bus shelter.
Not sentimental.
Well, whatever you are being. Oh, hey, now.
I must keep warm somehow.
Here, I'm falling off the bench.
I love you. I do love you. I love you, Una. I love you.
I love you too. I'm sorry I was... Oh, I'm going to fall off.
No, you won't. I've got you. Darling, I've got you.
Someone.
think you are? The skull on the back of your jacket, like you were one of ours.
You never think he's dead.
Well, there it is. He's friendly with Ron and all that lot, so... Hello, who's beating us to it? Fred and Mavis?
We're just waiting here.
Oh.
We're first?
Yeah.
I say, is there a bus? Bus? No bus now.
No bus till morning.
Bus. Well, it's a bus shelter.
Yeah. No, it's a bus shelter.
Young ones, young ones.
Where are the others then?
Oh, they'll be coming.
Which way is it to the centre?
To the what?
To the centre.
Oh, what's that then?
Where the Queen's Hotel is.
Oh, well, you want to turn off to get there. That's right, Daff, innit? Turn off.
Yeah, turn off.
You know Ted?
Big Ted? Yeah, know him.
Well, he went in that Queen's Hotel once, went in the bar there and asked the bloke for a vodka, and they wouldn't serve him because he didn't have a tie on. Well, dressed like me he was, and they wouldn't serve him.
Great.
Well, next night he goes back with a couple of mates, all dressed up like, goes in early, know what much about. The geezer behind the bar serves them, and Ted says he supposes they're all right. Now he got a tie on, and he says yes. Then Ted crowns him with the siphon that's on the bar. They whip a couple of bottles and go.
No.
Did?
Look at him. Young ones, darling, with the young ones, and young ones shouldn't
Looks as though the others got the all night.
Oh, they said here.
Yeah, they said, but...
Well, what we do then? Here?
Well, I don't know where else. Young ones shouldn't be afraid.
Come on. Come on. Let's go.
Oh, well. Well, don't mind us. I mean, we don't mind you. Did you see what they were doing, though, when we first come in?
I saw.
Oh, that old... You wouldn't have thought they could.
God. Young people.
Terrible.
No sense of
respect.
no manners, discipline, morals. Now, when I was young...
Oh, exactly, and me too.
Just like them to meet my father.
What my mother would say.
Not that I was in any way, you know...
No, me.
No, but I knew how to enjoy myself.
One's got to know, make one's own mistakes, you know.
These people, spoon-fed.
Spoon-fed, yes.
Take, and give nothing.
Nothing to give.
Hey.
What?
A light. Gone out.
Why?
Time switch. Midnight. 1 o'clock, out they go.
Oh, it's dark everywhere.
Pitch.
Oh, they've no right to do it.
Saves the ratepayers money.
Yeah, but what can we do? We don't even know where we are.
Except that we're in the dark. Oh, our eyes will get used to it soon.
Trees. There were trees.
We must be on the common. They said we could get to the centre across the common. We'll be all right as long as we stick to the road. Is there a moon?
There was a new one, I think.
That's early, nothing now. Look here. Take my arm. Can't just stand here talking.
No.
Owl.
Oh, it's weird.
Fine day tomorrow.
Go! Where are you?
It's all right. There's a step. I tripped.
Oh, what is it?
Some kind of building. I don't know what it is.
Oh, perhaps there's someone.
Marble. It's definitely dark.
Hello? Hello up there? Is there anyone there?
Asleep.
Oh, if only we could find a door.
Steps divide.
Haven't you a light?
Matches out, yeah, hang on a minute. Here they are. I've only got one left. Do you think it's worth risking?
Hey, steps like these must lead to something. Oh, if only we could see.
Yeah, all right then. Oh, come on, you. Oh, the wind.
Hey, I did see something on the wall in front to the, something or other it said.
Yeah, but what?
I don't know. There wasn't time. You let the match blow out.
Oh, gust of wind that very moment. Still, we know the steps go somewhere.
It was carved on the wall.
Perhaps we could feel.
Hang on a minute. Oh, yeah, here it is. It says... Oh, yeah, it's T-O...
Oh, to the, yes, I said that.
Wait a minute. G-L-O.
G-L-O? Let me try.
It's no good.
Oh, where does it say to?
Nowhere. To the glorious dead. It's a war memorial. Would you believe it? It was a long time ago now.
Yeah.
I was in it.
So was I.
ATS?
No, fire service.
Oh, yeah.
It dates us.
These young people don't know. They've no idea. They just don't know what it's all about.
Still, in a way, that's what we wanted. I mean, that's what we were sort of, fighting for.
Yeah, I know, but...
I mean, we wouldn't want another one.
Oh, no, of course not, no, but... all the same, they ought to be made to realise.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah, which they don't.
They don't, no, they don't. I wonder where we are.
Oh, well, we should be getting somewhere.
Here, look, a light through the trees there.
Oh, it's the beginning of the centre, that's what it is. I knew we'd reach it sooner or later. They said across the common.
Oh, there was nothing to say it was a common.
The war memorial, they always have them on commons.
Not always.
Generally.
No, you find them everywhere. In the middle of towns, in parks, outside churches, on village greens.
A common is a kind of a park.
I'm not saying it isn't.
Well, then.
Nothing, just that you do find them in other places sometimes.
Well, sometimes, yes. I don't say never. Anyway, here we are.
It's not what we thought it was at all. Hey, there are no more lights beyond.
Oh, there may be houses.
Can't see anything but trees.
Very often on the outskirts of a town, you find big houses with gardens full of trees and shrubs.
I know.
Rhododendrons, well in tone.
Hey, it's a kiosk. That's all. A kiosk in the centre of the common. Look, it's a kiosk.
I wonder.
But it is. Look, you can see nothing around it except litter baskets.
Oh, I suppose a light's something to be thankful for. Yeah.
It's on a machine.
Yeah. Self-service. Yeah. What was it sell?
Oh, all sorts of things.
Matches?
Nuts, raisins, some kind of toffees, cough sweets, cigarettes.
Matches?
With the cigarettes. There, do you see? It says you get a box of matches with each packet of 20 in lieu of change.
But we don't need cigarettes.
Oh, you can smoke them later.
5 shillings? No, I don't see why I should.
But it's for the matches, not for the cigarettes.
Oh, I know, but you have to put in 2 half-crowns for a box of matches. It's scandalous.
Oh, I've got some money. I'll stand you a packet of cigarettes.
No, that's not the point.
The point is we need matches.
And we're being blackmailed into buying a packet of cigarettes. I won't do it. It's a conditional sale, and that's quite against the law.
Let's arrest the machine.
No, it's not funny. Now think, a child comes along, wants some matches, and can't get them without a packet of cigarettes. Naturally, he starts to smoke, and he grows into a rabbit which he can't afford. You can't tell where it'll lead him.
You are not a child. You're a man in the middle of the night.
But don't you see? It's the principle.
Can't see anything without a light. There. Present for you. Oh, go on. Do take them for my sake. After all, we need them. Supposing we want to read another signpost. Hey, is there anything else we want? What about chocolate? Oh, look. There's one round here that gives hot and cold drinks. Oxtail soup. Oh, I'd love some soup. Oh, let's have some. 6pence.
I'll have 6pence.
Wait a moment. We'd better see what to do. Insert something.
Coin.
Oh, yes, coin.
Yeah.
Press, knob, and wait.
What for?
Soup to be served.
Oh, well, here we are. Here's the 6pence. Will you put it in?
Now you.
Oh, right. Where's this knob?
Here.
Right. Nothing.
Wait.
Well, I have waited.
But it has to warm up.
Oh, it should be boiling by now.
No, wait.
But I can't stay here all night. No. Well, that's that. Out of order.
Or our coin was bent.
No, there was nothing wrong with our coin, I made sure. And if there had been, I should have got it back. Blaming swindle. Everything's run by crooks. Run by crooks. Yeah, you know, I saw an advertisement once that offered cigarette machines for sale. You bought one and they found you a site and people sold you the machines. Yeah. You bought your cigarettes wholesale. Oh, that was an advantage. Of course, you save quite a bit on your own smokes. And every morning you went along with a key to collect what you made the night before. Oh, not at all bad as long as hooligans didn't wreck it. Not bad at all as long as they didn't do that to it, which they might, though. And, ooh, the capital outlay. That's always the trouble. Where does one get the money? And yet, once these people with these things who haven't got half the job I have, and shops, they own shops. But how did they start? Where did they get the money? Oh, left to them, I suppose. Made years ago by grandparents in the days when you kept what you earned. Yeah, and when they made things properly, when they were coughs and... Look, they say that if you had invested a shilling at compound interest in 1750, it'd be worth... Well, I don't know, the dickens of a lot today. Millions. It all adds up. Like that thing about the chessboard. 1 grain of rice on the first square, 2 on the second, 4 on the third, and there isn't enough rice in the whole world. Oh, it's astronomical.
Hey, something's happening.
What?
Happening. See?
Oh, hey, no, it's everywhere.
Oh, stop it.
Stop it.
Oh, don't say that, you fool. It isn't stopping itself.
We better move on.
Oh, I'm covered in...
Look, if anyone comes along, we'll have a clever time explaining all this.
Oh, it seems awful to leave it. How much will there be?
Well, it depends how big a supply there is.
Oh, well, of course we all know
whether they
that.
had a busy day yesterday. But I shouldn't think they did because the weather was warm. I'll tell you one thing.
What?
The soup was cold. It wasn't hot oxtail, it was cold oxtail.
Yeah. That doesn't help my dress.
No, but it shows the machine was out of order.
So you say. Rain.
No.
Yes, I felt it. That's all we needed.
It's more of a Scotch mist than rain.
Scotch mist, what's that?
Well, sort of wet air.
Oh, I wish we were out of it.
Well, it is a road that turns off. They say turn off, you know.
From the other road.
Yeah, but still, hey, hang on. This road has a name. Here's a board with its name on it. Wait a minute. Festival
Way.
Oh. Well, that sounds cheerful.
Doesn't look it.
Yeah. But there'll be houses. Bad to be if the road has a name.
Everyone will be asleep.
Well, we'll wake them up. After all, this is an emergency. We're lost. We can't spend all night out in the rain. Now, we'll find a house and knock them up. They can give us a sofa to sleep on.
Course roads.
Oh. Here.
Jubilee Crescent.
Victory Drive.
But no houses.
Yeah. Somewhere there must be some. I mean, all those streets with... Oh!
What is it?
Up into a post. I bumped into a lamp post. My nose is bleeding.
Oh, it's a signboard.
Strike a match at this moment. One of...
Yeah, I'll do it.
My nose.
Oh, just a Parkview Estates Limited. Oh, that's why they haven't built the houses yet.
My nose is bleeding.
Ah, but look. Oh, quick, another match.
Oh, mustn't waste.
Hey, there was an arrow pointing to the demonstration house.
Nobody in it.
That's shelter, if we can get in. This way.
Where are you?
Here. What is it?
Attention! Drainage or something. I fell in.
Oh, you are in the wars.
In the what?
In the wars.
Oh, in the wars, yes. Yes, I suppose I am.
All right. Oh. The guttering isn't much good. I mean, if this is a demonstration house...
It must be.
Have they locked it? No, they haven't.
Right.
Oh, isn't that lucky? Come on in, come on.
Right.
Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if they'd furnished it?
Oh, they have.
What was that, an umbrella stand?
No, I don't.
Good, that means there's a bed upstairs. Oh, what a nice little house.
Oh, pokey.
Oh, but nice.
We had a house like this.
Yeah. Here's the front bedroom.
Oh,
Double bed. Oh, mustn't it be fun to furnish a house like this?
Done by some firm, I suppose.
Yes, but ordering what you want and nothing to pay. Here, good mattress.
Bedclothes.
Everything but light.
And gas and water.
Oh, still, we don't need those. I need nothing except bed. Oh, excuse me. Bed, Bennett. Where are you?
Here.
Oh, you sounded further away. Oh, I hardly dare take my shoes off, never get them on again. Oh, well, no. Hey, your hands are hard. Hey, now, you mustn't be rough.
You know.
No, darling, no. Why?
It isn't me.
What?
There's another man on the bed.
Ah!
Come on, you know, run for it.
What?
Oh, that'll be bleeding down. Come on, get out the door now.
Oh, what the... Oh, women. Women in houses. Oh, God, they kill a man. And houses are all women. Women. I should have picked a barn. I should have slept in the ditch. That's me. Oh, that's old Joe.
I thought it was off when we found the door open. The tramp, I suppose. He must have broken in.
Yes.
Did you really think he was me?
Hands and mouth in the dark. I don't want to think about it.
No, but I mean...
Has your nose stopped bleeding?
Yes. It weren't good.
I'll tell you another.
What?
It's growing lighter.
It can't be.
Oh, yes, it is. Look at the sky.
Oh, a false dawn. That's what you have at this time of night.
It's 4:00. This is the real one coming up.
Oh, same. It'll be night for a long time, yeah.
I don't know what comfort that's supposed to be.
Well, it's still worthwhile going to the hotel.
It's worth going anywhere to lie down and get some sleep.
Tomorrow's Sunday.
Today.
Well, today, but we don't have to get up in the morning. Not till 11:30.
Why then?
Well, we're supposed to leave the room by 12.
Or you get charged for it. Yes, of course. That would be terrible.
No, I didn't mean that. It isn't the money. We don't know that the room would be available after 12.
Nobody's likely to want a room on Sunday.
You can't be sure.
Who on earth would arrive in a place like this on a Sunday night?
I did once. In Leicester. Had a man to see first thing on Monday morning, so I arrived on Sunday night.
Oh, Leicester's different. Leicester's big.
Oh, but it's the same sort of place. That's what I mean, factories and things. It's quite possible, more than possible, that people will arrive on Sunday night,
As we've been walking for 6 hours and haven't found the hotel yet, I don't see any point in arguing about what's going to happen when we get there.
I wasn't arguing. I was... Hey, look. There's this. Ooh. Yeah, we are getting on.
And it's getting lighter.
Yeah, but shops and everything. Oh, we're really getting in now. Downhill, too.
I thought you said the place was on a hill.
Oh, some of it is, some of it isn't. Uphill, downhill, that's the sort of place it is, Nice to be out of all those trees, isn't it?
Yeah, don't hurry, so...
Oh, sorry.
No,
We
stop.
won't be long now.
No, stop. I can't go on. I must have a rest.
Well, just a few hundred yards.
No, not an inch. I must sit down.
On the ground?
How a doorstep that'll do.
Yeah.
Oh, my feet. Oh, my poor, poor feet. Oh, look at that blister.
This is a shoe shop.
Oh, so what?
Well, I think just a shoe shop.
Oh.
Quite chilly now.
Dawn.
Lucky the rain held off.
It won't much longer.
I need a shave.
I need a hot bath and bed.
Well?
Well, I suppose so.
Yeah, it's not far. Up the daisy.
Oh, don't be arty, please.
Oh, sorry. Just trying to keep cheerful. Not long now. The dawn chorus.
The what?
Dawn chorus. Birds.
What?
We're near the centre now. There's the car park.
Oh, there might be a car park anywhere.
Oh, but mainly near the centre. Like the one at Wheelbridge. And you can see it's like that because it's got a little up for the attendant and the scale of charges. I mean, you can see it's a proper car park, not just any old space.
Oh, right, yes, it's a car park. Where's the hotel?
Oh, there's a square somewhere and it's in a street just off it. There's something over there that looks like a town hall. Now, if we go towards that, we won't be far wrong.
I'll tell you what that looks like.
Some kind of public building.
Public building. Town hall, yes. Oh, you fool, Alice. Don't you see? Don't you understand? Don't you realize what building it is?
What on earth's the matter?
Don't you see what it is? Have you no eyes?
The town hall.
The what town hall? What church? What cake shop? Where? What bus stop? Look!
Oh, I don't believe it.
What garden? Statue? What conveniences?
Oh, no.
You see, you do? See?
Ours.
All ours.
We're back at Wheelbridge.
We've walked all the way. All the way.
All the way home.
Home. Oh.
have just heard Sarah Churchill as Una and Colin Fish as Ellis in All the Way by Giles Cooper. Mr. Buns was played by the South African actor Job Stewart. The police officer by Michael McGovern, and other parts were played by the British television artists Peter Burton and Rosalind Elliott. All the Way was produced in London by Colin Fish.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment, brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
Close Quarters.
Good heavens, it's 8:30. Oh, look at my dress. I've got to change it quickly into the bedroom. Now, which one? Take this one out. Oh, that's it. The zip's stuck. That's got it. There. Oh, good heavens, look at me. Look at my hands. I'm shaking all over. I must control myself before Gustav comes home. Oh, why doesn't he come? It's so late. Oh, if only he'd come home. Someone's coming. I wonder if... Gustav! Is that you?
Yes, it's me.
Oh.
We were expecting someone else, my dear.
Oh,
Huh?
oh, Gustav. Oh.
Hey. Hey, what's up, huh?
Gustav, dear, it was so terrible. So terrible waiting. You're so late, I mean.
Well, can't I be a bit late sometimes? We had a lot to do tonight, Very important business.
Oh.
Mm.
Gustav, have you been drinking?
Huh? No, why?
Well, you see, when you didn't come, I got frightened. I thought something might have happened to you.
Something happened to me? What? What could happen to me,
Well, I don't know, but well, you were late, and I just got nervous. How did the meeting go?
Oh, quietly. Very quietly.
Did you come straight from the meeting?
Yes?
It was late in finishing, then.
What are you getting at, Look here, Lisa, why treat me as if I'm a child? I know you think I'm only a poor, ignorant foreigner.
Oh, no, I don't.
Well, I could look after myself, see? I suppose you can't help it, though. That's how you were brought up, You ought to have married someone respectable, like your father was.
Oh, Gustav, please.
We are going to have a celebration tonight.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. You ought to be proud of your Gustav.
Oh, but what is it, then?
Don't be in such a hurry. Let me tell it in my own way.
All right.
You know I was going to make a speech tonight,
Yes.
Well, believe me, Lisa, it was the one speech of the evening that counted.
Oh.
Here's to you and me, Lisa.
Oh, thank you.
Solidarity, that's our watchword. And we've got to fight for the sake of those who come after us. The right is on our side. And I'd rather die starving in a ditch than beg for mercy.
Oh, my darling, and you wonder that I'm sometimes frightened for you.
Don't worry about me.
But how can I help it? You're such a hothead.
Nonsense, I'm no hothead. Besides, after the meeting, Heimberger, the deputy, came up and congratulated me. Then he offered me a job in the party as an official. A paid job.
Well, and then what happened?
Well, Heimberger asked me to accept, and I said yes, quick as I could. Don't you see, this is going to mean a lot to us. I'm going to work for the party now, and not for some blasted capitalist. And it means more money. Wages haven't been settled yet, but it'll be better than I'm getting now. Surely that pleases you, huh?
Yes, of course that pleases me, dear.
It may be the start of all sorts of things. And to begin with, we are going into a better flat.
What?
Yes, this pigsty isn't fit for anyone to live in. Oh. Not for us now, anyway. And it's all been arranged.
How do you mean it's all been arranged?
Heimberger asked me where I lived, then wanted to know if I had a telephone.
Mm-hmm.
When I told him we hadn't, he said we ought to move, and that he knew just the very place for us. 2 rooms, a kitchen, a shower bath, and a telephone.
Oh.
It's in the new block they've just put up.
But how can we move? We've got to get rid of this first.
I've told you, it's all taken care of.
Then... Oh, Gustav, why shouldn't we move tomorrow?
Tomorrow? You're in an almighty hurry,
Gustav, I must get out of here. This narrow hole is driving me mad. I feel I can't stand it any longer.
Well, I'm blowed. You women are the limit. You've liked this flat well enough so far. What's wrong with it all of a sudden?
But you just said yourself that it isn't fit for us to live in now.
Did I?
Yes.
So, we've got to clear out tomorrow, have we? Oh, well. Have it your own way.
Oh, thank you. Do you mind very much, dear?
Why should I mind? If it makes you happy, eh? You know, old girl, I'm pretty fond of you with all your faults.
Oh, my faults? Why do you think that?
All mine, I mean. I say, if you don't want your wine, I'll have it, huh? Remember, I gave the pubs a miss tonight and came home straight to you. And nearly broke my neck. It was pitch dark in the wood.
What? You came through the wood?
Yes, I took the shortcut.
But, Gustav, the wood, it's not safe at night.
Safe? What are you afraid of? It's only a few trees, you know.
Came through the wood.
Well, isn't that what I'm telling you? Yes, I came straight through the wood, by the old cart road, past our dear friend Sanders' house. Haven't I a right to walk past his house if I want to? He may be a blasted scoundrel, a blood-sucking capitalist, and a minister of state, but he'd hardly jump out from behind a hedge and shoot me, eh? What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?
Well, it's only...
Don't be silly. If he saw me, he'd run a mile. He knows I can shoot straighter and quicker than he can. And that's one of the things I told them at the meeting tonight.
You told them that?
It was only a joke. You know, I wouldn't hurt a fly, far less shoot a man. Unless I was attacked, of course.
Well, even if you'd been attacked, you wouldn't have been able to shoot anyone tonight.
Why not? Hey, my gun isn't in my pocket. Did I leave it here this morning? Did you find it?
Yes, I put it in the drawer in the sideboard.
Oh, and I left my gloves here, too. It was darn cold without them. I seem to be getting forgetful in my old age. And, talking of that, I'm nearly forgetting my 3rd bit of news.
Oh, what's that?
We are going abroad. Soon, perhaps.
Oh, Gustav, I'll go anywhere if it's to help you. I've always said you go far if only you got your chance, and this may be it. Oh, I do hope you'll be able to start soon.
You are so impatient, eh? First you can't leave the flat quick enough. Now you can't get out of the country fast enough.
Oh.
Here. What about some music to cheer you up? Then we've got to celebrate.
Where's the program from?
Let me have a look. The Grand Hotel.
Oh.
There we are, you see. The honest poor can listen to the idle rich at the Grand Hotel. With the orchestra of the Grand Hotel. Lisa, you seem to be miles away from me tonight.
Huh? I'm here in front of you.
Yes, darling, but
Look, I'm just the same Lisa who loves you, takes care of you.
I don't mean that exactly, but... Well, you're the same and yet different. I don't know how, but you seem to have changed in some way.
But...
What is the difference, Lisa? Tell me.
Gustav, your hands are shaking.
Are they? I expect I'm a bit excited.
Well, you just sit and relax while I get on with my sewing.
Yeah. Mind you don't forget to put my name on everything, eh? Most important.
Well, why do you always tease me about that? It is important. It saves a lot of trouble when I go through the laundry. Besides, if you leave anything somewhere by mistake and your name's on it, it's more likely to be traced.
This is a special announcement being broadcast from all transmitters. We're sorry to interrupt the programs, but some serious news has just been received. The police report that this evening the Minister for the Interior, Dr. Fritz Sander, was found dead in the woods near his house. Dr. Sander had been shot at close quarters. No weapon was discovered, but an examination of the bullet indicates that it was probably fired from a 6.3mm Mauser pistol. It was at first thought that the crime might be a political one, but as the victim's watch, note case, and rings are missing, it is now presumed that robbery was the motive. We are asked by the Chief of Police to announce that any person giving information which may lead to the arrest of the murderer will be handsomely rewarded. In view of the tragic event, and as a mark of respect to the late Dr. Sander, all transmitters will now close down. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
What the blazes?
Horrible, horrible. That's why I was frightened when you told me that you'd come through the woods.
But how did you know? Oh, I see. You thought that they might have shot me instead of him.
Yes, Oh, well, it's so dark in the wood. I mean, you said it was. They might have mistaken you for him.
Oh, hardly. Sander was small, and the shot was fired from close up.
Well, how can they tell that?
I don't know. Perhaps his coat was singed by the flash.
He was shot in the head.
Oh? I didn't hear that. Only that it was at close quarters.
Oh, I must have heard it wrong. I thought he said in the head. Well, anyhow, what does it matter? It's beastly. And I only hope if they catch the man who did it that they'll execute him.
Are you saying that to me?
Yes. Gustav, what do you mean?
You know very well what I mean.
But I don't. Gustav, do you mean...
I mean that you know how I hate and loathe capital punishment. For years, ever since I came to this country, I have fought against it. How dare you speak to me like that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Life is holy. Perhaps it's the only holy thing there is. It's certainly the one thing the living have a right to call their own, and no court in the world should be able to take it away. Only the individual himself has any rights over his own life. If a man is a murderer, is that any reason for murdering him? The judge who pronounces the death sentence ought to carry out the execution himself. Then capital punishment would disappear quick enough.
Would you rather be imprisoned for life? Personally, I'd rather die.
There's a big difference between killing yourself and being killed.
Well, then, if you would commit suicide?
Well, of course. Let's get off the subject. Surely the question isn't exactly topical.
I hope not.
You hope not? Why do you say that?
Well, you spoke against Sander at the meeting.
And why not? I've done it before 100 times, and... Yes.
What?
Well, tonight I said something about shooting down mad dogs. Funny, eh?
Oh, how could you say that? Tonight of all nights.
I suppose it was rather stupid. Look here, you'd better keep your mouth shut about my going through the wood. Eh?
Listen, did anyone see you?
Well, I didn't see anyone.
No one. Are you quite sure?
Well, of course I am. What are you getting at?
Oh, nothing.
Lisa, you don't really think that I killed him?
It's not what I think. It's what others may think. After what you said tonight, if you were seen in that wood before any ordinary court, you'd be half guilty when the trial began.
Good heavens. You're right. I was a fool to say that. And supposing I was seen, perhaps by the man who shot Sander, he'd only have to denounce me to shift suspicion from himself. Oh, Lisa, what am I to do? We've got to find something to prove me innocent.
But isn't it just possible that they may catch the real murderer?
Huh?
Oh, come, my dear. It's no good getting into a state. Look, I'll make you a nice sandwich, and then we'll go to bed.
But what am I to do? Supposing they come after me now.
Well, the police don't move as quickly as all that. Let's just wait, darling. Perhaps tomorrow things look different.
No. I've got to think this thing out. Oh, what were the actual words?
Oh, well, let me think now. It was about Dr. Sander was found dead in the wood near his house.
Yes. What else?
He'd been shot at close quarters and that he'd been robbed. Don't forget that.
Ah, yes. And I'm not a thief. And surely if I'd shot him at close quarters and then gone through his pockets, wouldn't I have got in a mess?
Why?
Well, blood. Almost bound to get blood on my clothes. Look, nothing here. It mayn't prove much, but at least it's something.
Well, there you are. What did I say? And after a good night's sleep, you'll probably think of a lot of other things.
Yes.
And now you're going to eat a sandwich for my sake. Will you pass me the bread knife, please? Oh, thanks, dear. Oh!
Oh, you've cut your finger.
Well, it's only a scratch.
Oh, I'll get your hanky from your bag.
Oh, dear.
Hello, what's this?
Hmm?
Is this the second time you've cut yourself today?
No, why?
Well, there's a lot of blood on this handkerchief.
Oh, yes, of course. My nose was bleeding.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, it came on quite suddenly. I got some spots of blood on my dress, too. Oh, no, not this one. I had to change it.
Have you been out today?
No. Well, that is, I just had to run out to buy a few things. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Gustav, can we arrange to move tomorrow?
What's the hurry? Won't the day after tomorrow do?
No, please. Let's get out of here as quick as we can. I can't stay any longer. I'd like to move tonight if we could.
All right. If you want to move tomorrow, we'll move tomorrow. I can't see what all the excitement is about. Now, where is that sandwich, huh?
Oh, here you are.
I'll go and eat in bed, I think.
Yes, off you go then. I'll just tidy up.
Oh, leave it till the morning. Come to bed, huh? Oh, I'm feeling so tired.
Gustav, I must tidy up. Just a little. Yeah, I'd better move this into the kitchen now. At least that's better. Oh, Gustav's coat is always leaving it about it. Oh, there's a button coming off. Let me have a look and see what...
Have you found anything interesting in my coat?
Gustav, I wasn't... It's just that... Well, there's a button loose.
Oh. You'd better not leave that blood-stained handkerchief lying around.
Lovely.
What?
Our new flat. I can't help just running from room to room and admiring it. You know, I feel I could bear things here.
Oh, that's about the 5th time you've said that today.
Oh.
What is this terrible thing that you've got to bear, huh? Is it the ghost of Fritz Sander haunting you?
Oh, why do you say things like that?
Oh, why shouldn't I?
Oh, I'm sorry. I suppose it's just that I'm tired.
No wonder. I'm glad we don't have to move every day.
Oh, yes, and that awful murder and all its possible consequences.
What consequences? There's no real evidence against me, not even a spot of blood. The only blood was on your things, eh? Good heavens, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter with me. Oh, I must see to the supper. You open your letter.
Oh, no. No. Lisa.
Yes?
Lisa, here's a letter from Heimberger.
Oh?
Listen. The rumor is that the police now believe the crime to be a political one. In fact, an assassination.
Assassination?
Oh.
But what about the things that were stolen? Do they suspect anyone?
Well, Heimberger thinks that someone is under suspicion. A member of the opposition, but apparently not one of our party.
Not our party? Oh, then that's all right.
Lisa? When I came home last night, why didn't you tell me at once that your nose had been bleeding?
Well, I don't know.
You know, it bothers me when you hide things from me.
Hide things?
Aren't you hiding something now?
Oh, Gustav, I didn't want to let you see how worried I am, but I can't help it. I mean, when you told me about that letter, I suddenly saw that if they really think this was an assassination, then...
Go on.
Well, you've always been against Sander. Everyone knows that. And the police aren't complete fools.
You mean they might suspect me?
Yes.
But there's no proof. At least no direct proof. Even Heimberger says that...
What? May I read that letter?
No. It doesn't matter what he says. Lisa, you know me. You know I wouldn't kill anyone.
That's what he thinks.
Do you believe me?
Well, have I any reason not to?
Well, it sounds as if you doubt it. It's true I didn't exactly love Sander, but I wasn't the only one. The whole party hated him. There wasn't one thing we could plan without his getting wind of it. How, heaven knows, but he did. As if he could read our very thoughts. Do you remember when 3 of us arranged to meet in that restaurant, the dirty little bourgeois place?
Oh, yes, I know, the Green Dragon.
That's it. Well, the meeting was an absolute secret. Only we 3 knew. We hadn't even been to the place before. And yet what happened? The police raided it that night, and we got out just in time.
Well, perhaps it was only a coincidence.
Never. It was a trap. Sander's trap. And it snapped just behind us.
Oh, let's stop talking about Sander. Someone shot him and he's dead, and a good thing, too. I'm sick of his very name.
Yes, blast him, so am I. But I can't seem to get away from him. He's here all the time. He won't leave me. We've always hated each other. I hated him so much that I almost liked him. I think he liked me, too, in a strange way. Do you remember that when he spoke to us after the meeting, when you were with me, he was quite pleasant, almost nice.
Oh, did we meet him? I'd forgotten.
Lisa, you can't have. It was just before we were married, you must remember. You seemed quite taken by him. Stood talking to him as if you enjoyed it.
Oh, so you can be jealous about me after all.
Jealous of Sander? Well, I've heard many things, but that takes the cake. No, if you'd been the sort to like him and his ideas, you'd hardly have married me.
Ideas? What are ideas?
Ideas are everything.
Perhaps for a man, but not for a woman. You see, a woman loves in a different way from a man. Ideas and reason don't come into it.
Oh, that's nonsense. If you're fond of each other, of course you have the same ideas.
Why?
Lisa, what is the matter with you? You're talking such rubbish. We do love each other, don't we?
Oh, Gustav, dearest. Of course I love you.
And I love you too, Lisa. It's just since yesterday, something seems to have come over us. Something... Well, it's since that blasted murder.
Well, then why will you keep referring to it?
Well, after all, it was the chief thing that happened yesterday. It seems to have affected you somehow.
Me? What are you saying? You must be mad. What have I got to do with the murder?
You? What have you got to do with it? Nothing. Of course you haven't.
I'm sorry if I seem strange. It's just that I'm terribly nervy. Oh, come on now. You just read the paper.
Hey, listen to this.
What?
Sensational turn in Sander murder case. Robbery not motive.
What?
They found the stolen things. They were very close by. Police dogs discovered the place.
Police dogs?
Yes. Oh, I thought they'd put dogs on the trail.
Well, I think it's fiendish to hunt people with dogs.
Listen. They seem to have got onto something definite, though. The scent taken up by the dogs led to the wood. And from the wood to the nearby street, where an evening open-air market is held, and a young man, the owner of one of the stores, was arrested. It is reported that he denies any knowledge of the crime, but that he has made a statement to the police, which they attach considerable importance. In well-informed circles, there is little doubt that the crime is a political one, for the late minister had many enemies among members of the rival political factions. The arrested youth is known to belong to one of these.
Nothing more.
Here's something in the stop press. Sander murder case takes a sudden dramatic turn. Police expect to make important arrests soon. Oh, really?
What's the matter?
The whole thing. These police dogs, it's terrible.
Well, you don't think that this man and the storekeeper did it then?
No, I don't. Otherwise, why would they talk about an important arrest?
But perhaps that's just a bluff.
Now, rubbish. The man they've got hold of made a statement, perhaps. He saw me in the woods.
Oh, Gustav, don't.
Well, they'll think it's a political murder, and suppose he did see me. Of all people, that would be the most natural assumption.
But they can't prove it.
They've got quite enough to arrest me on. Enough to hang me.
But there's such a thing as justice.
Oh, justice? What is justice? There's such a thing as the law, and that's quite different.
But at the worst, it's only, what do you call it, circumstantial evidence that they've got against you.
I wouldn't be the first man condemned on circumstantial evidence.
But what about the police dogs and the scent leading to the market? Surely that's evidence in your favor, isn't it?
It might have been, but you see, I did come through the market.
Oh, but you told me you'd come the shortest
Look,
way.
Lisa, I did stop for a drink last night. I couldn't help it. I didn't want to tell you. I thought you'd be angry.
You lied to me.
Yes, but only about that. I swear it. Oh, I wish I had told you. But what does it matter now? If that fellow saw me, my number's up. Would any judge believe my story if I'd been seen?
But why not, if you're telling the truth?
Because the best judge is only a lawyer. And every lawyer believes in the law instead of justice. Which of them would listen to me?
You'd have a good counsel to defend you. The party would see to that.
Oh, there you go, talking as if I was arrested already.
Don't be a fool. It's you that's talking like that, not me. To hear you, one would think there was no way of escape.
No way of escape?
It sounds almost as if you felt that you were guilty.
Lisa, what are you saying?
Well, I'm only saying that it sounds as if you...
You begin to doubt me. What will the police do?
I never said I doubted you. I'll always believe in you, whatever happens, but please, don't lie to me again.
I am sorry, Lisa. This is driving me insane. It's extraordinary, but
But what?
I feel as if in some way I really am mixed up in it. Oh. Why do you jump like that?
It's enough to make anyone jump. What a dreadful thing to say.
Shh.
What's that?
Police.
Let me go and have a look. Yes.
Are they stopping here?
Yes. Wait. It may not be for us.
It is. I know it is.
Quiet for a moment, Gustav. Do they know our new address?
I registered only this morning. Are they coming up?
Gustav, please.
Lisa, you do believe me, don't you?
Hush. Something now. I think they're on the landing below. It's not for us.
How do you know? They are probably searching all the flats. It'll be our turn next.
I'm telling you, I've had enough. That's nothing to do with it. I've told you.
What is happening?
Gustav, they've gone.
Are you sure?
Yes. Oh, I feel sick with fright. I can't stand it.
I know. I'm sorry. I am going to forget Sander and everything connected with him.
Can't we just think of each other instead?
Yes. Just you and me.
Oh, yes.
To blazes with the rest.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, my God. Oh.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Bergen speaking. Oh, just a moment. It's Heimberger, I think.
Blast. It'll be about Sander.
I suppose so.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. You must speak to him.
Yes. Hello? Of course not. Yes, I've seen tonight's paper. One of our party? But that's absurd. Just before the election, it'll be political suicide. Sander living was worth 1,000 votes to us. Dead, he's worth nothing. What do you mean? But listen, Good grief.
What is it, Gustav?
Hello? Heimberger, tell me, what exactly have you heard? Yes, of course, I must know. He described the man. In the woods, coming. Well, darn it, you saw me leave the meeting. Yes? Someone he didn't know. A woman.
Oh, Gustav.
Shh. Might have been... Yes. Give up my position. But... Abroad at once. My wife, too. For how long? Indefinitely. Oh, yes, I'm delighted. What did you expect? Promotion? Yes, promotion into the hereafter. I see. The committee. Very well. Good night. Heimberger, are you there? You can tell your blasted committee that I am much obliged to them for their trust and confidence.
Gustav?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Exile.
What?
No, I beg your pardon. Not exile. Promoted and transferred abroad for an indefinite period.
Perhaps it really is promotion.
My dear child, don't be silly. For an indefinite period.
But, well, who's the man Heimberger was talking about?
Oh, the man they've arrested. He thinks one of our party did it.
But how can he? I thought he said he saw someone he didn't know, that it might have been a woman.
Yes, that's true.
Well, I don't believe he saw anyone. If you ask me, he's just making it up to save his own skin.
Yes, but then why am I being sent abroad? No, there's something behind this that I'm not being told. I'm under suspicion. Heimberger was perfectly clear about that, but why? Why? I came through the woods, but I didn't do anything there, and yet I feel...
Why did this man think that it might have been a woman?
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, he wasn't very definite, just thought it might have been.
But even on the darkest night, you wouldn't look like a woman.
Me? No, not me, but...
Who, then?
Yes, you're quite right. It can't have been me he saw.
Well, if it wasn't you, why shouldn't it have been a woman?
It is possible that it was a woman. In that case, the whole thing would be a plain, sordid murder.
Is it any more plain and sordid because a woman does it?
Not necessarily, but Sander was always having dirty affairs with women.
Well, that's not true.
Oh, how do you know?
Well, at least you never told me about him before, and it seems mean to say it now that he's dead.
Lisa, what is this rot you're talking? You began by suggesting to me that a woman might have murdered Sander for revenge, I suppose.
Well,
And now you seem to want to defend the murderess. Why should you? Murder is always murder.
Oh, don't be a pompous ass.
Lisa!
You needn't pretend to be offended. If a woman murdered your friend Sander, why should she be any more guilty than a man?
Well, Lisa, it's different. I grant you that murder is always murder, but a political assassination is often done as a sort of a muddle-headed deed of heroism. But if a woman did it, well, she's probably some poor creature he used and got tired of.
I see. So according to you, no woman could be noble enough to have killed him for any of your high-sounding political reasons.
Supposing it had been a woman. Perhaps one of our women.
What? One of our women?
That would explain a lot. One of our women, Lisa.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me? Oh, that's
Lisa.
it. You think I did it? Well, why don't you go and ring up the police and tell them? Go on. Tell them that you found out all about it and that you saw me do it.
Lisa.
That I'm the murderess. Me, your wife.
Oh, Lisa. My poor little Lisa. Oh, you are such a typical woman, always personal, never reasonable.
Do you really believe I did it?
For goodness sake, stop talking like a fool. Let me think for a moment. Yes, Sander seemed to find out so much. All our plans...
Gustav!
Please be quiet.
Well, why should I be? I know you think I'm too stupid for you. You think I'm unreasonable, but I do know this.
Spare me a list of things you know, just for a few minutes. I really do want to think. Couldn't you go away and leave me for a quarter of an hour?
Are you trying to turn me out?
Very well.
Gustav, where are you going?
Out.
But where to, Gustav? Look, I only know, please.
If I can't be alone
don't
for
go.
a few minutes in my own flat, I hope you will at least let me go out alone. Oh, by the way, my woolen gloves seem to have disappeared.
But
I suppose I can always keep my hands warm in my pockets. Good night.
But Gustav! Oh, Gustav! Don't leave me. Please don't leave me, Gustav. Come back. Oh, Gustav, you're back. I'm so sorry about last night. I must have dozed off. You've been out all night. Oh, Gustav, please tell me what the trouble is. I hate to see you like this. You're so strung up and nervy, and you look so upset. What are you writing?
Oh, I've got to write something, and I must do it now, at once. The report. Heimberger told me I must. The committee wanted.
What's it about?
I'm starting for the third time.
You've written reports before.
Not this kind of report. I can't do it. I can't. Last night I walked for miles and miles and thought and thought. I tried to get things clear. You remember that man, the one they've arrested?
Yes.
Said that the figure he thought might have been a woman.
Well?
Suppose it was a woman. It might be some girl who knows all of us. Perhaps she's a traitor who's been giving away our secrets. Then she may have killed Sander. Either because he had dropped her or because she was afraid of being found out.
But Gustav...
Anyway, that's what I told Heimberger last night.
You told him that?
Yes, I thought it might clear things up.
And what did he say?
Nothing. He just let me talk. Didn't shake hands with me. Didn't even offer me a chair.
And then what?
When I'd finished, he sat thinking for a moment or two and then said, "Well, Mr. Bergman, if you please." He's never called me that in his life before. Well, Mr. Bergman, your suggestion is a very interesting one. Very. And I suppose the instinct of self-preservation is a very natural one. And he smiled in a nasty sort of way.
What a beast.
Wait. And then he told me, the committee would be very glad if you would prepare a detailed report about this murder. We should like to have it by tomorrow night. And I suggest you don't leave your flat until we have seen it.
But how awful. What did you say?
Oh, at first I couldn't speak. I was so completely stunned. Then I lost my temper. I asked him what the devil he meant, why he should pick on me to write the report. I told him I knew less about the murder than he did.
And what happened?
Oh, he just smiled. Said it was the committee's orders. Oh, then I really did see red, and he got angry too. Then it all came out.
What?
Heimberger and the rest of them, my friends, seemed pretty certain that I killed Sandy.
Oh, no, not that.
Oh.
But what about this man they've arrested?
Oh, he says he didn't do it, and according to Heimberger, the police believe
He says he didn't do it, but that's no proof.
Anyway, they've let him go.
Oh, what nonsense. Why should they let him go? Oh.
Yes, Bergman speaking. Who? Oh, it's you, Heimberger. What's the trouble? Is the committee waiting on the doorstep for my report? Nice of you to ring up, I'm sure. Well, you know where my flat is. No time. Strangely enough, neither have I. Is that so? My life, eh? But then my life is no longer of very much importance to you. Please, my dear Heimberger, don't hesitate to say what you want. What? The police have found a glove. It must be very pleasant for the police to find something for a change. Of course, I'm most interested. But I can't do much about it, can I? On my report. Yes. You'll call for it this evening. How charming of you. I should be delighted. Good morning.
The police have found a glove?
Yes. Probably one of the woolen ones I lost.
Oh.
Although I didn't happen to have my gloves with me that night. Lucky, wasn't it? Shall I tell the police I lost my gloves? Huh? Why not?
Don't tell them, don't. That would be madness.
But why not?
I swear you won't tell them.
Why not, Lisa?
Oh,
what is the position? Sander was murdered, but that can't upset you very much. An old glove has been found. Well, that's of no importance to us. What's wrong with you?
The glove.
What about that glove?
It must be your glove.
My glove?
Yes.
But how could it be my glove? How could my glove, which I didn't have with me, get to the place where Sander was murdered?
I don't know.
But you don't know what the glove they found looks like. But wait a minute. We'll soon find out.
Oh, Gustav.
Lisa, be quiet, can't you? Stop crying. Hello? Hello, is that you, Heimberger? Bergman speaking. Look here, I didn't quite follow that about the glove. What sort of glove was it? You don't know. A man's glove, is that all? Thank you. Now I'm going to tell you something. Listen, Heimberger. I've lost a woolen glove. It got lost yesterday when we were moving. Or rather, I expect it was stolen. Probably for this very purpose, to implicate me. But it's funny, the police didn't find it at once, isn't it? What? Found it yesterday morning. But they kept it a secret.
Oh.
That's very strange. Near where the things were buried.
Oh, Gustav.
I see. Thank you. Goodbye. What's this?
One of the gloves which I found this morning.
You mean only one? The other is still missing?
Yes.
Very clever of the thief to leave it with me, so that it can be found here. Yes, GB sewn inside it. Very practical, so useful, so clever a thief. Say it was a clever thief. Lisa, say it was a clever thief. Go on.
I won't.
Say it, can't
Never,
you?
Never, I won't.
All right. Now, are you going to agree with me, Lisa?
No, Your gun? Well, you can shoot if you like.
I blasted well
Go on then, shoot. And let them find 2 rounds missing.
2 rounds?
Yes.
But I fired no shot from this.
But I have.
You have?
Listen, Gustav, got to listen to me. I've got to make you understand.
Why? What's the good?
Darling, until today and until this very moment, you've always trusted me. Can't you trust me for a few minutes longer? I can't have been everything to you for all these years, and now suddenly I've become just nothing.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. Of course I've trusted you. I've always... Well, it's just been you and me together. Now nothing matters anymore.
Doesn't the truth matter to you?
Truth? The truth has killed me.
Yesterday, when you talked of Sander and his women, you were right. He had many women. And I was one of them.
What?
He met me first, that time you talked of, when you and I were engaged. A few days later, he came to my father's shop. He asked about you. And I told him how we couldn't get married because, well, you were getting such rotten pay. And he was terribly nice and said he'd like to help us. But I mustn't tell you anything about it. He said you were too proud to accept things from him. And then he asked me to go and see him that evening.
Lisa.
He said he wanted to tell me the details of his plan.
And then?
Well, I felt so glad and happy because I was able to do something for you. And he was charming. He couldn't have been nicer. He said he'd talked to influential people and had recommended you to Heimberger.
To Heimberger?
Yes. He said not to worry, but we'd see the results soon. And then he asked if I'd grant him just one request. He wanted to take me out one evening. I remember he said that an attractive woman like me ought to be taken to nice places, to see nice things, and to be seen. Well, naturally, I was pleased. And in the end, I said yes.
And then?
He took me to the Grand Hotel. Oh. We dined there and we danced and we had lots to drink, far too much. You always made fun of me for being too respectable, and I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't for once. And when he offered to drive me home in his big car, I let him. And then he suggested having one more drink at his house. Perhaps it was doped, but I expect I was just very drunk.
Yes.
I don't really remember much more. But I can't tell you what I've suffered since that night. The humiliation, the bitterness. And not only then, but afterwards.
You mean you've kept on going to him?
Yes. I had to, but he never touched me again. It was worse than that. If it had only been that, I might have borne it, for only I would have suffered. But first I thought it was simple. Heimberger helped you, you got a better job, the committee became interested in you, and you began to get on. Everything Sander had promised.
Then I owe everything to him.
Nearly everything.
And I thought it was my own doing. And all the time he was laughing behind my back.
Oh, Gustav.
I don't want to hear any more.
Don't you want to know the whole truth?
Oh, can't you spare me the rest?
It's got to be told, Gustav. And we mayn't have much time left. And to begin with, everything seemed all right. Then after a month or two, he sent him his first letter. Well, not through the post. They were always delivered by hand when you were out. He wrote quite kindly. Said he had a few things to talk to me about. Would I please go round and see him again?
And of course you went.
Well, how could I help myself? He was very polite and he talked about a lot of things. And then he asked me questions. What were you doing? How were you getting on? When were you going to speak at the meetings? Oh, he was very clever. But I soon saw what he was after and I refused to answer. Well, he just laughed and he said I would in the end. He said it would be such a pity if he had to tell you what had happened. Oh, it wasn't really affecting me. He explained exactly what the knowledge would mean to you. He said that he'd like the answers to his questions next day at the latest.
And?
Next day, he got his answers.
So you were the informer. You. I can't believe it. I hid nothing from you. I had no secrets. And you asked me to tell you everything. You pretended you were interested, and I was glad. And it was only to hand it on to him. I must be dreaming, Lisa. Or tell me that I'm dreaming.
You're not dreaming, Gustav. I've finished now. Once I was tangled up in the net, it was hopeless. Sandra's demands became more and more insistent, and I only loved you.
Love
It
me?
was only because I loved you. Can't you imagine what it meant to a woman to love a man to distraction and to have no choice but either to deceive him or to lose him and destroy him? I went on my knees before Sandra, and I begged and implored him. He just laughed at me. Oh, how I hated myself.
And this has gone on for years.
I felt I couldn't bear it any longer. I knew when Sandra walked in the woods. I'd often met him there. And you'd forgotten your pistol. It all seemed so simple. It was the one way out. I shot him in the back of his head from quite close. He never made a sound. And I felt slightly sick and very tired and almost happy.
He died too easily.
Well, that's all. I hid his note case and the other things so as to put the police off the scent. I wore your gloves so as not to leave fingerprints. I thought it was being clever. I could have sworn I brought the gloves back with me, but I must have dropped one of them. And Gustav, I'm glad that I killed him.
So am I. But he got off too lightly. He should have been made to suffer first, a slow, torturous death. Oh, Lisa. Lisa, you've got to get away. I'll take everything on myself.
No, my darling, I'm not going.
But you can't stay here. You must go.
I killed Sandra.
You're not going to confess?
Yes.
But you mustn't. You can't, for my sake. I'm done. I'm finished. Nothing will help me.
I know. And that's why I'm staying. Gustav, my darling, we've always done everything together. I can't leave you now. I must stay and face this with you.
But Lisa, my little Lisa, I want you to go on living.
But we've all got to die sometime.
Yes, sooner or later.
Does it matter if it's a little sooner? Anyway, perhaps there's still a chance. The glove. The police may miss the clue.
It's got my initials on it.
Yes, that's true. Why the delay? Why haven't they come?
I don't know, unless Heimberger made a mistake. And yet he couldn't have. Oh, wait, what's the time?
Well,
yes, the news. The radio news will be on in a moment.
Let me stand beside you, Gustav. May I hold your hand? I love you, Gustav. Only you.
And I love you, Lisa. Oh.
This is the morning news service. The Sander murder. An important discovery was made yesterday. A glove was found near the scene of the crime, and the police consider that it has a direct connection with the case. They have every hope that the mystery will shortly be cleared up. An arrest is expected almost immediately.
Well,
The weather.
it's finished.
Easterly winds and bright skies in
It
most
shouldn't
places.
be long in coming.
But some rain or sleet is expected.
Come, dear. We are going to sleep. Lisa, my little sweetheart. I am tired. Terribly tired. Come, my darling.
I'm
No! I can't do that. Don't listen!
We have just been asked to make a further announcement regarding the Sander murder case. The owner of the leather glove which was found in the woods has now been traced. He lost the glove more than a week ago, and the police are satisfied that he had nothing to do with the crime. A program of light music will follow.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8, and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment, brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
Cornelia.
So, my dear Lucas, I am sending Cornelia to you because I have no relations I like to remember and no friend who are likely to remember me except you. Yours sincerely, Horace Taft. Yes. Well, it's all very interesting, Lucas, but what are you going to do about it?
I propose to accept my responsibility.
You mean you are going to finance this girl?
Oh, you might put it that way. I'm going to have her here.
For an interview, you mean?
Certainly not. She's going to live here.
And where are you going?
I am going to live here, too, naturally. It's where I do live.
My dear Lucas.
Think of it, Andrew. Think of showing a young, primitive creature the glories of civilization. Watching a young mind unfold.
And a young mouth devouring peas off a knife.
Nonsense. The cinemas put an end to all that.
Do they have cinemas in the wilds of Alaska?
Labrador. Even if she does eat peas off a knife, that will merely make it more delightful.
Lucas, did you ask me down this weekend as your solicitor or as your friend?
Both, my dear Andrew.
Both. Then as both, let me tell you that to install an unknown girl from the backwoods as a member of your household is quite unthinkable. You can't do it. It's ridiculous.
It isn't ridiculous at all. It's a sacred trust.
Sacred trust? Oh, really, Lucas. What was Horace to you that you should succor his daughter?
My tutor. Such a good tutor. But not academically.
When do you expect her?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Today?
Well, that's what the telegram said.
But it's 4:10 now. Oh, so that is why you asked me down. You coward. Aren't you going to meet her?
Well, there isn't anything to meet. No train arrives anywhere near 4 o'clock, either here or at the junction.
Miss Taft is here, sir.
Oh, Miss Taft, I'm so glad.
What do you mean, Taft? My name's Taft.
Oh.
Are you Lucas? How do you do? I haven't enough money for the taxi.
Taxi. Oh, yes. Parkin, will you see to it?
Very good, sir.
Well, I am very glad to see you. I've looked forward so much. Oh, this is my old friend, Andrew Wiley.
How do you do?
I'm delighted to welcome you to England. Did you have a good crossing?
Very tedious.
Yes. I suppose transatlantic liners are not the most exciting things in the world.
No, I didn't cross in the liner. I came in the Daisy Bell.
And what is the Daisy Bell?
She's the cargo boat that calls twice a year. At Forks, you know.
I beg your pardon, sir, but I don't seem to have enough to take care of the taxi.
Oh, all right, Parkin. How much is it?
£21, 17 shillings and 9pence, sir.
What?
Yeah, I was afraid it might be quite a bit.
Cornelia, how far have you come by cab?
From the docks.
Do you mean you came all the way from Southampton by taxicab?
No, from Liverpool.
But why didn't you take a train?
I didn't like the look of them.
Forgive me. I must get some money from my desk. Come, Parkin.
What do you do?
I'm a solicitor.
Are you a good one?
I'm generally considered reliable.
Well, that's something. As old Barney at the store says, you want more in a pie than just crust.
Yes. Quite. Thank you. Yes.
Well, now that that's settled, I expect you'd like to see your room.
No, thank you, but I would like my tea.
Oh. Well, here it comes now, Parkin.
Your tea, miss?
Very weak, isn't it?
It's China tea, miss.
Oh, perhaps you'd like Indian, my dear.
I don't know anything about Indian or China. I just like the kind of tea you buy in silver packets at the store. Have you any of that kind?
We have Indian tea in the kitchen, miss.
Well, if it wouldn't be a trouble, I'll have some of that.
Certainly, miss.
If you can see the bottom of the cup, it's no good.
Yes, miss. Have some scones to be going on with.
Yes, I will. Thank you. I don't remember what Lucas said your name was.
Wiley. Andrew Wiley.
What a good name for a solicitor.
I expect you had a very busy life at the falls of...
Not falls. Forks. Forks of Sagataw.
Lucas tells me your father was part of the mission there.
He was all of it.
The church, was it?
Oh, no, he taught at school.
How wonderful. How wonderful to live in a sort of mourning of the world and bring to it an age-old culture. Was it a big school?
3 Indian children and Daft Davy from the Point. Davy's been coming for 20 years, but no one likes to stop him.
Not much hope of an infant Shakespeare.
But at least your father would have more time for his books.
Well, he burned all his books shortly after he married Mother.
Burned them?
He said they'd been all wrong.
Oh, I don't think I met your mother. I expect you hardly remember her.
Well, I was only 5. But I do remember one thing about her. She had a very quick... Now, have another of those scones.
A quick sense of humor?
Quick fist.
You poor child.
Well, Barney says no one is poor except the poor in spirit.
In that case, Miss Taft, I think you are a millionaire.
Oh, thank you. I think you're probably quite good at soliciting.
At being a solicitor. Here's parking with your tea.
I hope this is as you like it, miss.
It looks good tea this time. Thank you, Parkin.
Will that be all, sir?
Yes, thank you, Parkin.
Very good, sir.
Is that all he does? Just hand around tea?
Oh, no. Parkin runs my house, my servants, my cellar, and my public and private lives.
It's a whole-time job, Miss Taft. Let me give you another scone.
Oh, thank you. I was awfully hungry.
Cornelia, what do you want to do first, now that you've reached England?
Well, I want to buy something. Look, I'll show you. I've got something in my handbag. Oh, shall I have to carry it with me always now?
What?
My handbag. I never used it before. It was a present.
It must hold quite a lot.
Yes. It's a bit daft, really. I have nothing to put in it. I tore this out of a magazine. I want a pair of shoes like that.
That's very nice, but what's remarkable about shoes like that?
Heels. I want a pair of shoes with high heels. I could have gotten them from a mail order place, of course, but in Forks they would have been...
Daft?
Yes, daft. So I promised myself that if I ever lived to walk on a street, I'd buy shoes like that.
Lady Binnacle to see you, sir. And Lord Binnacle.
I've come for those cuttings, Lucas. Oh.
Lady Binnacle, this is my ward, Cornelia Taft.
Your ward, did you say?
She's just arrived from Labrador.
You were never in Labrador.
Cornelia is the daughter of my old tutor, Horace Taft. He left her to me. And this is Lord Binnacle, Cornelia, who doesn't think much of the world, but continues to think much about it.
I know you loathe me, Lucas, but need you prejudice strangers against me? How do you do, Miss Taft?
Never mind about Sebastian. He's having a vegetarian phase. It's even worse on the liver than that mutual confession circle or whatever it was he belonged to in the spring. Give me some tea, Lucas. The shock of finding you with a ward has unnerved me. Parkin, you know that girl you sent to me, second parlour maid?
Yes, my lady. I hope she's proving suitable.
Well, there's a wiggle to her hips that doesn't go well with an apron.
I'm sorry to hear that, my lady. She comes of a most respectable family.
Well, she seems to have come a long way.
Yes, my lady. Would his lordship prefer a drink instead of tea? You know quite well that I am a teetotaler. Little fruit juice, perhaps? I shall have tea, thank you. Very good, sir.
Madeira cake, Lady Binnacle.
No, I should have one of those sweet ones.
What does the parlour maid do?
Well, I've often wondered. They're supposed to dust.
Well, if that girl doesn't stop doing things with her hips, can I be a parlour maid for you?
Cornelia.
I have to earn my living, and I'm very good at housework.
My dear good child, there's no question of your having to work. You're my guest, my ward. You're going to live here and enjoy yourself for a change.
Well, of course I shall stay for a change with pleasure. But I couldn't sit and do nothing all day for always.
I think it most commendable that Miss Taft wants to work. Perhaps I could get you a job in the party, Miss Taft.
What party?
The People's Revolutionary Party.
Oh, what would I have to do?
Work in an office.
I don't know anything about offices, I'm afraid. But I can clean guns.
Guns?
Well, don't you have guns in a revolution?
In England, a revolution proceeds by processions, Miss Taft.
Oh, I suppose you don't pay people to walk in processions. I'd like that. Do they have uniforms?
My dear, the sight of a uniform makes them foam at the mouth. Now, Charlotte, eat your sticky cakes while I take Cornelia to her room.
Don't take the first room he shows you, my dear. Ask to see another. That was the first thing my husband taught me on our honeymoon, and by far the most valuable.
Oh, well, shall I see you again, or shall I say goodbye?
Well, as long as you stay with Lucas, and as long as Lucas has a garden, you'll be seeing me. Didn't you want a cake?
Well, I did, but no one offered them.
Well, what a host you are, Lucas. Here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Lady Binnacle. As old Barney at the store says, it's the buck she bit that tastes the best.
Now, Andrew, forget your solicitor and let's have the truth.
Oh, my dear lady, I always tell the truth according to my lights.
The solicitor's lights are stained glass, simply checkered with alternative possibilities.
When was Lucas in Labrador?
Never, as far as I know.
Well, what's he going to do with this girl?
She's going to stay here for a while, I understand. She really is the daughter of old Horace Tout, whom you won't remember, probably. He was quite a character at Oxford some 20 years ago.
20 years ago, I was quite a character in the chorus.
No, not a bit of it. You were singing second lead in Melody.
Oh, how did you remember that?
I used to go once a week.
You did?
I was hopelessly in love with Greta Fair.
Oh. Well, who said solicitors weren't truthful?
Oh, you were married, my dear lady.
Since when has marriage been an obstacle to anything but matrimony? And what, may I ask, was the Oxford professor doing in the polar regions?
He married, unfortunately, rather late in life.
And couldn't Oxford take it? What was the matter? Did she crook her little finger when she drank?
No, I gather that old Horace crooked his elbow.
Is the old boy dead?
Yes, quite lately, I gather. And Lucas has appointed the girl's guardian.
Well, that'll be a new role for him.
I don't think she should be allowed to stay here.
My dear, Lucas isn't as bad as all that.
I didn't mean anything of that sort. Lucas is a gentleman.
Coming from the People's Revolutionary Party, I call that handsome.
But if she stays here, she'll be ruined.
But you just said that Lucas was a gentleman.
Mother, can you imagine no more than one way of being ruined? You know what Lucas's life is like. Useless, selfish, unproductive. 6 months with him and her standards will be hopelessly ruined.
I think you underestimate Miss Tout. Have you considered what she might do to Lucas?
No one has ever been able to do anything to Lucas. You know that as well as I do. Oh, here he is. Well, Lucas, did she like her room?
She was very polite about it, but I don't think she's very impressionable.
Well, that'll be a nice change for you.
Unless you want more cake, Charlotte, I'm ready to resist your wiles in the garden. Are you coming, Andrew?
Whether it is to be blackmail or robbery with menaces, I hardly think a solicitor should be a witness, but I'll come.
You, Sebastian?
No, gardens make me sick. Hundreds of thousands of people have not enough to eat, and you spend money on gardens.
Well, the gardeners like it. Oh, well, I'll go and join Lucas and Andrew.
Had you finished tea, my lord? Yes, but don't clear away just yet. Ask Miss Taft, if she will speak to me for a moment.
Miss Taft? Yes, my lord.
I wonder if she'd be interested in the party.
Did you want to speak to me?
Yes, I did rather.
Well, don't make it too long because I've run my bath.
Well, I suppose you could run another.
Yeah, I suppose so. It never occurred to me. I've never had a bath on tap before.
Oh, how did the water run then?
It didn't. We pumped it up and heated it on the stove.
I expect all this is a little bewildering for you.
Oh, what?
Civilization. Luxury.
Oh, it's strange, of course, but nice so far.
Well, to get to the point, I wanted to offer you a job.
What kind of job?
In the party. You would like to alleviate the misery of the working classes, wouldn't you?
Are they miserable?
Very.
As miserable as you?
I beg your pardon?
I've never met a really miserable person before. Why are the working classes miserable?
Because the great majority live below subsistence level.
Are you rich?
Well, I am quite well off, but the estate runs away with a lot of money.
Well, then why don't you sell it and share the money?
I can't. It's entailed.
Well, I don't know what that is, but I'm sure there must be a way round it.
Don't understand. The sale of one estate would merely be nibbling.
But it would be a very personal and satisfying nibble, I should have thought. Do the women who work for you have to wear low heels?
Heels?
Because I want a job where I can wear high heels.
I cannot
But
see...
we've plenty of time to talk about it later, haven't we? I'm going to stay with Lucas for a little.
But if you stay with Lucas, you'll be... you may become infected with Lucas's hedonistic views.
With what?
Lucas lives for nothing but pleasure. He's a parasite.
If you want to call Lucas a louse, you should do it to his face and not behind his back. I think I shall go and have my bath.
No, you misunderstand me. You misunderstand entirely.
Isn't a parasite a polite name for a louse?
No. Yes, it is, of course, but that wasn't what I meant. Lucas exists by battening on society.
But he's very rich, like you. You mean, doesn't he pay the people who work for him?
He probably pays Parkin a fortune. 20 families could be kept on the money that Lucas spends on the upkeep of this house.
Well, perhaps it's entailed.
No, it isn't.
Well, even if he sold it all, it would only be a nibble, wouldn't it?
I do not suggest that he should sell it. I suggest that he should accept responsibility for his fellow men.
Well, he accepted me.
Oh, that.
It was very nice of him. And I really cannot consider leaving him just because you and the working classes are miserable. I like Lucas.
Everyone likes Lucas. Parasites, idlers are always popular if they're rich enough. Perhaps if you came to our headquarters one day, I could give you lunch and explain our objects. I suppose you are a meat eater?
When I can get it.
I must lend you a book about that. Now, I shall join my mother in the garden. Excuse me, won't you?
Of course.
May I clear up the tea things, miss?
Yes. Parkin, do you wash up, too?
No, miss. That is not part of my duty.
Have you a weak heart, Parkin?
No, miss. My circulation is excellent.
Oh. Well, perhaps you got something wrong with you that doesn't show.
No, not as far as I'm aware, miss.
I was wondering how you came to this.
Came to what, miss?
Teacups.
I worked up to them, miss.
Worked up? From what?
The boots. The initiation is long and strict.
You mean you chose all the time to be this? What do you do in your spare time?
I shoot clay pigeons.
What are they?
Targets that are shot into the air for one to aim at.
I bet I could beat you. Don't you go shooting rabbits in the woods around here?
No, miss. It's against my principles to kill things.
The first day you're free, I'll take you on. Only you must give me time to get used to the strange gun.
Yes, miss. Of course, Mr. Bilk may not care for it.
Oh, Lucas needn't come if he doesn't like it. Where is it, the shooting place?
There is a club in the village.
Well, that'll be something to look forward to. Are you a good shot?
Fairly good, miss.
That means very. It's a long time now, come to think of it, since I looked forward to anything.
I hope you like the little writing desk in your room.
Yes, it's very pretty. I don't write much, you know, but it's nice to look at.
That is what I thought.
Did you put it there?
I did suggest it to Mr. Bilk.
It was a good suggestion. Thank you. Well, I shall go and run the water again. It's great fun running water. Oh, Andrew, you've come. I'm very glad. You didn't come last Saturday. Do sit down. Do you like my shoes?
Yes, very pretty. They don't go very well with tweed, do they?
No, I know. I'm just practicing while Lucas is out of the way. I suppose you've had tea?
Yes, thank you. Haven't you?
Yes, we had it at the place in the golf course, you know?
The clubhouse.
Yes, I could do with another, but I suppose I'd better wait for dinner.
Well, what have you done with Lucas?
He's having a bath. Say, do you play this game, Andrew?
Golf? Oh, yes, I have played, but never seriously. Did you enjoy your first game?
Oh, yes. I don't think Lucas enjoyed himself very much.
It's never very exciting for an experienced player to go round with a beginner. How much did he win by?
I won.
Cornelia, my dear, you couldn't.
Why not? It's just hitting a ball with a kind of stick straight on all the time and popping it into holes now and then.
But he must have given you an enormous number of strokes.
He didn't give me anything. We each had a ball, and we each hit our own ball into all the holes, and he hit his oftener than I hit mine. That's winning, isn't it? It was quite good for the first 2 or 3 times, but it seemed an odd way to spend a whole afternoon.
You seem to be making quite an impression. I hear you nearly killed Lord Billico.
Oh, no. I just took him for a walk.
20 miles, I understand.
It wasn't more than 16, and most of it was on his own estate. He wasn't killed at all. But he isn't a vegetarian anymore.
No?
I had bacon and eggs for tea at a farm, and so had he. He had all they had in the house. Well, I must go and change. Sebastian and his mother are coming to dinner.
Oh, not Lady Billico and her son anymore, I observe. Or am I drawing deductions?
I don't know what you call it. I call it havering, and I know what Barney would call it. Oh, has the parcel post come, Parkin?
Not yet, miss. It'll be here any minute now.
Oh, well, there's the 2pence you won off me.
Thank you, miss. The evening paper, sir.
Have you started a book on the side, Parkin?
No, sir. It was merely a frivolous transaction to enliven a game of skill.
Oh, how are you, Lucas? Sorry I couldn't get down earlier. Did you enjoy your golf?
Did I enjoy it? You see that smoke through the window?
A bonfire. Well, it's early for garden rubbish, isn't it?
That, my dear Andrew, is not garden rubbish. It's my golf clubs.
Your golf club? Not Lucas, no. Not all those infallible instruments.
Every one of them.
I take it that your afternoon was not a success.
A typical piece of legal understatement.
What went wrong?
She won.
On the level terms?
Stroke for stroke. A girl who never saw a golf course till this afternoon. She took 2 clubs and slammed away around 18 holes without looking twice at anything. When I think of the 20 years I've been addressing the ball and studying my stance and paying money to professionals for advice, I blush all down my spine.
But she must be a genius.
She doesn't think so. She thinks anybody who can't play a game like that must be a cripple, and everybody who does is a moron.
Did she say so?
Well, not in those words. But when two caddies condoled with her failing by a millimetre to sink a putt, she said, "Does it matter?"
No wonder you are shattered.
I say, she looked very charming.
She seems to be providing you with the hoped-for distraction.
Distraction in both senses.
Oh?
Barney, for instance. I object to living with Barney.
Oh, that is just nostalgia.
It wasn't the fellow's presence I objected to, but his infallibility. I've forbidden any further mention of him.
Poor Cornelia.
And there's her disconcerting habit of saying what she thinks.
Well, I thought a fresh mind was what you longed for.
Yes, I also admire tact, though. A quality she's never developed.
You don't deceive me in the least. You're having the time of your life.
And you're going to be late for dinner.
Oh, yes, I suppose it's time I changed. The Binnacles are coming, I hear. Anyone else?
No.
Excuse me, sir. This parcel's just come for Miss Chancellor.
Oh, leave it in there, and I shall see that she gets it.
Very good, sir.
I saw the postman come. Where's it? Oh, yes, that's it. It's for you, Parkin. A present. A fishing rod.
For me? A fishing rod?
Yes, I hope you'll like it.
I don't fish, miss.
No, but you will.
It's very kind of you, miss. Very kind indeed. But I should feel very foolish dangling a worm on the end of a line.
It isn't a worm, it's a fly. And you'll feel like a king when you get a 3-ounce fish on the end of it.
I'm afraid I should merely feel embarrassed by the unequal nature of the struggle.
You wait and see. We can't go fishing on Monday because I have to go to London to let a man look at my teeth. But we can go on Tuesday afternoon.
I shall be happy to lend you the rod, miss, but I, of course, may not be free to go.
Of course you'll be free. The evening would be better, but I suppose by then you're worrying about your dishes.
There is dinner to see to.
You know, Roderick,
Please, you promised, miss.
I'm sorry. You know, Parkin, I can't imagine why someone like you bothers his head about dishes.
What you term dishes, miss, is merely a facet. What I bother my head about is the smooth running of one of the most beautiful houses in England.
But ever since the beginning of time, it's been a woman's job to run a house.
And ever since the beginning of civilization, it has been a man's privilege to show her how. Even in the matter of cooking, miss. As long as it was a case of stew for a cave dweller, a woman stirred it. When it came to sauce for a king, a man did.
But there's no career for a butler, is there?
I know of only 2 careers open to men of no qualifications. Politics and salvation. And I have talent for neither.
Salvation?
Evangelical preaching, miss.
Oh, come and be saved and put 6pence in the box. I don't think you'd make a preacher, Parkin.
No, miss.
And the only politician I know is Sebastian. Do they all talk nonsense?
If necessary.
Oh, it isn't necessity with Sebastian. It's natural. What does one have to do to be a success in politics?
Oh, practically everything. It's a wide subject, miss, and the guests will be here at any moment. I think that must be there now. Good evening, Parkin. In the library, if you please, my lord. Excuse me, miss.
Oh, Sebastian, you are just the person I wanted to see. Did you walk?
Yes, it's a beautiful evening, and was something I wanted to say to you before my mother and the rest came. I was going to suggest that we went into the garden.
Sebastian, I suppose you don't mind if we fish in that little river of yours?
I'm afraid it's let.
Let? What's that?
Rented.
Oh, can you hire out a river in England?
One lets the fishing, of course. But if Lucas wants a day now and then, I can get it for him. I didn't know he fished.
Oh, it isn't Lucas, just Parkin and me.
Parkin?
Yes, I'm teaching him to take life. Can we go on Tuesday afternoon?
Perhaps you'd ask my mother. She sees the tenant oftener than I do.
Oh, good. What did you want to say to me?
Oh, I can't tell you just now.
Why not?
Well, it's nearly dinner time.
And you could talk better if you were full.
No. Listen, Cornelia.
Yes?
I have a deep admiration for your great practical qualities.
Yes? Do you fish, Sebastian?
I feel that your practical quality and my idealism would make an admirable combination.
If you're talking about revolutions again, I'm not interested.
This is a personal matter, not a political one.
Sebastian, I suppose you have a wide experience of butlers.
Butlers? Well, yes. Yes, I've known a good many, I suppose.
Well, what does a butler do when he needn't? I mean, suppose...
Cornelia, are you deliberately trying to prevent my coming to the point?
No, of course not. I really want to know about butlers. Supposing you were a butler and had enough money not to be one, what would you do?
I wouldn't be one.
I know, but what would you be?
Almost anything else.
Oh, you're being very trying.
You're being very odd.
Do butlers, what do you call it, retire?
Certainly.
What do they do then?
If they haven't made much money, they live at home and pretend they're colonels home from India. If they have made a lot, they buy a hotel and pretend they're landed proprietors.
A hotel?
Yes, it's every butler's ambition to be mine host.
Oh, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
And now, perhaps, you'll let us get on with this marriage discussion.
Marriage?
Certainly. What did you think we were discussing?
Almost anything else.
I was pointing out that our separate qualities, being complementary, would result in an ideal combination.
Is that what you were going to take me to the garden to say?
Yes.
Why garden?
We shouldn't be interrupted there.
I see. Have you ever proposed to anyone before?
No, I've not.
Well, if you do it like that, you'll never get accepted.
And what is so unacceptable about my proposal?
Well, even the worst of them coax a little.
Worst of what?
Proposers.
What possible experience can you have had? Have you ever been asked in marriage before?
Of course. I was the only girl for 1,000 miles. People proposed to me on sight.
How revolting.
Well, at least they brought a bunch of daisies.
How Victorian.
And they smiled once in a while.
Reflex action.
Oh, you'd be a much nicer person, Sebastian, if you smiled sometimes. Even Parkins smiled sometimes.
You still haven't answered my question.
What question?
About marrying me.
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I'm not thinking of marrying at present. I have a lot to do first. Besides, you have to marry a countess, haven't you?
Good heavens, no.
Well, don't earls have to marry...
My mother was an actress.
Oh, yes, I forgot. She's nice, your mother. You're very lucky, Sebastian, to have a nice mother.
All actresses are charming, didn't you know? It's an act.
An act?
Play acting.
Oh. So what do you call crying over the poor with 6 cars in your garage? I don't believe your mother play acts. She's real. She would look all right in Forks of Saginaw. She and Bonnie would get on beautifully.
I have explained to you already that if I sold every car I have and gave away the money, that would merely be charity.
It would be a miracle. Excuse me. I have to speak to Parkins.
Maddening. Absolutely maddening.
Oh, my dear Charlotte, how charming you look. Where's Sebastian?
He walked up, my dear.
Good heavens. Oh, hello, Sebastian.
Hello, Lucas.
I hear you walked. I'm glad the blisters Cornelia raised on you were not permanent.
Lucas, I'd like to take Cornelia to the theatre for the first time. Sebastian can run us up next week and drop us in town.
I shall not be in town next week.
Oh, where will you be?
At Lyndhurst Abbey.
Abbey? What are you going there for?
For advice.
Advice?
I'm going into a monastery.
Not yet, my dear. You have to provide an heir first. Even monks have lapses, of course, but an heir has to be legitimate. You wouldn't like the beds, you know.
Pallets would pall.
Nevertheless, I am going to Lyndhurst.
Very well, dear. Now give the old boy my love. Tell him I still haven't a grey hair in my head.
Do you know the abbot?
Many a bright party we had. He and I and Greta Fair and Bobby. His name was Smithers then. I expect he'll tell you to run away and have some parties before taking to pallets. You can't repent of things you haven't committed.
I am not going in order to repent. I just don't consider that life in this world is worth living.
I can never make up my mind about you, Sebastian. Whether it's dyspepsia or dramatics.
It is neither, dear lady.
Hello, Andrew.
Your unhappy son is forever torn by the pangs of jealousy.
Jealous? Of whom?
His mother.
Me?
You, having worked for your living, are irrevocably his social superior.
The fact that I cannot earn my bread without taking it from another man's mouth is hardly a bit subject to jest. If I had a club foot, you wouldn't call attention to it, would you?
No, dear, but you would.
Well, if that's all that ails our Sebastian, the cure's obvious. You marry him off to the most useless and expensive baggage in the county and settle down at the Dower House, half a mile nearer us.
I never liked the thought of that Dower House.
What? Clinging to power?
A dowager on the spot is nothing but a nuisance. Shall I tell you what my dream would be? A semi-detached in Golders Green with a cinema round the corner.
My good Charlotte.
Going shopping with a basket in the morning and with a quarter of chocolates to the pictures in the afternoon.
And in the evenings?
My corsets off and my feet up. Ah, Cornelia.
How do you do, Lady Binnacle? May we fish in your river?
Lucas is going to let me take you to the theatre next week. Just a hen party, us girls together.
Oh, that'll be very nice. Thank you very much. Can we fish in your river on Tuesday afternoon?
I suppose you can. I'll ask old Mr. Sprott. He has the fishing. This is a new interest for you, surely, Lucas.
Oh, it isn't Lucas, just Parkin and me. You don't want it for anything on Tuesday afternoon, do you, Lucas?
I have a suspicion that it won't be any good my wanting him. I had no idea that Parkin was interested in fishing.
He's a little surprised himself.
You won't seduce my perfect servant from his allegiance, I hope.
Oh, no, I'm not seducing, just training him.
To what?
Oh, to, out of doors. I think about it all the time.
Even when you play golf?
One has to think of something to pass the time at golf.
Well, you bought it. Didn't you manage to hit the ball at all?
Hit it? Oh, yes. Does anyone not hit it?
Cornelia has the most startling coordination of hand and eye.
How did that come about? You didn't play games in, what's its name?
Well, I suppose chopping wood must be good practice. And shooting and fishing. It's hand and eye all the time at Forks, even throwing a pail of water on the right cabbage.
Well, if the worst comes to the worst, you can be a golf professional.
What's that?
Teach other people to play.
Do people take lessons and games?
Oh, yes, and pay well for them.
A daft world, isn't it, Cornelia?
Oh, I don't think anyone has enough to do.
What did you do with your spare time?
Well, there wasn't any. There's always something to make or fetch or mend at Forks.
Cornelia has never learned to play.
Oh, well. But a man I know says that no one was ever hanged for anything that they did in their working time.
I'm quite sure there's an answer to that if I could only think of it.
Well, now that you have achieved your high heels, Cornelia, is there something else you want?
Yes.
Oh, and what's the new ambition?
I want to stay in a great many hotels.
Oh, well, I think that might be arranged.
Dinner is served, sir. Do mind if we leave the curtains as they are for a little, sir? I thought it would be nice if they found the house lit up when they came home.
A very pleasant thought, Parkin.
I've put you in your usual room, sir. Would you like some tea, perhaps?
Well, I'll wait for the homecomers, I think. Have you heard from the travellers since they left?
Oh, yes, sir. Twice from Mr. Bilk and 6 times from Miss Taft. 1 letter each week. But I expect you heard from them yourself, sir.
I'm afraid you've beaten me, Parkin. I had a postcard from Mr. Bilk showing the Mediterranean and ultramarine, and 2 letters from Miss Taft. Perhaps your letters weren't illustrated there.
Oh, yes, sir. Always.
Yes, it'll be very pleasant to have her back, won't it?
Very pleasant indeed, sir.
You know, Parkin, I used to think this house perfection. It had beauty and dignity and peace. And you, Parkin.
Thank you, sir.
But I know now that there was something lacking.
Yes, sir.
What was it, Parkin?
Life, sir. We were just going through the motions, if you know what I mean, sir.
Yes, just going through the motions. Well, I suppose it does everybody good to... Oh, there's the car.
Yes, sir. It sounds like them. Yes, it is, sir. It is.
Well, well. Parkin, too.
Absolutely wonderful to see you again. Oh, you, Andrew. You're looking thin. You've been working too hard. You should have come with us.
What? Weeks of gallivanting?
We missed you.
Yes, Andrew, you should have come.
Well, it's nice to have you home again.
I must go and see Mrs. Benson and Elsie and the rest and give them their presents. I have something for you, too, Andrew, but it's in my big box, so you'll have to wait.
So it was a success?
It was wonderful. I feel about 10 years old. Andrew, do you remember what it was like to have life so full of amusement that you didn't have to play a game to pass the time?
I do. That was youth.
Yes, I thought it must be. I don't seem to have had any. I was always inventing ways to pass the time. However, now that I have so providentially been born again, I'm going to take your oft-given advice and get married.
Well, my congratulations. I'm very glad. To whom?
Well, I'm going to marry Cornelia.
Cornelia? Is that fair, Lucas?
Fair? What do you mean?
6 months is a short time for her to find her feet in a new world. You had no rivals yet.
Well, I did have some bad moments. She grew very friendly with young Steiner, the architect. However, it was all very gay and childish. They spent hours drawing houses for each other on bits of paper, running to worry.
But Lucas is a child. You're double her age. Marriage for you will be a settling down. For her, it should be an adventure. And she will marry you for happiness and because she imagines she's in love with you.
Why imagines?
It's a common delusion when a girl of 20 is dazzled by the charm of a man of 40.
Thank you. When we're together, she may annoy me occasionally, but the moment she's with somebody else, I want to know what she's saying, what she's thinking, how she's looking.
When do you plan to get married?
Oh, in the summer, I expect. I haven't mentioned the matter yet.
Mentioned the wedding date, you mean?
No, marriage.
What? You mean you're not going to marry Cornelia at all?
I certainly am going to marry her.
I mean, you're not engaged?
Not yet.
Oh, Lucas, your conceit is so colossal that it almost amounts to a virtue.
Are you suggesting that she won't accept me?
No, I'm not suggesting it, my dear Lucas. I'm betting on it.
But why?
Because she is Cornelia, and young, and independent, and in love with the world.
Very well. I shall propose to her tonight.
No, oh, no, Lucas, no. Give her time.
Everybody's very pleased. And Mrs. Benson's daughter has twins. Did you know, Lucas?
I didn't even know that Mrs. Benson had a daughter.
Oh, Lucas, and Mrs. Benson has been your housekeeper for 7 years.
Well, I really can't have my servants' affections alienated under my very nose. Some counter-propaganda is clearly called for.
So you've had a very happy time.
Oh, yes, it was lovely. Sometimes in the evenings, Lucas and I used to sail out in a little boat where it was quiet. Or sometimes in the mornings on the mountain, we would climb up to where there were no people and no marks in the snow anymore. Oh, it was lovely. It was like being home.
Lord Binnacle to see you, miss.
Oh, Sebastian.
Hello, Cornelia. Welcome back. I brought you these flowers.
How lovely. Are they from Binnacles?
Oh, no. I'm not allowed to pluck anything in my own glass houses. I had to buy them in a shop.
Ooh, you could have bought 10 people a dinner for the price of those roses.
They're not roses. They're daisies.
Daisies? Have you gone... Oh. Well, I think you might have written me just once.
I've been very busy.
Congratulations on your deal, Sebastian. It was a very shrewd move.
I didn't do it because it was shrewd.
Didn't you? Well, see you later.
What deal? What's he talking about?
I've disentailed the estate, and it's up for sale.
Sebastian. Was it difficult?
It was easier than you'd think. My only relation, you see, is my father's uncle in Australia.
And would he mind?
He said I could do what I liked with my beastly chicken run.
And your mother?
Oh, she's quite happy. But I'm terribly unpopular. I used to be unpopular only with the county, but now the cottagers will have to mend their own fences and buy their own Christmas trees and pay their rents promptly, and I'm unpopular with everyone.
Poor Sebastian.
And the horrible thing is that I'm going to be richer than ever. People are bidding against each other for the estate. Apparently it's full of desirable building sites. I don't know what I can do with the money.
Couldn't you use it to start deserving people in business?
But that would make me a capitalist.
Even if you didn't make any profit?
Oh, yes. Lots of capitalists never make any money at all. But now that I've bought you the required bunch of daisies, can I ask you to marry me again?
Oh, you're a much nicer person than I thought you were, Sebastian. But I don't think I could ever marry you.
Well, I could give up the revolution, if that's what's stopping you.
Oh, no. No. It's nothing like that. Nothing you could do.
Is there someone else, perhaps?
Yes.
Oh. Do I know him?
Yes.
Well?
Very well.
Is it someone much older than you?
Yes, he is a lot older, but that doesn't matter when two people...
No, of course not. I hope you'll be very happy, Cornelia. He's much luckier than he has any right to be. I shall tell him so personally at the first opportunity.
Oh, he hasn't asked me yet, but he will. Now, about all that money, Sebastian, I know two very nice people who want to start a hotel. Would you like to lend them the money for that?
No, I don't think I should like that at all. There are too many hotels anyhow. And I should only be unpopular with two more people because they owed me money.
Well, you used not to mind being unpopular. I meant to ask Lucas for the money, but it'd be so much nicer if you did it.
How much is the place to cost?
Between 12 and 15,000, the architect thought.
That's not much for a hotel.
Oh, it's just a fishing place. 12 bedrooms and no marble, except for making pastry on.
Pastry?
It keeps the pastry cold.
Oh. Well, if it really please you, Cornelia, that's a different matter. Perhaps it would be better if I gave them the money.
Oh, no, that wouldn't do at all. But it's very kind of you, Sebastian, and I'm very grateful to you.
Well, it's something to be popular with at least one person. Now I must go and fetch my mother. I promised to give her a lift over, but I wanted to see you first. It didn't do me much good, did it? All I've managed to do is to lend someone I don't know money I don't want. Shall I come in again when I come back?
Of course.
Well, it's supposed to be awkward having a rejected suitor around. All right, Parkin, I'll let myself out.
Very good, my lord. I'd better draw the curtains, miss.
Oh, it seems a pity as long as there's any daylight left. It's been such a wonderful day.
Yes, miss, it has.
Have you missed us, Parkin?
Very much, miss. The house has been very empty. It was very pleasant to have your letters. I was most grateful for them.
I have something more exciting than that for you. Look at this.
A house? Is this one of your drawings, miss?
No. That was drawn by the best young architect in Europe. It's a hotel.
It's very attractive. Did you stay there?
Oh, it's not built yet. This is the hotel I'm going to have in Labrador.
In Labrador?
Yes, at Forks of Saginaw.
You are?
Yes.
But who would go to stay there?
Fishers in the summer and winter sports people in the winter.
Oh, fishing in.
Yes, wonderful fishing. There's a hill behind the house where one can ski, and there's a landing field for aeroplanes at the side, and there's a stream that gives the electric light. There's the jetty, halfway to Barney's, where the sea fishing boats lie, and that path goes to the river when the freshwater fishing. There are 12 bedrooms for the guests and 4 for the staff. And you can do practically everything but put your stockings on by pressing a button.
But you're not seriously thinking of going back to Labrador, miss, are you?
Well, Paul and I are going out in the spring. Paul Steiner, that's the man who drew it, you know. He says it'll be great fun to live in the back room at Barney's and build a hotel in a place called Forks of Saginaw. He roars with laughter every time he thinks about it. It's going to be his best holiday and his greatest advertisement, he says.
But you don't know anything about hotels.
I've been learning a lot. But, of course, I should need a manager. I thought perhaps you might like to come.
Me, miss?
Yes. Out there you'd be a person. People for hundreds of miles around would know you. Once we got the inn going, people all over America and Europe would know you and talk about you when they met. You wouldn't be Parkin anymore. You'd be Parkin of Saginaw. Oh, do you know Parkin? People would say when they met at the other side of the world. Oh, yes, we stayed there last year. Such good food, and the fishing was wonderful.
Fishing? Is Mr. Bilk financing the expedition?
He doesn't know anything about it. Lord Binnacle is putting up the money. I wanted to know what you thought about it first.
Well, I think that Lord Binnacle is going to lose his money.
Oh, listen. People go to Norway to see the fjords, don't they?
Yes.
And to still other places to sail small boats up and down.
Cows, yes.
And to still other places to ski.
Yes.
And to still other places to skate. And to still other places for deep sea fishing. And to still other places to study seals. And to still other places for rescuers. Well, we have them all at Forks. And it's only a plane hop from anywhere once we get our landing field from Barney's turnips. Do you think a man like Paul Steiner is fool enough to build a hotel, even a wooden one, where no one is ever going to see it?
I think under the influence of your charm, miss, he might be persuaded.
You think I'm charming?
Indeed, yes.
But not charming enough to go to Labrador with.
If you go, miss, I should want to go too. But I don't know that it would be a wise thing to do.
Wise for you or for me?
For both of us.
Why, Parkin?
It's a very personal relationship, miss, and in a small place, it might not work out.
You think we should fight? Well, I expect we shall. But would that matter? I can't imagine it without you, Parkin.
I find it difficult to imagine this place without you.
Of course, being owner and manager is rather what you say. Difficult relationship. Perhaps you better marry me.
Marry you?
Yes. You would like to, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
You know very well I would go to the world's end for you.
Well, Forks of Saginaw is practically there. Well, that's settled. I must admit I had a bad moment. Aren't you going to kiss me?
Do mind waiting until tomorrow afternoon.
Why?
Well, I shall not have these clothes on then.
Well, I shouldn't care if you were wearing a green velvet monkey jacket and pink tights. Why should I mind about these?
I do.
Oh, what a life I'm going to have with you. You know, we must have some sort of working plan.
Yes?
How many letters are there in the alphabet? An even number?
26.
Well, you take one half and I'll take the other. You decide on everything beginning with your letters, and I'll decide on everything beginning with mine.
Very well.
Agreed?
Agreed.
Will you have the first half or the second?
Whichever you don't want.
Well, in that case, I shall take the first half. All right?
Perfectly.
Then kiss me.
Excuse me, I'd better draw the curtains.
Oh, you Welsher! Oh, how could you?
I think we might have tea, Parkin. Oh. What's wrong with this tap?
I think she's a little annoyed with me, sir.
Oh. What have you done?
It was a matter of a letter, sir. I omitted to seal it. The hotcakes will be a little late, perhaps, because of the excitement of your present giving, but...
Oh, that's all right. You know, Parkin, half the joy of coming home is the joy of resuming one's household. Next time we go, the household shall come with us. I think this spring I shall take Tony Deverell's house above Cairn, and we shall live there in peace for some months. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Parkin?
It sounds delightful, sir, but I'm afraid that I shall not be with you at all in the spring.
Now, what doctor told you that? Don't believe him. They're all frauds. You're as fit as I am. What did he allege was the matter with you?
Well, I'm not going to die, sir. I'm going to be married, sir.
Married? Oh, well, Parkin, so am I.
Oh, my congratulations, sir.
Well, that's no reason for leaving my employment. You and Mrs. Parkin can have 2 rooms in the wing until I can build you a cottage.
Thank you, sir, but I'm afraid that, much as I shall regret it, sir, I shall have to leave you. And my wife, that is, my wife-to-be, has decided that we are going to run a hotel.
A hotel? Oh, nonsense, Parkin. You tell her that she's going to have a charming home of her own with the best view in the county, and she shall be as independent as she likes.
It's not a question of being independent, sir. She considers, I understand, that for a man tinkering with teacups is unseemly, sir.
Unseemly?
The word she actually uses is daft.
She said that?
She did, sir.
I think I know your fiancée, Parkin.
Very possibly, sir.
Where was this hotel to be?
In Labrador, sir.
Labrador?
Yes, sir. A place called Forks of Sagitor. Are you feeling ill, sir?
No. Just foolish. Extremely foolish.
You were longing for a new sensation, Lucas. Now you have it. I hope you deserve your luck, Parkin.
I shall do my best, sir.
But it's outrageous, Parkin. How dared you propose to my ward?
I didn't, sir.
Of course he didn't, Lucas. Don't you know anything about Cornelia?
Why was I not told before?
Well, I only knew myself this afternoon, sir.
Oh, no, it's unbelievable. You can't leave me for Cornelia.
But if I was ever going to leave you, sir, now would be the time, so that your wife could begin with a new servant. Most ladies prefer it.
A very reasonable argument, Lucas.
Are you putting money into this crazy scheme at Sagitor?
All I have, sir.
Oh, but Parkin, you'll hate it. Think of the china. All stonewood and chips.
The fishing is excellent, I understand.
Parkin, I want to speak to you for You've told them. Oh, you've told them I wanted to do it.
You wanted to do it?
Yes, after dinner this evening. I had it all planned.
Well, you might have told me a little earlier what you were planning.
Parkin, you're slipping. I rang twice. Oh, what's this, a row?
My good Charlotte, you know quite well that I've never had a row in my life.
And that's what's been wrong with you all these years. Why are you looking so disgruntled?
Cornelia has just announced her engagement.
Oh, my dear. So you brought a fiancé home with you?
Oh, no, he's here.
Cornelia is going to marry Parkin.
Parkin? Oh, so she chose the best man of you after all. My dear Parkin, I am delighted. Wise little girl. Are we going to lose you, Parkin?
We are planning to run a fishing in my wife's country, milady.
Will you come be our first guest, Lady Binnacle?
I will. Oh, there you are, Sebastian.
Yes, here I am.
Sebastian must come, too. It's really his hotel. He lent me the money for it.
I thought the place was to be built with your life savings, Parkin.
Only partly, sir. I've not saved as much as that, even as your butler, sir.
Oh, so you do believe in it?
I believe in being a partner.
What is all this?
It's for us, the money, Sebastian, Parkin and me. You don't mind, do you?
But You aren't going to marry Lucas?
Oh, no. Poor Lucas. Besides, being married to Lucas would be like married to one's uncle. Such a nice uncle. I haven't really done anything to upset you, have I, Lucas?
Not a thing. If you'll excuse me, I'll bring in tea.
I expect you hate losing Parkin. Is that it?
We hate losing you, Cornelia.
But you won't be losing me. You'll all come out and stay.
Out where, in heaven's name?
Labrador.
Are you going back to that place?
I am, and don't call it that place.
But, Cornelia, is that where the hotel is to be?
Yes. Do you want your money back?
Of course not. I shall give you the money as a wedding present.
Oh, tea, how lovely.
I'm going to enjoy that visit to Sagatore, even if it means shutting up my little house in Golders Green. You know, the one with the cinema round the corner. Are you coming, Lucas?
I don't fish. If you came, sir, I can promise you that the cups will not be stoneware, nor chipped.
I shall take care of that. My wedding present to you both will be a tea set.
Oh, I suppose we couldn't have this one, Lucas.
Do you want it?
Yes, I should like it.
Why?
The first time I ever came into this room, we had tea out of it. You and Andrew and I. It's more you than anything else.
Very well, it's yours.
Would it be very greedy to ask for something else? It's something you won't miss very much.
What is it?
The little desk in my room.
Parkin put it there.
Yes, I know.
But it's been yours ever since you came.
Oh, thank you.
Will you hold my hand on that plane to Forks of Sagatore, Lucas?
I might. Come to think of it, I have some business to attend to there.
Business?
Yes, there's a man there I want to have the last word with.
Everyone seems to be bound for the northwest but me.
Oh, Andrew, you must come, you of all people.
Well, I'm a poor man with my living to earn. You haven't a job for me, I suppose.
Well, we don't need a lawyer, yet a while.
Isn't there anything I could do to earn my keep? Night watchman, astrologer, shovel off at the jetty, shoveling snow, assistant at the local stores?
That might do. I shall see what Barney says.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment, brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week, then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
He Who Laughs Last. A play for radio by H. Oldfield Box. Adapted from Gerald Kirsch's story, Fairy Gold.
Mr. True was a city clerk, 30 years old, already growing corpulent. Mr. True, it appeared, was not likely to be among the world's successes, but, by hard application, he had won for himself a certain reputation among his cronies. The reputation of being a humorist.
How's that one, eh? All right.
Oh, jolly good to you, old boy.
Yeah, tell us another. All right, here we go. There was a young lady of Ryde. Well, go on, Chewy, go on. No, Robbie, old man. On second thoughts, not that one. After all, there's a lady present. Well, some might call her a lady, others. Bye.
Yes, Mr. True?
Another round, my dear. 4 bitters, please.
4 bitters, okie doke.
Oh, and while I think of it, Vi, have you heard the one about the Scotsman?
Which one about the Scotsman, Mr. True?
He was so mean, my pretty one, so flippin' mean that he wouldn't even exchange a fat penny for a
thin one.
Jolly good. Very funny, but hardly original. That's the kind of humorist Mr. True was. Richard True was also a practical joker. Practical jokes of the feeble, obvious, cruel kind that might be expected from a man of his mentality. He set innumerable booby traps. He called out fire brigades to fires that were non-existent. He sent alarming, faked-up telegrams, and so on. Oh, yes, Mr. True was a very funny fellow. Very funny indeed.
Ah, here's Middleton. Greetings, me dear Middy.
Hello, Truey. Hello, everyone.
Middy. Sit down, Middy, old fellow. Oh, hang on, here's a stool for you.
Oh, thanks, Truey. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, Middy, sorry. There was the stool, and there were you just going to sit on it. The temptation too strong to be resisted. No hard feelings, old boy.
No hard feelings. Of course not.
Oh, that's the spirit, Middy. Must keep the party merry, mustn't we, old man, eh?
Yes. That was the kind of idiotic prank that True simply revelled in. But a few minutes later, when Middleton returned the compliment, withdrawing True's stool when he was about to sit down, and raising an even louder gale of merriment, True, though he forced himself to join in the laughter, didn't think it so amusing. Practical jokes of that kind seem funny to men of True's half-crazy mind only if someone else is the victim. Middleton was True's old friend. They lodged within a stone's throw and spent much of their spare time in each other's company. But from that moment, True hated Middleton, and swore that when opportunity offered, he would have his revenge on a truly monumental scale. In the meanwhile, however, he was so discreet in his hatred, to outward appearances so unchanged, that Middleton never suspected anything.
Ah, Middy, old man, there you are. Well, half a pint of the usual ready and waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, Truey. Thanks very much.
There you are. Oh, cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, that's better. Well, Middy, old boy, how's the world?
Well, as a matter of fact, I've a bit of news for you.
Oh? Well, come on, spit it out, old fellow.
Truey, I'm engaged to be married.
What? Well, who's the girl, Middy?
Louisa Wallace.
What? The little waitress at the Pentagon?
Yes, old man.
Good heavens.
Well, what do you mean, good heavens?
Well, old man, hang it all, a waitress.
And what's wrong with being a waitress? It's an honest living, isn't it?
Well, old man, so is sweeping the streets. Oh, and that reminds me, did you hear the one about the two sparrows?
No, and I don't want to. What were you saying about street sweepers? Do you mind repeating?
I only said it was an honest living. Now, keep your hair on, old boy.
Never mind my hair, old man. You look after your own hair. Louisa is the sweetest little girl in all London, and she and I are going to get married, and I won't hear a word against her.
But, old man, I was only speaking for your own good. Hang it all, you're only earning £8. I don't suppose you put a bean away.
Oh, I've £35 in the post office.
£35? And do you really suppose you can set up a house on that?
Well, we shan't set up a house, at least not to begin with. I shall stay where I am, in Wheeler's Square. Mrs. Gibson promised to let me have 2 rooms on the top floor. Oh, we'll manage.
But, my dear old man, now look, listen to me. I'm older
We'll
than
manage,
you.
I tell you. I'll give up beer and cigarettes if money gets tight.
Heaven help you.
And another thing.
Well?
Well, you know that uncle of mine, the one in Australia?
What? Oh, the fellow who quarrelled with your family umpteen years ago and went out to Wagga Wagga and made a fortune in wool.
That's the Johnny.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's never done a thing for any of us, except send a card at Christmas, but... Well, he's never married, and now I'm the only relative living.
So what?
Well, I'm going to write to him, Truey. Tell him I'm getting spliced. Oh, there's just a chance, you know, that he may send a cheque or something.
What? When he's never shown the slightest interest in your existence? Oh, not a hope. But write away, old boy, if you think it'll do any good.
Oh, probably not, but it's worth trying. It can do no harm anyway. Here, I'll have another bitter, old man.
True was right. No reply came to the letter. Nevertheless, Middleton married his Louisa, and for a while they were happy. But there came a Friday, 3 months later, the Friday before August bank holiday, when True and Middleton met for lunch in a city tea shop.
Aha, here comes the blushing bridegroom. Oh, I haven't seen you for ages. Come on, sit down, Mitty, old fellow.
Hello, Truey.
There we are. Now, let's see what's on the menu.
Well, I'll just have a cup of tea and some bread and butter.
What? Not lost your appetite, surely.
Oh, I'm not very hungry.
Oh, you can tell that to the Marines. Look here, old man. I'm pretty broke myself, but I could lend you 5 bob for a day or two.
Oh, no, Truey. Thanks all the same. I wouldn't dream of borrowing where I couldn't be sure of repaying.
Oh, I say. Is it as bad as that, old man?
We started housekeeping on a capital of £5.10. The rent's a bit higher, and the gas, and well, it's the very devil how the money goes.
And you've got to eat.
Yes, got to keep body and soul together.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Louie's a wonderful manager. Makes 1 shilling do the work of 5. Honestly, she does. But, well, £8 is only £8 when all's said and done. And besides, Truey...
Huh? Yes, old man?
Well, the truth is that Louis and I half believe that that she's going to have a baby.
No.
Why no, in that tone of voice, old man? Don't suppose I've got any regrets or what?
No, don't put words
because
into my mouth.
I don't regret anything.
Stout fellow.
All the same, I'm not going to sit back and do nothing about it. I'm darned if I am.
So, you're going to look for another job? That's the idea?
No, not yet, anyway. But I am going to ask for a rise in my present one. I'm going to see my boss, old Mawson, this very afternoon, the moment he returns from lunch.
Come in. Come in.
Mr. Mawson?
Oh, it's you, Middleton. Well?
I wondered, sir, if I might speak to you for a moment.
Well, what is it? Shut the door and come in. Well?
Mr. Mawson, I hope you're satisfied with my work here.
You do your work, Middleton, and are paid for it.
Yes, sir, but, well, I'm a married man
Married?
now.
How long have you been married?
Well, since Easter, sir.
But if I remember rightly, your salary is £8 a week, isn't it?
Yes, sir. That's why
How could you think of getting married on £8? Your wife has money of her own?
Oh, no, sir, none. And so I hope that...
Well, speak out.
Well, that you might see your way to raising my salary a little.
Middleton, you've been here with Colton Utilities quite a time, I believe.
Yes, sir, 7 years, sir.
And your salary has been increased regularly according to our system of annual increments.
Yes.
And you are now how old?
26.
Only 26? Middleton, I'm disappointed in you, getting married at your age with all the world before you. What if there should be any little ones?
Well, I'm afraid... I hope... I hope there is going to be.
Just as I said. Well, really, do you realize, Middleton, that you have prejudiced your entire career?
But, sir...
A young man in a position of trust is unsettled by family responsibilities. Your work, I believe, is in the mail order department.
Oh, yes, sir.
Checks and postal orders to the value of hundreds pass through your hands every day.
Yes.
Very well. You see what I mean?
But
think, Middleton. Think of the temptation.
Mr. Mawson, if you think I'm not to be trusted just because I happen to be married...
I'm glad you've made a clean breast of it, but it's a great pity. If Lord Herring, the owner of this firm, knew about your marriage, I don't know what he'd say. His lordship is most particular that the private lives of his employees should be beyond reproach. Most particular.
But, Mr. Mawson, excuse me, I wasn't making a clean breast of anything. I only thought that as I've been with you so long, you might...
Out of the question, not within my power, even if I wanted to. Middleton, you should have controlled yourself. Bless me, I was 40 before I even thought of marriage, and Yes, what is it?
Mr. Mawson, sir. Mrs. Mawson's here to see you.
Mrs. Mawson. Ask Mrs. Mawson if she wouldn't mind waiting just a moment.
Very good, Mr. Mawson.
Yes. Well, Middleton, I think that's all. You'd better get back to your work.
Yes, sir.
Just one thing more.
Yes, sir?
I have heard of young men in your position getting themselves into serious trouble, running up debts they can't pay and so on. I don't say you're as foolish as that, but I give you fair warning. Anything of that sort, and out you go at a moment's notice. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Now, get along. Oh, and on your way, tell Mrs. Mawson I'm disengaged. Ask her if she'll kindly step in. There you are, Emmeline. So sorry. I was just going to come along in, my dear. Shut the door behind you, Middleton.
40 before you married, were you, Mr. Mawson? And they married that battleship. Mawson, you should have had more sense. Mawson, you should have controlled yourself.
Was the young lady you viewed, whose manners were terribly rude, she went for it. Oh, hello, Postons, old man. Have you heard the one about the Lady of Bude?
Not today, Mr. True, if you please. I'm too busy. You going to the filing room by any chance?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, I am.
Oh, good. In that case, you can save me a journey. Slip this letter in the general file, will you, under Pismire Gent Inst.
Pleasure, old boy, pleasure.
Good fellow. Thanks.
Whose manners were terribly rude. Here we are, first on the left hand, the filing room. Now let me see. Harmon, H. Harmon Company. There we are. In you go, little fellow. There. And now old Postons' letter. Pismire Gen Inst. Pismire, here we are. Pismire and Company solicitors, Threadneedle Street, and in you go. No, you don't. Wait a minute. Well, I'll be damned. It's 2 sheets of Pismire's paper, and the second blank, except for the printed heading. Fancy Pismire slipping up like that. One of the best-known firms of solicitors in all London. Oh, truly, my lad. If you weren't an honest fellow, what uses, what wonderful uses, you might make of this little bit of paper. But, old man, since you are honest, you'd better throw it into the waste paper basket and forget all about it. No, I'm damned if I'll do it. Keep it, Truey. You never know. It might come in handy for a practical joke, for instance. Suppose, for example, I were to type myself a letter as from Pismire's informing me that I'd inherited a fortune. Guess I could borrow a tenner or two on the strength of such a letter as that from Pismire's. No, better not. Lady you viewed, whose manners were terribly rude, she went for it. Oh, I've got it. Middy. Why, it's the very chance I've been waiting for. Why didn't I think of it before? Rich uncle in Australia. Uncle dead. Left him his entire estate. I could draft a letter tonight. Must make the wording absolutely convincing. And tomorrow, Saturday morning, I could type it and send it to him express. And he'd have it by lunchtime. And by then, Pismire's office would be closed till Tuesday morning, since Monday's a bank holiday. Until Tuesday, Middy and his dear little Louis would live in a fool's paradise. 3 days of joy, and then a crushing blow when they found out it was all a hoax. Oh, truly, my boy, it's brilliant. The greatest practical joke ever. And they'd never be able to trace it to me, never. Yes, I will do it. By heaven, I will. Truly, my boy, what fun you're going to have.
Ted. Oh, Ted, darling.
Oh, Louis. Well, sweetheart, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine. I felt a little sick after breakfast, but it soon passed off. Mrs. Gibson said it was always the same with her when her babies were on the way. Sit down, darling, and I'll get the lunch ready.
Oh, no, Louis, let me do it.
Oh, goodness, no, I'm not an invalid. Now, you sit quietly like a good boy.
Okay, Louis.
Oh, Ted, while I think of it, did you see Mr. Mawson about that rise?
Yes, Louis. As a matter of fact, I saw him yesterday afternoon.
Ted, why didn't you tell me?
Because it was no good.
Oh,
Ted.
So I thought, well, I thought I'd wait until you happened to mention it, Louis.
What did he say, Ted?
Oh, a lot of nonsense. It's not worth repeating.
But, Teddykins, I want to know.
Oh, very well, if you will have it. He said I'd prejudiced my entire career and I had no right to get married at all and so on and so on.
Oh, Teddykins, what cheek. It's no business of his.
Well, that's what I told him. Not exactly in those words, of course.
And then?
Well, then his wife blew in. A great hulk of a woman, and he collapsed like a balloon. Louis, you should have seen it.
Oh, I wish I had, Teddy.
Scared stiff of her, he is. Absolutely stiff. And when she glared at him...
Middleton, are you there, Mr. Middleton?
Yes, Mrs. Gibson. Come in.
It's an express letter, Mr. Middleton, come for you this very minute.
Express? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Gibson.
What in the world? Oh, what is it, Ted?
No, see...
Well?
Dear sir, we're authorized to inform that What? Oh, no, it's impossible. Oh, good heavens.
Ted, Ted, what is it, darling? You're as pale as a ghost.
Oh, I hope it's not bad news, Mr. Middleton.
Bad news?
Oh, what is it, Ted?
It's from Pismars, Louis, the biggest solicitors in the city. And
well...
Louis, you better sit down for this or you won't be able to bear it. Louis, you remember my Uncle Joe in Australia?
The rich one. The one who didn't even send us a wedding present. Yes, of course I do.
Well, he's dead.
What?
And he's left me his entire fortune. £76,000.
Well, I never. 76. Oh, Ted. Oh, no. Oh, it's too good to be true. I can't believe it.
Oh, there, dearie. Shh, there. Oh, it's the shock of it, Mr. Middleton, isn't it?
I can't believe it. I just can't.
Oh, darling, here it is in black and white, and Pismar's printed notepaper and signed by Mr. Pismar himself. It says that my uncle, Mr. Joseph Hugh Middleton of Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, is dead, and that I'm his sole beneficiary, and he's left me £76,180. And Mr. Pismar wants me to call and see him at my earliest convenience. Well, here, read it for yourself, Louis. Here.
76. Oh, Ted.
Well, if it ain't just like a fairy tale. Oh, my. Oh, but if anybody deserves it, it's you, Mr. Middleton.
Thank you, Mrs. Gibson.
But 76,000? Oh, it's too much. There must be a mistake.
Oh, it does seem impossible, doesn't it? And yet, I'll tell you what, Louis. I'll telephone and confirm. Stay with Mrs. Gibson while I run to a telephone box.
But, Ted, it's Saturday afternoon. The office will be closed.
Then I'll phone Mr. Pismar at his private address. No, wait here, sweetheart. I shan't be a minute. Hello? Is that Maidenhead 5999?
Yes, speaking.
Is that Mr. Pismar's house? Mr. Charles Pismar of Pismar & Co. Solicitors?
Yes.
Is that Mr. Pismar?
No, sir. Mr. Pismire is out of town. Can I take a message?
Well, it's like this. I've received a letter from Mr. Pismar asking me to get in touch with him.
Matter of business, sir?
Yes, a legacy. 76,000. My uncle, Mr. Joseph Middleton of Wagga Wagga, New South Wales. I just wanted to make certain that there was no mistake. You see,
Excuse me, sir. Did I understand you to say that Mr. Charles Pismire has already written you a letter?
Yes, it is here, in my hand.
Then you may rest assured that everything is in order. Mr. Pismire returns on Tuesday. Is there any message, sir?
Well, only that Mr. Middleton, Mr. Edward Middleton, rang, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. 76,000. A mere 76,000. Louis, my dear. It's all right.
Oh, Ted.
There, Ducky, what did I say?
Mr. Pismar's away for the weekend, but his clerk, or whoever it was who answered the phone, said that I could be quite sure of it.
Oh,
So, that's the way, Mrs. Middleton. You just hugged the life out of him. Oh, my, no wonder you're pleased.
Oh, Louis, darling, darling. Oh. Well, Louis, this calls for a celebration.
Celebration? Oh, I should think so.
Oh, well, what would you like to do? Pictures?
Oh, no, Ted, not the pictures. I just couldn't sit still.
Well, what shall it be?
Oh, I'd like to go to a restaurant, Ted, and eat the most enormous meal I've ever had in my life.
Louis, that's a great idea. Put on your hat, sweetheart, and we'll get moving. Well, Louis, are you feeling better?
Oh, I should say so. Kidney soup, steak and onions, cream trifle.
Yes.
One thing about being hungry, I've never enjoyed a meal so much in all my life.
Oh, me too. Oh, and that leaves us with, let me see, exactly 7 and 6pence until next payday.
Ted.
It's darn funny, Louis, when you come to think of it. Here I am, just come into a fortune, and all we've got in the world is 3 half-crowns. Well, it's 2:30 and the whole weekend before us. What do we do now?
Oh, let's go home, Teddykins, and have a lie down. After the excitement and all that food, I could do with a shut-eye.
Oh, so could I, by Jove. Oh, you know, I can hardly keep awake. Oh, come on, Louis, dear. Huh? Yes? Yes, who's there?
It's me, Middy,
Huh?
your old friend True.
Oh, True. Look, half a jiffy, Truey. Go into the sitting room and make yourself comfortable. Louis and I have just been having a bit of a snooze. Chop it, minute.
Okie doke. Take your time, old fellow.
Louis? Louis, wake up, sweetheart.
What is it, Ted? Oh, I was having such a lovely dream. Oh, but it wasn't a dream, was it? It really happened. We really are rich.
Yes, Louis, we really are. Louis, True's here.
Oh, True. Ted, why can't he stay away?
But, Louis...
Well, you know I don't like him. I've never trusted him somehow. And I've never forgiven him for what he did when he was best man at our wedding.
What? Oh, you mean squirting that water into my eye out of the artificial flower he had in his buttonhole?
Yes, just like a silly schoolboy.
Oh, come, darling. It didn't mean any harm. Look, don't be hard on poor old Truey. I'll go along and you follow when you've tidied your hair.
Oh, very well. But I don't like him. Honestly, I don't. Oh. All the same, I'd like to see his face when he hears about this. Oh, Teddykins, won't he be jealous?
Hello, Truey. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right, old man. No need to apologise. Oh, hello, Louis. Hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, of course not. Don't be an idiot. Louis, shall we tell him?
Of course, Ted. Why not?
Well, tell me what. Anything happened, Middy, old boy?
Happened? I should say it has.
His rich uncle in New South Wales has died.
And left me 76,000, Truey, old boy.
76? Oh, no, it's impossible.
Well, here's the letter, old boy.
Huh?
What?
Let's have a look.
Yeah. Huh?
Well, I'm damned. Sole beneficiary, £76,180.
Uh-huh.
Good grief. Middy, old boy. There might be some mistake.
But Truey's from Pismar's.
Well, all the same, I
And
checked
then,
it.
not being altogether a fool, I invested 4pence in a telephone call to make sure.
Oh?
I rang Mr. Pismar's private address, and the chap who answered said I'd no need to worry, everything's okay.
Oh, well, I'm damned. Oh, well, congratulations, old man. I'm delighted.
Oh, thanks, Truey.
Lucky devil. Wish I had an uncle in Australia. Never mind, though. I'll tell you what, Middy. You must treat me to a drink. The pubs are open. How about it?
Well, truly, the fact is I haven't got any money.
No money? Oh, that's rich. 76,000 smackers, Lou, and he says he hasn't got any money.
I mean in ready cash. You see, things have been a bit tight lately.
But haven't you got a checkbook, haven't you? Well, the banks are shut, of course, but, well, you could find someone to oblige you.
But truly, I haven't a penny in my account.
Good heavens, Smitty, what does that matter? You're going to this, what's his name, Mr. Pismire, first thing on Tuesday, I suppose?
Oh, yes.
Very well, just tell him how you're fixed. He'll advance you anything within reason. Come on, don't be silly, old man. Cash a small check.
What do you think, Louis?
Well, I don't really see the harm. Ask Mrs. Gibson, Teddykins. I'm sure she won't mind if she's got any handy.
Go on, Middy. After all, old man, it is a holiday weekend.
We'll have to wait until she comes back.
Oh, yes, so we will.
Back from where, old man?
From the pub. The Hero of Wellington. Every Saturday at 6:30 to the minute, she goes round to the Hero for a glass of stout.
Does she? And what's wrong then with going round after her?
Oh,
but don't you see, Middy, don't you see? By the time we get there, she'll have told the story of your good fortune to the entire company. She's bound to. And if she can't oblige you, old man, somebody else will.
Same again, Jackie, old boy.
Same again, Joe. Nora, my dear, we're out of gin. Fetch a couple of bottles from the back, will you?
2 more bottles of gin. Righto, Jack.
Shan't keep you a moment, Joe. Yes. Well, as I was saying, this little bloke comes up to me as bold as brass.
Good evening, Mr. Duck.
Good evening, Mrs. Gibson. And punctual to the minute, I see. Nice hot weather we're having.
Oh, I should say.
The usual?
Oh, yes, please, Mr. Duck. Nice glass of stout. Oh, but I'll have a tot of rum in it this evening, seeing that it's a special occasion.
Special, Mrs. Gibson?
Oh, indeed it is, Mr. Jakes. What do you think, Mr. Duck? I've a young couple in my house, 2 rooms on the top floor, married last Easter. No, pretty hard put to it, they've been to money. But today, what do you think?
Ask me another.
Well, today, just after he'd come back from the city, a letter arrives, express from a big firm of solicitors, to say that his uncle had died in Australia and left him £76,000.
76,000? Well, that's a packet and all.
Oh, well, Mr. Jakes, they deserve it. If anyone deserves it, they do. Honest as daylight, both of them. Rather starve than owe a penny, and... Oh, why, Mr. Duck, here they are themselves, just coming in. Oh, and the fellow with them is Mr. True, a friend of
Well, here we are, Middy, old fellow. Oh, hello, Mrs. Gibson. We were just looking for you, weren't we, Middy?
Yes, Mrs. Gibson. As a matter of fact, I was. You see...
just a minute, sir. I've been telling these gentlemen about your little surprise. And now let me introduce. Gentlemen, meet Mr. and Mrs. Middleton and Mr. True.
Very pleased, I'm sure. Jack Duck, landlord of the Hero, at your service.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Duck?
Yeah, and I'm Joe Jakes, turf commission agent. Any time you'd like a little flutter, sir, you can always rely on old Joe.
How do you do?
And a bit of luck, I'm told, Mr. Middleton.
Well, yes, I have, rather.
Rather? Well, that's putting it mildly. £76,000, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Jakes.
Oh, and you deserve it.
Oh, but the joke's this, Mrs. Gibson. Here's my old friend Middy with 76,000 smackers, all wrapped up and waiting for him as soon as he can get to the solicitor's office. But in the meanwhile, believe it or not, he's only got 7 and 6pence in his pocket.
I was wondering, Mrs. Gibson, if you'd mind cashing a cheque for me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Middleton. You know I would if I could, but I haven't above £1 or 2 in the house.
In that case, ma'am, perhaps you'll allow me to oblige the gentleman. I'm only too happy. How much, Mr. Middleton? £10? 10? 20? 30?
Well, Mr. Duck, if you wouldn't mind cashing me a £5.
A £5? Oh, Biddy, old boy, don't be silly. Make it 20 quid and enjoy yourself.
Come along, sir. What's it to be?
Well, if you're quite sure that £20 wouldn't inconvenience you...
Not in the least. I'm glad to clear the till a bit. And your cheque's as good as money, ain't it?
Well, Mr. Middleton, seeing that you're a rich man, what about a little bet?
Well, Mr. Jakes, I don't know.
Well, there's 3 race meetings on Monday, sir. Well, look, here's the evening paper. All the probables. Just give 'em a name. No need to worry about the money now. We'll settle up next week sometime. You'll always find me here, Mr. Middleton, when the bar's open.
What do you say, Louis?
Me? Well, I don't know, I'm sure. Do as you like, Ted.
That's the way. You can always trust Bookmaker Joe, lady.
What'll I back, Louis?
Don't ask me. I don't know the...
Bless you.
Oh, dear. Don't tell me I'm going to get a cold.
Hey, I say, Louis, that's a coincidence. There's a horse called Big Sneeze running on Monday in the 3:30 at Craddock Park.
No, really?
Yes. Mr. Jakes, I'll back it. £10 to win.
£10? Oh, Teddy.
Rank outsider. Hasn't a chance, you know.
Never mind, I'll chance it.
Okay, well, it's on. Down the drain, but what's a tenner to a bloke in your trousers? Another drink, Mrs. Middleton?
No, thanks, Mr. Jakes.
Mr. Middleton?
No, thanks.
Oh, well, I think I will. Well, so long, and good luck to you.
So long, Mr. Jakes.
Oh, Ted, what did you want to do that for?
But, Louis, I asked you first.
£10, Ted. And it hasn't a chance, he said. Well, suppose that there is a mistake about that money.
But, Louis, I got it confirmed, didn't I?
Sorry. Only... I don't know.
Only what?
I still can't believe it somehow. I'm sorry. I'm being silly.
Oh, that's all right, darling. Look, let's get away, shall we?
Oh, yes, let's. What we need is to, well, sort ourselves out.
Of course. A quiet supper somewhere.
I break it up, you two.
Oh, hello, Tree. We've just backed a horse.
And we're just going.
Going? Oh, stuff and nonsense. The night's young, isn't it? I'll tell you what, Mitty. If you lend me a couple of pounds, I'll buy you another drink.
Oh, you're welcome to the couple of pounds. Here you are, old man. Huh?
Thanks. Thanks very much, Mitty.
But to tell the truth, that letter's come as a bit of a stunner, and well, we want to
get away on your own, Simmer down, sleep it off. Oh yes, of course. You know, pal Chewy understands. Well, I think I'll stay out a few more, and thanks for the loan, old man.
Oh, that's all right.
I'll blow in tomorrow sometime if you're quite sure I shan't be de-tropped.
Oh no, of course not. Come along, darling. So long, Truey.
Cheerio, Mitty. Sweet dreams. Good night, Louis.
Good night, Mr. True.
Sweet dreams. Yes, I dare say tonight. But wait till Tuesday comes, Mitty, old boy. Just you wait.
Louis, are you awake?
Yes, Ted. I can't sleep somehow.
Nor can I. Think of it, Louis. 76,000. Why, at 5%, that's £75 a week for life.
Is it? Oh, is it really? Oh, Teddy, I do hope it's all right.
Oh, Louis, there you go again.
I'm sorry, Ted, but, well, there's that cheque you cashed and the £10 you put on that horse. Oh, I wish we'd waited just till we'd seen Mr. Pismire.
Oh, Louis, don't be silly.
Yes, it is silly, isn't it? I oughtn't to worry, I know.
Well, I'm not worried. It's not that that's keeping me awake. It's just that I'm so excited. Louis, I'll tell you what. Tomorrow we'll hit the high spots. Dinner in the West End and nightclubs, and we'll have the time of our lives.
Oh, Teddykins.
There's a joint called the Cruick Club. A chap in the city told me about it. We'll try that.
Oh, yes, Teddy, let's.
And on Tuesday morning, after we've seen Pismire, I'll take you shopping. Piccadilly, Bond Street.
Oh, but Teddykins, you have to be back at work on Tuesday.
What? Me go back to a job like that? Not on your life. I've finished with Mr. Mawson and his precious Colton utilities. I shan't need their mouldy £8 a week from now on.
No, I suppose not.
Never again, thank heavens. Louis?
Yes?
Will you mind very much if I ask Truey to come with us to the Cruick Club tomorrow?
Oh, Ted, why on earth?
Well, he's at a loose end, and I think in this circumstance we ought to give him a bit of fun.
Oh, but he's...
Well, poor old Truey's not as lucky as I am. He hasn't got 76,000. He hasn't got you either.
Oh, Teddy, what nice things you say. All right, Ted, bring him along if you really want to.
Oh, thanks, darling.
This way, madame. This way, gentlemen. 3, sir.
Yes, 3.
Waiter, Tony, a table for 3, the best we've got, eh?
Mais certainement. A very nice table here in this recess, monsieur. Now, will suit, yes?
Oh, yes, very nicely, thanks.
Madame, be seated. Wine, sir? Champagne for madame? Whiskey for monsieur?
Oh, what do you fancy, Louis?
Me, Teddy? Oh, I think I have champagne.
What about you, Truey?
Champagne for me, my old boy. Champagne every time.
Champagne? Certainly, sir. Here is the wine list. Which would you prefer?
A bottle of number 22, I think. Yes, 22.
Number 22, merci, monsieur. Number 22.
Oh, I say, Middy, old boy. Oh, look at that girl, the one over there. Look, ooh, selling cigars and fags. Talk about scanties. Pretty hot.
Out hard, Truey. Ladies present, you know. Well, Louis, what do you think of the Cruet Club?
Oh, Teddykins, it's lovely.
Your champagne, monsieur. £5, 5 shillings, please.
What? I say that's a bit steep.
Oh, no, monsieur. Very cheap. Very good champagne. Thank you, sir. £5, 10 shillings. Keeps the change, eh? Merci, monsieur.
Wow. Oh, there's nothing like taking these for granted, is there, Louis? Well, who cares? It's only for a night.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Your friend is alone, I see. If he'd care to dance, there's a young lady here who would very much like to dance with him.
Well, Truey, how about it?
Well, anything to oblige a lady, you know. Ooh, I say, Meddy, not a bad piece, is she? Eh? Look at it. Ooh, ash blonde, too. Here we go. Well, good evening, mademoiselle. Let's take the floor, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's got old Truey off.
Yes, certainly has. Oh, Ted, do look. Look at him pretending to dance.
Yes.
With all his faults, we can't help laughing sometimes.
That's the one thing about Truey. He does make you laugh. I say, great heavens.
What's the matter, Ted?
Louis, you see that bald-headed middle-aged bloke just coming in? There with the skinny girl in the white dress?
Yes. Teddy, what a horrible-looking man.
Shh, not so loud. That's my boss, Mr. Mawson.
Mr. Mawson?
Yes, and... Oh, crumbs. It's worse and worse. The waiter's taken him into the very next alcove. Only a curtain between us. Now sit back, Louis, or he'll see us.
Teddy,
shh, for heaven's sake. Now listen.
Voila, monsieur. Your usual table.
Well, thanks, Tony. And, well, peach blossom, my poppet, what will you drink?
Brandy, if you please, darling. Very old liqueur.
Old liqueur brandy it shall be, my pet. Tony, a bottle of very old liqueur brandy.
Very good, monsieur.
Well, I'll be darned. Peach blossom. My pet. My poppet. Did you hear him, Louis?
Yes, Teddykins, I did.
A foreign dame who swigs brandy. That after all his preaching. Lord Herring and all the rest of it. Well, what have I got to be frightened about, eh? I've done with Mr. Mawson, haven't I? Louis, I'm going to pull the curtain aside and give the old hypocrite the shock of his life.
Oh, no, Ted, no.
I certainly am. Here goes. Excuse me, sir. Pardon the intrusion, but could you oblige me with a match?
A match? Oh, with pleasure. Oh, good heavens.
Oh, Mr. Mawson. Well, what a delightful surprise. Fancy seeing you here.
Mawson? Mawson? But, monsieur...
This gentleman is labouring under a delusion, my dear. My name, sir, is Wood.
Wood? Oh, I beg your pardon. You know, I thought for a moment you were another gentleman I know. Mr. Mawson. I'm ever so sorry. Your matches, sir. Many thanks.
Not at all.
Well, Louis, what do you think of that, eh?
You were naughty.
Wasn't it marvellous? I got him on edge with a vengeance, and serve him right. Did you notice how white he went?
Yes, Ted, I did.
I bet he's simply aching to have a private word with me. I tell you what, Louis, I'll cut along to the cloakroom and wash my hands. And I bet you anything he follows me. Anything you like.
Middleton?
Oh, hello, Mr. Mawson.
Middleton?
Yes, Mr. Mawson?
I was very surprised at meeting you in such a place as this, very.
Yes, I bet you were. But I bet you weren't half as surprised as I was at meeting you.
It is necessary, Middleton, in certain circumstances, to investigate, to see for oneself certain aspects of you understand, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mawson, perfectly. As soon as I saw you, I knew Lord Herring must have sent you to look around, knowing how anxious he is that the private lives of all his employees should be above reproach. Miss Peach Blossom, I suppose, is a friend of the family, showing you round like a guide. Mrs. Mawson, I take it, is indisposed.
Well, Middleton, the fact is...
Don't worry, Mr. Mawson. I'll keep your little secret.
As between men of the world, eh, Middleton?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Peach Blossom. Very sweet. Very sweet indeed.
And the charming little lady with you?
Is my wife, Mr. Mawson. We are here to celebrate. You see, I've had a stroke of luck.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear it.
Yes, this letter bringing the good news arrived yesterday afternoon. Here, read it, Mr. Mawson. 76,000 from an uncle of mine who's just died in Australia.
76,000? Bless my soul. So it is. And Pismire's the solicitor, I see. Yes, there's no doubt about it. My dear Middleton, congratulations. This certainly justifies a little celebration.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Just once in a while, eh? Oh, and by the way, Middleton, don't call me Mawson. Just call me Wood.
Wood. Righto, Mr. Mawson. Sorry, I mean Wood.
There are reasons, but I can't explain now. We'll have a little talk about it later on at the office, eh?
Oh, rather. Any time you like.
And now I must get back. Remember, Middleton, Wood, and I'm a glass.
I understand, Wood, old fellow. Wood, indeed. This is delicious. I must go back and tell Louis. How she'll laugh.
Tell me, Teddykins, what did he say?
Say, Louis, it's absolutely heavenly. I'm to call him Wood.
Really? Oh, dear.
Mr. Wood, glass manufacturer. Oh, here's old Truey, I must tell him. Well, Truey, how goes it with the lady friend, huh?
Charming, old man. Oh, a real smasher. But she told me she's thirsty, and you know how I place for cash. Mind if I bring her along here?
Oh, do, Truey. The more the merrier.
Oh, makes a force of old man, eh? Oh, I say, Minnie, what do you think? She's just been telling me that her grandfather was a bishop.
Was he? So was mine, I don't think. But go along, Truey, and fetch her over. I've got a story that'll give you the biggest laugh you've ever had. Hurry up, old Truey, old man. I can hardly wait to tell you.
Teddykins, darling. Oh, that was nice, wasn't it?
I should say so. You know, I've never enjoyed myself so much in my whole life. And fancy meeting my old pal, Wood.
Yes. Just fancy. Oh, but it's nice to be back in bed, all the same. What's the time?
4:30. Won't need any rocking to sleep tonight, Louis. A little asleep already.
So am I.
Good night, sweetheart.
Good night, darling. I say, Teddykins, what'll we do tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Why, it's tomorrow now.
Oh, so it is. What'll we do today, then?
I'll sleep all the morning, I guess. Then in the afternoon, well, it's bank holiday. What about going to Hampstead Heath?
Oh, lovely. Just what I wanted you to say.
And then at 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, we'll both go to Mr. Pismire's office together. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to see Mr. Pismire.
Have you an appointment?
No, but it's rather an urgent matter. Mr. Pismire asked me to call.
Well, I'm Mr. Pismire's managing clerk. Anything I can do?
Well, it's about a legacy, rather a big legacy.
Oh, come along this way into my office. Sit down, please. Well, Mr.
Middleton. Edgar Hugh Middleton.
Well?
Mr. Pismire wrote me a letter. He wanted me as soon as possible about the will of my uncle, Mr. Joseph Hugh Middleton of Wagga Wagga, New South Wales. My uncle made me his sole beneficiary. 76,000.
What? Middleton, did you say your name was?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind showing me the letter?
Oh, certainly. Here it is. Express.
Express? Oh, astonishing. Extraordinary. That letter was never sent from this office, Mr. Middleton.
Not sent? Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, Ted.
This is not one of our envelopes, and that is not Mr. Pismire's signature.
But you're wrong. You're lying. It was sent. Here's the letter to prove it.
Oh, Mr. Pismire, good morning. Very glad to see you, sir. A most extraordinary thing.
Oh? What is it, Napper?
Mr. Pismire, look at this letter.
See. E.H. Middleton, Esquire, 3 Willis Court. Beneficiary under the will of your later 76. What? Good heavens. This is very strange. Are you Mr. Middleton?
Yes, sir.
Then, Mr. Middleton, I'm afraid you've been the victim of a joke.
A joke? A joke? Let go.
I know nothing whatsoever about this. Nothing whatever. This letter was never typed on one of our typewriters. And that most certainly is not my signature.
Do you mean to tell me then that this letter is not worth the paper it's written on?
I do. It has no value whatsoever.
Then, but Mr. Pismire, what am I to do? You see,
well, I can't help you, I'm afraid. I would if I could, but I can't.
Well, Louis, what are we going to do now?
Teddy.
I'll never be able to meet that check. You know what happens to people who cash checks when they haven't any money to meet them?
Teddykins.
And there's Mr. Mawson to reckon with. Well, he'll never forgive me. Not after what happened on Sunday night at the Cruitt Club. Oh, I'm sunk. Absolutely sunk. Oh. Who could have played a trick like that on me?
What about your friend, Dick True?
True? Oh, no, Louis. True, he likes his little joke, but, well, he wouldn't do a thing like that.
Oh, why wouldn't he? Isn't he always sending false telegrams and things like that?
Oh, but, Louis, how could it be old Truey? I mean, he borrowed £2 from me on the strength of it, and I spent pounds on him in that nightclub. Why, it would be like stealing.
Of course, but he'd think it all the funnier for that. Oh, I know his kind.
Oh, if it was him, Louis, if I find out, and if it was, I'll murder the swine.
Oh, Ted.
I swear I will. But in the meantime, what are we going to do about that check?
Perhaps if you see the bank manager, he'll agree to meet it and let you pay it off by degrees.
Well, not without making inquiries about me at the office, and then I'll be out sure enough. Well, not out already. Oh, no, Louis. I'm right in the...
Well, you might see that Mr. Duck, who cashed the check for you. Oh, he seems a nice sort of man, and if we told him the whole story and promised faithfully to refund it at so much a week...
Well, it's worth trying, if he hasn't paid it in already.
Tell you what, Ted, I'll go along to the Hero and see him myself. And you go to the office and settle things with Mr. Mawson as best you can.
But, Louis... What shall I say to Mr. Mawson about that phony fortune, I mean?
Oh, don't say anything. Play for time a bit.
Well, he'll be after me, Louis, the instant I show up.
Well, if he is, tell him that you're waiting for news or something.
Well, okay. In for a penny, in for a pound. Well, we'd better be moving. We'll meet here outside the door at 1:30. Good morning, Mr. Smythe.
Hello. And where have you been, Middleton? Mr. Mawson wants to see you. He's been asking for you every 10 minutes since 9:30.
Tell me, was he...
He's in a rotten temper, if that's what you want to know.
Oh.
He's been biting everybody's head off.
Oh.
If you can't think of something really good by way of excuse, Middleton, I'm afraid you're for it.
Oh.
Pity. You're the best assistant clerk I've got. Well, can't be helped. We'd better cut along and get it over.
Okay, Mr. Smythe. Oh, hell. Hell. Why the dickens should I be afraid of him? I've got a pull on him, haven't I? Little Miss Peach Blossom. Oh, humility won't do. Look, brazen it out, Middy. Brazen it out. Yeah. Well, here goes.
Come in. Oh, Middleton, good morning.
Good morning, Wood.
Middleton, close the door.
Huh? But, Mr. Mawson, you did tell me to call you Mr. Wood at the Mustard Club.
Sit down. Middleton, I thought we'd agreed that the office is the office and one's private affairs quite another thing.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Not a word to Lord Herring, not a word.
Quite so. How is your charming wife today, Middleton?
Oh, fine, thank you. How's yours? I had the pleasure of seeing Mrs. Mawson last Friday, you remember, when I came in here and asked you...
Yes, so you did.
Yeah. And, Miss Peach Blossom? How is she?
Come, Middleton, come. But I know I can rely on your discretion.
Yes.
You have, I suppose, spent the morning arranging your affairs.
Well, in a way, yes.
76,000. What a lucky fellow you are. Everything in order?
Not quite in order yet.
Oh, no, of course. These things require time. I'm glad to see you're taking your good fortune with such a level head. Tell me, what are your plans? It's hardly worth your while to stay with us now, surely.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I'm cut out to be a gentleman of leisure. I'd rather hope to go on here just as usual.
That's the right attitude. Well, Middleton, if you're really prepared to stay with us, I think I can put you in the way of something more suitable to your changed circumstances. Lord Herring has decided to open a branch office in Sydney, New South Wales. He has asked me to select a reliable man from this office to take charge of it. And your record being what it is, well, Middleton, what do you say?
Branch office? New South Wales, Mr. Mawson?
I knew the coincidence would astonish you. Salary commences at $800 a year plus commission. Of course, in your happy position, the money is a secondary consideration. But in a year or two, if you really gave your attention to the work, you'd be earning $2,000 or $3,000. Well, Middleton, would you like to try it?
Well, thank you, sir. Yes. Manager, New South Wales. 800 a year plus. If only Louis can hold Mr. Duck off just for a month. If only she can do that, then we'll be safe. If only she can do that.
Excuse me.
Yes, miss.
You're Mrs. Duck, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Duck.
I wondered if I might have a word with Mr. Duck.
No, miss, you can't. Mr. Duck's out. He's gone to the bank.
Will he be back soon, do you think?
Oh, that I can't say. Any message?
Well, Mrs. Duck, it's rather a confidential matter. You see,
Double brandy, please, Nora.
Double brandy, Joe. Soda?
Just a splash, my dear. Well, if it ain't Mr. Middleton. Looking for me, I suppose. £10 to win big sneeze, eh?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Oh, Mr. Jakes, I'm afraid I'm very
that's all right, lady. Now, don't you worry yourself about old Joe Jakes. Joe ain't a fool. Joe knows how to cover himself. What do you think, Nora? Lady's husband put 10 quid on big sneeze, and it romped home at 100 to 1. 1,000 quid. Congratulations, lady. I say, you feeling all right?
I feel just a little faint.
1,000 quid? Good heavens, Louis. I never even looked to see. I've forgotten all about it.
So did I, Ted. Absolutely. Oh, Teddykins, we're saved. You've got this job in Australia, and we're going to be rich after all. Oh, Ted, there's no doubt about it this time, is there?
No, darling, not this time.
Oh, I say, Teddykins, look. Look who's coming along the pavement towards us.
Good heavens. It's True, returning from his lunch.
Leave this to me, Teddy. Just you follow my lead. Why, Mr. True,
Good morning, Mr. True.
Oh, hello, friends. See the lawyer?
Oh, yes. We spent half the morning with him, didn't we, Ted?
Oh, yes, rather.
And everything all right?
Well, everything.
It couldn't be better, Truey, old man.
We talked to Mr. Charles Pismire himself.
You, did?
Yes, Mr. True. Oh, he was so nice. And over and above that, you remember Ted backed a horse on Saturday night at the Hero? £10 to win?
Yes.
It came home, Truey, old boy.
At 100 to 1.
Oh, no.
Joe Jake settled up this morning. £1,000. Show him the check, Teddy.
There you are, Truey. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, well, I'll be blowed.
Good luck never comes singly, does it, Mr. True? What do you think? Colton Utilities are opening a new branch in Australia. And Teddy's been made manager at £800 a year.
Plus expenses, old man, and commission on all turnover.
Mr. Mawson says if he works hard, he'll soon be earning thousands.
And we're sailing in a month, Truey.
Oh, good heavens.
So it looks as if we shan't have the pleasure of your society much longer, Mr. True. Ah, well, Teddykins, we must get on. We've got so much to do.
Yes, well, goodbye, Louis.
Come along, Teddykins. That stunned him, darling.
By Jove, it did.
Talk about giving himself away. He wrote that letter, all right.
Oh, yes, he wrote it.
But how can you prove it, Ted? And for that matter, how can he ever find out whether what we said isn't the truth? The uncertainty will drive him mad. He'll eat his heart out.
Absolutely. It'll just about kill him. I guess old Truey's joking days are over.
Oh, yes, Teddy, I guess they are.
And yet, Louis, when you come to think of it, we ought to be jolly grateful to him.
Good heavens, why?
Well, don't you see? If he'd never played that dirty trick on us, we'd be just where we were last Saturday.
Oh, yes. Come to think of it, so we would.
The weekend, the £1,000, my new job, and they've all come, well, absolutely out of nothing. Louis, isn't it amazing? Good old True.
Oh,
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week, then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
Morning departure.
Oakley, are you quite certain about the new minefields? They're marked in their dead correct position?
Yes, sir. I checked them all over again this morning before we sailed. We're well clear of them, sir.
Good. We can take her down then. It's a pity in a way on a glorious morning like this.
Oh, great pity, sir. I wonder how many of us would be in subs if we had to do it for a living.
I wonder. All right, pilot. Clear the bridge.
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
One clip on. Both clips on. Shut the lower hatch.
Aye, aye, sir.
All set, number one?
Yes, sir.
Group up. Slow ahead together. Open main vents. Take her down to 60 feet.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain Fenton, please.
Going through now, sir. Benton here.
Good morning, sir. Commander Gates here.
Oh, hello, Gates. How are you?
Mustn't grumble, sir.
Good. Where are you speaking from?
Weymouth, sir. I've got command of a small submarine flotilla here.
Good for you. Hope it doesn't interfere with your golf. How is it, by the way? You usedn't to be too bad.
I'm afraid I don't know, sir. I haven't practiced much lately, and I didn't quite ring up about that.
Oh, didn't you? Oh, what was it?
A spot of trouble, sir. One of my boats is missing. S-14, Commander Stanford.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
She went out on exercise and hasn't rendezvoused as arranged. She was due to surface at 1500.
You mean today?
Yes, sir.
But it's only 15:30 now. A bit early to call her missing, isn't it?
Overdue, then, if you like, sir, but I'm afraid she's in trouble.
Why? Have you some other evidence?
I have nothing definite, sir.
Well, just that she's half an hour late, but everybody's late for everything nowadays.
Perhaps so, sir, but not a submarine exercising in a very small area under very precise orders.
All right. I still don't see why you're ringing me about it.
Salvage equipment, sir. Ours is all to pot here at the moment. Jerry found it with a lucky £1,000 a couple of days ago. I want to have everything on a split yarn and ready in case the call comes. Will you authorize Commander Whately at Devonport to send help if I do need it?
Well, that's a pretty tall order. I mean, in the first place, I don't know how he's fixed at the moment. All his gear's probably in use.
I've already been on to him once, sir, and he said he can spare the help. All he needs is authority to operate outside his area.
My dear boy, I mean, do you realize that salvage ships and gear are now the most precious and valuable things in the country?
Yes, sir, I do, but...
That we have about 1/50th of the amount we need. That there's a war on, and that the enemy sinks or damages some of our shipping every day.
Yes, I know.
Everyone, everywhere is calling for salvage.
I know that, sir, but this may be an urgent call. Seriously, sir, I don't like the sound of her being overdue.
Confound it, there are millions of things I don't like the sound of. I don't like the sound of bomb crumps in the night. I don't like the sound of fighting on the beaches and in the fields and in the streets.
Well, sir, will you do this? Will you authorize Devonport to operate outside their area on a call from me if and when the need does arise?
No, Gates. You've no claim at present. And even if you had, it's not so easy as you seem to think. Because of their importance, there's a regulation now that salvage operations anywhere in south or southeast areas must have authority of the Director of Naval Salvage at Admiralty. The number of the regulation is DNS 1862, May 1940. Look it up. Your call to Commander Whately, sir. You through?
That you, Whately?
Speaking.
Gates here. I put this call through before I spoke to Captain Fenton. If I'd known what the result was going to be, I wouldn't have bothered you.
How come?
All he could do was quote DNS 1862, which refers to salvage operations in southern areas. He admits the order may not refer to life-saving equipment, but he won't budge until he's had a ruling from DNS.
Well, as long as he gets on with it quickly.
But he won't. He won't even call DNS until we know S-14 is in need of help.
But why on earth not?
His argument is that because we have no definite news, there's no case to put up. We joke about these old fossils when there's nothing at stake. But they're a menace when they let men's lives be thrown away for the want of a little energetic anticipation.
I know how you feel, old man, but the worst never happens. You'll have good news shortly.
I certainly hope so. If there's any hustling to be done, I'd hate to depend on Fenton, and I won't hesitate to bypass him if I'm forced to.
If the worst happens, which I hope it won't, see what can be done. Anyway, I'll be on the top line and ready.
Thank you, Whately. I'll let you know immediately anything comes through.
I'll be here. Good luck, old man. Goodbye.
All hands present, sir.
Right. Bring them in here, Barlow.
Yes, sir. In the wardroom, lads.
Come on, you. Stand easy.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you all know how we're fixed. And we're going to have a period of waiting now. I'm going to tell you all I know, as that may make the waiting a little easier. It's impossible to say at present why the mine got us aft. We were in swept waters. I'm absolutely confident of the position, and I'm also quite certain that it was a mine and not a torpedo. It seems most probable that one of the enemy aircraft dropped some mines last night without being spotted. However, what it was hardly matters at the moment. The fact is that the explosion did tremendous damage, and that we lost 37 of our mates. We 8 are the only survivors. It now seems fairly clear that the explosion lifted up our stern, and the way on the ship took us down by the bow, till we struck the wreck of one of the ships which were bombed and sunk around here earlier in the war. We were due to surface at 1500 hours, and it's now 1600 hours. And I'm certain that Commander Gates will have started inquiries and got search parties out. In the meanwhile, we'll have to exercise patience. We've got air for a good many hours and plenty of food and drink. We also have number 1 escape lock available, but I don't propose to use it at the moment. By the diving gauge, we're lying in 87.5 foot of water, and that's not a very comfortable depth to go up from, but by no means an impossible one. I think we should all remain here as long as possible, as we may be able to help save the ship. I don't have any doubts about getting away. I'm not going to endanger your lives by keeping you here one moment longer than seems advisable. I'm very proud of the way you all behaved. It's only what I expected of you, but thanks all the same.
And thank you, sir. It does make it easier knowing everything. Doesn't it, lads?
Yes, sir, very much, sir.
Right, and that's all for the moment.
Come on, you blokes.
Barlow, give Hillbrook a hand on the hydrophone. If you can get it working again, it's going to make a big difference. Apart from hearing the rescue party from much farther off, we'll be able to hear their signals when they are here.
Yes, sir, but I'm afraid the explosion has jammed the plates.
Very likely, but keep on trying.
Yes, sir.
Anything else you require, sir?
I don't think so, Higgins, thank you. What the dickens have you got to be so cheerful about?
Oh, me, sir, well, blimey, I ain't worrying. What's the use? We either get out of here or we don't. If we do, there ain't nothing to worry about, and if we don't, well, we've all got a peg out sometime or other. And I never did fancy the idea of dying in bed with a bunch of women and kids slobbering over me.
That's a very comforting philosophy, Higgins. We'd better get along and radiate some of it forward. Well, I'm going to wash.
Anything I can do?
No, relax while you can.
Well, this is a cheerful way of spending a Saturday evening.
Aye, it's not what I'd be choosing myself.
I suppose you'd be taking the engine to pieces and trying to make another with the spare bits.
Aye, and you'd be ashore with the other spare bits.
There wouldn't be any spare bits if I were ashore, Mac. I had a swell date all fixed up for tonight. I think I'm a dirty dog letting her down.
Still, there's one consolation. You'll not be troubled with having to make your own apologies.
Nice, cheerful companion you are.
Oh, any doubt some will get away, but not give a lot for the chances of those who are not used to making an escape.
Why? Everyone's had a course in using the thing.
But there's a lot of difference between getting away in a wee tank with 3 fathoms of water and getting away in 14 fathoms, with everybody standing by to give a hand if things go wrong. But don't say a word to Oakley. He's a wee bit nervous. It's the first time he's been in a wee spot of bother, and he's not had a deal of experience.
Oh, what's doing? Nothing much. The skipper's having a wash.
Oh, I'm sorry for Stanford. Rotten job being in charge under these conditions. Still, he seems to know how to handle the situation.
You're right. The more you know him, the better you'll appreciate the kind of chap he is. He's got the knack of doing something super when it's most needed. That's the sort of bloke to have around in a jam like this.
Aye, he's a grand laddie. Best when things are worst.
Mac, have you ever made an escape before?
Aye, a couple of times.
You must need to keep your head. Waiting in the escape compartment for the water to rise. It must be a bit trying.
You're worrying yourself, laddie, and that's not doing you good. Here, I'll play you a game of cribbage.
Thanks, Mac. If there's anything I could settle down to it, I haven't your temperament. I'd rather talk, if you don't mind.
Well, how about the wee drappy?
No, thanks.
It's fine for the nerves.
No, thanks. I'm fine.
Number 1.
Sir?
I've changed my mind, Number 1. I've decided to send 2 men up through the escape chamber before it gets dark up top, in the hope that they'll be picked up and be able to help the search parties.
Yes, sir.
Every hour we save in being located improves the chances of salvage. And there's another most important point. If we're not located by dark, the ships up top might be tempted to use their searchlights. That's going to attract attention from Jerry, and we mustn't put them in that position. I'm sending Stoker Marks because he was thinking of becoming an instructor and had special training in the use of the escape gear.
He's intelligent enough to give a full report, too.
Exactly. The selection of the officer is also more or less automatic. And I can't spare you, Number 1, and I can't spare you, Mac, because there'll probably be technical details later. So that means you, Oakley. As navigating officer, I think you can best be spared.
If you think I'm the right man, I'll go, sir.
Good man. You sure you're okay with this escape stuff?
Oh, I think so, sir.
Remember, I'm putting you under no pressure.
Oh, I'll go, sir.
You'll soon have some of God's fresh air in your lungs, laddie.
Or some of God's salt water.
You'll not have been with us long enough to appreciate Harry's sense of humour.
Who has? It's a life study.
As a matter of fact, I rather like it. It tempers the dramatic.
And we hadn't seen it that way before, have we, Mac? Anyway, get yourself ready, Oakley. I want you up before dark.
Now, don't forget the 2 important things, Oakley. Turn this valve when the water's up on you, and use the apron if you find yourself going up too fast.
Thanks, old man. I remember.
Everything okay with you, Marks?
Yes, sir.
Are you both ready now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
If there's anything you're not sure about in the drill, just say so, and I'll put you right. All right, then. We'll flood the compartment from our side, so you'll have nothing to do but to equalize pressure and open the hatch. You'll be able to do that about 10 to 15 seconds after the compartment seems full. I've written my report in duplicate, giving all the information they'll need and my own recommendations for salving the ship. There's a copy in each of these bottles. Now take one each and put them in your pockets. Yes, that's it. Now, I'll put this cord over here, and then when you put on the mouthpiece, you'll be okay. Now listen. Unless somehow we receive other orders, the rest of us will make our escape tomorrow morning at 0800 hours. I want that thoroughly understood, because it's going to help the salvage crew to know that after 0800 hours tomorrow morning, there'll be no more help from inside. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, then. Right. Away you go, and the very best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll be able to see you through the observation panel, so signal if anything goes wrong.
I'll see you at the Marquis of Granby for breakfast tomorrow morning, Marksy boy. 2 eggs and a couple of rashers.
I'll book you a table.
And a pint of Rosie Lee.
Everything all right, sir?
Yes, open up. Is your inlet valve full open, Mac?
Full open, sir. The compartment's about 2/3 full now, sir.
I'm sorry for Oakley. A dirty job to get so soon after joining.
Aye, it is that. But he's a stout heart, is Oakley. He'll be a grand laddie to have around when we can him well.
How's she now, Mac?
A few seconds and she'll be full.
Marks is working the pressure valve now.
She's full now, sir.
And there they go. They're away.
Sir, Elbrook thinks he's getting something on the phones, very faint-like.
Good, I'll go along.
Steady, sir. 1 minute. Oh, it's not on the phones he's getting it. Still, everyone, listen.
I think you're right, number one.
It's a ship, all right.
She's stopped. They've done it. Oh, they've done it.
I'll go and tell the men, sir, if they haven't heard already.
Well done, Peter. You've pulled it off. Well done. With luck, salvage will be in position in 3 hours, and we'll be surfaced in under 12. What do you bet?
I don't think this is the time for making bets.
Why not?
I'm having a wee spot of trouble with the escape hatch, sir. It looks as if we'll not be able to use it again.
Listen, Whately, I'm only asking you to anticipate an order that you're bound to get in an hour or so. You must get your salvage crew underway.
Have you heard from Fenton yet?
Not a blasted word. I'll give him another half hour and then ring him again. But we've got to have everything ready and be prepared to act on our own initiative.
Now, wait a minute, old man. I have a definite order which I can't ignore. It says I'm under no circumstances whatever to send salvage equipment outside my own area without authority from SDEC.
But this isn't salvage equipment, it's life-saving equipment. It's obvious the regulation doesn't apply.
It may be obvious to you, but it isn't obvious to Fenton. Unfortunately, he's the man I have to look to for instructions.
Whately. Look, Whately, the 2 men we've picked up say the rest will escape tomorrow at 800. They're going to stay till then on the chance of being able to help with the salvage. Don't you think they deserve all the help we can give them? Because they happen to be one side of an imaginary line instead of the other. Do you propose to let them die?
Do you think I like the idea? It's all very well for you to sit there and tell me to disregard orders. But perhaps if you were in my shoes, you'd see the thing in a different light. Besides, if 2 men got away, presumably the rest can escape when they want to.
How do we know? With all that damage, anything can happen at any moment. I've got to take every precaution I can. There are 6 men whose lives depend upon quick action. I know what I'm expected to do, and I'm going to do it or pile myself up in the attempt.
Well, that's your business. But it's no use getting sore because you can't get everyone else to pile themselves up with you. Ring me as soon as you've had word from Fenton. I'll stick around to be ready.
All right. I'm sorry if I was a bit abrupt, Whately, but these are my boys, and they're relying on me to do all that's humanly possible. All right, I'll wait a little longer. Fenton may have had some delay in getting through to DNS.
Is that the Admiral's, eh? Oh, Oh, why does it take such a devil of a time to get on to you? Oh, I don't care whose fault it is. I want the Director of Naval Salvage. No. I want DNS himself.
DNS office?
This is Captain Fenton, STEC Portsmouth. I want to speak to Commodore Howell.
I'm sorry, sir, but the Commodore's in conference, and Captain Marshall's gone with him.
Oh. Well, who am I talking to?
My name is Brackley, sir. I'm a civilian clerk.
Oh, I see. Well, can you take a message?
I think I might manage that, Captain Fenton.
I want to know something about DNS Regulation 1862. Ever heard of it?
Yes, 1862 is a war emergency regulation issued last May regarding the transfer of salvage equipment from one area to another.
Yeah, well, if that's the one, is there anyone in your department who can give me a definition of salvage equipment as referred to in the regulation? Does it include or exclude life-saving equipment?
I'll turn up the regulation and ask Captain Marshall to phone you.
Matter's urgent. Isn't there anyone in your confounded office who could deal with it now?
I think it's a question which will have to be referred to Captain Marshall or the Commodore himself, and neither is available at the moment.
Oh, well, tell them I've had a request for the transfer of some equipment from Devonport. Under Regulation 1862, the transfer is no longer permissible except upon authority from DNS. Now, there's some doubt as to whether the regulation applies to cases where life-saving equipment is involved. Am I to take it that in such cases I would be free to authorize a transfer myself? That's what I want to know. Is that quite clear?
Yes, I understand.
Well then, I want an answer back as soon as possible.
I'll give the matter priority, Captain Fenton.
Right. I rely on you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Switchboard.
Oh, operator, I'm leaving now, but there'll be a call coming through from DNS Admiralty sometime soon. I've left a note for Lieutenant Schofield. Ask him to attend to it, will you? Oh, and, by the way, it's rather urgent. You might tell him so. Good night.
Well, Mac, what about it? She'll do. Just the once more.
You don't think we'll be able to drain it a second time, Mac?
It's not just a matter of draining, Harry. The main trouble's with the hatch. As it is now, the water's not coming in quite so fast as she's draining out. But after the hatch has been opened again, maybe the leak will increase, and then there's not a thing we can do about it.
If only we'd got some tools.
It's not a matter of tools, laddie. It's the pressure of water. If we were up to, say, 40 feet, maybe she'd not leak so fast.
Get everybody in here, will you, number one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I wonder what they're doing up top. I'd have thought they'd have a diver down by now.
I doubt if they've had time yet. Anyway, it's no good speculating. We've got to send 2 men away as quickly as possible while the lock can be used.
I wonder where he wants us for now.
All present, sir. Thank you. Well, as you all know, we've had trouble with the escape compartment. And the fault of the drain could be cured if we had the tools, but we haven't. And they're all in the flooded compartments. The leak in the escape hatch is no doubt due to strain resulting from the explosion. And that trouble can only be put right from outside. And although the rate the water is coming into the lock is at present no faster than the water being drained away, Mr. McPhee is afraid that if the lock is used again, it won't be able to be drained away.
So if the salvage people can't raise us, we'll never get the compartment drained again, sir.
I don't like the word never, Barlow, but I'm not going to beat about the bush. So let's say it's quite probable we won't drain it again. So this is the last chance of escape through it. That makes a decision about who's to go a ticklish one. I've come to the conclusion that everyone must be given an equal chance. We must draw cards for it.
You mean, sir, that them as stops behind will have to wait for outside help to get away?
Very probably, Hilbrook.
Then I think we should all stick together, sir.
I shall always remember that remark of yours, Hilbrook. But no, there are reasons why it can't be done. Mr. McPhee, will you shuffle the cards, please? I'm going to deal one each to you, and the winners will be the 2 who hold the highest cards.
Ace is high or low, sir?
Ace high. If 2 or more turn up the same cards, suits being ignored, I'll deal them a second card. But only, of course, if their first card wins them a place. Is that quite clear?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Would anyone else like to shuffle them again for luck?
All right by me, sir.
All right by me, sir.
All right. Well, one of you cut. Come on, Barlow. Thank you.
Hadn't we better make sure, sir, that Higgins hasn't a couple of aces up his sleeve?
Oh, look for yourself, sir. Blimey, I was to know we was going to start a card school, sir.
Right. Here we go.
Well, that's only 5, sir. What about yourself, sir?
I'm not in the draw, Higgins.
Well, if you ain't, neither am I, sir.
You're the first, Higgins. Turn up your card.
If you ain't got
I said turn up your card.
I never had no luck playing fair. 7 of hearts. Oh, there you are. Might as well not have had one.
Hilbrook?
Queen of hearts.
Barlow?
Jack of hearts. Blimey, what a picture gallery.
Mr. McPhee?
10 of clubs.
Number 1?
Jack of spades.
Hilbrook wins. You tie with Barlow for second place, number 1. I'll deal you each another card. Turn it up, Barlow.
7 of diamonds.
Number 1.
3 of spades. Well done, Barlow.
So there we are. Mr. Manson, Mr. McPhee, and you, Higgins, will stay with me. Barlow and Hilbrook will go. And good luck to you both.
Waitley speaking. That you, Gates?
Yes. Listen, old man, I'm sorry to say the position is very much worse, and something has got to be done. 2 more men have been picked up, and they report that the situation for the remaining 4 is pretty bad. The escape compartment is defective and can't be used again from that depth.
You mean these 2 who've just been picked up are the last who can get away?
That's right. The last 4 have got to stay until we can get them out.
I'm sorry things have gone so badly. Heard from Fenton?
Not a blasted word. I wondered if you had.
No, I'd have let you know at once. You know they've had a raid at Portsmouth?
Yes, but that was over an hour after I spoke to Fenton, and between then and the time of the raid, he'd heard from DNS.
How do you know that?
Because I phoned them myself. I tried to get through to Fenton a second time, but the line was dead, probably due to the raid. So I decided not to wait any longer and to get on to DNS straight through, and I got on.
And what happened?
They told me Captain Marshall had phoned Fenton about an hour earlier. But Fenton had left his office.
You mean Fenton had sloped off without waiting for a reply from DNS?
He left a message for his deputy to deal with it. Can you believe that? But like a fool, he didn't make clear what the next step was to be.
Did Marshall tell you that?
No, somebody else in DNS. I couldn't get on to Marshall himself. He was in some other part of the building, but he's to phone me the moment he comes back.
Don't envy Fenton. Marshall comes down hard on anyone who's a bit slack.
That may be, but the thing is, what are we going to do about this SOS from Stamford?
What do you suggest?
That we do something without wasting any more time.
I still don't see what you expect me to do more than I have without authority from DNS or Fenton.
Authority or no authority, Waitley, we're still expected to use common sense and initiative. Have you seen the weather forecast?
Yes, not too good.
If it's right, there'll be half a gale blowing within the next 12 hours. And then what chance will there be of getting those poor devils out? We've got to get on the job.
I understand how you feel, Gates. But you've got to be reasonable and see my difficulty.
Reasonable?
All my instincts tell me to say to the devil with regulations. But I've got a salvage crew of 20 men, and to send them out without proper authority is to invite disaster.
Oh, look here, Waitley.
There's not one of those 20 who wouldn't risk his life for your 4. But I can't give them that order, and you know it.
But you must see that
Old man, don't make it more difficult than it is already. You've just got to accept the fact that I haven't the necessary power to act as matters stand at present.
There's a priority call from Admiralty for you, Commander Gates.
Oh, thank you. That's Marshall, I expect. Operator, hold this line to Commander Waitley while I take the Admiralty call. Waitley, you hold on, will you?
All right.
I'll be back on the line as soon as I've had a word with them. If it's Marshall, we'll be all set.
Hope so, old man. I'll hold on.
Hello, Whitehall? Whitehall! Ah, drat their eyes. I'm sorry, sir. They're off the line now. Oh, wait, hold on, sir. Whitehall. My line was cleared. Well, you're through to Commander Gates now. You're through, sir. Is that Commander Gates?
Speaking.
This is Captain Marshall, DDNS Admiralty. I've just received an urgent message to phone you. What's it all about?
Didn't Captain Fenton explain what I wanted, sir?
If he had, I shouldn't be asking you. Captain Fenton explained nothing. He sent an urgent appeal for a definition of salvage equipment as referred to in Regulation DNS 1862. Seems it was so urgent that when I phoned him back, I found he'd left his office and his second-in-command knew next to nothing about it, except, of course, that it was urgent.
Then I gather, sir, you haven't heard about S14.
I've heard urgent messages from people I don't know, and urgent messages to telephone other people who fall into the same category, but I've heard nothing. Perhaps you will be good enough to tell me.
Really, sir, this is most exasperating.
I'm glad you feel that way about it. Now, having got that far, you can now proceed in the knowledge that I, too, am experiencing a similar emotion.
One of my submarines, sir, S14, failed to surface at 1500 hours. We know it's severely damaged and sunk 126 degrees, 15.2 miles Portland Light.
Wait, give me that again.
126 degrees, 15.2 miles Portland Light.
Yes?
Most of the crew had been drowned, but 4 escaped, and 4 others, including the captain and 2 officers, are trapped amidships with no means of escape left.
What depth?
The chart shows 20 fathoms, but she seems to have crashed on top of a wreck, so she's actually lying at about 87 feet, sir.
And what is Fenton doing about it?
I've been waiting word from him, sir. There's no salvage equipment available in this area, and he felt he couldn't authorize the moving of equipment from CNC Plymouth without your permission.
Quite right by the regulations.
I hoped, sir, they didn't apply over life-saving equipment.
They apply over everything to enable our very limited and very valuable equipment to be used to the best advantage.
Commander Whately at Devonport says he can give us help, sir.
I've no doubt he could, but these decisions have to be made at a higher level. Commander Whately hasn't the full picture of what's happening outside his area. Nevertheless, I'll ring CNC Plymouth at once and arrange for Commander Whately to be given full authority to act immediately.
Whately's on the line now, sir.
You can tell him what I'm doing, but of course he won't be able to get underway until his Commander-in-Chief gives him the signal. Now rest assured, Gates, that rescue operation will be given absolute priority.
Thank you, sir. I'll get things moving my end, don't worry.
I'm not in the habit of worrying, Commander. I leave that to those who are slack in carrying out orders. You may quote me freely on that, Gates.
I will with pleasure, sir.
That's all for the present. I'll ring you again later.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
Any sign of it draining, sir?
No. I'm afraid it's no go at this step.
Oh, blimey, sir. I reckon we've got ourselves in a right...
Stop saying blimey.
Sorry, sir.
Hello, number one. What's it like aft?
Bulkhead's holding surprisingly well. There's only one small weep. The air seems pretty foul, though.
It shouldn't be much different from here.
Well, it's not so good in here either.
What's the matter, Harry? You feel all right?
Yes, I'm okay. Get me a little water, Higgins, will you?
Yes, sir.
I think I'll take a drop of quinine, just in case I've got a touch of the old malaria. Feels a bit like it.
You'd better lie down. Take it easy for a bit.
This blasted atmosphere doesn't help. Like a cold Turkish bath. Thank you, Higgins.
Right, sir.
I think perhaps I will lie down for a bit. Where's Mac?
Yeah, he went back to work on the hydrophone, sir.
Listen. It's a diver. He's tapping along to find out where we are. Get me something to signal with, Higgins. Quickly, a wheel spanner will do. Hurry up, Higgins.
Coming, sir.
Good. Give it to me. He's signaling. That's the letter L. Quick, Higgins, take it down. I. F. T. I. N. 4. H. R. S. That's all. And what does he say? Lift in 4 hours. Good work. I'll just acknowledge it. That's a lot. I don't suppose he could get my okay, but we got his message, and they know where we are, and that's all that matters. Lift in 4 hours. Lift in 4 hours!
4 hours? Oh, wish they could make it a bit quicker.
My dear chap, if they get lift on us by 5 o'clock, less than 12 hours after locating us, they'll have done a darn fine job. I knew Gates wouldn't let us down. I wonder who they've got in charge.
What does it matter so long as they get a move on?
Don't worry, Harry. They'll get a move on, whoever it is. You'll be having your 2 bangers for breakfast after all, Higgins.
It's funny how good news makes you interested in grub again, isn't it, sir?
Not your sort of grub. Take more than good news to interest anyone in that.
Where's Mac? I wonder why he didn't come along when the message came through. He must have heard it. Higgins, go and... No, I'll go myself. Oh, Higgins.
Aye, aye, sir.
Keep an eye on Lieutenant Manson. We can't have him cracking up now. If we have to make our own escape, which is practically certain, we'll need to be as fit as possible, all of us.
Aye, aye, sir. Getting away won't be too easy, will it, sir?
No, it won't be too easy. If he can't sleep, don't let him brood. Cheer him up as much as you can.
Oh, you leave it to me, sir. Yeah, I was reading my horoscope in last Sunday's paper, and he said I was born under the influence of Jupiter. And he said Saturday was a good day for making new friends. What do you think about that, sir?
Why, what's the matter with it?
How could I make new friends stuck down here in this flipping sardine can, sir? I'd ask you, eh? Number one, Higgins.
The forward bulkhead. It's leaking badly. Water's got to the batteries. The place is full of
Glory.
What about Mac?
He's dead.
Mac dead?
Blimey, sir, there must be something.
Oh, stop saying blimey. If you can't speak without saying it, then shut up.
Take it easy, Harry. You're a bit played out.
I'm no more played out than either of you, but Higgins with his blimeys is enough to get on anyone's nerves.
Get some coffee, Higgins. Aye, sir.
I'm sorry I let myself go like that, but I just couldn't stand listening to Higgins any longer.
Don't worry, he'll forget it. He gets on my nerves at times, but he's a grand fellow at heart, and we've got to control ourselves.
Poor old Mac.
Come on, Harry, snap out of it. Leave me to do the worrying. As a matter of fact, I've an idea at the back of my mind somewhere about draining that confounded lock. It occurred to me just as I went to see poor old Mac, and that put it right out of my thoughts. It'll come back, though. Here's the maestro himself, complete with cups of hemlock.
Oh, well, I thought you ordered coffee, sir.
Good old Higgins. Higgins, didn't I hear you asking someone to fix a bracket in the galley this morning?
Yes, sir. Stoker Marks come along, sir, but he hadn't finished the job when we got ordered to diving stations.
Did he leave his tools there?
Well, he did leave one or two, sir.
And what tools were they?
Oh, there was a spanner and an hammer, I know, and I think a sort of hand drill with some nuts and bolts.
Get them quickly.
Aye, sir.
What I've got in mind is this, Harry. I'm going to try to drill a hole in the escape lock. We may be able to drain it that way. It's going to take some time, of course.
But will that drill stand up to the job?
It's worth trying. Anything's worth trying.
Captain Marshal Admiralty calling, sir. You through?
Hello, sir. Gates here.
Hello, Gates. What's your latest?
Nothing for nearly 4 hours, sir. The last report I had was at 01:30, sir. The diver's been down and located the compartment the men are in and tapped out a message to them and got an answer which he thinks was an okay.
Doesn't matter what the answer was. The fact that they answered at all shows that they're still alive.
Yes, sir.
Important point was the diver's report on the way the submarine was lying. He confirms that she's perched right on top of the wreck. And so long as she doesn't shift her position with the turn of the tide, it's going to help operations enormously.
You mean if her bow and stern are clear, it'll be easier to fix the lifting cables?
Exactly.
How long do they expect that will take, sir?
I'm hoping it's been done by now.
By now, sir?
Slick work, eh? Of course, the job has been made a little easier, as you say, on account of the way she's lying. But even so, it's an amazing accomplishment. I shouldn't have been at all surprised if it had taken them another 12 hours. I think they've got the best possible man in charge.
Oh, grand, sir.
Yes, experience counts in a job like this.
Yes, of course. I do appreciate all you've done, sir.
We're not out of the wood yet, though. She's so darn full of water, they may not be able to lift her to the surface.
And if they lift her only enough to ease the pressure on the escape hatch, it's still possible that merely easing the pressure won't cure the trouble, though. And, of course, with 4 of them there, it means draining the lock twice.
Anyway, you mustn't get despondent about it. Everything possible is being done. If we fail, and I don't think we will, at least we shall have done everything that's humanly possible.
Yes, sir. Did you hear from Captain Fenton again, sir?
Yes, he phoned through just after I spoke to you last. I think you rather suggested that he'd wasted time.
I didn't mean to suggest anything, sir. I only wanted help.
Well, now you've got it, and the best I can give you.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that, but I can't help feeling, well...
As a matter of fact, I had a long talk with Captain Fenton. I think there was some wasted time, but having heard the full facts, I find no particular reason to criticize Captain Fenton. It seems to be a combination of circumstances where no one is solely to blame. For instance, I find it difficult to exonerate you entirely.
Me, sir?
Yes. In the first place, you requested a decision on a hypothetical case, and that's always difficult to give. And in the second place, having asked for such a ruling, you failed to impress Captain Fenton with the real importance of your request.
But, sir, I stressed the fact that being half an hour late when exercising...
Captain Fenton is a practical salvage expert. Give him a concrete case and he'll know how to deal with it. But he can't be expected to appreciate the significance of a submarine being a little late for a rendezvous, especially when she's only exercising.
Well, that may be so.
It is, sir. There's no maybe about it.
Very well, sir. But it still doesn't quite explain why Captain Fenton never phoned me after you'd given him a ruling in connection with Regulation 1862.
Why should he? You had no case to put up to him when you phoned him first. And he expected you to phone him again, if and when you definitely needed help. Why didn't you do so?
I tried, sir, but I couldn't get through.
I see. The air raid, I suppose.
Well, I suppose so, sir.
Oh, mind you, Gates, I'm not blaming you. However, dispel any idea you may have that Captain Fenton was responsible for the delay. There's been no dereliction of duty on his part.
No, sir.
All right. Well, I think everything's been taken care of. The RAF are giving us fighter cover in case the Boche decides to interfere. And there's an empty submarine patrol out. The only thing we can't control is this weather. What's it like your end?
It's still not too bad, sir, but I'm afraid it won't hold out much longer.
I I must say the report for the area is not encouraging. We can only hope for the best. I've arranged for the Chief of Staff Davenport to be posted every half hour, and he'll pass on anything affecting you to Waitley.
Thank you, sir. And I'll keep in touch.
Oh, there's just one other thing. Regarding Captain Fenton, I think I mentioned he's a very experienced man in practical salvage.
Yes, sir, you did mention that.
In the course of my conversation with him, he asked to be relieved of his duties as officer in charge at Portsmouth. He's frightfully keen to get back to sea, and feels he could be more usefully employed than in his present post. I expect you'd agree with him, eh?
Well, I know Captain Fenton has a very fine record in practical sea-going salvage work, sir.
Exactly. That's why I put him in charge of operations on S-14. Good night, Gates.
Good night, sir. Fenton, in charge of salvage operations.
Here, let me take over.
Oh, I'm sick of the sound of them chains. It's about time they thought was something else to do with them besides dragging them up and down the hull.
If you don't like the sound of them, I do. It means they're still on the job, and they can't lift us until they're fixed. You know, I don't think we've made any progress with this hole during the last hour.
Yeah, that's what I thought, sir.
No progress at all. The drill's not up to it. If anything's happened at all, it's the plates wearing away the drill. I'm afraid we're just wasting our time.
I don't know how you feel, sir, but I don't care whether it's making an hole or not.
Better go and have a lie down, Higgins.
You'll come and have a rest yourself, won't you, sir?
Yes, you go along. I'll be there in a minute. I hate being beaten.
You'll never be beaten, sir. You ain't that kind. I don't reckon a bloke's beaten if he's still on his feet when the final gong goes.
I haven't heard any gong, Higgins.
You wouldn't, sir.
Blimey! Higgins! Blimey, sir! We're going up! Sir, we're going up! 70, go on! 65, go on! 60, keep her going! 55! 50, come on! What's the trouble now, sir?
Don't know. Maybe just a temporary hitch, I expect. The hang of a job to get her up in one lift. They may have to reeve another cable. If so, it may take some time. Mac was right. She's emptying, Higgins. Very slowly, but she's definitely emptying. And if we stay like this for another few minutes, we'll get away.
Sir, we ain't got no escape gear. It's all in the lockers forward.
I know. Someone's going to get them.
But you can't go in there, sir. You'd never get out. You'd be done in by the chlorine.
If we don't get it, we lose our chance to get away. They may get us up to the top, but they may not. In fact, they may not be able to hold us even at this depth for long. We've got to get the gear and escape the moment the compartment's empty.
I don't like you going in there, sir.
I'm not going.
Eh? Well, are we... Oh.
Put this respirator on. Now listen, Higgins. All I'll do is to open and close the bulkhead door while you make a dash inside. I'll close the door immediately you've gone through, and I won't open until you knock. You won't be gone more than about 10 seconds, but while you're inside, that door will be shut, and I shan't open it until you knock. You understand?
Aye, sir.
All right, then, come on. Come on, Harry. Come on, wake up. We're getting out. Wake up, Harry. Good. What's it like?
Oh, it's like soup, sir.
How's the water level? Yes, it's still going down. Well, we can't hurry it, and I'm afraid it's not going to be easy getting number one into the escape compartment.
How is he, sir?
I'm worried about him, Higgins. He's running a temperature, and even if we get him into the compartment, I doubt if he'll make the grade.
But he must, sir.
Come on, let's see how he is. Come on, Harry. Snap out of it, old son. We're getting out now. Now, listen, Harry. The lock's straining. We're all set to go. Come on, buck up, old man. We can't leave you here.
Hello, sir. This is Gates again.
Hello, Gates. How's your weather?
I'm afraid it's definitely freshening, sir.
Blast. I just had a report timed 0540. They've raised it to a depth of 50 feet. But Fenton's having trouble with the second lift. The turn of the tide has brought a lop and made it almost impossible for the divers.
I was afraid of that, sir. What time did they actually raise her?
About 0530.
That's 10 minutes before the time of your report. Has anyone got away, sir?
Not according to the report.
The compartment may be taking a long time to drain, or they'd have got away at once. The first two, at any rate.
Give them time. It's barely 6 o'clock now.
Well, of course, the hatch may be worse. So what's the next move then, sir?
That's not been an easy decision. I'll explain. With so much of the ship flooded, she's practically a dead weight. Fenton's had to decide whether to reeve new cables or carry on with the lift as she is, or to strengthen his present hold.
You mean, if he carries on with the lift as she is, the cables may part and he'll lose her altogether?
Exactly. With this blasted freshening of the weather, the strain on the cables is terrific.
If only we knew whether that compartment was usable at her present depth.
Hey, speak up, man. This line is worse than ever.
I say, you don't suppose they're simply waiting for the lift to continue, do you, sir? And not using the lock because they expect us to surface them?
Oh, don't ask me what's happening down there. I imagine there are a dozen possible reasons why they've not come up.
Such as, sir?
Well, illness, injuries, and their air. How about that?
Oh, I should think their air will last for another 24 hours at least, sir.
Well, I hope so. Must be about 12 hours since the last two men escaped, isn't it?
Not quite, sir. About 10. That's a long time to be without any real information, sir.
It's a darned long time. That's why it's so hard to know how best to act. Anyway, here's what Fenton's decided. He's going to try and strengthen his hold and keep her at her present depth.
Oh.
He's the man on the job, and he knows best.
Yes, sir, yes.
It's the weather that's worrying him more than anything else. Even now, it's touch and go if he can hold her. If the forecast is right, I can't see what else he can do.
No, sir.
Fenton's done a marvelous job in raising her at all.
Oh, I know he has, sir.
And if it's humanly possible, he'll get them out. Well, that's how matters stand at present. If anything fresh comes through, I'll bring you.
Right, sir. Thank you.
And Gates, don't get over anxious. We'll get a break yet. Sitting around is always the worst part on these occasions.
It's the devil, sir.
I know. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Nothing we can do about him for the present, Higgins. I'll go and see how the water is in the compartment. You stay here and give me a shout if he shows any signs of coming round.
Yes, sir. He's pretty bad, isn't he, sir?
Pretty bad, yes, but I think he'll pull round. That dope ought to bring his temperature down. If he can do that, he'll be able to help himself a bit. Put your gear on, Higgins. Everything's all right. You can get away if you leave at once.
What about you, sir?
There's no time for questions.
You're coming too, ain't you, sir?
I'm not coming now. I'll wait with Lieutenant Manson and we'll take our chance later.
But you can't help him by staying with him, sir. He won't never come round until we get him up top.
Oh, yes, he will. If there's someone to look after him, he'll be all right in a few hours.
Then let me stay with him, sir. You'll be more use up there than I shall.
Listen, Higgins. It's only plain common sense for anyone who can get away to get away now.
It's not right, sir, leaving you here alone.
And it's not right for anyone to stay who doesn't have to. Those fellows up top have worked like slaves to make this escape possible. It's up to you to show your appreciation by grabbing this chance they've given you.
It's no good, sir. I can't do it. I ask you, sir, put yourself in my place. You wouldn't leave your friends behind. Pardon the word, sir, but it's just reminded me of my horoscope, and I can see now what the bloke meant.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling you now to leave ship.
I don't think it's right.
You're not here to think, Higgins. I've told you that before. I'm giving you an order to leave ship. You've served under me long enough to know that when I give an order, I mean it to be obeyed. I've ordered you to leave ship, and do so.
Very well, sir.
Good man. You all set?
Yes, sir.
Right. Come on, then. Come on, Higgins. Hurry up or you'll be late.
What's the row about, Higgins?
Come on, sir. Wake up, sir. Come on, sir. Wake up. You can't go to sleep, sir.
Why didn't you tell me when I told you, Higgins? You realize what's happened, I suppose. The cable snapped. We're right down to the bottom now with 117 feet of water on top of us, and the compartment's flooding fast. You're too late now. Lost your chance.
I was just leaving, and he come round, sir, and I asked what all the row was about. Well, I couldn't walk out on him, sir, could I?
You always were an insubordinate so-and-so, Higgins. Come on. Let's tuck him up.
Is there anything we can do for him, sir?
Let him sleep. That's the best thing for him. Now what are we going to do?
On the bottom, eh? It ain't going to be easy.
No. Not going to be easy. We must think. We must think.
Hello? Hello?
Admiralty calling, sir. You through to Captain Marshall? That you, Gates?
Yes, sir.
Marshall here. Bad news, I'm afraid, Gates.
Oh.
Convoy coming up channel has been attacked and one of the ships torpedoed. She's afloat, but she can't make port under her own steam.
You're not suggesting, sir,
I'm afraid I am, Gates. We've no other salvage ship that can reach her in time.
But we can't abandon those men, sir.
Now, take it easy, Gates. Everything possible has been done. Now she's on the bottom. It would take Fenton at least 24 hours to raise her, and he can't even start until the weather improves.
I see that, sir, but we may get an unexpected break in the weather.
I'm afraid that's not on the cards. There's a 600-mile storm belt out into the Atlantic, and therefore no possibility of an improvement for at least 24 hours.
I know the chances are pretty slim, sir,
I
but
disagree. The chances are nil. In fact, we've abandoned the operation already. DNS has sent a signal to the salvage ship to proceed immediately.
But, sir...
The signal has been sent.
But my men are still alive, sir. I wish to appeal to the Commodore, sir. May I put my case to him personally?
Very well, Gates. Certainly shall speak to the Commodore. But I suggest you listen to me first. You seem to think DNS has made his decision without full knowledge of the facts.
Whatever the facts are...
Please don't interrupt. 24 hours for the lift, plus 24 hours for the weather, makes a minimum of 48 hours. You know as well as I do that long before then, those 4 men will be dead. In the other scale is this ship, carrying top priority war material. You don't know what that material is, but the Commodore does. And that ship has got to be brought in.
And my men are
Good
going to...
heavens, man, do you think it's been an easy decision? There's no alternative. DNS accepts full responsibility, and I'm backing him 100%. Now, do you still want to speak to him?
No, thank you, sir.
Good man.
Then there's nothing you can do, sir.
Nothing. I know how you feel, Gates. If it's any consolation, we're not feeling too merry about it here.
I'd like to thank you for all you have done, sir.
I wouldn't bother about that. You know what you ought to do?
Yes, sir.
Get some rest. Goodbye.
Is that a letter, Higgins?
Yes, sir.
I'll put it with mine. Yes. Keep him warm. Sit down, Higgins.
Thank you, sir.
Have you forgotten what day it is?
Sunday, sir. That's why I ordered them bangers.
Yes, Sunday. Just starting divisions ashore.
Blimey, yes.
We might join them, eh? We'll put it in the log.
Well, it hardly seems fair.
What hardly seems fair?
Well, I mean, ashore, some of us didn't hold with divisions, so it hardly seems fair to pray only when you're up against it. You see what I mean, sir?
Yes, I see what you mean. But I don't think anyone would hold it against you.
Are you sure of it, sir?
I'm sure of it.
Well, it can't do no harm.
No. Can't do no harm.
And perhaps a prayer or two might help. Thank you.
O eternal Lord God, who alone spreadest out the heavens, and rulest the raging of the sea, who has compassed the waters with bounds, until day and night come to an end. Be pleased to receive into thy almighty and most gracious protection the persons of us, thy servants, and the fleet in which we serve. Preserve us from the dangers of the sea, and from the violence of the enemy, that we may be a safeguard unto our most gracious sovereign, King George, and his dominions, and a security for such as pass on the seas upon their lawful occasion, that the inhabitants of our island may in peace and quietness serve thee, our God, and that we may return in safety to enjoy the blessings of the land with the fruits of our labors.
Be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8, and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment, brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all. This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
A long memory.
Superintendent Lowther's office. Sergeant Bletchley speaking. Yes, he's here. You want him? All right, I'll give him the message. Thank you.
Something for me, Bletchley?
Yes, sir. Brown phoning from Victoria Station, sir. Said to tell you Davidson got out today, and he's going down to Kent.
Thank you.
Special detail for Brown, sir?
I asked him to check on Davidson for me.
Davidson? Davidson?
A bit before your time, Sergeant. Philip Davidson. He's been inside for 12 years. Manslaughter. An interesting case. Happened when I was a sergeant with the water police down at Gravesend. Davidson was courting a girl named Fay Driver. Her father owned a string of barges, nothing much. Old man boozed pretty heavily. Did a bit of smuggling, I think. We were never sure about that. Anyway, it didn't seem to worry Davidson. He rowed out to the Driver barge every night.
Worrying about your old man, are you? Isn't he just as tight as usual?
It isn't that. We won't have the cabin to ourselves. He's expecting someone.
Who, Boyd?
Yes, Boyd.
And Pusey?
Yes.
Is that all?
No, there's someone else. I can't tell you. I don't know much about it myself.
If your old man doesn't give up smuggling stuff for Boyd, he'll get it in the neck one of these days.
That's their business.
And mine. Anything that affects you affects me.
Darling.
Faye?
Yes, Dad?
Have a look in the locker, will you? See if there's a drop of my medicine left.
Haven't you had enough?
This old river's got right into my lungs. It does for you in the end, you know, this old river.
Here you are.
Oh, Tar, that's a good girl.
Now, look here, Mr. Driver.
Captain Driver to you, mate.
Admiral Driver, if you like. But I'm not going to have you get Faye mixed up in your dirty business.
Why, what right have you to come between father and daughter?
I love her.
Philip, don't be silly.
It's not only a dirty business, smuggling in narcotics, it's a dangerous one. Sooner or later there'll be trouble. And when it comes, Boyd won't help him out. Boyd's a pig. I wouldn't trust him further than I could throw him.
You wouldn't? If there's any throwing to be done...
That's all right, Boyd, it's all right.
Who is this young man? What's he doing here?
He's come to ask me daughter's hand in marriage.
And he's come on the wrong night. Tell him to go.
I'm not going.
We'll see about that.
Hello, gents. Pusey. Meet a friend of ours, on my right.
Shut up, Pusey.
Who's this?
Mind your own business.
Well, where's the ship?
She'll be in the correct place at the correct time. This time tomorrow, you'll be in Rotterdam.
People who travel use a different method of leaving the country, if they're honest.
Who's this, Boyd?
Never mind.
What are you? An escaped convict, somebody wanted by the police?
Philip, please be quiet.
That's good advice, young man. Be quiet. One more word from you.
Now, leave him. Boyd, how about the money?
That's right. Yes, Delaney, there's that little formality. The money for your passage across to Rotterdam, if you please.
Oh, yes, I've got it here.
What's this?
200 as agreed.
200? It was 500 I mentioned.
You said 200 and that's all you're getting.
It's you who's on the run. You don't tell us, we tell you.
You think so? Well, give it back, come on.
No funny business.
Funny business is on already, Boyd.
Stop it!
Come on, my girl.
Look at the money all over the floor.
I'll help you pick it up. Faye, come on with me. Come on. No place for you here.
Philip, come with us. Please come with us.
No.
Look out, Delaney. Boy's got a poker in his hand. Don't do that, Boyd. Give me that.
Come on, give it.
All this lovely money going to waste! You fools! Look what you've done! You've broken the oil lamp! The cabin's alight! Captain Driver! Captain Driver! The barge is on fire! The barge is on fire! Look, it's a police launch coming. A police launch.
Where's Philip?
Davidson's still on the barge with Boyd. The last I saw of them, Davidson had taken to him with a poker.
He'll be burned to death. The barge is on fire.
Now listen, you two. Delaney wasn't aboard the barge tonight. We never seen him. It was just the three of us. Boyd and Davidson.
Father!
I'd get 5 years for trying to help Delaney get away from the law. So he wasn't there, see?
All right by me.
All right, Father.
Sergeant Lowther, water police here. You all right?
Yes, Sergeant.
You all got away from that fire?
No.
There's one to come. Philip Davidson. I don't think he got away.
But he did. Look, there he is. That's Philip swimming towards us. It's Philip.
Yes, but no sign of Boyd.
As I told you, we sent a diver down to look at the remains of the barge. He found a body.
Boyd's?
It's up to you to say. Take a look.
That's Boyd.
Cabin driver?
Well, the fire makes it a bit hard to... It's Boyd.
Miss Driver?
It's Boyd.
It isn't. I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Boyd wasn't burnt to death. He died by a blow on the head from a poker. We recovered that poker.
I didn't kill him.
Miss Driver, Davidson maintains there was another man in the cabin at the time of the fire, that he was dead. Not Boyd. The name given was Delaney. Was there another man there?
No, Sergeant.
On the 9th of November last, you were taken to Gravesend Mortuary to identify a body.
Yes, Sergeant.
In your opinion, whose body was it?
Spencer Boyd's.
Mr. Pusey, when you left the cabin, who remained?
Only Boyd and Davidson. They were fighting with a poker.
Davidson, who was this man, Delaney?
I don't know. He came aboard that night and talked about going to Rotterdam.
Why was he going there?
They gave the impression that he was escaping from something.
The law?
Yes.
We don't know anyone of that name.
Well, he could have called himself Delaney.
Captain Driver, his daughter Faye and Mr. Pusey all state there was no man named Delaney in that cabin.
They're lying. They didn't want the truth known. Driver's mixed up in some smuggling business.
What smuggling business?
I don't know. I've had to guess about that.
Or invent the story?
No, it's true. I'm telling the truth. They're all lying.
Slept for 3 weeks during this trial.
Now, don't worry, Faye. They recommended him to mercy.
And so, prison. 12 to 15 years of it.
What's prison to a young man? Now, if it was your old father had to go to prison instead, it'd be the death of him.
Oh, suppose it wasn't Boyd's body they found. Suppose it was Delaney's. It was hard to tell. Almost impossible, he was so badly burnt. I couldn't let them hang him.
They're not going to hang him.
What will he think of us? What will he do when he comes out of prison? If we're wrong about the body, what will he think of us? He'll hate us. He might try
Now,
to...
it's all right, Faye. 12 years is a long time. Davidson will have forgotten by then. A man can forget so much in 12 years.
happened, Sergeant. 12 years ago. The trouble is, Davidson's got a long memory. I'm afraid he hasn't forgotten.
How can you be sure of that, sir?
No, it's simple enough. Brown phoned from Victoria Station to tell me Davidson's gone to Kent. Don't you see, Bletchley? He's going back over old ground, hoping to run up against Pusey again. Captain Driver's dead, so he's out of it.
How about the girl, Faye Driver, sir?
She married, I believe. Bletchley, I want you to run down to Gravesend and take over from Brown. Keep me informed on Davidson's movement. I think he's gone down there to kill Pusey.
You?
Yes?
What you doing on this barge? You got no right aboard here.
Why not?
This barge is mine. Belongs to me.
By what right?
By right it belongs to me. Yeah, what's your name?
Davidson.
Well, now, if you was to pay rent for this barge...
How much?
Well, 5 shillings. 5 shillings a week.
Here's 2 weeks.
No, you keep it. What would I want with rent?
But you just said that
Look,
it was...
these barges get pushed into the mud along the river bank when they're finished with. I clean them up a bit, and whoever wants to live here pays a bit of rent. If anyone ever lives here. No, not often they do. Of course, it's different with a friend. I wouldn't charge a friend rent. Nice to have a friend down here. It's a bit lonely sometimes.
I suppose so.
How'd you hit on this spot? Know this part of the river?
I lived around here when I was a boy. Well, near Gravesend.
You staying long?
I don't know. You always carry that shotgun with you?
Oh, most times just for effect.
You have prowlers, huh?
Sometimes. My boys was gone through a few months back. Here, you like a cup of tea?
No, thanks.
Wouldn't take a minute. Fire's going on my barge.
No.
Oh, well, I can come back with it later. Yeah, I think it's going to be cold this evening.
Look, why don't you leave me alone?
Well, I'll come back with some blankets now. Let me see. You'll need cooking things, chair, mirror. I've got all those things.
I told you, leave me alone.
All right. I'll just get a bit lonely, that's all. Yeah, what are you doing around here, Mr. Davidson?
That's my business.
Well, I can't deny it is, can I? Oh, well, I'll see you later. Make yourself at home.
Just a minute.
Yes?
I don't suppose you've ever heard the name Pusey.
Pusey? No, but...
Driver?
Driver? Yes, I've heard that name.
Used to run a fleet of barges.
Oh, him. He's dead.
I see. How about his daughter, Faye?
Well, I heard she got married and went away. Oh, I'm not sure. Friends of yours?
Yes. Friends.
Well, there's a coffee shop run by a fellow named Gedge. It's just half a mile or so from here on the main road. His wife Ella seems to know everybody. You go along and ask her.
I will. First thing tomorrow.
Darling.
Hello, Dad.
A busy day for Superintendent Lowther.
Oh, so.
Let me help you with that coat. Even after 10 years of marriage, I'd suddenly feel quite lost if you managed to take your overcoat off without help. In some ways, you're a clumsy man. There.
Thanks.
Darling, is something wrong?
Faye, my dear, Davidson's out. Other Davidson could I mean?
Why on earth should it worry me?
He came out with a bad report.
How do you mean?
From the prison governor. Oh, he was well behaved inside, but he may not be so well behaved now he's out.
Why not? Bob, tell me why not.
He seems to think he's got a grievance against the witnesses who gave evidence at his trial.
Don't they all?
At the time, yes. But for it to last 12 years, that's a long time to remember.
There might be some point to this if...
Yes?
If Davidson's grievance was justified...
It isn't.
I didn't lie.
He said you and your father and Pusey lied about that other man.
Bob, the important thing seems to be your opinion. Since we married, I've often thought you must have one. You've never talked about the trial or my relationship with Davidson.
I wanted to forget Davidson. I've always felt I was rather lucky to marry you.
Then you don't believe I committed perjury at the trial?
I've never asked myself that question till now.
Till now? If you had any doubt, you must have asked it again and again inside your own mind.
You're my wife, and I love you. Isn't that the right answer?
Is that the answer you want to give?
How's dinner?
Is it?
I'm ravenous.
Bob!
Yes?
What are you going to do?
Wait.
For Davidson to find me?
We can't move till he moves. And at the moment he's in Kent.
He's gone back there. Then he is looking for all of us.
Bletchley's gone down to watch him. Pusey is down there somewhere. I'm afraid he'll kill Pusey if they meet.
Alice, a customer.
Coming!
Wife will be right with you.
Thanks.
You're a new face.
Could I have some tea, please?
Yeah, of course. Elsa!
Yeah?
See for the gentleman. Quick about it. Blooming foreigners. Not worth their keep. You make the second new face this morning, you know.
Who's the other one?
That gent over there. Says he's a land agent.
No. The place is going ahead.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
How much do I owe you?
Oh, 2 bob, thanks.
Much obliged.
Top.
I say, it's cold, isn't it? Do you mind if I warm my hands at the fire? I can see it in that room.
Just go through, help yourself.
Much obliged.
Don't mention. Elsa! Get a move on! Now, I can't imagine what a land agent wants down here. End of the earth. Them sirens going moo, moo, day and night like a lot of cows. It's nice to see a new face.
As a matter of fact, I'm trying to get on the track of an old friend of mine. I don't know whether you know him. Tim Pusey?
Pusey? No. Just a minute. Gedge. Gedge? Do you know anyone named Pusey?
No, but I'll ask around.
Thanks. If you should hear of him, tell him if he'll leave a message. Let me know where I can see him. He'll hear something to his advantage.
Something to his advantage? Fancy.
Righto, drop in tonight. Might have something for you then. A lot of people come and go here, you know. Oops. Oh, that tea's hot.
Elsa, you clumsy little...
I'm so sorry.
Sorry. You might have burnt me arm severe, you...
Leave her to me, Gedge.
Bloody foreigners.
You're always so clumsy. What do you think you're paid for? To spill tea all over people? I've a good mind.
Please, Mrs. Gedge, if you hold my arm so tight, if it spills some more. Oh, please, it hurts.
What's wrong? You have to be so rough with the girl. It was an accident, wasn't it?
She's so clumsy. Foreigner off a boat. Don't know why we bothered to keep a rope over her head.
I suppose she works hard.
Thank you. Here's your tea, sir.
Never mind. Thanks, I'm going.
Now, look what you've done. The gentleman doesn't want his tea. Oh, go on. Get some coke for the stove.
Yes, Mrs. Gedge.
Look, the tea's all right. Don't blame her. I'll drink it now. But I'd like to come back tonight.
Righto. You must want to find your friend Pusey very badly.
I do.
Superintendent Lowther?
Hello, Bletchley here, sir.
Oh, yes, Bletchley. What is it?
I'm in a phone box near Gravesend, sir. A few minutes ago, I heard Davidson asking after Pusey in a coffee shop. He's going back there tonight to see if they have any news of Pusey.
All right, Bletchley. Stick with him. I'll come down at once.
Hello, Davidson. I've been waiting for you.
What do you want?
My name's Craig. I want to talk to you.
How do you know my name?
I remember it from 12 years back. I want a story for my newspaper.
Newspaper? Get out of here.
Now, look, Davidson. Don't be a fool.
I said get out. Craig? Craig?
My head against the wall. You might have killed me.
I'm sorry. Come on, let me help you up.
Thanks. Well, I suppose I deserved it.
No.
Just get out.
Look, I'm friendly when you get to know me.
Who sent you here?
I told you, my paper. Oh, you know, you shouldn't go off with a bang like that on strangers. Save it for those you know. Pusey, for one.
Pusey?
Now, how about a story?
If your paper will print the truth, they can have a story. But it isn't finished yet. There's some loose ends to be tidied up.
Pusey? Driver? And the girl?
Yes.
Driver's dead.
I know. What about Pusey and Fay Driver?
I wouldn't know.
Sure?
Yes. Look, Davidson, why don't you try to realize that revenge isn't sweet? All right, you've done 12 years inside, and you've thought of Pusey and Fay Driver, and you've lived to get out...
They lied at my trial.
It's a funny thing. I can't imagine that man called Delaney disappearing without a trace. I mean, if he was a man running from the law, wouldn't Lowther have known it at the time?
I don't think his name was Delaney. I don't think Lowther even bothered to find out if there was any man running from the law at that time.
Lowther's a very reliable man, you know. He's come a long way. He's a superintendent now.
Well, I'm an ex-convict. I needn't have been. That's the point, Craig.
Perhaps it is. Now, look, I wouldn't do anything foolish. I mean about Pusey and Fay Driver.
Pusey's down here somewhere, isn't he?
I don't know.
Well, I'll find out. And when I do, I'll prove that I didn't kill Spencer Boyd.
Thanks for stopping, Lowther. Can I have a lift?
What else did I stop for?
Oh, gossip?
All right, Craig. If your paper sent you down here to cover the Davidson story, do it. But keep out of my hair.
I'll try, Superintendent, I'll try. But there are factors against an impersonal approach.
And what does that mean?
I've just talked with Davidson. He still maintains there was such a man as Delaney.
If Delaney was the man we fished out of Driver's barge, where did Boyd go?
Well, his body could have been taken down the river by the tide.
Look, Davidson stood trial and was found guilty. That's over.
I don't think so. He feels that Pusey and Fay Driver committed perjury at his trial. If they did, they could get 5 years apiece. And if he got near them...
He won't.
He expects to get Pusey's address tonight. Bletchley told me.
Well, if he does, he'll have to slog over to Pusey's on foot while we drive. We'll get there before him.
Small consolation. He's waited 12 years. He could wait a bit longer to get Pusey.
That will not happen.
I hope not. By the way, any idea where Fay Driver is these days?
Why do you ask?
Well, it's a pretty natural question to ask. After Pusey comes Fay, according to Davidson. Well, I just wondered where she is, who she married, how her husband's going to feel about all this.
Good evening. Did you ask about Tim Pusey for me?
Yeah, so did Gedge. He got hold of Pusey's address. Gedge? Gedge? I expect he's out in the yard somewhere.
Do you know where Pusey lives?
Now, where was it? I've had like a sieve for names. Now, Brewster's, was it? No, Drewster's, that's it. Drewster's Terrace, Main Road, Gravesend.
Thanks. Is there any transport up to Gravesend at this hour?
It's quicker to walk. Go out through the yard and keep to the left. You can't miss the path.
Thanks very much.
Good evening.
Hello, you're back again. What'd that be?
Is there a phone I can use?
Well, we don't usually let people use it as a rule, but I expect it's all right. Outside in the hall, help yourself.
Thank you.
Hop to it, Bletchley, and then I'll drive you over to Gravesend.
Look, Mr. Craig, Mr. Lowther won't like this. I wish you wouldn't hang about. I know you've got your job to do, same as me, but I don't like the way you're doing it.
It's enough now. None of that. You, keep quiet, all right.
No. You, what are you doing in this shed? On my property? I'll bet before I...
Why, you...
Thank you.
Now go outside.
Yeah, thank you.
You can both clear out. Go on, get out. Go on, Elsa. He can have you. I'll bet you're a little foreigner. Paid and fed you, and you ain't worth it neither. Go on, get out.
Oh, thank you. it was terrible. I was getting coke from the shed.
Have you got anywhere to go?
No, there.
All right, now listen. I'm going to Gravesend. I expect we're there most of the night. Go down the road and across the marshes to the barge near the river. That's mine. You can stay there till the morning.
Oh, thank
But you've got to be gone by the morning. You understand?
Yeah. You will be careful.
Careful? Why should I?
I can't guess. Twice you come into the shop and I notice you look worried, as if there is something bad you have to face. You say a man is your friend. I do not believe that. I think he...
Go on before I change my mind. Go on and mind your own business. And, I will be careful.
The street's like a morgue.
What do you expect it to in the morning, Craig?
Davidson still there?
Yes, on the other side, near Pusey's house. Pusey knows Davidson's around.
Yeah, the death watch. I'll go further down, have a few words with Superintendent Lowther. Hello, Lowther. Enjoying it?
Are you?
You know, the more I watch, the more I feel Davidson is quite right. I mean, he served 12 years he didn't deserve.
It's a wonder you don't say something about that in your paper. You harp on it enough.
Oh, now, look, I'm not a ruthless man, nor am I impatient. I like the facts first. I like to be sure of Davidson's innocence before I write anything.
You'll never be sure.
If I found Faye Driver, I might be. If Davidson found her, we might be. The interesting part of it all is, Davidson was madly in love with her at the time of the trial.
Shut up. I can't watch Pusey's house and listen to you at the same time.
Who do you find more interesting? Pusey? Or me? Or should I say, Faye?
Just what are you getting at, Craig?
Justice. For all. I say, Pusey's lights are going on again.
He's been turning them on and off like that for 2 hours. The man's got the jitters.
Wouldn't you?
Davidson's moved.
What?
He's not on that corner.
Perhaps he's gone inside Pusey's house from the back.
Will someone come on over here? Come on over, help me!
Bletchley, Constable, over you go, quickly. Get a Pusey before Davidson gets there. Go on, hurry it up.
It was awful. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Pull yourself together, man. Did Davidson get into the house?
No, I've never seen him. I waited up. I walked from room to room and everything was so quiet. Cat scratched at the back door, board creaked in the kitchen. Noises, every one of them I thought was Davidson coming in to do me.
It's all right, sir. Just saw Davidson making off down the road.
Thanks, Bletchley.
Oh, he's off his rocker, if you ask me.
I think that's very likely, Pusey.
Craig, be quiet.
He came here to kill you, Pusey. He'll come back.
Will you be quiet?
I want to be locked up, see? Lock me up. I don't want to stay here. Davidson ain't going to do for me, even if I did lie at his trial.
You lied.
I want to make a statement. When you knocked at my door tonight and warned me Davidson was back, I thought I could see it through, but I can't. I want to make a statement. I lied at his trial. He didn't kill anybody. He didn't kill Spencer Boyd. I lied. Captain Driver lied and his daughter Faye lied. Davidson didn't kill anyone.
Hello?
I slept on Jackson's barge last night. I told you to be gone by this morning.
I cleaned the place, the stove, the floor, and see, I put flowers on the table.
You can't stay here.
You can't stay here. I hear that all the time in Europe. You can't stay. Go.
Where's your family?
Dead. If you would permit, I can cook, I can clean. I won't be any trouble.
I don't want anybody here.
Because of this bad thing that worries you?
There's nothing bad.
There is. I know there is. When I was clumsy in the shop and spilled the tea, you smiled. I thought perhaps you knew the same about me. Well, bad things have happened to me, but I am not bad. I thought perhaps you would not mind if I stay here.
If I saw somebody beating a dog, I'd try to stop them, the same as I stopped Gedge from... But that doesn't mean I want to keep a dog.
Oh, I thought it... I didn't know.
Oh, now, look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be cruel.
I do not think you could be really cruel. I do not think you really mind that I am here.
I do mind.
Because you don't like me?
That has nothing to do with it.
Then what is it?
It's my business. I don't have to stand here and discuss it with you.
No, but sometimes it is dangerous to keep bad things inside. It is better to talk about them, for you can see the picture better then. Sometimes when you talk, these bad things look less important, and that helps. It helps to begin a new life for you.
Is that what you practice?
Oh, yes. Last night, lying here, I forgot the bad things. It helped me to be happy. Last night I have been happier than I ever remember. You see, our village was burnt when I was 12. What happened to my mother and my father, I never knew. Since then, I have never had a home where I was happy until now.
That must have been terrible.
I am not wanting pity.
Well, that's good. It makes it easier for me.
Easier?
Yes. I mean, you'll have to find somewhere else to go.
Oh, it is not only being here that makes me happy.
I don't want to talk about it
anymore. It is being here with you.
You don't even know who I am.
That does not matter. You can know some people a whole lifetime and not know them. Others in a few days. In 10 years, I have seen many people. Many men. Most bad. I am not wrong when I think I see somebody good.
Well, you're wrong about me.
You say so, but I am not. You do not think people, good people, should try to be happy together?
Some people, perhaps.
I mean us?
Oh, now look here. You can stay till tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But you've got to get out tomorrow, understand? I don't want you here. You understand? I have things to do and you'd get in the way.
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
Look, don't talk me down. I say you would. Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Tomorrow is a promise of better things.
Who is it?
Good morning.
What do you want?
I'll go.
No, Elsa, this won't take long.
The lady from Gedge's shop?
You know, why ask?
Davidson, I'm here because I'm on your side.
Or because you want a story?
No. I want to help you.
Now, look here.
Let him help you, Davidson.
His name's Philip.
Philip.
I like you, you know.
Thank you.
I'm glad Davidson's found a friend in you. He needs someone like you, someone he can trust. You're so different to Fay.
Shut up. What do you want?
Pusey gave himself up last night. He made a statement to Lowther. He confessed that he lied at your trial.
And that means Lowther's bound to follow through and clean up the whole mess.
That's right. Of course, he could resign. That might make it easier for him.
What are you talking about?
Before I answer that, Davidson, I believe you wouldn't have killed Pusey last night if you'd got the chance. I don't believe you're a man like that. I believe if you found Fay again, you'd look at her and realize one overwhelming truth. That revenge doesn't matter a hoot after all. That it isn't the rot in your bones, the obsession in your mind. I believe that you'd find a fresh wind blowing on your soul and a future. A kind, bright future staring you in the face.
You're talking rubbish.
Am I? Pusey told Lowther last night that there was a man named Delaney on that barge. He swears Boyd killed him. Now, the question is, what's happened to Boyd?
He drowned or was burned, and the tide took his body down the river.
Or he could still be alive.
What makes you think so?
Well, couldn't he?
Yes. Yes, and if he was, he'd change his name.
There's no doubt of that. But he'd worry. He'd worry a lot about you. Especially when he heard you were out. Like Pusey and Fay, he'd think, perhaps it's just a matter of time before he catches up with me.
Go on.
I put this to Pusey. He denied that Boyd was living, or that he'd heard from him lately. But I think he lied.
Did Lowther think so?
Lowther? Now, there's a man in a tight corner. A very tight corner. He's not likely to do more than resign. But if I were you, I'd get up to London and ask his wife if she's heard from Boyd lately.
His wife? Why Lowther's wife?
Lowther married Fay Driver.
Thanks. I'll go up to London.
No, Philip.
Leave me alone.
Oh, it's not worth the trouble. Stay here. You can't get into any trouble here.
Elsa, when a man's been in prison for 12 years for a murder he didn't commit, he wants to clear his name. He wants to get the smell of the bucket, the prison out of his system. Can't you understand that?
Yeah,
I want more than that, Craig. I want Fay Lowther to pay. And Boyd to pay if he's alive.
Now, see what you have done.
I'll be back as soon as possible, Elsa.
No, please come back. Don't go. Oh, please, Philip. Please.
Elsa, my dear, if I thought Davidson would kill, do you imagine I'd tell him where to find Fay Lowther? Philip Davidson won't be any good till he meets her face to face and shrugs her off. And that's what he'll do.
You're not sure? You can't be sure, can you?
No. I'm hoping desperately that I haven't misjudged him.
Bob, darling, for heaven's sake, don't be so impatient. I'm coming. Darling,
Back inside.
Oh, you can't come in.
I said inside. You know me,
Yes.
and I know you. You haven't changed much.
Philip.
Hardly a grey hair in your head. Look at me. I'm quite grey.
You better go before I call my
As
husband.
far as I know, Lowther's still down in Kent. I've just come from there.
You better go before... I'll call the police, son.
Come,
No, don't.
Keep still. I said keep still.
Philip, you wouldn't.
Pusey gave himself up last night.
Pusey?
Pusey. You remember Pusey? Pusey and Boyd and Delaney and you and me, all of us in that cabin the night the barge caught fire. Delaney, I said. Delaney was there.
Yes.
You lied about that.
Yes.
It was Delaney's body Lowther fished out of the river.
I wasn't sure.
You said you were sure at the trial.
Yes, but my father, he was afraid. He said he'd get 5 years for helping Delaney escape from the law. He told us to be quiet.
Who was Delaney?
I don't know.
That wasn't his right name, was it?
I don't know.
But your husband must have a few clues.
I never discussed it with him.
You married Lowther just to be on the safe side.
I love him.
Love. Remember me? You loved me. Remember the nights on the barge when I came aboard, when... Love. Yes, Lowther must have had a few clues about Delaney, I mean. If he was running from the law, there must have been someone wanted about that time. Someone who fitted Delaney in height, build, age, and teeth. Teeth are always a devil of a giveaway. But Lowther conveniently forgot about another man on the barge. He didn't do his duty because he'd have had to put you up on a perjury charge. Well, I hear he's going to resign.
Philip, I'm sorry. It's over and done. Let me go, please. Let me go. Ah! Philip, don't!
That's all. Funny, Craig was right. He said I wouldn't kill you when I met you. And now I couldn't care less. The thing I've planned for 12 years is empty. It doesn't matter anymore. You don't matter. But there is one thing.
Anything, Philip. Anything to help you now.
Where's Boyd?
How do you know he's alive?
I just know.
You're guessing.
Delaney's body was found. What happened to Boyd? Did the tide take his body, or did he get away from that burning barge?
I don't know.
Now listen, I might start hating you again if you keep lying. I might think it's worthwhile to remember what you did to me. You must have panicked when you heard I was out.
Yes, I was frightened.
So was Pusey.
I haven't seen Pusey.
But most of all, Boyd must have been the most frightened. He'd want to know what was happening. And the quickest way to find out would be to get in touch with Superintendent Lowther's wife. Did he get in touch?
No.
Now, look, there's a car stopping outside. Don't move, don't make a sound. I want to look out there. Now, don't move. Ah, it's Lowther's car.
If you have any sense, you'll get out here before he comes in.
I'll get out if you tell me where I can find Boyd. Where is he? Where is he?
Berry and Company. Shad Thomas is the name of the firm, the pool. He calls himself Berry.
Well, well. No one's going to blame me if I kill him.
You want something, Dent?
I want to see Mr. Berry.
I'm his chauffeur. What's the name?
Tell him I'm from Mrs. Lowther.
All right, then. Hang on.
Yes?
Excuse me, Gov. There's a gent here to see you.
What's his name?
Well, he didn't give none. He says he's from a Mrs. Lowther.
Oh. Send him up.
All right, then, boss. Well, then, matey, you're in luck. The boss doesn't usually see no one on his off days. He's waiting for you in his office. Straight up them stairs there, the first door on the right.
Thanks.
Come in. What can I do for you?
Mr. Berry.
Yes.
Sit down.
No.
My chauffeur said you came from Mrs. Faye Lowther.
That's right.
I don't think I know you.
I've just come up from Kent.
Kent?
Did Pusey tell you?
I don't know.
Pusey told you where I was.
I said I don't know.
It's a wonder Faye didn't phone you and tell you I was on my way over.
Now, look here. I'm a busy man. I have a lot of bookwork to do.
Leave that drawer alone. Put your hands on the desk. Do as I tell you, Boyd, or I'll shoot.
Well?
I suppose I...
This is Castle Playhouse. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, your hosts, the brewers of Castle Lager, bring you the week's finest radio entertainment, Castle Playhouse.
Man in a Burning Hat by Fiona Bonnell.
This time of night. Is that you, Maggie?
Yes.
What's the matter?
It's Keith. It's after 4 and he hasn't come back yet.
Keith? Back from where?
I don't know, John. I tried to phone you all night, but you weren't there. John, I'm frantic. I just can't think anymore. I can't imagine what could have happened to him. John...
Hey, hold on there, Maggie. Look, I just got in myself. It happens sometimes.
It's different for you. You're not married. Anyhow, it's how he went off that worries me.
You mean you quarreled?
No, nothing like that. See, John, could you come over?
Yes, of course, right away. Have you phoned Mum and Dad?
Well, earlier on at about 9, I thought Keith might have gone round there for some reason or other, but he hadn't. I didn't say much to them. I didn't want them worried.
Right. It'll take Mary 10 minutes to get over to your place this time of night.
John?
Are you cold waiting out here, Maggie?
I'll go in now.
Bit chilly for April, isn't it?
Something's happened to Keith. Something terrible's happened.
No, like what?
A car crash, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, let's go inside and phone the general.
I already have several times, and nursing homes and the police, but there's no one been hurt tonight in Johannesburg. It's been an accident-free night so far. That's what they all keep saying, so far. Something's happened to him, I know. He's never been out this late without warning me. Keith knows I'm a worrier. He phones me when he's delayed for even half an hour. Now it's nearly morning. Something's terribly wrong. Perhaps something to do with Phil. He just went up and killed himself.
Maggie, this isn't like you. Look, you sit over here and tell your big brother all about it. Pour your brandy.
I've already had one.
Well, so much the better.
2, actually. I had one with Keith when he first came home this evening. We were going out to celebrate. It's our wedding anniversary today.
Oh, of course. Mum reminded me to send you some flowers. I forgot. Here, drink this. Cheers and happy anniversary.
John.
Drink first, cry afterwards. When you've told me what happened.
Well, we'd booked a table for an early dinner at the Ginger Dragon, and we were going on to the theatre from there. Keith came home soon after 6 to pick me up. Look, he bought me this. 4 diamonds. 1 for each year we've been married.
A chap who can buy his wife a ring like that can't be in any financial trouble.
Oh, no, they're doing fabulous business. Everybody says so. Remember how he told us when we first met him that he'd be a rich man by the time he was 30?
Maybe by the time he was 25. If anyone finds out I'm Keith Scobie's brother-in-law, my stocks shoot up immediately. So he didn't forget the anniversary, huh?
No, he gave me my present, poured out a couple of drinks, played with Gregory. He seemed happy and normal. And then about 20 minutes later, for no apparent reason, he just got into his car and drove off without a word. One moment we were all of us together in the lounge, and the next moment Keith was gone. Elizabeth was just taking Gregory off to bed.
Come on, big boy. Put your toys in your box.
Oh, you can let him off tonight, Elizabeth. It's a bit late. I want him settled down before Master and I go out. You can tidy up later when he's in bed.
Yes, madam.
Nighty-night, Gregory. You come. Give Daddy a big kiss, huh?
Wow, what a kiss. What a boy.
Off you go with Elizabeth, darling. Mummy will come and kiss you goodnight.
Nighty-night. Sleep tight.
Oh, that is a good boy. You're getting too clever, Gregory.
Hear that, Maggie? He said daddy, not dada or anything. That's pretty good for 16 months, isn't it?
Remarkable. Genius, like his dad.
Well, who's contradicting you? Come on, darling, we have to hurry. Can I get into the bathroom now?
Well, I'll just do my eyes and then you can.
Can't you do your eyes in the bedroom?
Well, I need water. If I'm in the bedroom, I have to spit.
Spit? At who?
Oh, never mind. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Yeah, hurry, doll.
I will. Hilda is staying in tonight, madam. Can I pick up the toys now, please?
Yes, tidy up. Gregory's been at the ashtrays, too. And that was the last I saw of Keith. I wasn't out of the room for more than 3 minutes when I heard his car drive off. I thought he might have gone to fill up at the Turret Avenue garage, but when he wasn't back after 20 minutes, I began to feel edgy. I tried phoning his office. I thought he may have left the theatre tickets behind or something, but there was no reply. Then I started phoning everywhere and everybody, some twice or more.
And hadn't anyone seen him?
Not since he left the office.
And he came straight home, had one drink here, then jumped into his car and was off.
Without a word of explanation to anyone. John, what does it mean? There must be some reason, but where? What?
Did he say anything to Elizabeth?
Elizabeth?
Your nanny. She was tidying up the lounge, remember?
Well, I asked her straight away, of course, but Keith hadn't said a word.
He may have done, but she misunderstood.
No, not Elizabeth. She's very bright.
But I have a word with her all the same, and the others.
Now?
No, we can wait until morning.
Well, they'll be coming in at about 6:30.
Oh, that'll do.
John, surely you must have a theory about this. What do you think happened?
Maggie, I can't begin to think till I've spoken to Elizabeth for a start. Something may have happened, must have happened, between the time you went out of the room and then heard the car drive off. A phone call, perhaps?
I asked Elizabeth. There wasn't.
A message, a letter. Perhaps something you read in the paper.
I thought of that, too. I looked through the letters. I looked through the paper. There was nothing.
How do you know? There might have been something in the paper that would have meant nothing to you or me, but would to Keith. An ad, perhaps. Something he decided to investigate straight away.
Without a word of explanation to anybody. Don't forget it's our wedding anniversary. We were going out to celebrate.
No, he was in a tearing hurry. Didn't have time. He meant to phone you later.
Well, then why didn't he?
Well,
that's probably what happened, but then something went wrong. An accident, I'm sure of it.
Look, supposing he'd had a crash. Just supposing. Then he must have had it soon after he left here. Within a few minutes, can't you see?
What do you mean, before 7 o'clock?
Correct. That was nearly 10 hours ago. The police would have got in touch with you by now.
Supposing they couldn't identify him.
Well, you said you'd phoned the police and the hospital.
That was much earlier on, before I started phoning you. Incidentally, where were you?
Oh, engagement party. Didn't break up till 3.
Oh.
Just getting ready for bed when you phoned.
You must be terribly tired.
No, I'm all right. I think you should have a couple of hours sleep.
Oh, I couldn't.
Of course you could. Take a sleeping tablet. Look, there's absolutely nothing either of us can do right now. So get some sleep, and then at 9 we'll go down to Keith's office. See what we can find out there. Have you any sleeping tablets?
Keith keeps some in the middle. Oh, John. Oh, no.
Poor kid. Go off a rocker if anything happened to Keith.
Oh, it's all right. I've got them. Oh, I thought perhaps Keith had taken them. I thought maybe...
Were you thinking Keith may have committed suicide?
Yes.
Not with morphidons, Maggie. They're not that strong. Now, come on. Take 2 of these.
Thanks for coming, John. It doesn't seem quite so bad all of a sudden. You wake me at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you going to sleep?
Of course. First, I must have something to eat. And since I've moved into that flat of my own, I never seem to get enough.
Good morning, Master.
Morning, Elizabeth.
When you come, Master John?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Oh, the Master not come back yet.
Not yet, Elizabeth. Tell me, did you notice anything wrong with Mr. Scobie when he came home from the office yesterday?
Oh, the Master hears like always, until he read the letter.
What letter was that, Elizabeth?
The letter that came yesterday. When Master he waiting for Madam, he look at the letters, and then after he get into car and go away.
Why didn't you tell this to my sister?
When you nanny, Master, the Madam don't like you know too much. But now I also worry for Master. Maybe he have accident in car.
Elizabeth, do you know who the letter was from?
No, Master. William, the new garden boy, bring in 7 letters from box when he come from lunch.
Uh-huh.
I look first. Sometimes there's letter for me. But there is letters only for Master and Madam yesterday, in brown covers, like accounts from shop.
Was the letter Mr. Scobie was reading also an account?
I think it is, first, because it is in brown cover. But now I think it was letter from government, official.
I found pieces torn small in the ashtray.
Right, show me.
But I threw it away when I emptied the ashtray last night, Master.
Where?
Here, in the rubbish bin.
Oh, all covered in baby food and mealy pup. Well, I have to find those pieces and get them out.
But they are all wet, Master.
Well, we'll dry them. They look like something official, all right. Let's have all the pieces on this table, Elizabeth. After breakfast, I'll play at jigsaw puzzles. Maggie? Don't you want to wake up now, Maggie?
It's 8 o'clock already.
It's 11.
11? You promised to wake me at 8.
Still no news, so there's no point. Anyway, I was busy checking up again with hospitals and so on.
And?
Keith definitely was not involved in any motor smash on the reef.
Oh. An accident. A slight accident on the way to the garage would have explained everything. There have been several in Terrace Avenue recently.
There were no accidents at all in Johannesburg last night. A couple on the reef, Springs, Broncos Strait. The passengers were all Bantu.
Oh, I like it dressed. We have to call at Keith's office.
I've already been there.
What?
I've just got back. I thought it was better that I should go alone. I spoke to the company secretary. What's his name?
It is Basil.
That's right. Sometimes it's easier to find out things if the wife's not around.
See. And did you?
What?
Find out something a wife's not supposed to know?
No. And for the simple reason that there's nothing to find out, apparently. No extramural lady friends, no financial embarrassment of any sort. In fact, business is excellent, and public relations couldn't be better. I told Basil the whole story. He was just as mystified as you and I.
Well, that's that. I was pinning a lot of hope on finding out something from Basil. A secret business deal, a sudden trip, something like that. Basil would have known.
Well, the interview wasn't entirely fruitless, though. I found out one or two important facts. I rather thought that Keith may have gone back to the office last night to collect his passport, probably money from the safe. Well, he hadn't. Nothing had been removed. I was also able to establish that Keith must have, only about 50 rand in cash on him. Well, he can't go far on that. But the most important thing I found out is that Keith hasn't been himself lately.
In what way?
He's been a little more highly strung, a little more irritable than usual. And his concentration hasn't been all it usually is. Other members of the staff have remarked on it too, apparently. It wasn't just Basil's imagination. Now, have you noticed anything like that, Maggie?
No, nothing like that. Only the nightmares.
Nightmares?
Well, that's how he came to have the morphidons, those sleeping pills. Keith's been having very bad nights lately, lying awake for hours some nights. Or he's been waking up, screaming or crying. I was terribly worried when it first started and got him to see our doctor. It's been caused by strain and overwork, apparently. Our doctor put him on morphidons, and he's been a lot better since he started taking them.
Basil de Villiers says we'd better soft pedal on what's happened. Tell as few people as possible that Keith's disappeared. Avoid going to the police if we possibly can. You see, we must be very careful that none of this leaks to the press. No, the public might misinterpret the whole thing and start cancelling holiday bookings. Could do the firm a lot of harm. Might even be the end.
But, John, I've already phoned the police.
No, that's all right, that's all right. And Basil said we're not to stir anything up if we can possibly avoid it. Keith spent thousands on publicity, but publicity of the wrong kind could be disastrous.
Who can we turn to then?
I'm not sure. We have to think out a plan of some sort. Look, Maggie, did Keith say anything to you about a summons he received yesterday for a traffic offence?
No.
Elizabeth told me that Keith was looking through yesterday's mail before he disappeared. She swears that this traffic summons had upset him. He started shaking when he read it, and tore it into tiny pieces, got into his car and drove off.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It sounds ridiculous, I know, but you weren't in the room at the time. Elizabeth was. And I collected most of the torn fragments and put them together. It's just a summons for double parking way back in January. It couldn't have been that upset him. But it could easily have been a letter he took with him. Now, what letters arrived yesterday? Can you remember?
Well, let me think. Mostly accounts. A couple of circulars. Let's see. The butcher, greengrocer, an invitation to an art gallery. Oh, yes, a circular for my hairdressers. And then this official letter for Keith. Summons, I suppose. Oh, yes, and one from an estate agent asking us if we're interested in selling our house.
That's 5. Elizabeth said there were 6 or 7.
Oh, that's right. A note from Blanche Grenier thanking us for a wedding present.
Wasn't the one addressed to Keith, personally?
Oh, only that Untiluk official letter. Summons, I suppose.
Had you opened it?
No, of course not.
Well, I phoned the traffic department and asked them to send me a duplicate. I told them I'd mislaid the original. With luck, we'll get it tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning? Do you expect we shall have to go through a whole day of not knowing what's happened to Keith?
It's possible, Maggie, yes.
But when I fell asleep, I prayed that it would be Keith who'd wake me up. I can't stand this suspense. I just can't take it.
I'll go out and give you a chance to get dressed. Gregory's been asking for you.
John, this might be important. Could you see who it is?
Yes, of course. I think you might be right. Yeah, I'll take it, Elizabeth. Where do I sign?
John, who is it?
This might be it, Maggie. Look.
Telegram. It's from Keith, I'm sure. Oh, it's all right. He's alive. John, what does it say?
Why don't you open it?
Yes, it's from Keith. Oh, John, he's alive. If anyone asks, I'm away on business for an unspecified period. Don't worry, stop. She'll contact you when I can. Love, Keith.
Oh, there you are. Oh, don't worry. Let's have a look. Handed in at Nelsprate at 8:45. No, he'll probably be back this evening, or he'll phone you.
Unspecified period? What does that mean, for goodness sake? John, this isn't an explanation. It's a delaying tactic. He's stalling for time. It tells me exactly nothing. He doesn't mention Gregory. He always does. He doesn't apologize for last night. It's not like him. It might have been sent by somebody else.
Perhaps it was, Maggie. Keith might have been busy.
You don't know him. I do. John, listen to me. He's in some sort of trouble. He's in some terrible trouble. I must go to him. He needs me. I must find him.
You get into the spare room, Elizabeth, and tell my daughter I'm here.
Yes, Granny.
Is Gregory all right?
He is sleeping, madam.
You shouldn't let him sleep so late in the afternoon. No wonder he takes time to settle down at night.
Yes,
Is that
madam.
you, Mother? Oh, yes, darling. Where are you?
Hello, Mother.
Hello, dear.
Did John tell you?
Yes, he did. He called round at lunchtime and told me all about it.
I don't know what to do. I can't just sit here waiting and hoping for another telegram, phone call or something.
No, darling, no.
Mother.
Oh, come, darling. It'll be all right. I have a feeling it's going to be all right.
You and your feelings, Mother.
And aren't I nearly always right?
Nearly, yes.
If you don't believe me, then ask your father. He'll be here soon. He's coming straight from work. Dad and I are going to stay here with Gregory, and that'll leave you and John free to start some sort of, well, search, I suppose you'd call it.
But what if Keith phones me or writes?
I'm quite capable of answering the telephone. I can also read and write. Don't you want to go, Maggie?
Yes, of course, but where to? Nelsprate. Just because he sent a telegram from there, he might be anywhere by now.
But certainly. But instead of sitting around here biting your nails, stop it, Maggie. You'll be better off doing something.
No, but... Yes? Supposing Keith doesn't want me to follow him.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, nonsense. A wife can always tell whether her husband wants her or not. Has there been any sort of trouble between you?
No. Only when we were on holiday, we decided that we wanted another child. But since then, when I mentioned it on several occasions, Keith had either changed the subject or said quite bluntly that he's changed his mind.
Well, he's been working very hard lately. He told us he'd have to do a lot of travelling this year. He probably wants you to go with him, but with a baby on the way, it wouldn't really work out, would it? You know, it's not always very easy to be married to an ambitious and successful man, Maggie dear. There are disadvantages as well as advantages.
Where did you get all this practical psychology from? You and Dad lead such a quiet life.
From reading ladies' journals and listening to radio serials. They're full of psychology. Now, are you going to wake Gregory, or shall I?
Oh, he gets so bad-tempered if we wake him. I'd sooner he woke up by himself.
But it's almost 4. Oh, all right. I mustn't interfere. That's another thing I learned from women's magazines. Grannies are always wrong. All they're good for is knitting woolies and baking cakes.
Don't forget that they're also allowed to buy extravagant presents on birthdays.
Let's have some tea, Maggie. John should be here any minute.
Hilda's bringing it. I can hear her.
If Keith doesn't phone tonight, John would like you to start off first thing in the morning.
Where would we start looking? That's John now. How's Dad getting back?
Oh, on the bus as far as Rosebank. It's no bother for him. He says he prefers a bus at rush hours these days. And I can't say I blame him. I'll tell you this. If I hadn't learnt to drive when I was a young woman in Grahamstown, I'd never have had the nerve to learn up here.
The tea, madam. And Master John is here.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Put the tray down here next to me.
Gregory, he wake up already, madam. Here does she dress him. She bring him soon to see his granny.
Do you think I can wait that long? I haven't seen him for over a week.
Hello, Mark.
I'll be back in a minute, dear.
Hello, Mac.
Hello.
Well, I've managed to get a few days' leave. Let's have some tea. We can plan.
I wonder if I should pour Mother's tea out yet. Once she goes into Gregory, she forgets herself. Was it all right?
What?
Getting time off?
No, it's never much problem in our department. They're always keen for us to take time off from radiology. You know that. I took a week.
A week? Do you think it'll take us as long as that to find Keith?
I can do with a week's leave, that's all. Cake?
No, thanks.
Look, Maggie, you'll have to eat something, you know. And I want you to have a good night's sleep as well if you're coming with me in the morning.
When shall we start?
About 6.
To Nelspread.
Mm-hmm. For a start. When was Keith there last, you know?
October last year. Well, not in Nelspread, really. We just passed through on our way to White River.
Business?
No, we stayed at the Dome for a couple of days.
Dome Hotel, huh?
Do you think Keith may have gone there again?
It's possible.
Why did we phone?
No, we couldn't possibly explain by phone. We want to avoid publicity, remember. We certainly call there and make discreet inquiries.
You sound like a professional private eye or something.
You know, I was debating whether we shouldn't engage a detective to work for us. I decided against it. Several reasons.
Such as?
And there's so many things about this business that we don't understand. How can we expect to explain them to a stranger? Take this, this traffic summons, for instance.
What about it?
We don't know for sure that it was the summons that upset Keith, but he did tear it up into tiny pieces. Now, why?
I've no idea.
Well, then, I have a theory. On January the 2nd, Keith's car was double parked in 3rd Avenue at 8 p.m. That much I could make out from the torn-up summons. Now, when you get one of these, you either call in at the nearest police station, pay an admission of guilt fine, or if you've missed the deadline, you appear in court. But you certainly can't deal with it by simply tearing it up into 46 pieces. Tearing it up gets you exactly nowhere.
No, of course not.
When did you get back from your holiday, Plettenberg Bay?
On the Saturday after the New Year. I flew back with Gregory.
That's right, I remember. And Keith drove back and arrived on the 2nd.
Yes, he must have stopped to buy something in 3rd Avenue and got ticketed.
Yeah, that's it.
But what's all this got to do with Keith's disappearance?
Maggie, here's the morning paper for Friday, the 3rd of January. Look here. Third Haven Boy Scout killed by hit-and-run motorist. You remember the incident, don't you?
Yes. The servants talked about it after I got back. They knew the little boy.
Well, that motorist was never found, Maggie.
You don't think Keith killed him, do you?
Somebody did.
No. Not Keith. He wouldn't do such a thing. He couldn't.
That's right, he couldn't. And because he couldn't, he began to dream, to have nightmares, all sleepless nights. When did he start, Maggie?
When we got back from our Christmas holiday. Oh, no. No, to kill a child and run away. John, I can't bear it. What's going to happen to Keith when they find him?
Look, Maggie, it's only a theory. I might be wrong.
You're not wrong. You see, on the Sunday after I got back, the police were here. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. It was just a routine check, they said. They were calling on all the homes around here, asking people whether they'd heard anything and where they were at 8 o'clock on that Thursday evening.
Yes?
And I remember Keith telling them that I wasn't here at all and that he was on his way back from Plet. That he was passing through Vereeniging at 8. They seemed perfectly satisfied and went away. They've never been back.
Why should they? Keith had an alibi. Very plausible one. Until that traffic ticket turned up right out of the blue. That ticket which Keith collected by pure chance shattered his alibi in the most conclusive way possible. Keith didn't know about the ticket at the time, of course. It probably blew off or something, so he believed he'd got away with it. Until the official notification arrived last night. He knew that it was only a matter of time before the police collated information and compared notes, and then they too would realize he had told a deliberate lie. They want to know why he had lied, Maggie. Keith realized all that when he saw that summons. He needed time to think, time to decide what to do, time to discover whether the police suspected him. For how could he have been at Vereeniging at 8 when he was ticketed at precisely that time right here in Rosebank? So Keith panicked, you see. Got into his car and drove away. A guilty man in a burning hat. My name's Lucas. We wonder whether you've had a Mr. Scobie staying here. This is my sister, Mrs. Scobie.
How do you do, Mrs. Scobie? Yes, your husband was staying here. Well, yes, of course, I remember you staying here last, October, wasn't it?
That's right. When did my husband leave?
Early yesterday, just after breakfast. There you are.
Checked out at 8. Destination, Lorenzo Marx.
That's right.
When did he arrive here?
Very late on Monday night, about, after midnight, I'd say. As a matter of fact, everybody had already gone to bed. But, of course, we managed to look after Mr. Scobie. Excuse me. Dome Hotel, White River, good morning. A party of 6. Yes?
Well, I suppose we'd better get going again. To LM.
I don't think so, Maggie. I'll tell you why later. It's for lunch here anyway. Book in for tonight. Pretty central. We can work from here. And Mum's phoning at 1, don't forget.
Will that suit you? Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Now, will you be requiring accommodation for tonight, Mrs. Scobie?
Yes. 2 singles?
Certainly, madam. Bed and breakfast or full board?
Bed and breakfast will do fine. We'll be travelling around during the day.
Oh, yes. The park. Best time of the year.
Yes.
Not too hot or crowded. Will you please sign here?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
And Mrs. Scobie? Would you like to see your room, Mrs. Scobie?
Please, I want to freshen up.
I'm putting you in the room that your husband had. Will that suit you?
Thank you.
It's just up the stairs, number 1.
This room all right, Maggie?
Keith was here only about 24 hours ago. He was here thinking, worrying, perhaps planning. What, John? Planning what? He slept on this pillow. He touched this lamp. What did he decide to do as he sat here on the edge of the bed? Just here.
That's right. Sat there thinking. Then he went into Nell Sprate. Now, why?
Well, I can think of 2 reasons. He wanted to send me that telegram. And it did, after all, on the way to Lorenzo Marx.
I think we can safely forget LM. Keith had left his passport in the office safe, remember?
But it said LM on the hotel register.
I know, Maggie, but only because he had to put down something. Most of the entries on that page said LM, didn't you notice?
Well, then, why didn't he phone like he said he would? Where did he spend last night?
I don't know. That's what we have to figure out. Now, why didn't he send the telegram from here? By phone or from White River itself? Why go into Nellsprate?
Well, you must remember that Keith ran away because he panicked. And when you're panicking, you're too restless to stay put in any one place. He spent the night here because it's secluded and peaceful. But when he woke up yesterday morning, he felt a kind of compulsion to move on.
More than a compulsion. Keith's wondering how long it'll take the police to realize his connection with the Boy Scout accident. If he's lucky, then perhaps never. If he's unlucky, then someone will spot it in the next day or so. I think he thinks they'll call round to see you, that you'll tell them your husband's away on business. But then if they press for further information, you'll tell them that you had a wire from him, handed in at Nellsprate. Then the local police will pick up the trail, go round inquiring at hotels, garages, and so on. Keith may have decided to use Nellsprate and possibly even the Dome Hotel as a kind of testing pot. Do you follow?
But why go to this length? Why not phone me and ask if the police have been around again?
Because he's still hoping against hope that they might not connect his parking offense with his statement regarding the accident, and that no one will place the one next to the other and compare notes. And, of course, it's more than likely that nobody ever will.
But surely by ignoring the summons, he'd only draw attention to it. The smart thing to have done was to pay up and hope for the best.
Oh, the smart thing, yes, Maggie, but when you're in a state of nervous tension, perhaps close to nervous collapse, you don't do the smart thing, you panic. You see, Keith's guilty. Because he's guilty, he started running like the man with the burning hat.
That's the second time you've said that, about the burning hat. What do you mean?
Oh, it's just a folk story I once heard. The chief was worried about a thief in the village, so he gathered his people together and said, "I am much grieved by the wickedness of one man in our midst. He will not own up to his crime because he feels we do not know who he is. But I know because right now the hat on top of the thief's head is burning." And the guilty man instinctively put his hand up to his hat, then started running. Maggie, over here.
Oh, nice and cool in here, isn't it?
Huh?
I've been thinking some more, John. I sat on the bed trying to creep into Keith's skin and think his thoughts. I know now why he went to Nellsprate. I think I know anyway. He had a dreadful night, perhaps worse than ever, and he hadn't any morphitins.
Clever girl, that's it, of course. All I came up with was he wanted the morning paper, thought he'd be more likely to find one in Nellsprate at that time of the morning.
A paper? Oh, in case there was something about him in it.
Yes. Yeah, I got you a sherry, all right?
Fine.
Let's go. After our call comes through, we'll have lunch and then get into the car and drive around. Call at chemist shops, garages, see what we can find out.
Mr. Lucas, call for you from Johannesburg. Will you take it from the booth, eh?
Oh, yes, thanks. Can I?
Yes, of course.
Hello?
Mr. Lucas,
Yes, speaking.
Johannesburg for you. Speak up, please.
Hello?
Mother here. Any news?
We know he's been here, Mum, but he left yesterday morning. That's all we found out so far.
Well, I've news for you then. A letter from Keith. It arrived 20 minutes ago, posted in Nelspruit yesterday morning. Shall I read it out?
Well, hang on a minute. I'll get Maggie to listen in, too.
Letter from Keith.
Oh. Maggie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear very well. All right, Mummy, read it to us.
It's very short. Darling Maggie, a note to follow my telegram, which didn't tell you very much except that I'm all right. One day I shall make up to you for the anxiety my sudden disappearance must have caused you. It couldn't be helped, darling. I have to see several people round here in connection with our summer tours. The deal is still very much in the air, so don't mention it to anyone unless you have to. Could you ring Basil at the office for me and get him to find out from the traffic department when I am due to appear in court to pay a double parking fine? I inadvertently tore up the summons, and this had better be settled without delay. If you can arrange to be at your mother's flat on Friday night, I'll phone you there at 8. Hope Gregor is well. You too, my darling. There's nothing to worry about. I'll probably return on Saturday. Love, lots of it, Keith. That's all.
Oh, thanks, Mummy. We'll come straight back.
Hey, not so fast. No, Mum, we'll stay on today, perhaps tomorrow, huh?
Yes.
Be back on Friday for sure to take the call.
All right, Mummy. John's making all the decisions. How's Gregory?
Oh, he's lovely. Stayed dry right through the night.
Bless you, Mummy. Thanks for everything.
Mum, did you receive the duplicate for the summons?
Yes, by the same post.
Well, give de Villiers the details over the phone and get him to pay the fine and post both letters onto us here at the Dome, all right?
Yes. Dad's arranged for Mr. Sterling from his office to pick them up here and take them down to you. He'll be at the Dome at about 6 this evening. They're going to the Kruger Park in the morning.
That's fine. Well done, Mum. Look, ring us here fixed time 9 this evening just to have a chat with Maggie, all right?
I'll book the call right away.
Bye. Big kiss for Gregory.
Bye, Mum.
Bye. Look after yourselves.
Why did he say he'd phone me at Mother's place?
I suppose he's afraid your line might be tapped or something.
Oh, I see.
Lunch is being served on the terrace whenever you're ready, Mrs. Scobie. Mr. Lucas?
Thanks. Mr. Price.
Yes.
We'll be going off straight after lunch. It's just possible that Mr. Scobie might phone to ask if anyone's been inquiring for him.
Oh, yes?
If he does, could you please instruct your staff to say no?
No.
That's right. No one's been asking for him. We'd be most obliged.
Supposing Mr. Scobie returns and wants to stop over for another night.
Well, give him a room by all means, only don't tell him Mrs. Scobie or I are staying here. Tell us first.
Yes, very well.
I'm afraid I can't explain just yet, but please do it for us.
Certainly, Mr. Lucas. Will that be all?
Yes, thanks. We'll have our lunch now.
I hope you'll enjoy it. Mrs. Hammond, I have your parcel.
He's very puzzled.
Probably doesn't for one moment believe I'm your brother.
That occurred to me, too.
Do you know where we're going this afternoon?
To Nelspruit, aren't we?
No. We're going to the game reserve. I've got a feeling that's where Keith is holding out. He wants peace and quiet. Time to think and plan. And a certain need to be a little apart from life. A withdrawn observer who can keep tabs on his position from a safe distance. Can you think of a better place for that than the park?
Mrs. Scobie, I have a letter for you.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Price. Thanks, I was expecting this.
Mr. Sterling brought it up from Johannesburg. Good evening, Mr. Lucas. I have news for you, too.
Oh, yes?
Well, Mr. Scobie phoned through before dinner at about 7. He asked whether there was any mail for him or if anyone had been inquiring for him. Of course, I said no.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Price. Where was he calling from?
He didn't say.
Didn't the telephone exchange?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. No, it wasn't a trunk call. It must have come from either White River or perhaps Saudi. Somewhere around here.
Thank you. That's very useful to know.
Oh, and I checked with the chemist shop for you. Someone did ask for morphidons early yesterday morning, but they hadn't any in stock. They recommended the gentleman try Mattel's in Nelspruit. I spoke to the manager at Mattel's, and he said he had sold a dozen tablets to a Mr. Scobie. He had to have the name for his drug and poison book.
Just a dozen? Keith takes 6 a day.
Well, Mattel's aren't allowed to sell more than a dozen at a time.
Well, thanks for going to all that trouble for us.
Well, I suppose he went around buying up supplies from all the chemist shops in Nelsbury.
Well, Mattel say that the only stockists around here. And I asked.
Well, that's a stroke of luck. Still, I suppose he might have bought other tranquilizers elsewhere.
But other brands don't agree with him.
We just missed Mr. Scobie at the park, Mr. Price. He left by the Numby Gate a little while before we got there. We've been calling at hotels and pubs in Sarby and White River, but no luck.
Well, I hope you catch up with each other. Mind you, we once had 2 millionaire brothers from the States chasing each other through the park. It took them nearly a week to rendezvous at Tatara. And then the whole park was open at that time of year.
I'll go up to my room now, John. When the Johannesburg call comes through, I'll take it there.
Certainly, Mrs. Scobie.
Sorry. I've been waiting for you to open up the shop.
Well, we don't open till 1:30 usually, you know. I'm early today.
Let me help you with that door.
No, it's okay. Thanks. But we're not officially open. I'm not allowed to serve you for another 15 minutes.
Oh, pity. I'm in a hurry.
What is it you want?
A few morphidons, as many as you can let me have.
Well, then I can't serve you. They're locked up. Mr. Lowe keeps the key. He'll be here any minute, though. Oh, wait, that's probably him now, in the car that's just stopped.
Good. You see, I've got a long journey to make, and the sooner I get started, the better.
Don't you think you've done enough traveling, Keith?
John, what are you doing here?
Maggie's in the car outside. We've been trying to find you.
Maggie? I'll come back for those tablets in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Maggie, all right?
Fine. Just keep yourself for a minute. There's the car. And Maggie.
Hello, Keith.
Maggie?
Get inside, Keith. Tell us what you want to do.
Until 5 seconds ago, I didn't know what I wanted to do. Just keep on the go. Keep running. Stop thinking.
No.
Now I feel like a drowning man who's suddenly been thrown a lifeline. You don't know Maggie, nor you, John, but the police must know by now. 3 months ago, I killed a small boy. My car hit him. 11-year-old Adam Sullivan.
It's the other way around, Keith. We know. The police don't.
How do you know?
Well, we investigated, probed, anticipated. We found you this morning because we expected you and have you called at a chemist for more sleeping tablets.
If you could do that, then by rights the police should have been on to me yesterday, even the day before.
Why didn't you tell me about it, Keith? How could you have borne it all by yourself for so long? Why didn't you tell me?
I wanted to spare you the worrier. I thought I could get away with this, I suppose. It was the day I got back from Plep, Maggie. I stopped off at the cafe in Tillet Avenue for some cigarettes. I must have been ticketed then, though I didn't notice it at the time. Perhaps the slip blew away, I don't know. I remember thinking how dark it was when I turned into Venus Road. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I tell you, a bicycle materialized on my left. I felt no more than a slight impact. I was about to stop, but the cyclist was carrying on riding. So it seemed to me in that flashing moment. I don't know what got into me, what made me carry on instead of stopping. Fear, panic. Also a sense of irritation because it really hadn't been my fault. I didn't know then that the cyclist was a small boy. Not until I read the paper the next morning. It was then that I found out that I'd killed him. And Maggie, you know the rest. The nightmares, worry, terrible remorse. Night after night I dream about that boy on the bicycle. And every night it's the same. I can see him clearly. He's dressed in his Boy Scout uniform. But his face, the face of our baby. It's Gregory I see lying there, in a pool of blood. And nobody stops to help him. To save his life, perhaps, or even to comfort him in his last moments.
Oh, Maggie. Why has this happened to us? What have I done to you? To our life together?
Keith, my darling. If only you'd have told me.
Well, the police will know soon, if they don't already. You realize, Maggie, that we'll lose everything, position, friends, business I've worked so hard to establish. Yet, in a way, I feel almost relieved. Because now I can stop running. It's something time will not heal. It's getting worse, not better. Come, darling. There's our car across the road. We're going back to Johannesburg. I want to report to the police.
Heath, just a minute. Look, I have a duplicate of that summons here. Take a good look at it.
Well?
How is it that the number of the Montana on the summons is different from the number on your car there?
Oh, let me see. Darling, do you realize what's happened? Darling, the number on the summons is 189356. The number of our old Montana. The one we traded in just before Christmas, Keith. Keith, they weren't ticketing you, but the new owner, who also happened to be in Rosebank at 8 o'clock on the night of January the 2nd. He probably lives around there. Well, after all, you sold your car to a Rosebank garage. Keith, look at me. You realize the police have nothing on you. No evidence of any kind that you got back earlier than you have said in your statement. That you were in Rosebank at the time of the accident. They'll never find out.
She's right, Keith. You're absolutely in the clear. You can forget the whole thing now, Keith.
Let me see that. Of course, it's the number of my old car. I just saw the summons and panicked. Idiotic. Being guilty, I ran.
A man in a burning hat.
What?
No, it's not important. Keith, why don't you and Maggie go off somewhere for a few days? Anywhere you like. Pull yourself together.
Now that I know, it'll be so much easier to forget, Keith.
Will it? Will it, Maggie? You realize, of course, that we'll lose everything. The papers will pounce on this. It's going to finish me business-wise. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Have I the right to ask you to give everything up? Just so that I can live with myself again?
Every right. If you can't live with yourself, how can you live with us?
I don't know what sentence I'm going to get, but it's going to be prison without option of a fine. Could you stand that?
There'll be a chance for us later on.
Yeah. Come. Will you follow us, John? Thanks, Reverend.
Keith, the police need never know. Don't you want to think this thing over first?
Strange. Now that I'm, well, safe, suddenly there's nothing left to consider. It's very clear and simple. I need to ask society to punish me. I need that punishment. Just in order to feel that I can start life over again later on, even if it's much later on. Maggie, do you understand that?
I'm trying to understand.
I should consider you and the baby, but I can't go on like this. I'm finished. Can't you see? The other way, by giving myself up, there is a chance of happiness for us when I'm released again. And this way, there's no chance at all.
I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it sounds as though it's all over. They shouldn't be long now, Maggie. We'll hear the verdict soon. Would you like another cigarette, dear?
No, it's all right. That's John
Yes.
out there. John?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. She's waiting in the office. Maggie?
It's over?
Yes.
And?
18 months, Maggie.
No.
It's more or less what we were told to expect. I know. They're bringing Keith down here for a few minutes. Mom, you better come with us. We'll wait for Maggie outside, huh?
Yes.
I'll see you later, darling. Be brave.
She's waiting for you, Keith.
Look after yourself, Keith. We'll look after Maggie and Gregory for you.
Bless you.
Hello, Keith.
Maggie.
Are we allowed to see each other alone?
Yes, of course. This time.
Sentence. I was hoping it wouldn't be so severe. After all, you did give yourself up.
Finally, yeah. But by that time, it was too late.
18 months. That's such a long time. That's such a long time out of our lives.
And the Sullivans? Losing a boy of 11? How long is that out of their lives? 11 years? A lifetime.
But it was an accident. This won't bring him back to life.
Maggie. I have to go now. I promised we wouldn't be long. I can't leave you feeling like this. Darling, you must forgive me. You must try and help me.
I do. I do forgive you. And I want to help, but I don't know how.
Mr. Scurvy? I'm coming. I have to leave you now.
Keith?
Yes?
I had a phone call this morning to wish us luck.
Yes?
From the little boy's mother, Mrs. Sullivan.
That was a wonderful thing for her to do.
She told me that you'd been to see her on the day you gave yourself up. That was a wonderful thing to do. Wonderful thing, Keith. We're going to be all right again. When this is all over, we'll start again. And here or somewhere else if necessary. You have the courage and I have the faith in you. And I love you too. That's a powerful combination. It can't fail. Go now. And none of us will ever have to run away again.
And be sure to tune in next Wednesday night at 8 and every Wednesday night for the week's finest radio entertainment brought to you for your listening pleasure by your hosts, the Brewers of Castle Lager. So until next week then, a very good night to you all.